Chapter 2581 Relying on Beauty to Rise to Power. Xiaoji saw it clearly, and couldn't help but step forward to speak a few fair words for the Demon Lord. Master, the Demon Lord will take you with him when he goes to the South China Sea Demon Abyss. I think the Demon Lord still has you in his heart. Su Maoyang sneered. He is just afraid that I will run away, and is worried about leaving me here. But Xiaoji didn't quite agree and wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Su Maoyang. Okay, don't talk about him. Tell me about the situation in the South China Sea Demon Abyss. With that, Su Maoyang turned and walked to the hall to sit down, sipped his tea, and was ready to listen attentively. Xiaoji grew up in the demon realm and worked in the power center. Naturally, she had heard a lot of rumors about the South Sea Demon Abyss. Seeing that she was unwilling to mention the Demon Lord, she had to follow her wishes and said, the South Sea Demon Abyss is said to be the site of an ancient battlefield. Many ancient heritages and weapons of powerful people are buried under the sea. Because of this, the evil spirit there is extremely heavy. The resentment is extremely deep, and many unknown mysterious powers are bred. It is regarded as a very dangerous place. But the demon realm is in ruins and urgently needs strength to return to its peak. So the demons have sent many strong people there from generation to generation. Unfortunately, most of them never return. Even if they are lucky enough to survive, they will suffer heavy casualties. Gradually, everyone no longer dares to go to the South China Sea Abyss for training. It was not until 3 years ago that the demon weapon appeared in the world and energy fluctuations appeared on the sea surface that the top forces in the demon realm began to move again. However, in the early years, it was heard that there was an army of undead in the sea, and they were all powerful figures at the level of ancient generals. Therefore, even for the top forces of the demon clan, it is not an easy task to successfully find the demon weapon, and they have returned empty-handed several times. Later, the Demon Lord woke up and led everyone to successfully find the location of the magic weapon. But there was a seal curse near the magic weapon, and the Demon Lord alone could not really get close. So in the past 3 years, everyone dared to practice on the sea. Su Maoyang was a little surprised. The Demon Lord can't do it? Well, the Demon Lord has just woken up, and has not yet completely recovered the power of his previous life. Under the sea are countless ancient powerful people, who have set up forbidden spells with their lives. It is difficult to solve them. Otherwise, the Demon Lord would not agree to join forces with the life and death realm this time. Xiaoji shook her head solemnly. Su Maoyang nodded to show his understanding. Indeed, the South China Sea Demon Abyss is a danger and a treasure for the demon evil realm, and it has extraordinary significance. If there is really no other way, it will never cooperate with outsiders to develop its own treasures. I guess the life and death realm also spent a lot of money this time to get this training trip. After a moment of silence, Su Maoyang raised his head and said, well, I know. You go down. I will be in seclusion these days. Don't bother me if there is nothing to do. Even Lu Yiyuan didn't dare to be careless about this training. You can imagine how dangerous it is. She must be fully prepared. Time flies, and it's finally time for the demon realm and the life and death realm to go to the South China Sea Demon Abyss. Su Maoyang and Ran Shuqing appeared together in the demon realm square, and quickly attracted the attention of many people. Ran Ningguang, who has always been at odds with Ran Shuqing, found it ridiculous and naturally would not miss the opportunity to sneer. TSK. Some people, who can't even protect themselves, actually asked a lowly concubine for a training quota. They really think they are living bodhisattvas. Yes, my father had finally gotten her quota. But she wants to help the world. Isn't this just causing trouble for everyone? I think she is not kind, but bad. Ren Hanyun snorted unhappily. Hearing these sarcastic sarcasms, Ran Shuqing's face darkened. Frowning and retorting, Miss Su was a Danzuan alchemist in the Great Yin dynasty. As an accompanying staff, the demon medical team is undoubtedly a tiger with wings. How can it be called a troublemaker? Danzuan alchemist? Last time she said she was Dondi. She just boasted a few words. Do you really believe it? Ren Hanyun laughed in disbelief, thinking that Ran Shuqing was pitifully naive. Jianyu, who has been engaged in alchemy for hundreds of years, is only at the peak of Danzuan. Su Maoyang, a little girl in her early 30s, can reach Ran Shuqing's level, which is quite amazing. And the reason why Ran Shuqing can reach Danxing at this age and become the most talented alchemist in the demon realm is that she inherited the blood talent of the demon emperor and has the best resources provided by the demon clan. Su Maoyang is a country bumpkin from the lower plane who relies on her looks to get close to the rich and powerful. What kind of talent can she have? This is just a joke. Ever since Ran Shuqing learned about Su Maoyang's past, she has always regarded her as a role model. Now that her role model has been slandered in public, anger instantly filled her chest. She tried her best to defend herself. The prehistoric war back then was no secret. You only need to investigate to know how graceful Miss Su was in that battle. The Great Yin dynasty was able to win the mining rights of the prehistoric land because Miss Su refined a large number of elixirs and led the troops to win the life and death realm and the demon moon realm. Ran Ningen laughed disapprovingly. Ran Shuqing, please use your brain. She is a young person. Even if she has a great talent, can she shake the two realms? Do you think it is possible for her to refine thousands of Saint King grade elixirs by herself? But I heard that her battle record was deliberately fabricated by Emperor Yin in order to beautify her and let her sit on the throne of the queen. The elixirs she refined were most likely prepared by Emperor Yin in advance. Such a woman who relied on men, beauty, and cheating to get to the top. You still treat her as a treasure. It's really ridiculous. Ran Shuqing was so angry that she was speechless. But she couldn't refute it. During her investigation, she did hear these rumors. But based on her understanding of Su Maoyang, she was definitely not someone who relied on men and beauty to get to the top. Princess Yuqing is right. Miss Su was indeed brave and good at fighting back then. With outstanding abilities, she calculated the Yaoyu realm and defeated my life and death realm, and obtained the mining rights of the prehistoric land from it. This is true. At this time, the son of He Ming came slowly in a sedan chair. The sudden testimony interrupted the conversation between the two parties and attracted everyone's attention. Ran Ningen sneered, not taking him seriously at all. That only shows that the young generation of your life and death realm is too useless. So many people can't even beat a yellow-haired girl. As for the demon moon realm, they are just beasts without brains. And it is normal to be calculated. If she meets my demon realm, she is afraid that she will not even be qualified to participate in the battle. For the mysterious god mirror, life and death realm, and demon moon realm, her demon realm has always looked down on it. After all, in the ancient times, these three realms were not the opponents of his demon realm, although there were several major battles later, and the demon realm suffered a devastating blow. They always wanted to be superior in their bones. So over the years, they have been self-contained and disdained to interact with the other three realms. Even if the person in front of her is the son of the noble and extraordinary status of the life and death realm, she still doesn't take it seriously, because compared with her brilliant brother, the son is far behind. Chapter 2582 Stand Up for Her. The holy son of He Ming did not care about her offense, and a sneer appeared under his mask. Princess, you haven't experienced it yourself, so it's better not to brag, so as not to be slapped in the face and become a joke of the demon realm. Hee. The holy son's words and deeds all highly praise Su Maoyang. Could it be that you also have some hidden flesh and blood transactions? Ran Ningen raised his eyebrows strangely, and his ambiguous eyes wandered back and forth between Su Maoyang and the holy son of He Ming. Then, perhaps he figured out something, and smiled with a look of sudden realization. I said, how could the life and death realm make concessions and share the prehistoric land with the mysterious god realm? It turns out that Su Maoyang's contribution is also indispensable. I have to say that I am indeed ashamed of myself when it comes to hooking up with men. After this, everyone suddenly realized it, and looked at Su Maoyang with more contempt. They had heard before that Su Maoyang gave up being the empress of Emperor Yin, and went to sing in Chunfeng Tower in the lower plane. She was shameless at heart and relied on selling her body and beauty to get to the top. Therefore, it was not surprising that she had an ambiguous relationship with the Black Nether Saint son of the life and death realm. It seems that she had seen the strength of the life and death realm, and was unwilling to commit to Emperor Yin. So she had her eyes on the Black Nether Saint's son. Later, she heard that the Demon Lord had awakened, and she had a better goal. So she left the Black Nether Saint's son, and worked hard to become the Demon Lord's woman. It must be said that she is really good at seducing men. Ran Shuqing became more and more angry as she listened. And no matter how good her cultivation was, she would be broken by anger. Ran Ningen, stop slandering me and insulting my innocence. What a joke. What innocence does she want as a concubine without a name and status? She has the ability to warm the bed for men, but she doesn't have the courage to admit it? Ren Ning'an sneered and rolled his eyes. However, just as she finished speaking, a deep and magnetic voice suddenly blew like a cold wind. It seemed calm, but the pressure and chill that came over her made Ren Ning'an frightened and terrified. Princess Ning'an, if you can't control your tongue, I don't mind destroying it. Before the voice fell, the fierce demonic power had already descended on Ren Ning'an. With a bang, Ren Ning'an fell to the ground in a mess, and blood was faintly flowing from the corner of his mouth. Everyone was stunned to see that the high-ranking princess was knocked away in public. Then, looking up, they saw Lu Yiyuan striding from a distance in a black robe, and the demonic aura emanating from his body could not cover up his handsome face that was so beautiful that it angered both humans and gods. Under the sunlight, his glowing white skin was dazzling, and with his charming and deep blue eyes, he looked like a god walking out of a demon cave. He not only had the domineering and coldness of a demon, but also the transcendence of a god, and was full of two extremes of beauty. Obviously, his eyebrows were furrowed. His face was as gloomy as water, and there was a terrible anger in his eyes. But he was still damn good looking. Su Maoyang's heart skipped a beat, and she didn't catch her breath until the man walked in front of her, and she quickly looked away. She was actually attracted by Lu Yiyuan's beauty, which was really disappointing. At this time, Ren Ning'an was in no mood to appreciate Lu Yiyuan's beauty. Her mind and heart were filled with fear. She immediately prostrated herself on the ground and pleaded guilty. I am a rude servant. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Demon Lord, since you are rude, I will slap you 100 times. Keep your mouth shut. Lu Yiyuan did not look at her and ordered coldly, as if she was not worthy of appearing in his sight at all. Ren Ning'an didn't expect that the Demon Lord would slap her in public for a concubine. She was shocked and looked up at him in disbelief. The reason why she dared to humiliate Su Maoyang in public was that she thought that if the Demon Lord knew about the affair between Su Maoyang and the Holy Son of Black Nether, he would definitely not let Su Maoyang off easily. And she was a princess after all. She just revealed the truth, and the Demon Lord would probably not make it difficult for her for the sake of her father. Who would have thought that Su Maoyang was still standing there? But she had to slap her in the face 100 times. Ren Ning'an really couldn't bear it, and pointed at Su Maoyang unconvincingly and said, Demon Lord, what about her? She has an ambiguous relationship with the Holy Son of Black Nether. Is that right? You are talking nonsense, and you are right. If you don't want to accept the punishment, then you can't speak anymore. Lu Yiyuan lowered his eyes and stared at her condescendingly, shouting like thunder in the plain, almost cracking Ren Ning'an's skull. Ren Ning'an was so scared that she fell to the ground, her face pale. Seeing her in such a state of embarrassment, a tall and handsome young man stood up and pleaded. Demon Lord, Princess Ning'an is a princess after all. Isn't this punishment too much? Just because of a concubine, a princess was slapped in the face in public. Where can Ren Ning'an put his face? What's wrong with the princess? Can the princess humiliate my woman at will? If you want to plead for her, cut off your tongue and atone for her sins. Lu Yiyuan narrowed his eyes and shot a cold gaze at the young man who was speaking. The strong sense of oppression could be clearly felt 10 miles away, not to mention the young man who was so close. He was choked by the stab and had to give up. Although he admired Ren Ning'an and wanted to promote this marriage, his tongue was more important. Without it, Ren Ning'an would not even look at him. He looked at Su Maoyang with a bit more resentment. If it weren't for Su Maoyang's fickleness, Princess Ning'an wouldn't have been humiliated. However, Su Maoyang, who was regarded as a thorn in the eye, was full of thoughts on Lu Yiyuan. The same appearance, the same domineering and overbearing. She couldn't help but feel dazed. Jun Haotsong used to protect her unconditionally, as if Jun Haotsong was still alive. He had always been here and never left. Su Maoyang was feeling warm in her heart, while Ren Ning'an felt cold in her heart and begged the Demon Emperor standing not far away. Father! She was a princess. Was she going to be humiliated in public? The Demon Emperor felt sorry for it. But it was not easy to openly anger the Demon Lord. So he could only swallow his anger and say, You are indeed too unruly. The Demon Lord punished you with a slap in the face, which is already a light punishment. Why don't you thank the Demon Lord and accept the punishment quickly? Even if Su Maoyang was a concubine, she was still the Demon Lord's woman in name. His daughter spoke directly, and did not use her brain at all. It would be good for her to learn a lesson. Ren Ningyan saw that her father did not dare to plead for her, and her expectant eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Lin Chen stepped forward quickly, swung his elbow, and slapped Ren Ningyan's pretty face fiercely. Each palm carried a lot of magic power, but in a moment, her mouth was slapped red and swollen, looking both miserable and funny. Lu Yiyuan had no interest in slapping him. He looked at the holy son of Heiming, took a deep look at him, and said coldly, "I have heard that the holy son is a broad-minded person. Today, I see that he is indeed worthy of his reputation. As a defeated opponent of my woman, he can let go of the past grudges and speak a few fair words for her. I admire him. Haha. I am just telling the truth. I can't say I am broad-minded. It is the Demon Lord who can accept the former queen of Emperor Yin. You are a truly broad-minded person," the holy son of Heiming retorted. As soon as this was said, everyone gasped. This holy son of Heiming was not a good person. He dared to openly provoke the Demon Lord. This courage alone is enough to make people admire. Lu Yiyuan did not get angry but laughed, with an inexplicable light in his eyes. It's a pity that you don't even have the chance to accept it. Chapter 2583 Departure to the South Sea Demon Abyss. The veil of the holy son of Heiming floated, and he seemed to be amused by Lu Yiyuan, and asked jokingly, "Did the Demon Lord really believe in other people's slander, and think that I had an affair with Miss Su? Don't worry. I never believe these rumors. After all, my woman is not so bad as to like a defeated general. Don't you think?" "Holy son," Lu Yiyuan responded sharply. Every word pierced the heart. Every word penetrated the bone. And he was unwilling to lose the upper hand. As soon as these words came out, everyone could almost see the electric sparks colliding in front of them. The Demon Emperor was afraid that they would really fight and delay the important matter. So he stepped out to mediate and said, "Demon Lord, Saint's son, my daughter just spoke without restraint. It was a misunderstanding. You must not take it to heart. Speaking of which, we are in a hurry. We must set off before the tide comes. And we can't delay any longer. Once they encounter the tide, the danger will double, and they will have no chance to feel the power of the ancient magic weapon." Lu Yiyuan also understood the purpose of this trip, so he retracted his gaze and nodded to the Demon Emperor. Ren Huang saw this and immediately announced loudly, "As we all know, the South China Sea Demon Abyss is an ancient site that buried many heroic souls and artifacts of ancient powers. But because of the taboo curse, a little carelessness will lead to eternal damnation. So this trip is dangerous. Everyone should follow the main force closely. Do not act on your own. And do not touch things that do not belong to you. Remember, this trip is not a treasure hunt, but an effort to comprehend the power of ancient magic weapons. And obtaining inheritance is the right way. There are thousands of treasures under the sea, but the seal curse is too terrible, and it is undoubtedly difficult to get them. What's more, there is a large army of undead guarding the seabed. If they are not careful and alarm those mysterious forces, all of them, including the Demon Lord, may be buried in the Demon Abyss. Therefore, their trip is to experience, to comprehend the power of the ancients, to improve their strength, not to plunder treasures. In fact, with their current strength, they are not yet able to steal under the seal of the ancient mighty. Of course, everyone knows it well without the reminder of the Demon Emperor. The last time the Demon Lord personally led the team to explore the ancient magic weapon, he brought a large group of strong men who were not as strong as Ren Huang, but had reached the level of the Demon Emperor, but still returned in defeat with heavy casualties. I believe that if the Demon Lord had not led the team personally, it is likely that the whole army would be wiped out, causing a devastating blow to the demon realm. Fortunately, with the lessons learned from the last time, plus the cooperation of the life and death realm, this time they have more confidence. Even if they encounter danger, they should have the hope of retreating and escaping. Therefore, the high-level officials of the demonic realm decided to bring the younger generation with them, hoping to take advantage of this rare opportunity to let the young people see the world and feel the rare ancient power. No matter what, the younger generation has a much greater chance of inheriting than these old bones. Seeing the large army set off, Su Maoyang, as a member of the demonic doctor group who saves the dying and the wounded, followed at the end of the team. Ran Shuqing saw that Su Maoyang was silent and not in high spirits, thinking that she was still brooding over the rumors just now, and couldn't help but comfort her intimately. Su Maoyang didn't care much about the rumors, but asked about the strength of the several major forces and the forces ahead. According to Su Maoyang's understanding, the forces in the demonic realm are very simple. There are only family forces divided by islands and combat power. And there are no sects and sects. Most of these family forces are descendants of ancient generals. Most of their ancestors were trusted left and right arms of the demon gods and generals under their command. Later, due to the great war between gods and demons, the demons suffered greatly. The generals sealed the land of the demons with their lives, which allowed the lingering demons to be preserved and continue to this day. After so many years of evolution, the demons have become the current demon realm. It's just that they stay away from the world, arrogant and withdrawn. So the way of cultivation still inherits the most traditional way of cultivation of the ancient demons. Gathering chi, refining the body, condensing essence, desire, swallowing, demon infant, out of the body, leaving consciousness, merging, breaking the void, Mahayana, and crossing the tribulation. Moreover, they are born with demon bones in their bodies, and their starting point is higher than that of the gods. So from the beginning of gathering chi, they are equivalent to human earth spirit masters. Of course, the difficulty of cultivation also increases. They not only have to cultivate magic power, but also have to endure body tempering, and completely complete the previous 12 realms. Only after successfully crossing the tribulation can they officially become demon soldiers, which is equivalent to human emperor spirit masters. As for the subsequent levels, from low to high, they are demon soldier, demon general, demon commander, demon lord, demon king, demon emperor, demon lord, demon god, and demon ancestor. The demon emperor is equivalent to the acquired spiritual immortal of human beings. The demon emperor is equivalent to the innate spiritual immortal. And the demon lord is equivalent to the supreme spiritual immortal. As for the demon god, only Liu Yeyuan in the ancient times reached such a realm. However, although the reincarnated Liu Yeyuan did not restore all the power of his previous life, he can now reach the level of demon lord, and can be called the well-deserved leader of the demon realm, because Ran Huang has only reached the level of demon emperor for so many years. Although there are many people in the demon realm who have reached the level of demon emperor, they are still a long way from Ran Huang. After all, Ran Huang is a veritable peak of the demon emperor, while most of the other strong men at this level have just entered the early and middle stages of the demon emperor. You should know that even each small realm of the demon emperor level is like a natural chasm, let alone the demon emperor level. That is why Ran Huang can sit in the demon realm for so many years without any suspense and be revered as the ancient demon emperor. However, other strong men at the demon emperor level, even if they cannot be the leaders of the demon realm, are also the heads of major forces. For example, the 7 major families of Qi, Yu, Lu, Lei, Che, Wu and Fan, which are the most talked about, are powerful and have a long-standing reputation. Although the Ran family is revered as the royal family because of the ancient demon emperor sitting in the palace, and it occupies the demon palace island alone, the forces headed by these 7 families are no less inferior, dominating the island and establishing themselves as kings. Speaking of which, at the last banquet, Su Maoyang had met many people, but she was being harassed and was too busy to get to know them. Now the 7 major families have come out in full force, and most of them are the top leaders of various forces and the most promising newcomers. Su Maoyang is completely in the dark and doesn't know anyone, so she still feels it is necessary to get to know them. Perhaps it is not certain that she can help her escape from the demonic realm. Ran Shuqing knew that she had been closed to visitors these days and knew little about the outside world, so he kindly introduced them to her, especially when talking about the Qi family and the Yu family. His tone was obviously much more serious. Although the 7 major families are not much different in strength, the Qi family and the Yu family have a tendency to surpass the other families, because these 2 families have produced 2 amazing geniuses, whose talents are comparable to my father's in the past, or even surpass my father. Su Maoyang's eyes flashed, and a touch of surprise flashed across his eyes. She didn't expect that there would be such a high evaluation among the younger generation. You have to know that Ran Shuqing's father, Ran Huang, was a powerful figure left over from the ancient times. The talent of the young people of this era can catch up with the powerful people of the ancient times. This is undoubtedly the highest level of evaluation. Su Maoyang was a little more curious and couldn't help but look at the 2 teams pointed by Ran Shuqing. Chapter 2584 Three Geniuses in the Demonic Realm. Ran Shuqing saw her looking for the two geniuses, smiled and shook his head. Qi Yinhao and Yu Changqiu are not in the team. They went to the South China Sea Demonic Abyss 3 years ago and have not returned. Doesn't the South China Sea Demonic Abyss prohibit the young generation from going there privately? Su Maoyang was puzzled. Even Lu Yeyuan was not sure about the dangerous place. How could they be more powerful than Lu Yeyuan? Ran Shuqing smiled and said, "Of course they won't go deep into the seabed. They are practicing on the sea surface. You know, even if they are suspended on the sea surface, ordinary people can only last for a month at most. And geniuses with extraordinary strength can only last for half a year. So among the geniuses in the entire demonic realm, only the 3 of them have lasted for 3 years. Not only talent and strength, but also endurance and will are extremely rare." Ran Shuqing had personally gone to the sea surface to feel the power of the demon weapon. And he knew too well the danger. For the top geniuses, persisting for half a year is already a remarkable achievement. But those 3 people were able to withstand such a terrifying impact and endured for 3 years. Even the arrogant her had to admit defeat. 3 people? Who else? Su Maoyang asked curiously. And there is Ran Ning'an's brother, Ran Jingchen. That is the famous third prince, who is more favored by the demon emperor than me. Before the age of 30, the 3 of them had fought a battle, and their strengths were equal and tied. In the past few years, they have been practicing in seclusion, and their strength is probably even more unfathomable. However, in my opinion, the most dangerous one is our third brother. He is cold and aloof by nature, with high eyes, untainted by dust, and unconcerned about worldly affairs. It seems that there is only one thing in his life, which is cultivation. Therefore, he rarely shows up in front of people. But it does not prevent the entire demon realm from being filled with his legends. You can see how outstanding he is. Speaking of the third prince, Ran Shuqing's gentle eyes also added a bit of pride. He is obviously the brother of the person she hates the most. But she can still show such admiration, which shows that this person's excellence is worth letting her put aside her personal hatred. Su Maoyang sighed in his heart, but was not surprised. No wonder Ran Ning'an is so arrogant and domineering, and even ignores Ran Shuqing. No wonder Ran Ning'an's mother, Madame Ru, has a family background that is not as good as Qixia Yuanjun, but can become the favorite concubine of the demon emperor. It seems that they are more or less benefited by the light of the third prince, and have some face in front of the demon emperor. Having an heir with outstanding ability and reputation is more important than any favor and status. It is no wonder that Qixia Yuanjun, with such a big backstage, is also afraid of Madame Ru and wants to use Ran Shuqing to win over Lu Yeyuan, the big Buddha. After Ran Shuqing finished talking about Ran Ning'an's brother, he couldn't help but mention her admirer. Of course, in addition to the third prince, you have to be careful of Yu Changjin, who just spoke for Ran Ning'an. He is the eldest son of the Yu family. Although his talent is not as good as her sister Yu Changqiu, his strength should not be underestimated. He is determined to marry Ran Ning'an and has pursued her for many years. He can be considered a lover. Now that you have offended Ran Ning'an, Ran Jingchen and Yu Changjin will not let you off easily. You should be more careful. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. With Ran Ning'an's vengeful character, he would never let go of such a great humiliation. It only takes a teleportation array to get from the Demon Palace to the South China Sea Demon Abyss. While Ran Shuqing was talking, the large army had already arrived at the shore of the South China Sea Demon Abyss. At this time, without waiting for Ran Shuqing to introduce, Su Maoyang saw 3 figures hanging above the sea. The other party may have sensed their arrival, and immediately flew over from the sea, landing steadily in front of Lu Yeyuan, Demon Emperor and Qixia Yuanjun, and saluted in turn. Lu Yeyuan still nodded indifferently. Qixia Yuanjun smiled and raised his hand symbolically. Only Demon Emperor smiled and praised. Ha ha ha. No need to be polite. It is rare that the 3 of you can persist for 3 years. I think your aura has improved a lot. You are worthy of being the most promising genius in my demon realm. With young people like you, the future of demon realm is just around the corner. It's only 3 years. I don't deserve such praise from my father. Ran Jingchen clasped his fists and responded coldly. This sounded humble, but the tone of insignificance seemed very arrogant. Obviously, these 3 years were nothing to him. If they didn't come, he could persist for a longer time. Su Maoyang couldn't help but cast a scrutinizing look at him when he heard such a loud tone. She found that this man was not only arrogant, but also very handsome. His narrow and cold eyes were as clear as crystals immersed in a cold pond. Indifferent, and without any emotion. Just as Ran Shuqing said. He was detached from the world, and had a sense of alienation. The white skin, straight nose, delicate and slightly pursed lips, and the long black hair tied behind the head with a pure white hair band, sparkled with a beautiful halo under the sunlight. At a quick glance, Su Maoyong seemed to see an elf in the snow. Su Maoyong had never expected that a grown man would be more fairy-like and beautiful than Ran Ning'an, his sister. Of course, Ran Ning'an's appearance is not bad either, which shows that their mother, Mrs. Ru, is definitely one of the most beautiful women. In addition to Ran Jingchen, the other two also quickly attracted Su Maoyong's attention. The blue-clothed young man next to Ran Jingchen smiled and said, "The third prince's strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and he has become more and more unfathomable. I have been very hard in the past 3 years. It is clear that this blue-clothed young man is Qi Yinhao mentioned by Ran Shuqing. He is also handsome, with a faint smile on his face. On the surface, he looks much gentler than Ran Jingchen, with less cold fairy spirit and more popularity. But his neither humble nor arrogant attitude, and the flash of cold light in his eyes are sharp and piercing. Obviously, this person is not an easy character to deal with." As for the other young woman, who only simply saluted and didn't talk much, it was even more difficult to see through. She was wearing a long green dress, standing straight like a green bamboo in the forest, with the hem of her skirt swaying gently in the breeze, creating ripples of excitement in the hearts of all men. She had a charming and beautiful face, but she was full of heroism, like a sharp sword under the bright moon, with danger lurking in her beauty. The three of them were outstanding in appearance and temperament. Even if Ran Shuqing didn't give her a shot of prevention, Su Maoyong could see the extraordinariness of the three at a glance. "Okay, don't be modest. This time we are working with the life and death realm to explore the ancient demon weapon. It is a rare opportunity. The three of you have been the ones who have been conscious of the ancient demon weapon for the longest time. And you are also the ones who have the most hope of obtaining the inheritance. Don't let the demon lord and everyone down later." Ren Huang stroked his beard and pointed to the son of He Ming and his elders and young people beside him. The hint in his words was self-evident. Ran Jingchen didn't hesitate and directly clasped his fists and said, "As long as the demon lord and the holy sun can break the seal, I will definitely fulfill my father's orders." To dare to make such a bold statement, he must be confident and have a sure win. Chapter 2585 Complained to my brother. Qi Yinhao and Yu Chengqiu were not to be outdone. They clasped their fists to the demon lord and the demon emperor in unison. "I will do my best not to disappoint the demon lord and the demon emperor." And Lu Yiyuan had a cold expression from beginning to end, rarely expressing his opinion, as if this trip had nothing to do with him. It was just that his outstanding appearance and intimidating aura made no one dare to ignore his existence. So even if he didn't say a word, everyone carefully observed his expression and speculated on his thoughts. Ren Huang had been in contact with him for the longest time, and knew that if he didn't express his opinion, it meant tacit consent. He immediately waved his hand with a smile. "Okay, since everyone is ready, distribute the pills and prepare to go into the sea." After that, the magic doctor group headed by Jiang Yu took out the breath-avoiding pills that could conceal the breath and allow people to breathe smoothly under the sea, and distributed them to everyone in turn. Ran Jingchen was just talking to the demon emperor and didn't notice Ran Ning'an's situation. Now he was distracted and saw Ran Ning'an's red and swollen cheeks. He immediately walked up to her and asked with a frown, "Ning, what's wrong with your face?" Ran Ning'an was already full of grievances. Now she found an outlet to vent. She immediately covered her face and complained in a weird tone. "Royal brother, it's all my fault. I angered Su Xianshi and was punished by the demon lord." Su Xianshi? Ran Jingchen hadn't returned for 3 years and didn't know much about the affairs of the demon palace. When he suddenly heard such a name, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. In order to show himself, Yu Chongjin immediately kindly explained for him. "Third prince, you don't know that some time ago, the demon lord took a fancy to a girl named Su who played the piano and sang songs, and made an exception to take her as a concubine, because Princess Yuqing was very close to Concubine Su. And she even brought Concubine Su with her on this training. Princess Ning'an was afraid that Princess Yuqing would be deceived by others, so she warned Princess Yuqing a few words. Perhaps her words were not pleasant to the ear, which angered the demon lord. Hearing this statement to smooth things over for her, Ren Ningyan glanced at Yu Changjin with satisfaction, and then said, "Yes, I heard that Concubine Su was once the empress of Emperor Yin. But later she gave up her role as empress and fell into prostitution, becoming the top prostitute in Chunfengfang in the lower plane. Just now, I saw that she had an ambiguous relationship with the son of He Ming, so I couldn't help but make a few random guesses and slandered Concubine Su's reputation. Now, she was slapped 100 times by the demon lord, and she will never dare to speak nonsense again." Ren Ningyan deliberately lowered his voice, looking trembling and timid. But he still explained the matter clearly and in detail. Not only Ran Jingchen heard it, but even Qi Yanhao and Yu Changqiu, who were not far away, heard it word for word, and frequently cast their eyes towards Ran Ningyan. When their eyes touched her swollen mouth, they secretly thought that the demon lord was merciless. For a prostitute who was not presentable, he actually let the princess be beaten into this state in public. Wouldn't this make the demon emperor and the Ran family lose face? This matter was really not done properly. Ran Jingchen felt even more absurd when he heard this. His face darkened, and he looked at the crowd behind him. A mere concubine could actually go with a large army for training. If it weren't for the demon lord being there, he would have almost cursed. Even if he didn't care about worldly affairs, he knew that a thing without a name and only for people's entertainment was not even worthy of carrying the shoes of the demon lord. So how could he be qualified to participate in such an important training? However, the demon lord actually made his sister embarrassed in public for her, and got beaten. It was incredible, because Su Maoyang's appearance and temperament were extremely outstanding. Ran Jingchen didn't need to look for her, and locked her figure at a glance. Among so many people, except for those in the life and death realm, there was only such a strange face in the demon realm team, who looked particularly beautiful. Moreover, she stood with Ran Shuqing. The two of them occasionally talked, and seemed to have a good relationship. It happened that Ran Shuqing said that she was very close to her. Just by looking at her like this, he had to admit that this person was indeed a bit of an extraordinary beauty. But in his position, he had cultivated to his level, and was already immune to beauty. A good skin was only worthy of being a vase for people to appreciate, and it had no attraction to him. What's more, under this skin was a shameless, lowly and crude soul. Ran Jingchen sneered in his heart, and a bit of contempt jumped in his eyes, and he quickly looked away. In the past, he was so powerful and respectable when he was the demon lord. Now, it seems that he is also unable to avoid the lust and vision of secular men, and he is just a name in vain. Not only Ran Jingchen, Qi Yanhao and Yu Changqiu were also quite disgusted when they heard from the people around them that Su Maoyang joined the demon doctor group as a scoundrel. They were too lazy to even glance at her, and ignored this person, who was not worth listening to. They just hoped that she could be smart and sensible, if she dragged their feet and delayed their business. Even if the demon lord supported them, they would not let it go. Let's go! After everyone swallowed the breath-avoiding pills and made the final preparations, the demon emperor gave an order, and everyone jumped into the sea. Everyone sank into the seabed in an orderly manner, moving forward quickly as if walking on the shore. The demon lord had already explored the location of the ancient magic weapon last time, so this time he saved a lot of time and effort. He didn't delay much along the way, and came to the vicinity of the magic weapon. From a distance, still dozens of feet away, everyone could clearly see the outline of the ancient magic weapon. The two sharp knives were deeply inserted into the seabed, just exposed in the seawater. They were hundreds of feet high, not to mention that a large part of them was deeply embedded in the Earth's crust. It was unimaginable how much force was needed to pull out these two magic weapons. In particular, they were surrounded by various artifacts, like broken copper and iron embedded in the mud. There were also sealed taboos around them. Only by using the divine sense to explore carefully could they see clearly that there was a circular light curtain not far in front of them, and the light curtain was flashing with dense and flexible black runes like tadpoles. But strangely, although there were seals protecting them, the two magic weapons were rusty and stood there silently, as if they had lost all the power of the magic weapons. And they were no different from ordinary rusty swords. But the bloody lesson last time made everyone present dare not be careless. 20 formation masters stand out and form the Tiangang seal breaking formation with me and the Holy Sun. The rest who have reached the level of Demon Emperor and Innate Spirit Immortal should form the Gathering Demon formation and the Gathering Spirit formation. The young generation should seize the opportunity to comprehend the power of the ancients. The demon lord looked at the magic weapons and ordered loudly without any nonsense. This time, they and the life and death realm brought a total of 20 formation masters. The formation masters broke the formation in front, and the others delivered spiritual power in the back. The triple formation blessing should be able to weaken the power of the seal before the tide arrives. Once the seal is weakened, this group of young people will have the opportunity to comprehend the power of the ancients up close. Although they may not be able to obtain the inheritance at one time, at least they will benefit a lot, and it is a good start. Chapter 2586, Who Caused the Knife Chant. After the explanation, Lu Yiyuan led the formation master, the demon emperor, and the Xiantian Ling Xian, to quickly form a formation and break the seal. The magic doctor group stayed behind, ready to rescue at any time, and to take care of the younger generation. The younger generation had a heavy mission this time, so they immediately sat cross-legged, closed their eyes and rested, seizing the opportunity to comprehend the ancient power. Now that they finally have a large army to escort them, they can comprehend the ancient magic weapon at close range. This opportunity is rare and naturally cannot be missed. Su Maoyang knew that she was not only a slacker in the eyes of everyone, but also a marginal figure who was useless in the eyes of the magic doctors. So she simply sat down and comprehended. In fact, she has refined a lot of divine patterns and puppets in the past 3 years, and has achieved quite good results in mental power and soul power. Therefore, after 10 days and 10 nights of comprehension, she was finally able to establish a weak connection with the magic weapon. Unexpectedly, this connection has gained a lot. She never expected that these two magical weapons buried in the sea for many years were actually the Burning Shadow Soul Swords mentioned by the Xianshan King Mu Qiongtian on the Yellow Spring Road. At that time, Mu Qiongtian saw her use the Sun and Moon Demon Slash. So he kindly reminded her that if it could be matched with the Burning Shadow Soul Sword, the Sun and Moon Demon Slash would shine. At that time, she was weak, so she just listened and didn't take it to heart. Unexpectedly, after so many years of twists and turns, she actually touched it. Unfortunately, with her current strength, it is still difficult to shake such a huge and dangerous ancient sword, because she only extended a trace of mental power to attach to the sword. Before she got close enough, she would encounter an unstoppable resistance, as if to destroy the soul and body of a person. Just a resistance was so terrifying. If that power fell completely on her, Su Maoyang absolutely believed that her brain would have completely exploded at this moment. So she had to give up the blade and only hope to understand more mysteries from the blade. But the power of the breath is always limited. Su Maoyang comprehended it for a long time and only knew some of the most basic things. Even so, she was the only one in this group who could establish a connection with the demon weapon and comprehend the most. Fortunately, Lu Yiyuan was quite powerful. After 10 days of hard work, the seal was really disintegrated by him. At this moment, feeling the increasingly strong ancient power, Su Maoyang finally changed his mind about him a little. Although his personality is annoying, at least he is still useful and not useless. With joy in his heart, Su Maoyang immediately released his mental power and tried to seize this hard-won opportunity. This perception lasted for another day and night. Perhaps hard work pays off. Su Maoyang finally resonated with the blade. The sword that had been silent for many years seemed to have been awakened for the first time. And it actually made a sound as sword. Everyone was shocked by the sudden change. And even the speed of forming the formation in their hands slowed down by a second. The younger generation was so frightened that their pupils trembled. And they didn't know why. Because the magic weapon has moved. Is it good or bad? No one can be sure. At this time, only Ran Jingchen spoke calmly. So that's it. It seems that the direction of my research is right. The power core of the ancient magic weapon is not in the blade, but in the handle. Everyone tried to communicate with the handle as much as possible. Ran Jingchen was arrogant by nature and always indifferent. Few things could arouse his emotions. But at this moment, some relief and pride could not help but well up in his eyes. After all, he successfully established a connection with the demon weapon and received a response from the demon weapon. This inheritance really belongs to him. The shocked crowd suddenly heard this, and after a moment of stunness, they quickly reacted. It turned out that Ran Jingchen successfully comprehended the power of the ancient demon weapon and caused the demon weapon to resonate. Yes, Ran Jingchen persisted on the sea for 3 years without any protective measures. He is the person who is most familiar with the ancient demon weapon. Now with the blessing of the formation, it is even easier for him to comprehend the ancient power. He is indeed the person who has the most hope of causing the demon weapon to resonate. Ran Jingchen is worthy of being the most top genius in the demon realm, and the most promising to revitalize the demon clan. It seems that he will soon get the inheritance of the ancient demon weapon. Thinking of this, everyone cast hopeful eyes on Ran Jingchen. The younger generation looked at him with admiration and envy. As a younger sister, Ran Ning'an felt everyone's gaze, followed by a bit of light, and smiled proudly. Haha. I said my brother would definitely be fine. Look! In such a short time, the ancient magic weapon has made some progress. So the inheritance is not a problem. But don't be discouraged. Even if you can't get the inheritance, it's good to feel more ancient power. What's more, my brother has found the right direction for everyone. As long as you follow my brother's instructions, you will definitely gain something. As he said this, Ran Ning'an deliberately glanced in the direction of Ran Shuqing and Su Maoyong, and his eyes were obviously showing off. With such an outstanding brother, anyone can't help but be proud. Su Maoyong was confused by this scene and touched his nose in confusion. When did the core power come to the hilt? How could she not know? She was able to establish a connection with it because she had cracked the runes contained in the sword energy. And the sword energy was obviously emitted from the blade. Obviously, if you want to obtain the inheritance, you have to start with the blade. How did it become the hilt from Ran Jingchen's mouth? The old man Jinjun in the space was at a loss for words and couldn't help but guess. Young master, the blade is too sharp and mysterious. The mental and soul power of ordinary people can't get close at all. In other words, they probably didn't even feel the sword energy. It's good to be able to lean on the hilt. Puff! They didn't even feel the sword energy. She really overestimated them. Is this the legendary dimensionality reduction attack? But I didn't expect that the third prince was so ordinary and confident. He really thought he had resonated with the demon weapon. He was complacent, self-righteous, and pointed fingers at the world. What's even funnier is that everyone still believed it and praised him endlessly. Su Maoyong shook her head with a smile, and was too lazy to meddle in other people's business. So she continued her practice. If she expressed her opinion, she might be ridiculed again. So why bother herself? In this way, everyone practiced for 2 more days according to the bright path pointed out by Ran Jingchen, but still had no clue. Gradually, everyone gave up their perception and focused their attention on the top talents, who had the most hope of obtaining inheritance. However, at this moment, the knife chant did not appear again. But the sea water showed something strange. Everyone saw waves of invisible power sweeping wildly from a distance. And it was about to affect the area where they were. The son of He Ming made a prompt decision and shouted, "The tide is coming. Retreat quickly." Hearing the tide, the people who formed the formation were shocked. And before they could stop their strength, they were blown away by the overwhelming force. Chapter 2587. A jerk who doesn't know medical skills. The tide was surging, and the formation masters and the demon emperors were defeated one after another. A large number of them fell down in a moment. Even Ran Huang, the peak demon emperor, was forced to retreat, looking a little embarrassed. In the end, only Lu Yiyuan and the Black Nether Saint were still trying to support the formation and resist the wave of tide, allowing the young generation behind to survive. At this moment, seeing that the Black Nether Saint was struggling to resist, but still calm and not showing signs of decline, Ren Huang felt very uncomfortable, not to mention the Demon Lord, who was the reincarnation of the ancient demon god, and his strength was not comparable to his. But apart from the Demon Lord, he claimed to be the strongest person in this group. I didn't expect that I would lose to a young Black Nether Saint who had just ascended to the throne. And the spiritual power output of the other party was only that of a mid-stage innate spiritual fairy, which was 2 levels lower than his. But the effect he exerted was overwhelming him. A peak demon emperor. Obviously, this person had hidden his strength, and it was definitely not as simple as he saw. But he was only in his early 30s. With such combat power and talent, he was almost catching up with the reincarnated Demon Lord. No wonder he was able to sit firmly on the throne of the Son of Life and Death Realm when he suddenly appeared. He was indeed a very scary person. Even Ran Huang was secretly shocked by the strength he showed. Not to mention the other young generations. Especially Ran Jingchen, Qi Yinhao, and Yu Chengqiu. The hearts were even heavier. They were all about to turn 40. and the Black Nether Saint would never be older than them. At most, he was the same age, and it was very likely that he was younger than them. However, they are already at the level of mid-stage Xiantian immortals, and their combat power even exceeds this level. It is true that people are compared to each other, which makes people angry. What this world lacks the least is genius. Of course, although Liu Yeyuan, who has reached the level of supreme spiritual immortal, is also in this age group and one level higher than the Holy Son of Black Nether. The gap between them is too big, and they have long been excluded. After all, Liu Yeyuan cannot be regarded as a genius. He is a demon god that the world looks up to and worships. Hurry up. Treat the wounded. As the head of the magic medical team, Jiang Yu looked at the wounded on the ground and had no time to pay attention to the battle between Liu Yeyuan and the Holy Son of Black Nether. He immediately gave an order with a solemn face and led a group of magic doctors to rescue the wounded. It's just that there are too many wounded. There are 20 formation masters alone, not to mention dozens of other Xiantian spiritual immortals and demon emperors. And the accompanying magic medical team has only a dozen people in total. So they have to start with the most seriously injured. However, there were quite a few who were seriously injured. Seeing that the magic doctors were short of manpower, Su Maoyang could not stand by and watch. She stepped forward, took out a pill, and handed it to a middle-aged man who was seriously injured. However, before the middle-aged man took it, a hand suddenly stretched out from the side and grabbed her wrist fiercely, and asked rudely, "What are you doing?" Su Maoyang raised her eyes, and immediately met a pair of handsome but cold eyes. "Yu Chongjin?" At this moment, his sword eyebrows were tightly knitted. His face was gloomy, and he stared at her with hostility, obviously still brooding over the fact that she had offended his sweetheart. Randingen. This man is really as narrow-minded as a needle hole. At this time, he is still sentimental. Su Maoyang rolled her eyes in her heart and replied with anger, "Of course, I use pills to save people. Is this your own pill?" Yu Chongjin glanced at the pill in her hand and saw that it was different from the pills distributed by the magic doctor group. So he couldn't help but doubt it. Su Maoyang nodded. "Well, is there any problem?" "Humph. It's a big problem. First, I have never seen this pill of yours. It is still unknown whether it is real or fake, whether it can heal injuries, and whether there are any side effects. Second, as a magic doctor, you didn't take my father's pulse or check the injuries in his body, but used the medicine privately. If my father has any problems with his body, can you afford it?" Yu Chongjin snorted coldly and scolded him, which made Su Maoyang speechless. She kindly took out the valuable Divine Mark Emperor pill she had refined before to save people, but she was questioned for using fake medicine. The tone was like interrogating a prisoner, confirming her guilt. "Mr. Yu, this is an imperial elixir. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it's fake. As for not taking the pulse, I'm sorry. I'm just an alchemist, not a real doctor, and I don't know how to treat illnesses. I saw that your father's mental power was damaged, and my elixir can just treat mental injuries without any side effects. Even if it's not the right medicine after taking the pulse, it has a very good healing effect. So I kindly lent a hand. I don't ask you to be grateful, but can you please maintain the most basic respect for people?" Su Maoyang was patient and explained in a nice way, but the other party caught a huge handle in his ears. Yu Chongjin widened his eyes, looking as if he had expected it. "Sure enough, you rely on relationships to get to the top. As an accompanying magic doctor, you don't know medical skills, can't take pulses and treat illnesses. It's ridiculous. However, although you have no medical skills, you are good at bragging. You dare to say that this is an imperial elixir. They have never seen a great figure like the Dan Emperor in the demon realm. How could a lowly yellow-haired girl get the imperial grade elixir?" Hearing this, many people cast speechless glances at Su Maoyang. Ran Jingchen felt annoyed, and his cold and handsome face also rarely showed obvious displeasure. He could understand that young women like to show off and attract men's attention, but using healing to show off is undoubtedly stupid and bad, and has no sense of proportion. It seems that this woman is not only of poor origin, but also of poor strength and poor brain. I don't know how the demon lord can sleep with such a straw bag with only a shell. Jiang Yu and others were busy healing and saving people, and they were too lazy to pay attention to such a small episode. Last time she boasted that she was the Dan Emperor, and this time she came again. They were all used to it, and didn't feel strange. Su Maoyang knew that no one would believe her no matter what she said. So she shrugged helplessly and gave up. Forget it. I can't bear to give up such a good pill. As she said that, she took back the pill and returned it to her place. Anyway, she didn't need her help. So she was happy to be free. Ran Shuqing saw that she had hit a wall. So she kindly stepped forward to comfort her. Don't take it personally. Yu Cha Jin has nothing good to say about anyone except Ran Ningyan. You too. You are afraid that they don't believe the pills you gave them. So there is no need to pretend that they are imperial pills. Isn't that counterproductive? Su Maoyang glanced at her. A little amused. Even you don't believe me? Haha. You are still pretending. I have already investigated your background. You were a Danzuan alchemist 3 years ago, in the Great Yin Dynasty. I have to admit that your talent is indeed terrifying. And you have reached the level of Jiangyu and others at such a young age. But it is still too unrealistic to want to reach the Dan Emperor in 3 years. Ran Shuqing laughed and shook her head. She knew too well the difficulties of alchemy. It was not easy to spend hundreds of years to reach the peak of Danzuan. Let alone Dan Emperor. Chapter 2588 Attracting the Undead. Su Maoyang was helpless. She knew that everyone only believed what they wanted to believe. But she didn't expect that her friends were no exception. Forget it. Sooner or later, she would leave the demon realm. The people and things here would eventually become memories. It didn't matter whether she believed it or not. But in the current situation, it was unlikely to communicate with the ancient magic weapon again. As the leader, Lu Yiyuan naturally knew that the tide had arrived in advance. And it was already very difficult to form a formation. What's more, the formation masters were all injured and could no longer support it. So they had to retreat quickly before the next wave of tides came. Hearing that they had to retreat, the younger generation felt disappointed and regretful. They could have felt more of the ancient power. But they didn't know that they had to end their training so soon. It was a pity. Ran Ningyan, who had gained nothing, was even more unwilling. This time, she finally entered the forbidden area. So there was no reason to return empty-handed. So when she saw the army preparing to return home, she struggled for a long time, but finally succumbed to her inner greed. Taking advantage of the chaos, she quietly picked up a sword that she had long been eyeing and quickly put it into the space. There were artifacts everywhere here, and any one of them could help her rise to prominence. Catch up with her brother, become a respected and sought-after genius, and completely trample Ran Shuqing under her feet. This was too tempting for her. When she thought of this, she couldn't control her inner desire. So she couldn't help but take the risk even though she knew that hiding the treasure violated the order. However, what she didn't expect was that as soon as she stole the sword, a fierce breath suddenly came from a distance. As if there was a sense of it, she looked up and saw a large group of figures flying over from a distance. Judging from the aura they exuded, there were 3 peak innate spirit immortals and 20 early innate spirit immortals. The 3 leading figures were wearing warrior armor. The demon emperor and others who had met them before almost recognized each other's identities at a glance. The undead warriors guarding the South China Sea demon abyss. Genuine ancient powers. The ones following behind them, although not ancient figures, were all great figures who had reached the level of innate spirit immortals in their lifetime. Later, they accidentally fell into the demon abyss's nutrient because of their exploration of the South China Sea demon abyss. They were domesticated by these ancient powers into undead puppets and formed an undead army. Although the 3 warriors were only at the level of peak innate spirit immortals, they were comparable to the strength of supreme spirit immortals in battle, which means that they could resist 3 Lu Yuans. Realizing this, Yu Chongjin's face changed drastically, and he was the first to react. It's the army of undead. Run! After saying that, he quickly turned around and prepared to flee. But as soon as he took a step, he was enveloped by a pressure and his body was fixed. Then he saw Lu Yiyuan turn back, glared at him coldly, and scolded. Why are you running? These undead can't see or hear, and can only identify the direction by breath. Everyone has taken the breath-avoiding pill. As long as you don't lose your composure, you won't be found. You are running. Are you worried that the undead can't find you? Idiot! Lu Yiyuan's words were quite impolite, and he scolded Yu Chongjin on the spot, making his face red. What's even funnier is that he was originally a handsome young man, but he was fixed like this, and he still kept the posture of running away and the panic expression, which actually showed a bit of ugliness and embarrassment. Su Maoyang couldn't help but curl his lips when he saw this. This must be the most socially dead scene for the arrogant eldest son of the Yu family. Although this smile was very shallow, it was still accurately captured by Liu Yiyuan. Seeing that she seemed to be amused, his stern face was slightly relieved. Although he was busy dealing with the tide just now, and had no time to care about the things behind. The fact that Yu Chongjin made things difficult for Su Maoyong did not mean that he did not notice it. Since this Yu Chongjin deserved to be dealt with, he didn't mind letting him learn a lesson and feel the taste of being made difficult by others. In fact, let alone Yu Chongjin, a young man, even the older generation present were frightened just now. Now that Liu Yiyuan reminded them, they stabilized their minds and did not act rashly. As the name suggests, the undead is the dead soul. Although they still have the will and power of the ancient powers, they have no vision and hearing. So as long as they don't release their breath, the undead can't find them. Thinking of this, everyone immediately held their breath and stood still, trying to avoid this disaster. Fortunately, this army was not large in number and quickly passed by them. However, for some reason, a ghost that passed by Ran Ning suddenly turned back after walking for a while. This time, the ghost obviously slowed down, as if trying to smell something. Coincidentally, it just happened to smell the side of Ran Shuqing and Su Maoyong. The powerful pressure and intimidating breath immediately frightened Ran Shuqing so much that her skin tightened, and she broke into a cold sweat. Ran Shuqing only felt the sweat on her forehead flowing down uncontrollably. Just when she was feeling uneasy, the scene she least wanted to see really happened. The undead that had already withdrawn to the direction of Ran Ning suddenly stopped and turned back to fly towards her. Seeing that terrifying hand covered with corpse spots was about to strangle her neck, Ran Shuqing was so scared that her eyes were bloodshot, and she had no time to dodge. Su Maoyong, who was standing by, was quick-witted and grabbed Ran Shuqing's arm and pulled it towards himself, thus avoiding the pair of dead hands. However, the undead was not a vegetarian. Following the smell of Ran Shuqing's sweat, it instantly turned around and attacked Su Maoyong. Fortunately, Liu Yiyuan and the Son of the Darkness were amazingly fast. They both jumped in front of Su Maoyong and blocked this wave of attacks for her. However, after such a fight, the breath was completely exposed, and the undead that had already gone forward quickly returned to support. Seeing that a battle was inevitable, Liu Yiyuan immediately shouted, "Young people and the wounded, retreat!" After that, he took the lead in meeting the attacks of the three generals. The holy son of He Ming and Ren Huang naturally couldn't sit idle, and they all rushed to help Liu Yiyuan. Fortunately, except for the three generals, the rest were early innate spirit immortals, and the teams of the demon realm and the life and death realm had at least 70 or 80 people. Except for those who were seriously injured, everyone still had the strength to fight. Therefore, this battle did not last long, and under Liu Yiyuan's fierce attack, the undead team that did not have the advantage in numbers was repelled. Huh? That was close. The danger was lifted, and everyone was relieved. However, although everyone escaped, they were already exhausted at this moment, with wounds all over their bodies, and had to sit down to heal their wounds. The younger generation who did not participate in the battle saw that their elders were seriously injured, and they were resentful, looking at Ran Shuqing with extremely unfriendly eyes. As family members, they dared not speak out because of Ran Shuqing's status as a princess, and could only express their dissatisfaction with their eyes. Ran Ningen and Ran Hanyun didn't have too many scruples and directly scolded. "Ran Shuqing, you are a jinx. Do you want to kill us all?" Chapter 2589, Controlled by the Magic Weapon. You two bastards not only can't help, but also hold everyone back. Father shouldn't have asked you to come in the first place. Ren Hanyun couldn't help but complain. Ran Shuqing felt guilty and immediately bowed and admitted her fault, without any princess's airs. I'm sorry to everyone. It's all my fault." "Huh? You hurt everyone so badly, and you just say sorry?" Ren Ningen sneered. She finally caught Ran Shuqing's handle. How could she let her off easily? Su Maoyong couldn't listen anymore, pulled Ran Shuqing up, and glared at Ran Ningen unhappily. She didn't mean it, and now she apologized. "Why are you so aggressive and holding on to her? It's normal for people to lose control of their physiological reactions in critical situations. I haven't said anything about you yet, but you are standing up for her. If you hadn't pulled her out, would you have alarmed the undead army in front of you and caused everyone to get injured? Fortunately, We have more people. Otherwise we would all have to die here. You are the culprit. And you still have the nerve to help others out. You should reflect on yourself and ask yourself why you are so suicidal. Ran Ning'an was so angry that he scolded her. Originally, the undead only found Ran Shuqing. But Su Maoyang rescued her regardless of the safety of everyone, causing a bigger commotion, and also attracted the Demon Lord and the son of He Ming to jump out to help, causing everyone to join the battle. It would be fine if she didn't want to die herself, but she wanted to implicate others. She is simply a beauty who brings disaster. Although the others present did not speak, they also agreed with Ran Ning'an's words, and everyone saw the scene just now clearly. If the son of He Ming had no thoughts about her, he would definitely not be so worried about her safety. At the same time, it caused two men to compete for action, which undoubtedly confirmed the crime of being fickle and playing both sides. Su Maoyang really couldn't agree with Ran Ning'an's three views, and said sarcastically, "Sorry, Princess Ning'an, I'm not as cold-blooded as you. Seeing that my companions were in danger of life, I not only watched them die, but also blamed them for getting myself into trouble. I'm sorry, I really can't do it." Although she and Ran Shuqing had conflicts before, they later reconciled their past grudges and were sincere to her. Some time ago, when she heard that she had a poor appetite, she made a lot of cakes and food for her, and then kindly recommended her to accompany her for training and taught her a lot of things about the demon realm. Even if they were not close, they could be called friends. Su Maoyang had no reason to watch her friends die while she lived a miserable life. What's more, in such an emergency, even if they were not friends, out of human instinct, they would subconsciously help. Ran Ning'an is quite vicious, so he hopes Ran Shuqing will die. You? What nonsense are you talking about? I am speaking up for everyone. For the injured seniors. When did I blame her for getting myself into trouble? Ran Ning'an hurriedly argued. Su Maoyang sneered, his eyes full of sarcasm. For everyone. If you really care about everyone, you won't steal the sword and attract the dead. Ran Ning'an was startled, and his expression suddenly became guilty. You? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Swallow the sword? What do you mean by that? Ran Jingchen heard something wrong and asked with frowns. Su Maoyang curled his lips and looked at this iceberg man who had a bad face for him throughout the whole process. I didn't want to meddle in other people's business and tell about your sister's little shit, but she was aggressive and blamed me and Ran Shuqing for her, so I was too lazy to save her face. Su Maoyang pointed to the place where she picked up the sword. Just now I saw her secretly pick up a sword from the ground. And then the undead appeared. Later, the undead army didn't find everyone and was about to leave. The undead, who passed by her, turned back as if they had sensed it. If she said it had nothing to do with her, would she believe it? As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Countless pairs of eyes focused on Ran Ning'an. Before departure, the Demon Lord and the Demon Emperor repeatedly emphasized that this trip was not to search for treasures, but only to comprehend the power of the ancients. It was also clearly stipulated that no private actions were allowed, and no stealing was allowed. Ran Ning'an actually dared to commit a crime against the wind and hide the artifact? Ran Jingchen didn't expect there was such a thing, and immediately frowned and looked at Ran Ning'an on the side. Ran Ning'an received his brother's majestic gaze and waved his hands immediately in fear. I didn't. She slandered me. She hated me for saying bad things about her just now, so she deliberately framed me. Give me 100 guts. I dare not hide the artifact. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but doubt Su Maoyang's intentions. The two of them had a feud, so it was not impossible to frame him. Ran Jingchen was still willing to believe Ran Ning'an in his heart, and his eyes looking at Su Maoyang became extremely disgusted. You did something wrong and not only didn't admit it, but also wanted to confuse the public and blame it on others. It's so shameless. Su Maoyang heard it and felt ridiculous. With your brain, you deserve the word genius? I suspect that you have cultivated all these years of practice to the point of being useless. You don't even have the most basic ability to distinguish right from wrong. How can you expect you to revitalize the demon clan? It's hard to revitalize the Ran family. Just go to bed. Young man. You? Ran Jingchen had never been humiliated like this in his life, and he was so angry that he was speechless. He had been smart and perceptive since he was a child, but now he was devalued by a stupid and bad woman who relied on connections to get to the top. How unreasonable. However, Just when the two of them were tit for tat and looked down on each other, there was a loud bang not far away. An elder not far from them was punched away by his teammate next to him. The one who hit him was none other than Yu Changjin's father, Yu Wei. Although he was covered in wounds at this moment, his aura suddenly rose to a terrifying level, and even carried some ancient power. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene, and Lu Yiyuan saw the clue at a glance, and sighed solemnly. Not good. His mind is controlled by the magic weapon. As soon as the voice fell, the other 20 formation masters also had empty eyes, as if they had become zombies, and suddenly attacked the people around them. At this moment, the shock group finally realized that when they were forming the formation just now, many people's mental power was severely damaged. The power of the demon weapon had obviously taken advantage of the situation at that time, and had completely controlled their consciousness, trying to tame them into puppets. Seeing their own people starting to kill each other, the scene became more and more chaotic. Ren Huang knew that if they didn't call back their consciousness, these people would be in danger of being deprived of their souls. And he shouted urgently to Jiangyu. Jiangyu, hurry up. Use the pills that heal the spirit and soul to wake up their consciousness. As a doctor and alchemist, Jiangyu knew that their condition was not something that ordinary pills could do. He shook his head helplessly and said, No. The ancient power of the demon weapon is too strong. In their situation, I'm afraid they will have to use at least the Emperor-grade soul-recovering Jade Moon pill with 7 layers of divine patterns. Chapter 2590 The Real Dan Emperor. The Emperor-grade elixir with 7 divine patterns. It is obvious that it must be a high-level divine pattern, and Jiangyu can only copy the 5th high level at most. Of course, even if he can copy the 7th high level, he has to wait until he reaches the level of Dan Emperor. Although the peak of Dan Zun is only 1 step away from Dan Emperor, it is harder to advance than to ascend to heaven. So, seeing that Jiangyu was helpless, everyone was immediately disappointed. Most of those who were controlled were their relatives and elders. Do they have to watch their relatives become undead? Master Jiang, you have to think of a way. My father must not make any mistakes. You have to help him. Yu Changjin was no longer restrained. He grabbed Jiangyu's hand anxiously and begged bitterly. Even Yu Changqiu lowered his status, looked at Jiangyu expectantly, and promised, As long as you can save my father, the Yu family will satisfy you with whatever you want. The other young people were also very anxious, and they all pinned their hopes on Jiangyu. No matter how proud they were, they would follow Jiangyu's lead at this moment, and the conditions seemed to be whatever he wanted. Jiangyu received everyone's gaze, felt pressured, and shook his head helplessly. I had already let them take the best spiritual elixir I could refine, and it was obviously not effective. So it's not that I don't want to help. It's the imperial elixir. I really have no way. Jiangyu's words once again extinguished the only glimmer of hope left in everyone's eyes. Su Maoyang couldn't bear it, so he had to stand up. Let me try. Suddenly hearing this, everyone's desperate eyes suddenly lit up. But when they turned around and found that it was Su Maoyang, the surprise on their faces instantly turned into anger. Are you done yet? It's already this late, and you still want to make trouble. Yu Changjin was already depressed and anxious, and he was even more unhappy when facing Su Maoyang. Ran Jingchen could no longer bear it, and coldly scolded. How long are you going to make trouble? He was disdainful of arguing with a woman, but she kept challenging his bottom line. Su Maoyang ignored the two of them and asked Jiangyu, Do you have the medicinal materials for the soul-restoring green moon pill? Jiangyu was stunned for a moment. Nodded. Yes. Give it to me and let me try. Su Maoyang reached out directly. Although Su Maoyang had never refined the soul-restoring green moon pill, it was recorded in the Divine Pattern Atlas, and she roughly knew the refining process. Seeing Su Maoyang speaking seriously, Jiangyu's heart trembled, and he asked in disbelief, You want to make pills here? Su Maoyang nodded and urged, Hurry up. They won't wait for anyone. Lu Yeyuan, Ran Huang, and the Holy Son of He Ming can still temporarily control the situation. But it's too late. When these people are completely reduced to undead and attract more undead, everyone's life will be in danger. Jiangyu naturally knew that time was running out, so he had to try his best. Then he took out a few extremely precious medicinal herbs and handed them to Su Maoyang reluctantly, and repeatedly warned him, These medicinal herbs of mine are priceless. Don't mess with them. If they fail, I will never let you go. Don't worry. I know my limits. But your amount is too little. Give me more. It's not that the refining will fail. Su Maoyang is just hoping to save time and produce a few more pills at a time. Jiang Yu didn't know what she was thinking, and immediately shouted nervously. What? This is still not enough? If you don't know how to make it, return it to me quickly. These herbs are all my treasures. Seeing that he didn't believe her, Su Maoyang sighed helplessly. Forget it. Let's refine one first. Before she finished speaking, she waved her hand to summon the evil blood cauldron. The evil blood cauldron was imprinted with divine patterns by Su Maoyang, covering up its original appearance. Everyone couldn't see the clues, but from the aura, they knew that this cauldron was definitely not an ordinary product, so that everyone who had no hope could not help but become serious. Just when everyone was studying the furnace, Su Maoyang lightly touched the tip of his finger, and a wisp of green flame gushed out. Without waiting for everyone to take a closer look, it was accurately thrown into the furnace, when others were still confused and surprised. Jiang Yu, who was at the peak of the Danzuan, recognized the origin of the flame at a glance and screamed on the spot. Pure Lotus Holy Fire. It is the 4th rank strange fire. The Pure Lotus Holy Fire. My God, I am not dazzled. Before he finished speaking, brilliant green sparks burst out from the furnace, which immediately confirmed the fact that he was not dazzled. Those who didn't know much at the scene, when they heard about the 4th rank strange fire, no matter how ignorant they were, understood that Su Maoyang's fire was a rare fire at the top of the strange fire list. You know, alchemists who can contract strange fire are definitely the darlings of the spiritual world and the alchemy world, because strange fire is not only rare and hard to find, but also has extremely demanding requirements for the storage conditions of the human body. Therefore, if you want to contract a strange fire, you must not only have alchemy talent and alchemy strength, but also have alchemy luck and special physique. Su Maoyang is undoubtedly the lucky man in the legend. No wonder he is so confident. It turns out that he has contracted a strange fire. Unfortunately, the Emperor-grade elixir cannot be made with strange fire. Ren Ningen saw Jiang Yu and the magic doctor group looking at Su Maoyang with envy, and snorted sourly. Su Maoyang ignored her and concentrated on peeling the herbs. According to the steps and the heat, they were thrown into the furnace one by one. Her movements were very fast. Jiang Yu wanted to see how good her alchemy skills were. But before he could figure out what she was doing, a soul-returning jade moon pill with a silver divine pattern and a green glow had already been successfully produced. Hurry up and continue. Su Maoyang saw Jiang Yu standing there with his eyes bulging, and reminded him speechlessly. Hearing this, Jiang Yu came back to his senses in an instant, and hurriedly trotted forward, carefully caught the pill, and observed it for a long time before smacking his lips and exclaiming, My God, it's really a high-level 7th level imperial pill. You really made an imperial pill. I'm not dreaming. Everyone was also stunned by the scene just now. When they heard this, they were shocked like being struck by lightning, staring at the pill in Jiang Yu's hand, and their eyes almost fell out. Su Maoyang is actually a genuine Dan Emperor. A Dan Emperor in his 30s. Is this possible? Is it realistic? Ren Ningen was deeply shocked. His face looked uglier than if he had just been slapped 100 times. Yu Chongjin's eyes were dull, and he was completely dumbfounded. Ran Jingchen, who had seen the world, was able to remain calm, but his heart was still shaken, and his eyes looking at Su Maoyang were obviously shocked. Such a young Dan Emperor. A natural genius. It seems that she is not so useless. At least in terms of alchemy. She is still quite good. Su Maoyang saw that everyone was stunned, and urged silently, Master Jiang, give me all the remaining herbs quickly. They can't hold on for too long. It's already this time, and there is still time to sigh here. After being reminded by Su Maoyang, Jiang Yu realized that there was still a group of people waiting for help, and immediately took out all the herbs that could be used and handed them to Su Maoyang without reservation. Take all these herbs and refine as many as you can. Jiang Yu didn't expect to save all of them. As long as he could save those Xiantian Lingxian leaders, his merit would be fulfilled. Chapter 2591. It's so embarrassing. Yu Chongjin also understood that even if Su Maoyang could refine the Emperor grade, it would take a lot of time to refine it again. When the next pill comes out, his father might have become a dead spirit before he can eat it. Therefore, he stared at the soul-returning jade moon pill in Jiang Yu's hand and said shamelessly, Sir Jiang, my father is in danger. Let my father take this pill first. Hearing this, Qi Yanhao disagreed and immediately retorted, Why should your father eat first? My father was in the front, and was the most seriously injured. My father should eat first anyway. But your father is a formation master. He is stronger than ordinary people in terms of mental power. He can hold on longer under the control of the magic weapon. So of course, he should let those who can't hold on eat first. In the face of the overall situation, Yu Changjin also played rogue. Qi Yinhao was so angry that he laughed, as if he had just met Yu Changjin for the first time. According to what you said, you are weak and you are right? I didn't know that the eldest son of the Yu family was such a shameless villain. I am just talking about the facts. Lord Jiang, hurry up. My father's life depends on your thoughts. Yu Changjin didn't care what others thought of him. His father's safety was the most important thing at the moment. If the Yu family lost his father, the pillar of the family, he would be even more ashamed in front of Qi Yinhao from now on. Wait, this pill was made by Miss Su. So of course Miss Su has the final say. Qi Yinhao was worried that Yu Changjin would really get ahead of him. So he stopped immediately, and looked at Su Maoyang, who was making the pill. Yu Changjin had offended Su Maoyang, so he must not get anything good. Sure enough, Yu Changjin was immediately speechless at his proposal. You are despicable. How could he have the face to beg Su Maoyang? This would be a slap in the face and humiliation. He couldn't afford to lose this face. Don't. I can't catch up with you in terms of despicableness. Qi Yinhao snorted coldly. Seeing that Yu Changjin was defeated, Yu Changqiu couldn't open his mouth, but took the initiative to stand up. Miss Su, I will buy this pill from you. You and I are both women. I can personally guide you in the future cultivation problems. This is a very cost-effective deal. Yu Changjin's face is worthless, but her face is different. As long as Su Maoyang knows the current situation, he will know how valuable her promise is. Because in the entire demon realm, she is not only the leader among women, but also defeated countless men and sat firmly on the throne of the three top geniuses. As long as she is willing, she can make Su Maoyang improve in combat effectiveness at the fastest speed. This is an opportunity that many people would never beg for. Su Maoyang just found it funny after hearing these remarks. This Yu Changqiu was raised by others and had a smooth journey. He obviously had never asked for help. His tone was hard and his attitude was arrogant. He turned asking for help into charity. He also personally taught her to practice? What a toad yawning. Such a big tone. Su Maoyang didn't even bother to look up, and replied coldly, the imperial elixir is in the market but priceless. With your capital and cultivation, can you afford it? Yu Changqiu didn't expect Su Maoyang to be so disrespectful and dare to look down on her cultivation, and her face turned black immediately. However, in the gap of talking, Su Maoyang waved his hand and successfully produced 30 soul-returning green moon pills, and directly ordered, hurry up and give them to them. After refining the first pill, she had already gained experience, so she naturally sped up the speed. You know, with Su Maoyang's current mental power, it is no problem to produce 100 low-level pills at a time. It's just that the imperial level consumes a lot of mental power, and 30 pills are already her limit. But even so, everyone was still scared. It took less than half a cup of tea to produce 37th level imperial pills at a time. Can she be more perverted? At this time, Yu Changjin and Yu Changqiu's expressions were even more exciting, with shock and embarrassment on their faces, which was extremely ugly for a while. Others made so many pills with a wave of their hands. But you and them actually fought for a pill. And you were so ugly that you made a fool of yourself. Seeing this, Qi Yinhao couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. Everyone has a share. Why are you fighting for it? When Qi Yinhao said this, many people on the scene laughed with their mouths covered. The Yu brothers and sisters were embarrassed this time. Obviously, Su Maoyang was deliberately making things difficult for them. Who made Yu Changjin so rude and offend an emperor of pills? With Su Maoyang's pills, the controlled predecessors really returned to normal very quickly, and the large group finally set out on the return journey smoothly. In this way, everyone's resentment towards Su Maoyang dissipated a lot. Although she was of humble origin, liked to flirt with others, and just now attracted the army of undead, she saved many lives anyway, which was considered to be a compensation for her merits. As long as everyone can leave here safely, they can forget about the previous mistakes. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. They had just walked a short distance when violent movements broke out in the back. The fierce aura surged like a wave. The members of the Magic Doctor group, who fell behind were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they shouted in fear. "Oh my God! What did I see? 10 peak innate spirit fairies, and 20 late innate spirit fairies. Not only that, look behind them. There are 50 early innate spirit fairies." The teammate next to him looked further, and added in despair. This lineup not only caught up with them in number, but also completely crushed them in strength. Take the 10 peak innate spirit fairies for example, which is equivalent to 10 Lu Yuyuan chasing them. Not to mention that there are dozens of late and early innate spirit fairies behind them. How can we fight this? Lu Yuyuan also knew that there was no way to fight head-on in this situation. So he immediately gave an order. Qixia Yuan Jun and He Mingxingzi escort those below the level of Xiantian Lingxian to evacuate the battle circle. And the rest will deal with the 70 Xiantian Lingxians. The 10 leaders? Leave them to me. After saying that, Lu Yuyuan waved his sleeves and repelled the weaker young generation, and then took the initiative to attack the 10 generals. He Mingxingzi didn't expect Lu Yuyuan to face the siege of 10 peak Xiantian Lingxians alone. He didn't agree with his decision, so he flew forward and blocked the attack of a general for him. Lu Yuyuan saw that he didn't do what he was told, and was alone in danger. So he frowned and shouted, "I asked you to escort them away. What are you doing? Are you here to die? Stop talking nonsense. I'll leave you alone. If anything happens to you, I can't explain to someone." He Mingxingzi said coldly, and rushed into the battle circle. Lu Yuyuan was stunned by these inexplicable but meaningful words, and was almost attacked by the undead behind him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, and slammed away in time to avoid being injured. But this scene fell into the eyes of Su Maoyong, who was retreating with the main force, and it aroused a layer of cold sweat. Chapter 2592, She is also called weak? Facing so many ancient masters, even a strong man like Lu Yuyuan would have a hard time. Not to mention that he was going to fight 10 alone. Su Maoyong was worried, and looked back every few steps, and soon fell behind the team. Qixia Yuan Jun was responsible for the safety of the younger generation. Seeing that the people behind had not caught up, he urged them in a stern voice. "Why are you standing there? Hurry up and catch up. Are you looking for death?" Ran Ningen looked back and saw Su Maoyong dithering, and cursed unhappily. "It's her again! Stay away, and don't let everyone down." What a troublesome person. Qi Yinhao had no grudges with Su Maoyong, and he also wanted to win over a Dan Emperor alchemist. So he couldn't help but say, "It must be that Miss Su is weak and can't keep up with the speed of the large group. It shouldn't be intentional." Although these young people were not as fortunate as Ran Jingchen to enter the threshold of the Demon Emperor comparable to the innate spirit immortal, most of them were at the level of the late and peak acquired spirit immortals. Su Maoyong attacked Ran Shuqing, and it was obvious that she had not yet reached the realm of acquired spiritual immortals at the level of spiritual immortals. She was several levels lower than them. In terms of speed and physical fitness, she, an alchemist, could not compare with those who mainly practiced magic. Ran Ningen did not buy it, and glanced at Qi Yinhao with disdain. "You were bribed by just one pill. You are not her. How do you know she didn't do it on purpose? She hurt everyone once just now, and she did it again this time. Do you dare to say that this is a coincidence?" Qi Yinhao was speechless, too lazy to argue with a woman, and simply turned his head away from her. At this time, Su Maoyong was really worried about Lu Yuyuan's safety. When he heard that he caused dissatisfaction in front, he immediately applied to leave the team. "You retreat first. I'll go help them." Others didn't know, but she knew that Lu Yuyuan had suffered a serious internal injury before, and it was impossible for him to recover in such a short time. So he went into battle with injuries, which were not obvious on the surface. But the injuries inside his body were definitely a mess. Although he was Lu Yuyuan and not Jun Haosong, Su Maoyong found that she still couldn't leave it alone. Everyone was shocked to hear that Su Maoyong was going to rush into the battle circle in front. A spiritual fairy actually had the audacity to help the innate spiritual fairy. Is she crazy? Ran Shuqing was inevitably frightened by her shocking idea, and hurried forward to stop her. "You are crazy. A large group of ancient undead spirits. The demon lord has a headache to deal with. You, a spiritual fairy. Are you going to die? I won't let you go." Su Maoyong patted her shoulder comfortingly. "Don't worry. I have a pill that temporarily improves the realm." As she said that, she took out 2 pills that forcibly improved her strength and threw them into her mouth. The next second, Her spiritual power suddenly climbed to the middle stage of the acquired spiritual fairy in front of everyone's shocked eyes. And she rose 2 levels in a row. Qi Yinhao couldn't help but sigh that she was crazy. Yu Chongqiu shook his head speechlessly. Forced improvement. The sequelae are not small. She may stop at the spiritual fairy in this life. Stop at the spiritual fairy is a small matter. She suddenly increased so much spiritual power. If her body can't bear it, her life will be in danger. I don't know what she is doing. Yu Chongjin also sneered and shook his head, thinking that Su Maoyang's move was extremely stupid. Ren Ning'an took over the conversation and said, "Why else? Of course, she has to show herself in front of the Demon Lord and the Son of the Darkness. Unfortunately, after rising 2 levels, she just reached my level. I don't know if she will be able to come out alive. As a demon king comparable to a mid-stage acquired immortal, she couldn't even take a palm from an innate immortal. I don't know where Su Maoyang got the courage." Although Ren Shuqing felt that these gossips were unpleasant, she also agreed that Su Maoyang's move was too risky. She was anxious and grabbed her wrist with a firm attitude. "You can't go. I won't let you go." Over the years, she has been humble, tolerant, and has established good relationships with many people, and has a good popularity. But only she knows that those are fake, and they are exchanged for her small favors, her politeness, and her forbearance of humiliation. Only Su Maoyang, this special friend, is she really willing to make friends with. She really can't bear to lose this friend. Su Maoyang saw Lu Yiyuan was surrounded, and in a hurry, she pushed Ren Shuqing away with force. "It's too late." Before she finished speaking, she ignored Ren Shuqing's obstruction and quickly swept into the battle circle in front. Ren Ning'an saw Ren Shuqing's heartbroken expression and said sarcastically, "She is willing to die. Why are you meddling in her business? Don't be so kind all day long. No one will think you are a bodhisattva." Ren Shuqing glared at Ren Ning'an fiercely and said nothing. She has never been a kind person. On the contrary, she is scheming and calculating. But she can't be hard-hearted towards Su Maoyang. At this time, Ran Jingchen, who was fighting a ghost with great difficulty, saw Su Maoyang suddenly flying back from a distance. He was so shocked that his eyes widened and he shouted, "What are you doing here? Go back." She had obviously retreated with the main force, but she turned back again. Isn't this deliberately causing trouble for them? Su Maoyang seemed not to hear his scolding, and flew closer and closer, and was actually beside him in the blink of an eye. Ran Jingchen was so angry that his veins popped out, and he almost yelled again. However, before his voice came out of his throat, he was stopped by a loud bang. The undead, who attacked him from the left, was punched away by Su Maoyang. If it weren't for the terrifying aura on her fist, Ran Jingchen almost thought he was dazzled. You Ran Jingchen, who was so cold, was also shocked and stuttered at this moment. At this time, Su Maoyang didn't bother to pay attention to him, and didn't even give him a glance. He said, "Mr. Ran, be careful. I can't save you a second time." She just saw that he almost died, so she did it casually. At the moment, it was naturally the most important thing to help Lu Yiyuan. But she didn't know that her lightly warned Ran Jingchen. But it was as deafening as thunder in his ears, hitting his heart directly. Watching her heroic and graceful figure, as graceful as a startled swan and as graceful as a swimming dragon, she cleanly and neatly solved the siege of several innate spirit fairies along the way. Ran Jingchen felt like he was dreaming. It was too unreal. Her spiritual power was clearly that of a mid-stage acquired spirit fairy. Not only could she block the power of an early-stage innate spirit fairy, but she could also repel it? This world is too crazy. Fighting across 3 levels, and fighting against innate spirit fairies. Crazy. Completely crazy. Even Ran Jingchen, who had seen the world, was stunned, not to mention the large troops retreating in the distance. Everyone stared at the slender figure who was so fierce that he could kill a dead ghost with one knife, and their mouths were almost open enough to swallow an egg. Is this the delicate and unskilled Miss Su mentioned by Qi Yinhao? Her speed of cutting people is much faster than their speed of rushing. Qi Yinhao recalled his previous evaluation and twitched his mouth. Embarrassed? I can't believe that he just used the word delicate. Chapter 2593 One Man Against a Regiment. Yu Chongqiu, Yu Chongjin and Ran Ning'an were as pale as death, frozen on the spot, like a sculpture. How ridiculous it could be. Just now they said that she couldn't bear the surge of spiritual power, and it would be difficult for her to come out alive. But she not only went into battle easily, but also exerted her spiritual power with ease. And looking at the posture of killing people with every blow, she still had strength to spare. It was obvious that she was more adapted to the power of the mid-stage acquired spiritual fairy than them. And her combat power was several levels stronger than theirs. Realizing that she was suppressed in combat power, Yu Chengqiu felt very uncomfortable. You know, Su Maoyang forced himself to improve his strength. But he was only a mid-stage acquired spiritual fairy. Still 2 levels lower than her. But he could rush into the battle circle and kill everyone without any decline. While she was comparable to the peak acquired spiritual fairy, but could only retreat with a large army. Such a contrast was like a nail piercing her heart. Therefore, in order to save her shaky self-esteem, she had to find a reason to comfort herself. Looking at her skills, it is obvious that she is not as good as a peak spirit fairy. She must have suppressed her spiritual power before and deliberately did not break the mirror. Yu Changji nodded in agreement. Yes. Otherwise, she would not have the combat power comparable to that of an innate spirit fairy. However, using drugs to forcibly improve it is still too damaging to her talent. It is still unknown whether she can really cross the threshold of an innate spirit fairy in the later stage. Qi Yanhao glanced at them speechlessly. Is it so difficult to admit that others are excellent? In the past, he thought that Yu Chengqiu was a man with a big heart and a big pattern. But he didn't expect him to be so petty. At this time, Su Maoyang didn't know what others thought. She was focused on Lu Yeyuan's injury, and she fought her way out and rushed to Lu Yeyuan. Lu Yeyuan didn't expect her to come, and his pupils jumped with surprise. But when he thought of her risking her life, his face suddenly sank, and he growled angrily. I told you to retreat. Don't you understand? What a bullshit. I don't understand, Su Maoyang said coldly. Seeing her playing rogue, Lu Yeyuan sighed helplessly. It's dangerous here. You shouldn't come here. I can't tell whether it's dangerous or not. Why do you need to tell me? You'd better take care of yourself. If you hurt Jun Haotsong's body, I won't let you go. Su Maoyang roared back impatiently, which was much more fierce and powerful than Lu Yeyuan. Lu Yeyuan was very angry. But when he saw an ancient warrior rushing up from behind her, he didn't care about being jealous of Jun Haotsong, and immediately rushed forward to block a palm for her. Although the general was repelled by his palm, he himself was not much better, and his face turned pale. Su Maoyang was frightened when he saw this. How are you? Don't worry about me. Hurry up. I can handle it. Lu Yeyuan waved her away and protected her behind him. He had no time to talk to her, and he was surrounded again. Su Maoyang knew that he was holding on, and her eyes turned red with anxiety. She waved her hand and summoned a puppet. In the past 3 years, she not only improved her mental power and reached the level of Dan Emperor, but also refined dozens of puppets, allowing most of the undead spirits that were once sealed in the soul-suppressing tower to successfully surrender. So, including Yang Sheng, Meng Heong, and Sun Yu 3 years ago, she now has a total of 60 undead puppets. And with her increasing strength, they can now fight against the strong men of the late innate spirit immortals. However, the ancient warriors of the South Sea Demon Abyss are all at the level of the peak innate spirit immortals, and they are protected by the ancient power. Although the puppets can't defeat them, they can at least entangle them with their immortal bodies and reduce everyone's combat pressure, which is also a merit. As expected, the addition of the puppets instantly reversed the situation, allowing the exhausted people to finally have a chance to breathe, so that many people can be distracted and cast a horrified look at Su Maoyang. They never thought that Su Maoyang could control the puppets, and contracted so many puppets comparable to the late innate spirit immortals. This lineup, this strength, this talent, is simply terrifying. One person is against their entire group. Is there anyone crazier than her? Ran Jingchen, who saw the scene, was even more emotional. He claimed to be the first genius in the demon realm, and was the first among the younger generation to enter the ranks of the demon emperor comparable to the early innate spirit immortals. Even facing the early stage innate spirit immortals possessed by the ancient power, he still had the strength to fight. But just now, facing the siege of several undead, he was forced to retreat step by step and almost couldn't hold on. Who knew that the one who saved him twice was Su Maoyang, whom he once looked down upon? She is not only a gifted Dan Emperor, but also a terrifying and mysterious puppeteer. Even in terms of skills, speed, strength, spiritual power perception, and martial arts application, She is not inferior to him at all. And even better than him. Such a rare woman. He actually felt that he was not up to the stage. It seems that he is the one who is not clear-headed. However, just when Ran Jingchen breathed a sigh of relief and was still in the shock created by Su Maoyang, a large group of undead flew over from a distance. Everyone was completely desperate now, seeing that they could hope to repel this wave with the help of puppets. How could they fight against the endless stream of undead? Even if they were not killed, they would be exhausted to death. Lu Yiyuan found something wrong. His eyes locked on the undead. His brows furrowed. Something is wrong. There were not so many last time. This time they obviously had experience. And they were careful everywhere. How come it seemed like they had poked the undead's nest? Isn't it too unreasonable? It was just that the situation was urgent. And he didn't have time to think about it. So he had to bite the bullet and fight. However, a strange scene happened. The undead that came from a distance didn't approach him at all, and went straight to the retreating army. Seeing this, the old generation all looked condensed, and then shouted in fear. Stop them! Most of the young generation were in the realm of the Demon King, and they had no power to fight back. If they were caught up, it would be almost the end of the whole army. Su Maoyang was also shocked when she saw this. Although she didn't like the group of young people, Ran Shuqing was still in the team, so she had to summon the spirit beast. Heavenly Demon Martin, you take the spirit beast to protect them. Originally, she didn't want the spirit beast to be in danger, but the situation was critical, so she had to let them help. At this time, Qi Yinhao, who saw a large group of spirit beasts rushing towards him, was not scared by the undead, but was shocked by Su Maoyang's move. Oh my! She is a beast master. As for Ran Ningen and the Yu family brothers and sisters, they had numb expressions on their faces. Su Maoyang is a lunatic. What she does, and what she knows can no longer be understood by common sense. But the others are concerned about how to escape from the hands of the undead. So when they are in a panic, they see Su Maoyang's spirit beast coming to help, as if they have seen a life-saving straw, and are full of gratitude to Su Maoyang. But even so, Su Maoyang's spirit beasts are limited, and Qisha Yuanjun can't take care of so many people, and the battle situation is still difficult. At this moment, a loud and deep voice broke through the air and hit Ran Ningen on the forehead. Ran Ningen, quickly throw away the artifact you have hidden. Otherwise everyone will die. Chapter 2594 Embarrassing again. Hearing Lu Yiyuan's roar, everyone was shocked and looked at Ran Ningen in unison. Previously, Su Maoyang pointed out in public that Ran Ningen's private collection of artifacts attracted the undead. But later Ran Ningen refuted it with confidence, which dispelled everyone's doubts. Then someone was controlled by the magic weapon and urgently needed elixirs to save his life. Everyone was busy stopping them from killing each other, and did not delve into the matter of private collection of artifacts. Now listening to Lu Yiyuan's tone, is it true that he privately collected artifacts? Thinking of this possibility, and considering the weirdness of the undead constantly rushing towards Ran Ningen's team, everyone was almost enlightened. No wonder they were cautious and still attracted the undead. No wonder they held their breath and concentrated, and saw that they were about to escape a disaster. But the undead came back. Now it was like poking the nest of the undead, which could make dozens of general-level undead go out in full force, even bypassing them and heading straight for the retreating army. All signs showed that Ran Ningen had hidden the artifact in all likelihood. Ran Ningen was already frightened by Lu Yiyuan's sharp shout, and now receiving the angry eyes of everyone. His face was as pale as if he had lost his parents. It's over. It's over now. She had a little bit of luck, but she didn't expect that things would get out of control. Now, even if she didn't want to admit it, she had to admit it. Otherwise everyone would die. Compared with becoming a top genius, of course her life is more important. So, she had to bear the pressure. Bite the bullet. Take out the artifact from the space, and throw it out like a hot potato. Seeing this scene, Ran Jingchen closed his eyes in disappointment. That was his biological sister. Although he was indifferent to feelings and could not be said to be very close to Ran Ningen, they were related by blood after all. In front of outsiders and relatives, he naturally favored his sister. But who would have thought that he would listen to one side and believe it? Not distinguish right from wrong, protect his relatives, and wrongly accuse good people because of blood relationship, and be so confused. It seems that Su Maoyang was not wrong to scold him. He really practiced for so many years in vain, and he became a bastard who could not distinguish right from wrong. It's ridiculous that he still thinks Su Maoyong is shameless, arrogant, and ignorant. Now thinking back, Ran Jingchen is so ashamed that his old face is ashamed. Of course, Yu Changjin is not much better. As a pursuer of Ran Ning'an, he always protects her and trusts her, and joins her to exclude Su Maoyong. But he doesn't know that his sweetheart actually violated the rules, and did something sneaky. Princess Ning'an. Yu Changjin stared in disbelief. And the shock in his heart was not small. He knew that Ran Ning'an was a little spoiled and willful. But she was born beautiful and noble, and was loved since she was a child. It was normal for her to have some temper. But he didn't expect that she would be so selfish. Knowing that hiding the artifact would harm everyone, she still forced it for her own selfish desires. Not only did she hide it, but she also turned the tables, and threw dirty water on Ran Shuqing and Su Maoyong. Is this really the Ran Ning'an he knows? As for the others, although they didn't express their opinions clearly just now, they all stood on Ran Ning'an's side in their hearts. And the scene before them was also disappointing. They actually believed Ran Ning'an's lies, and thought that Su Maoyong framed them. It was ridiculous. Su Maoyong glanced at Lu Yiyuan, who was not far away. When she saw so many undead rushing towards the main force, she suddenly realized that it might be caused by Ran Ning'an's secret possession of the artifact. Who would have thought that Lu Yiyuan would shout out before her? Obviously believing in what she said before. Otherwise he would not be so sure. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong was relieved. Unfortunately, in this situation, even if they lost the artifact, they were already surrounded by undead. It was difficult to defeat dozens of ancient warriors and countless undead. In desperation, Su Maoyong had to sacrifice the chess formation and trap a part of them. Otherwise, with this kind of lineup, the young generation would have almost no chance of survival. But to form a formation, she had to sacrifice her own safety, and could not defend against the attacks of the surrounding undead. So as soon as she formed the chess formation, she was hit on the back by the undead behind her, and blood spurted out with a puff. Leon her. Two roars in unison resounded through the seabed. Lu Yiyuan waved his arm, blasted away the surrounding undead, and flew past quickly. The son of He Ming was a step slower, watching Su Maoyong fall into Lu Yiyuan's arms. After being stiff for a second or two, he decisively turned around to meet the undead that surrounded Lu Yiyuan and Su Maoyong. At this time, Ran Shuqing, who was led by Qixia Yuanjun to retreat, was also frightened when he saw Su Maoyong injured. Thinking of the possibility of losing this friend, Ran Shuqing no longer hesitated and rushed out of the team. Su Maoyong was the first person who was framed by her and could forgive her and help her out. Su Maoyong was the first person who pitted her life experience and told her to cheer up. Su Maoyong was the first person that she didn't need to please deliberately, and could risk saving her in a critical moment. How could she bear to let such a person die? Qinger, you are crazy. Come back. Qixia Yuanjun didn't expect Ran Shuqing to take the initiative to join the battle, and shouted loudly in horror, seeing Ran Shuqing running straight towards Su Maoyong. Ran Ning'an and Ran Hanun were also shocked, smacking their lips and muttering, "Crazy. Ran Shuqing is crazy." They grew up with Ran Shuqing and knew what kind of person she was the best, although she looked gentle and kind, and had good relationships with people. In fact, it was all pretended, for the sake of fame and status. She could even calculate herself. Such a ruthless person, who would do anything to achieve her goal, actually lost her mind and wanted to die for Su Maoyong? Is she still clear-headed? Princess Yuqing is too impulsive. She has been bedridden for many years and is powerless. But she actually wants to save people. Qi Yanhao sighed speechlessly, almost predicting her fate. He and Qixia Yuanjun and several others joined forces. But they were also forced to be wounded by the undead, and could no longer bear the burden. However, Ran Shuqing dared to rush into the dense battle circle of the undead. I don't know whether to admire her courage or loyalty. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Ran Shuqing waved her hand, and a jade bone fan suddenly appeared in her hand. With a swaying wave of her arm, the fan was like a sword out of its sheath, and it cut through the edge with a swish, emitting the terrifying demonic energy of a primary demon emperor. From a distance, the fan seemed to have turned into a demonic bone with demonic energy, and with Ran Shuqing's attack, it suddenly pierced into the throat of the undead. After repelling the first undead, Ran Shuqing turned around again, as light as a butterfly flying through the flowers, and swung her arm outward. And the fan bone shot another undead again. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked again. Ran Shuqing was weak and sickly since childhood, and was jokingly called a medicine jar by everyone. Later, she discovered her talent as an alchemist and gradually came into everyone's sight and became the most beloved princess of the Demon Emperor. For so many years, she has always maintained a noble, elegant, gentle and virtuous image. She has never been angry, and she has never even spoken loudly, let alone taken action. Who knew that if she didn't take action, it would be amazing? She turned out to be a demon emperor comparable to the early innate immortal, at the same level as the first genius Ran Jingqian. No, now it is calculated that the first genius is not Ran Jingqian, but Ran Shuqing. After all, she is a dual cultivator of mental power and magic power. Qi Yanhao was embarrassed again, and slapped himself on the mouth in anger, lingering on the sickbed. Powerless? Crazy. He is crazy. He is the least sober person in the whole process. Chapter 2595. He still fell in love with her. However, compared to Qi Yanhao's embarrassment, Ren Ning'an and Yu Changqiu were even more ashamed. Ren Ning'an's talent for alchemy has not been as good as Ran Shuqing's in recent years. He always seeks a sense of existence in combat power, and makes fun of Ran Shuqing's sickly words. Yu Changqiu is even more arrogant. As the number one woman, she has never given much face even to the princess. Just now, she even said that she wanted to guide Su Maoyang's practice. With a high and self-righteous look, who knew that not only was she completely crushed by Su Maoyang, but even the sick Ran Shuqing was not as good as her. This is the first time she has lost to a woman since she was a child. You know, in her life, she has only lost to Ran Jingqian's practice speed, and she has never lost to the rest. But today, she lost to two people in succession. This silent blow is louder and more powerful than any sound, whipping her heart hard, causing a tremor and sourness. It feels so bad to be outdone. Su Maoyang was also a little surprised at this time. Although she knew that Ran Shuqing was not simple, she didn't expect it to be so simple. But even if Ran Shuqing was comparable to the early stage innate spirit immortals, there were not only early stage innate spirit immortals here, but also many late stage and even peak innate spirit immortals. No matter how strong she was, she still didn't have the ability to fight across levels like Su Maoyang. So she just beat back two early stage innate spirit immortals, and was knocked away by the late stage innate spirit immortals who followed. Seeing this, Su Maoyang didn't care about his own injuries, and rushed forward to catch Ran Shuqing. Ran Shuqing was in so much pain that his internal organs were about to burst. But the next second he fell into a warm embrace. And when he looked up, he saw Su Maoyang's worried look. The pain seemed to be blocked by something, and it was inexplicably relieved a lot. "You fool! You're going to die! You dare to rush out to save people like this!" Su Maoyang scolded loudly. His tone was harsh and fierce, but it sounded particularly pleasant to Ran Shuqing's ears. She knew that this was a voice that was really worried about her. Ran Shuqing couldn't help laughing. "I want to be myself too." Everyone knew that she was born to a lowly maid, and later she was raised by the tolerant and kind Qixia Yuanjun and carefully cultivated. Only she knew how painful and tormented these careful cultivations were. At first, Qixia Yuanjun tortured her and gave her a lot of suffering. She was indeed weak and sick, and lingered on the sickbed. In order to live, to cheer up, and to fight for her own place, she quietly strengthened her body, practiced and refined pills at the same time, and worked hard to become a genius in dual cultivation. She clearly understood that if she wanted to live well in the hands of Qixia Yuanjun, she had to let her see her value. So, she showed her talent for alchemy to the world. As expected, this move not only attracted the attention of Qixia Yuanjun, but also received the attention of her father. Qixia Yuanjun knew how valuable a genius alchemist was. As long as she could hold it in her hands, it would be a powerful weapon. Therefore, Ran Shuqing cleverly concealed the ability of the magic cultivator, and completely reduced herself to a weak woman who was powerless. Only by exposing her weaknesses, Qixia Yuanjun would feel confident and bold to use this weapon. Only by supporting this weapon, she could grow up safely in the demon palace. However, she had to show herself in a high-profile manner, but not too sharp. She had to let Qixia Yuanjun know her value, but also let her trust herself. The degree of control required in this was very subtle. Therefore, She had to be extremely careful in her words and deeds. In order not to be discovered, she had to pretend to the extent that even she believed it. However, it might not be difficult to persist for 1 or 2 years. But she had to persist for more than 30 years. And she almost forgot who she was. Fortunately, the appearance of Su Maoyang awakened the real desire in her heart. She just wanted to do what she wanted to do. Make friends she wanted to make. And say what she wanted to say without pretending. However, in her more than 30 years of life, it was such a difficult thing. Fortunately, Su Maoyang gave her this opportunity. For the first time, she exposed her strength in front of everyone. For the first time, she helped the friend she wanted to save. And for the first time, she found herself according to her heart. It turned out that she was not a hypocritical and indifferent person. She also had feelings and the bloodiness to fight for the people she cared about. Especially at this moment. Watching Su Maoyang hug her with one hand, and use the other hand to forcefully repel the undead who attacked her. She tried her best in every move. And her breath surged with every move. Her face was pale. But the hands protecting her were so strong that she didn't get hurt at all. Looking at the resolute, beautiful and secure face in front of her, Ran Shuqing's heart was beating like a drum. And the feeling she had never had before seemed to quickly fill her heart, making her chest feel swollen and numb. She didn't know what this feeling was. She only knew that even if she, Ran Shuqing, was so weak that she had no resistance and no use value, Su Maoyang would not give up on her. Seeing that Su Maoyang was busy with himself and had time to take care of Ran Shuqing, Lu Yeyuan was so angry that his forehead throbbed. But his body still rushed to them like thunder and blocked a wave of undead for them. Hurry up! Su Maoyang shook her head and grabbed his sleeve. No. Let's go together. She knew that once they left, he would have to take on everything. Lu Yeyuan looked into those determined and reluctant eyes. His heart trembled slightly, and he felt an unspeakable throbbing. Although he knew that she cared about Jun Haocong's health, and knew that all her reluctance and worries were for Jun Haocong, he still selfishly wanted to have such a look, to monopolize her reluctance. If she could fall in love with him, Lu Yeyuan, how great it would be. Don't worry. Even if I die, I will return his body to you intact. Lu Yeyuan looked at her calmly, as if he was telling her last words. His tone was solemn and serious. His voice was very light, and even carried a rare tenderness. But every word that fell into Su Maoyang's ears was as heavy as 1,000 gold, pressing her heart to instantly ache. She wanted to say no, even if it wasn't Jun Haocong. She didn't want him to die. But before she could finish her words, Lu Yeyuan waved his sleeves, and his black robe turned into a ribbon. And he immediately rolled Su Maoyang and Ran Shuqing to the large army in the distance. Then, he picked up the artifact on the ground, released a fierce aura, and immediately attracted all the undead away. Seeing him surrounded by hundreds of undead, Su Maoyang realized his final plan, and was so frightened that her eyes were bloodshot and she screamed, Lu Yeyuan, come back! Hearing this beautiful call, before being completely buried, Lu Yeyuan looked back at her greedily. This look contained too many unspoken emotions, and finally turned into 3 words with his lips. Unfortunately, the distance was too far, and the surroundings were filled with crazy fighting sounds, and the voice was completely drowned. But Su Maoyang heard it clearly. He said he loved her. In this life, Lu Yeyuan still fell in love with her. But what he was about to face was death. Could it be that he could not escape the curse in the end? Chapter 2596 The Belated Truth. In his mind, he recalled the despair of being stabbed in the heart by his beloved in the illusion. His tearful and heartbreaking roar echoed in his ears, and he was surrounded by blood in the tragic sight. Su Maoyang knew that the curse had come true, and she would have to watch him die because of her again in this life. The blood reflected her eyes red, and her heart, which had been sharpened to be as hard as a stone, shattered like a fragile glass at this moment, completely crushing her last sanity and making her rush out like crazy. What did Lu Yeyuan do wrong? He was also a victim. Why should he bear the sin that he should not bear? If there was a mistake, his biggest mistake was falling in love with Yun Qiange. The worst thing he should have done was to fly into a flame and fall in love with the reincarnated Su Maoyang. But what is the sin of love? Why did God punish him like this? When the holy son of He Ming saw Su Maoyang rushing into the terrifying vortex of power, he suddenly flew over, hugged her, covered her eyes, and stopped her loudly. Don't go. Don't look. Let me go. I can't watch him die. I can't watch him die. Su Maoyang struggled madly and beat his back hard. The tragedy of her previous life. She didn't want to happen again. But the holy son of He Ming was beaten to the point of bleeding at the corner of his mouth. But he didn't move. His cold voice seemed to only give orders. You can't save him if you go. It will only make his efforts go to waste. Now you have to lead the team to retreat quickly. Otherwise no one can leave. I won't leave. I'm not going anywhere. Let go. Su Maoyang was so crazy that she bit the arm of the holy son of He Ming and kicked him hard in the lower body. The holy son of Hell groaned. And no matter how Su Maoyang abused him, his body stood in front of him like a mountain, showing a calmness and indulgence beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Su Maoyang was really at a loss. So he had to use his spiritual power and weapons to attack him unexpectedly in the face. The holy son of Hell was caught off guard and took 2 steps back. But Su Maoyang's long sword refused to give up. He took advantage of the situation and pierced through the mask on his face through the veil. The tip of the sword stopped just half an inch away from his pupil. He was shocked and was about to raise his hand to repel her. But Su Maoyang stood up desperately and put her heart in his palm. The son of He Ming did not expect to hit her vitals, and was so scared that he stopped immediately. However, in this pause, Su Maoyang waved his arm, and the sharp knife suddenly lifted up the veil and mask, and his long red hair and pale face were instantly exposed to everyone's vision. However, this sudden scene made the timid woman scream on the spot, because on that delicate face, 2 eyes without pupils, like a black hole in the abyss, woodenly and terrifyingly sunken under the brow bone, combined with the pale skin, like a ghost with a beautiful body, exuding an extremely weird sense of horror. None of them expected that the true appearance of the Son of the Darkness would be like this. At this moment, Su Maoyang was so shocked that his pupils trembled and his lips trembled. After being frozen for a second or two, he took a deep breath and exclaimed, Fong Fong Mo Xie. Your eyes. Su Maoyang had doubts about the identity of the Son of the Darkness. But his aura was too unfamiliar, and he wore a veil and a mask from beginning to end. His voice and tone were not very familiar. Su Maoyang could not see through this person after 2 contacts. Unexpectedly, it was the old friend who had disappeared for a long time and had done her a favor. What was even more shocking was that his eyes. He actually had no eyes. At this moment, Su Maoyang was shocked as if struck by lightning. Her pale face was distorted beyond recognition, and her tears seemed to be out of control, and they flowed down in a flash. As smart as she was, seeing those eyes like black holes, what else could she not understand? All the mysteries and all the truths broke through the fog at this moment, and were displayed in front of her bloody and cruel. No. Su Maoyang seemed to be overwhelmed by a huge force, and staggered back unacceptably. She never thought that the body of the fire spirit was Feng Moxie, and the pair of medicine guides were Feng Moxie's eyes. What? Did my ghost appearance scare you? Feng Moxie raised his head, followed her breath, and looked at Su Maoyang as if he had normal eyes, with a pale sneer at the corner of his mouth. And his tone was a little self-deprecating, being seen by his beloved in such an ugly scene. Feng Moxie's heart-piercing pain and grief seemed to burst his chest and overflow. He originally planned not to see her for the rest of his life. That way he could keep the only good impression he had, at least when Su Maoyang thought of him. A handsome and perfect face would flash in her mind. However, when he learned that she was imprisoned, he couldn't help but come. He had a fluke in his heart. As long as he wore a mask and didn't reveal his appearance, she would never know his identity. However, he thought darkly in his heart. If she knew that Jun Haotsong's medicine was his eyes, would Su Maoyang feel sorry for him, pity him, stay by his side to take care of him, and fight for him like she did for Jun Haotsong? Of course, even if it was just gratitude, occupying a little position in her heart, he would be ecstatic. Su Maoyang didn't care about ugliness or fear. He was heartbroken. Hearing such heartbreaking words, he burst into tears, collapsed and closed his eyes, and beat his heart violently. I'm sorry. Sorry. I didn't know. I didn't know anything. For her, he actually endured the pain of having his eyes gouged out. Afterwards, he waved goodbye, hiding his merits and fame, and concealed everything, thinking of all the suffering he had endured alone over the years. Su Maoyang felt heartbroken and blamed himself, and wished he could cut himself on the spot. Feng Moxie heard her crying so hard that she was exhausted, and hugged her distressfully. Don't blame yourself. I did it willingly. It has nothing to do with you. Su Mo Liang cried and shook her head. I owe you too much. But I can only repay your kindness in the next life. I can't just leave Li Yuan alone. Feng Mo Xie grabbed her hands and roared angrily. Wake up. He is Li Yuan, not Jun Haotsong. He hates you and wants to destroy you. Have you forgotten the purpose of this trip? Don't you want me to help you escape from the demon realm? Escape from Li Yuan. Now that he is tripped. It is a great opportunity. I have deployed so many people, and can take you away from here immediately. Most of the teams in the demon realm were seriously injured, and could not stop him from staying. Su Mo Liang looked at the pair of eyes in front of her that made her sad. And finally she forced herself to hold back her guilt, and pulled his fingers apart. I'm sorry. Before the voice fell, the body had already rushed out first. Feng Mo Xie felt the touch in his hand disappear, and his heart seemed to be cut out, leaving a large empty space. He couldn't help but sneer sadly. Even if Jun Haotsong is gone, you still won't look at me. As Xian Mingyin, he lost to Li Yuan, and as Feng Mo Xie, he lost to Jun Haotsong. No matter in the past life or this life, he will always be a loser. Chapter 2597. Her soul is still great. Although Su Maoyang was anxious, she did not completely lose her mind. She knew that with her current strength, she would only be exhausted to death if she wanted to repel the endless stream of peak innate spirits. And looking at the whole scene, the only ones more powerful than the army of undead were the two ancient magic weapons that were stabbed into the seabed in the distance. So, there was only one way to get rid of the firewood from under the cauldron: borrowing the power of the magic sword. No matter whether she could pull out the magic sword or not, she had to try it. This was the only hope to save Li Yuan. Thinking of it, she ran towards the magic sword without hesitation, grasped the blade in the horrified eyes of everyone, and saw her white and delicate palm slash the blade fiercely. Red blood splashed out like a waterfall, and the sword energy emitted by the magic sword vibrated in the air, instantly forming a terrifying blood mist. It is said that the reason why this ancient artifact is called the magic sword is that it is famous for eating human souls and blood. Su Maoyang couldn't give it soul, so let it suck blood as much as it wanted, as long as it could please it. It didn't matter if it sucked her dry. Lu Yuan didn't expect Su Maoyang to be so crazy. He was so scared that his heart and gall blazed. No! He slashed the undead around him like crazy, desperately broke through the siege, and tried to get closer to her with tears and blood. But the road to her was like a dark and foggy natural moat. It was impossible to cross it, and it was impossible to reach the end. Everyone was frightened by Su Maoyang's actions. Their hair stood up, their voices choked, their eyes were as big as walnuts, and they were all terrified. Although Su Maoyang's combat power was comparable to that of an early innate spirit fairy, and there were spirit beasts and puppets to escort her, this demon sword was an ancient demon weapon after all, not to mention controlling it. Even getting close would become its nourishment, because once her soul is absorbed by its ancient power, she will follow the footsteps of her ancestors and end up as a puppet undead. In this way, won't they have another enemy? Thinking of this, Ran Jingchen sighed angrily. She is too impulsive. She dares to touch the demon sword. I just established communication with that demon weapon. How dare she? He is the one who knows the demon sword best among the group of people, and he knows too well how powerful this demon sword is. Not to mention now, even if he is given another 10 years, he may not be able to fully comprehend the mystery, let alone pull it out. Although he admits that Su Maoyang is a top genius that is rare in 1,000 years, it is still too reckless to draw the sword rashly. Acting on impulse like this, she really wasted all her skills. Yu Changqiu also felt that it was unreasonable and sneered. She has no ability to fight against the army of undead, but she actually set her sights on the more terrifying demon sword. I think she is crazy and has lost her mind. This move will obviously kill her faster than rushing into the encirclement of the undead army. Su Maoyang was stupid, but Ran Ning'an was not stupid. He hurriedly urged Ran Jingchen, who was not far away. Brother, let's retreat quickly. It will be too late when she becomes an undead and is used by the demon weapon. Ran Jingchen shook his head solemnly. No, I'm the only one who has had contact with the demon sword. I have to lend a helping hand to see if we can communicate again. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a roar of a sword. Su Maoyang's palm sank deeply into the blade, pouring out all his mental power. The blade was not sure whether it was stimulated by the blood or awakened by the mental power Su Maoyang had invested. The huge blade was like a sacred baptism, bursting out a brilliant silver light, and from top to bottom, it seemed to take off clothes, fading away the rust spots, showing a sharp and compelling new look. Afterwards, everyone saw strange and complex runes flashing on the smooth and cold blade, accompanied by the fierce vibration of the blade. They could feel the terrifying power released by the divine pattern even if they were standing 10 miles away, not to mention Su Maoyang, who was close at hand. But at this time, she seemed to be unable to sense it. She was carrying severe internal injuries, pinching her left hand, and calmly cracking the runes covering the blade. But in the blink of an eye, those chaotic runes became orderly in her hands. Just when everyone was shocked at how she did it, Su Maoyang had completed the final communication with the blade. She only heard a fierce roar and soared into the sky. If you help me today, I will live up to your name of Burning Shadow Soul Knife in the future. Give me a shout. After that, she pushed her palm upwards, causing the blade to roar and tremble. And the blade kept chanting. Seeing the demon sword's obvious reaction and the familiar sword chant, everyone suddenly realized it. The previous sword chant was not for Ran Jingchen. It was clearly because Su Maoyang comprehended the secret of the sword's energy and established a connection with the blade, which caused the demon sword to resonate. Otherwise, she would not have been so skilled in breaking the runes in the sword's energy and causing such a big commotion in an instant. Moreover, she was devoted to the sword's energy and the blade from beginning to end, and completely ignored Ran Jingchen's so-called hilt. Obviously, the hilt was not the key to breaking the demon's sword, which was far from what Ran Jingchen said. In other words, the sword chant that Ran Jingchen heard was because he mistakenly thought that he had comprehended the hilt and found the key, and he self-righteously pointed everyone on a wrong path, wasting a lot of everyone's practice time. He was just there with a confident face, pointing out the world and accepting everyone's praise. Looking back, it's really ironic. After learning the truth and feeling everyone's sarcastic eyes, Ran Jingchen's cold face turned pale. It turned out that he had always been self-indulgent and arrogant. He always thought that he was the one who had been comprehending the demon's sword for the longest time. So he preconceived that he was the one who was most likely to communicate with the demon's sword successfully. As a result, he even got the direction of his comprehension wrong, and shamelessly replaced Su Maoyang's results, and went to point out others in a cocky manner. It's really ridiculous. It's useless to cause the sword to sing. She can't hold on for much longer. Perhaps seeing that he was greatly stimulated, Yu Changqiu couldn't help but comfort him. Ran Jingchen understood her good intentions, but his pupils reflected the movement made by Su Maoyang, and his heart was still shaking. As far as the eye could see, the blade was madly absorbing her blood and spiritual power, gradually revealing a strange crimson. But it seemed to be unsatisfied, greedily absorbing Su Maoyang's nutrients, and there was no sign of breaking through the ground. The sharp knife energy became more and more intense, forming a terrible hurricane with her as the center, fiercely scraping her clothes and piercing her skin, blood pouring out, making her look like a lifeless blood person. But she still stood straight like a pine tree, holding on. The palm and arm holding the blade were ravaged to the bone, and she did not relax for a moment. Slowly, the knife energy became more and more intense, and the power doubled. Every time it chopped Su Maoyang's body, it could cut off one of her ribs. Her knees were attacked by gravity, and she bent down and knelt on the ground. But although she knelt, her figure reflected by the knife light cast a long black shadow on the ground, lying there like a giant, indestructible. Everyone knew that it was the stubbornness in her bones and the unyielding spirit in her soul. She was only knocked down physically, but her soul remained strong. In this way, no matter how many times she was destroyed, she would grab the blade and get up again in the eyes of everyone's disbelief, trying to draw the sword again and again, and being knocked down again and again. Chapter 2598, She is the One. Su Maoyang has tried to draw the sword countless times. Her blood eyes are almost exhausted. Her mental and spiritual power are also facing exhaustion, and her soul is shaking wildly by the magic sword, as if a huge force is trying to pull her soul out of her body. The magic sword is still just roaring, with no intention of rising from the ground. It is obvious that it only wants to take advantage of her, and has no intention of using it for her. But it's not so easy to take advantage of her. Su Maoyang endured external and internal injuries, while resisting its control over his soul. desperately trying his last bit of strength. And his tearing roar, with every word of resentment, resounded in all directions. You think I am weak and unwilling to follow me to fight against the troubled times and dominate the world? Today I will make a statement. It is easy to take my life, but it is impossible to destroy my soul. When I reshape my true body, it will be the time when my sealing technique is perfected. I will bury you in this sea and never see the light of day again. The roar was like thunder, rumbling throughout the sea, and everyone was terrified and pale. Originally, seeing Su Maoyang running to draw her sword without caring about her life, everyone already thought she was crazy and unreasonable. Unexpectedly, she dared to speak rudely and threaten the ancient magic weapon, not to mention talent and strength. Just this courage and spirit. I am afraid that few people in the world can match it. Ran Shuqing was deeply shocked by Su Maoyang's spirit, and her pupils were filled with unprecedented admiration and emotion when she looked at Su Maoyang. In the past, she only knew about Su Maoyang's life-threatening experiences from the information. But now she saw with her own eyes the suffering she suffered, and the tenacity of never giving up and dying. And she completely understood what true strength is. It's not just about strength and talent, but more importantly, it's about the strength of soul and spirit. Her unyielding spirit and indomitable soul are the source of her strength. So, she can fight against innate spirits across levels. She can control a large group of puppets and spirit beasts with outstanding strength. She can resist the power of the demon sword and crack the runes of the sword energy. Everything makes sense. This is all because of her courage to move forward and never give up. Although others also admire Su Maoyang's spirit, they are not optimistic about Su Maoyang's success. After all, a spent force who irritates the ancient demon weapon without knowing the time will have no suspense about the outcome. However, just when everyone thought that Su Maoyang was doomed, the demon sword seemed to be captured by Su Maoyang's momentum. A violent sound shook, and the blade buried deep in the ground actually rose automatically, and gradually turned into a normal-sized double sword in Su Maoyang's hands. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Their mouths twitched, and they shouted in trembling voices, "Oh my God! She actually pulled out the ancient magic sword." No, it's not pulled out. The magic sword unearthed automatically. It recognized Su Maoyang. It recognized her. Oh my God! It's incredible! Everyone was in a mess, and shocked voices came one after another. Ren Shuqing was so excited that her face turned red, and she laughed and cried. She succeeded. She succeeded. I knew she would succeed, because she never took failure seriously from beginning to end. She could fall down again and again, and stand up again and again, no matter how many times she failed. She couldn't shake her determination or defeat her soul, because she never feared the power of the demon sword, never succumbed to the authority of the ancient demon weapon, and never bound herself with the thoughts of her predecessors. Therefore, among so many people present, she was the only one who could shock and tame the demon sword. Su Maoyang, who had already prepared for the death of his physical body, did not expect that he had really tamed the demon sword. At this moment, he felt the weight in his hand, and immediately held the handle of the sword with both hands. Two cold sword lights splashed, and the sword energy was like an explosive wave that wanted to flatten everything, strangling all around. Everyone could see with their naked eyes that the group of undead army that surrounded Liu Yiyuan was instantly blown away by the huge force, leaving only Liu Yiyuan standing in the middle with wounds all over his body, like a bloody man. Seeing her successfully draw the sword, he smiled weakly and relievedly, and finally fell to the ground with a bang, completely losing consciousness. Su Maoyang witnessed him fall in a pool of blood with her own eyes, and her brain went blank. The surroundings seemed to be sucked into a vacuum. She could not hear any violent roars or lively discussions. The world seemed to be frozen in gray, and only that smile lingered in her pupils. Liu Yiyuan, the shrill voice broke through the sea. Su Maoyang stumbled towards him, but at this time, she was also seriously overdrawn. The legs that barely stood up with willpower could no longer bear the weight. After a few stumbles, she finally fell to the ground. But the arm that lost its strength and showed white bones was always stretched in the direction of Liu Yiyuan, obviously close at hand, but there seemed to be an insurmountable gap between them. Seeing this scene, everyone was speechless for a long time. Although Feng Moxie could not see it, he could imagine her embarrassment and misery at this time by her voice and breath. Maybe they still loved each other. But he didn't dare to gamble on Liu Yeyuan's feelings for Yun Qiange. After all, Yun Qiange was the culprit who forced Liu Yeyuan to death and caused his demon clan to suffer. Liu Yeyuan, who had recovered his memory, was full of hatred. This love was mixed with too many things and was no longer pure. He really couldn't leave Su Maoyang by Liu Yeyuan's side without worry. So, he had to take her away and keep her away from this and that. Feng Moxie immediately flew to her side and directly picked her up horizontally. With a command, "Retreat!" The people in the life and death realm who had been prepared left the team one after another and followed Feng Moxie. The sudden change startled everyone. But the Demon Emperor was the first to react and shouted, "Quick! Stop them! Don't let the demon sword fall into the hands of the life and death realm." Su Maoyang and the son of the Black Nether obviously had a close relationship. And from their conversation, it seemed that even this experience was discussed by them earlier. And there was no other intention. Now that Su Maoyang had successfully seized the sword, the holy son of He Ming was eager to escort her away, which undoubtedly confirmed the conspiracy of the two to seize the demon sword with internal and external cooperation. Now that they heard the roar of the Demon Emperor, everyone understood it instantly and immediately chased after him, trying to block Feng Moxie's way. But Feng Moxie's speed was amazing, and he had swept a long distance in the blink of an eye. Moreover, there were countless wounded in the demon realm. After such a tragic battle, how could he have the strength to fight again? Therefore, Feng Moxie only arranged a few formation masters to cover the rear, and easily cut off their pursuit. Life and Death Realm. Temple. Su Maoyang woke up a month later. When she opened her eyes, she saw a large piece of white curtains and a sleeping person lying beside her bed. He still wore a veil, as if sleeping could not stop him from covering his face tightly. Thinking of how he used to be such a conceited and high-profile person, Su Maoyang couldn't help but feel a pain in her heart, and couldn't help but reach out to lift his hat veil. Chapter 2599. Where you are, there is light. Feng Moxie seemed to have sensed it, and reflexively grabbed Mao Sha, and stood up in fear. Are you awake?" Su Maoyang didn't expect that just a slight movement would scare him like a frightened bird. At this time, looking at his figure, who took a half step back, and his hands that were tightly holding Mao Sha and refusing to show his face, Su Maoyang's heart was once again gnawed by the ant called self-blame. After a long time, her hoarse voice choked. "I'm sorry. I'm like a fool. I don't know anything. As soon as she opened her mouth, the pain in her heart seemed to surge directly into her throat. Every word she said seemed to be cut by a sharp knife, and it was extremely painful. If she had known that the medicine to cure Jun Haotsong was Feng Moxie's eyes, she would rather die with Jun Haotsong than let him make such a sacrifice. Hearing the guilt and regret in Su Maoyang's tone, Feng Moxie shook his head indifferently. His tone was as light as if he was talking about something insignificant. "No need to apologize. It's just a pair of eyes. After practicing to my level, eyes are just a decoration. I can live well without them. You also saw that I can fight against the ancient undead, and ordinary people can't hurt me." The more he said it lightly, the more Su Maoyang felt distressed, and he retorted excitedly, "Who said that eyes are just decorations? You could have seen the scenery you wanted to see, the people you wanted to see, and you could clearly appreciate everything in the world and walk in the light. But now without it, you can't see anything. You can't see my face, my expression, my tears. You can't see anything. You don't know anything." At the end, Su Maoyang burst into tears. He could have been a normal person, had a happy life, and harvested all the beauty in the world. But because of her, he gave his eyes to his enemy and lived a dark life. Such dedication, such sacrifice. How could she deserve it? Feng Moxie was pulled by her sobbing and felt a pain. He touched her hair with reluctance and comforted her. "You are wrong. Even if I can't see your face and your expression, I can feel your joy, anger, sorrow and happiness. As long as you are happy, my world will be bright. As long as you are there, my world will be full of scenery." Each word of Feng Moxie was like a saw-toothed knife twisting Su Liang's heart. She shook her head in pain and slapped herself twice. "I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it." Feng Moxie grabbed her hand and warned her seriously and angrily. "Listen to me. It's not up to you to decide whether it's worthy or not. The eyes are mine. I will give them to whoever I want. You have no right to control them. What's more, I didn't discuss it with you at the beginning. This is a decision I made privately. You don't have to take it on yourself. I do all this just to make you happy. You are like this now, which will only make me more painful. Do you understand? Feng Mosia's low roar awakened Su Mo Liang's mind. She raised her head blankly, and looked at the pure white hat veil in front of her. There were no more purple eyes, no more vivid eyes, and no more beautiful looks she missed. There was only a heavy sadness that came out from the veil of the hat, and an almost reprimanding command: if you don't want to let my efforts go to waste, if you don't want me to suffer because of you, then cheer up. You owe me this. Su Maoyang stared at him blankly, and it took a while for him to calm down. A sad and sarcastic sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Indeed, I owe you too much in this life. No matter how many apologies and self-blame I say, it will be useless. I can't return your eyes to you, but the Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl must be returned to its original owner. After saying that, Su Maoyang spit out the Spirit Pearl and handed it to Feng Moxie. The eyes can't be replaced, but the Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl is such a precious treasure that it should still be useful to Feng Moxie. Do you have to be so polite to me? Feng Moxie frowned. I'm not being polite to you. It's because you have helped me too much, and I really don't have the face to take your things anymore. If you don't want me to feel guilty, just accept it obediently. Su Maoyang didn't allow him to refuse and forced it into his hand. Feng Moxie saw that she had made up her mind, so he had no choice but to agree to her. Okay, I can take it, but you have to promise me to take good care of your injuries and try to recover within 3 months. Can you do it? Su Mo Liang waved his hand and was about to get out of bed. It doesn't take 3 months. I'm almost well now. I've been bothering you for a long time before. I can't trouble you anymore. As soon as she woke up, the old man Jinjuan and the others told her that Feng Moxie had been guarding her bedside day and night, without eating or drinking for a month. If he continued like this, it would not only drag down his body, but also delay his political affairs in the realm of life and death. So, it's better to leave as soon as possible. Lie down. You dare to boast with such a serious injury. Don't think I don't know that you are in a hurry to leave because you want to find Lu Yiyuan. Feng Moxie directly pressed her back to the couch. Su Mo Liang was touched by the heart, and pulled his sleeve that he wanted to pull away, and simply asked, how is he now? Don't worry. I heard that although he hasn't woken up yet, his injuries are not serious. He may be too tired and exhausted, so he is still sleeping to recover his strength. If you go to him now, he will not be able to rest and recover. Su Maoyang was relieved when she heard that he was fine. Feng Moxie was afraid that she would act on impulse, so she reminded her, you should know that you have caused such a big commotion in the demon realm this time. The major forces in the demon realm are eyeing you covetously. Once you go, you will be like a sheep in the tiger's mouth. It will be difficult to get out. And now Lu Yiyuan is no longer the former Jun Haocong. Even if he still has feelings for you, and has completely let go of his hatred, your blood feud is real. Can you guarantee that other people in the demon clan can let go? Although Su Maoyang wanted to run to Lu Yiyuan and check his injuries at this time, her reason told her that Feng Moxie was right. She pulled out the ancient demon sword and touched the cake that originally belonged to the demon realm. The major forces will definitely not let her go. Besides, there is a curse from the previous life between them. Once she returns to Lu Yiyuan, she will not only bring him pain, but also death. She can no longer see Lu Yiyuan get hurt and die for her, and she never wants to repeat the mistakes of her previous life. So, for his sake, she must leave. Don't worry. I finally escaped from there. I won't go back. Su Maoyang tried his best to restrain the impulse in his heart, and took over the conversation. Well, it's best if you can think clearly. Some time ago, I notified your friends in the Xianshan realm that they are on their way, and should arrive in 2 days. If you don't want them to worry, you have to get better quickly. Feng Moxie knew that besides Jun Haocong, what she cared about most was her group of friends. Sure enough, when Su Mo Liang heard about her friends, her gloomy expression finally eased a lot. Some time ago, she was trapped in the demon realm. In order not to implicate her friends, she had not contacted them. Now that Feng Moxie mentioned this, she found that she had not seen them for a long time, and she really missed them. He also took great pains to let her recover from her injuries. Feng Moxie, thank you. Don't rush to thank me. I have a surprise for you. It's not too late to thank you after you see it. Feng Moxie chuckled mysteriously and said loudly, come in. Chapter 2600. An old friend after many years. After the words fell, a man with a figure as straight as a pine tree and a vigorous aura like the sun strode into Su Maoyang's sight. When he completely walked out of the shadow of the backlight and formally saluted Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang realized it later and exclaimed uncertainly, Qin Jian? The reason for the uncertainty was that Qin Jian, who had been away for many years, had long lost his immaturity and became much tougher and more handsome. In Su Maoyang's impression, his facial features were not outstanding. At most, he could be called delicate, and his gestures were full of character. But now, he seemed to have been reborn, carved by the sharp knife of time with sharp edges and corners, vigorous and powerful, and heroic, even if he was wearing a simple long gown, without any weapons, and had a warm smile on his face. But when he saw the temperament, Su Maoyang seemed to see a brave and warlike general. This is definitely not an effect that can be achieved by disguise. Obviously, Qin Jian has also experienced a lot of hardships in these years. Qin Jian was also surprised to see that Su Maoyang, who was once invincible and indestructible, was now pale and leaning on the couch with his last breath. He immediately knelt down and apologized. I have failed to serve the master in these years, and I was unable to share the burden when the master was dying. I deserve to die. I hope the master will forgive me. Su Maoyang was shocked by his sudden action and recovered. He quickly raised his hand. Please get up quickly. We are scattered all over the place. It is not easy to get together. You have your own way to go. I am ashamed that I can't help you. How can I blame you? Master, don't say that. I can reach the Sanluo realm and achieve today's achievements all thanks to you. It is my fault that I failed to share my master's worries. Qin Jian felt guilty and refused to get up. Su Maoyang looked at Feng Moxie in confusion, and Feng Moxie smiled and explained. You don't know that Qin Jian has been a soldier in the realm of life and death for many years. He has fought hard and stood out from countless competitors. He fought his way to the position of the general of the Shinsu army. Now he is a famous and popular figure in the realm of life and death. Su Maoyang didn't expect that the thin young man, who was wronged to be a male favorite in the princess's mansion in order to avenge Shinluo, has now emerged as a famous general. Thinking that it must have been difficult for him to come this far, Su Maoyang couldn't help but feel warm in his heart and his eyes were red. He was sincerely happy for him. Good. Good. Well done. I didn't make a mistake about you back then. From now on, I can trust Shinluo to you. Hearing this, Qin Jian suddenly raised his head and clasped his fists with gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your help. Feng Moxie saw that he was still kneeling on the ground and looked unbecoming. So he reminded him unhappily, hurry up and get up. You are now a general in the realm of life and death. There is no reason to kneel down and talk. Are you deliberately trying to make your master unhappy? Qin Jian didn't dare to make Su Maoyang unhappy. Upon hearing this, he immediately stood up, bowed his head respectfully, and stood in front of Su Maoyang's couch like a child who had done something wrong. Even if he is now in a prosperous and glorious position, he can't forget Su Maoyang's kindness in the past, because without her, he is still that pitiful and pathetic male favorite who is trampled underfoot, and is frustrated because he can't avenge Shinluo. There would be no chance to step into the realm of Sanluo and reach the position today. Su Maoyang was grateful to Feng Moxie for understanding her and for his cultivation of Qin Jian. Although she said too many words of thanks, she still had to say one more sentence at the moment. Thank you. Qin Jian has troubled you all these years. No. I accept other thanks with peace of mind. I don't dare to accept Qin Jian. He has climbed up step by step all these years. It has nothing to do with me. Feng Moxie waved his hand quickly to clear the relationship. And I revealed my identity to him after taking you back to the realm of life and death. We have never contacted each other privately before. Qin Jian laughed and shook his head. The Holy Sun is hiding too deeply. If you hadn't suddenly come to reveal your identity some time ago, I am afraid that I will be kept in the dark for the rest of my life. However, I don't believe that you didn't help me. In the assassination 2 years ago, I was saved by a group of mysterious people. At that time, I guessed that the mysterious people might come from a family that tried to win me over. Recently, I learned about your identity and suddenly realized that I had been protected by the Son of God. It was only that time. You relied on your own strength to fight for the rest. I didn't intervene. In the final analysis, you can gain a foothold in the realm of life and death by your own ability, which has nothing to do with others. Feng Moxie has never pitied the weak. If he didn't see that Qin Jian was indeed a rare talent, he would not have helped him. After all, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If he can save once, it doesn't mean he can save countless times. If you want to survive, you have to rely on yourself. The Holy Son has a hard time. I understand. Qin Jian knew that not intervening easily was the best experience for him. Su Maoyang frowned and asked when she heard about the assassination. Have you found the group of people who assassinated you? Have you solved it? No. That group of people did it secretly and left no handle. It is unlikely to be investigated. Qin Jian shook his head and said with relief. Obviously he had already stopped caring about it. Feng Moxie understood Su Maoyang's worries and comforted him softly. Don't worry. The life and death realm is my territory after all. Without my permission, they can't take his life. Thinking that Feng Moxie has firmly sat on the throne of the Holy Son of the life and death realm. And he has the final say in the entire life and death realm. Su Maoyang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, before she could calm down, she was startled by the sudden voice from outside and raised her breath again. Son of God. Something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. A man dressed as a guard rushed into the hall. Feng Moxie saw him charging forward and shouted angrily without waiting for him to salute. How dare you? I told you not to disturb me. Who let you in? Son of God. Please forgive me. The situation is really urgent, and I have no choice but to report it. The guard's legs and feet softened after being yelled at, and he knelt on the ground. Feng Moxie knew that his personal guard was not a reckless person. Now that he dared to disobey his orders and trespass into the palace, it must be no small matter. He immediately suppressed his anger and frowned and asked, What's the matter that makes you so flustered? The guard heard this and hurriedly reported with a fist. Holy Son. The palace master of Lingxiao Palace was killed. The body was found in the palace master's bedroom. Now the other palace masters have rushed to Lingxiao Palace, waiting for the Holy Son to take charge of the situation. What? When did it happen? Where are Guardian Yin and Guardian Yu? Feng Moxie was shocked and shouted like thunder. It is said that it happened last night. The specific details are unknown to me. Guardian Yin and Guardian Yu were sent out by the palace master to perform a mission. They are not in Life and Death City at the moment. Chapter 2601 Feng Moxie's brother. The murder of the head of a palace has a wide range of implications, which is a serious matter. Feng Moxie had to ask for leave from Su Liang. You rest assured and recover. I will be back soon. Qin Jian was also shocked. His expression was solemn. Master, I have to go too. I will come to see you later. Su Liang didn't dare to delay the business, and waved his hand hurriedly. Go. I'm fine now. Business is more important. One is the Son of God, and the other is a general of the Shinsu army. Both are people in charge of the overall situation. As a sick patient, she has already caused a lot of trouble for Feng Moxie. How could she be so tactless as to hinder them at this critical moment? There is no one else in this palace. It is arranged for you alone. The room in the side hall has been cleaned. When your friend comes in 2 days, he will live with you. You can rest and recover. Maidens and guards are waiting outside. Just tell them if you need anything. We are leaving first. Feng Moxie still said something worriedly, and then left with Qin Jian. Sure enough, as soon as he left, a palace maid quickly walked into the hall and saluted Su Liang. Your servant Shishu greets the young lady. The other party was tall, with a decent appearance, and her words and deeds were elegant and proper. If she hadn't called herself a maid, Su Liang would have thought she was a lady from a noble family. It can be seen that Feng Moxie was also very careful in selecting the maids to serve her. No need to be polite. Get up. Su Liang looked at her and was not embarrassed. Thank you, young lady. She stood up without being servile or arrogant, and asked with concern, Young lady, you have been unconscious for a while, and haven't eaten much. Do you need some food now? Shishu knew that cultivators didn't have much desire for food. But Su Maoyang was too weak, and it would be very beneficial if she could take in some food that was rich in spiritual power. Su Maoyang waved her hand. No, I have no appetite. Are you the only one responsible for my food and daily life here? Replying to the young lady, there are not only me, but also several palace maids outside. However, the Holy Son told me that the young lady likes quietness and doesn't like to be disturbed. So I let the young lady serve me closely. If the young lady needs anything, I will call them in. Shishu replied respectfully. Su Maoyang laughed and shook her head. He really understands me. And he has arranged everything so thoughtfully. Hearing this, Shishu took over the conversation very tactfully. That's right. In the past month, the Holy Son has lost his appetite and sleepless nights to take care of the girl. And even when dealing with government affairs, he never leaves the girl's bedroom. The Holy Son knows the girl's preferences and injuries. I have never seen the Holy Son care so much about anyone. Which shows that the girl's position in the Holy Son's mind is extraordinary. Shishu originally thought that Su Maoyang would be happy after hearing these words. But she didn't show any joy, but frowned and looked solemn, afraid that he had said something wrong. Shishu hurriedly made up for it. The girl doesn't have to mind. Although the Holy Son has been hard during this period, he enjoys it. I see that he is much more energetic than in previous years. It must be because he can see the girl every day. Hearing this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but look at her deeply. This maidservant was quite clever and could guess what she was thinking just from a look or an expression, and even find words to comfort her. No wonder Feng Mozi had chose her to serve in the palace among so many palace maids. Has he been living a bad life these years? Su Liang followed her words and asked. Although she knew in her heart how well a blind man who lost his eyes could live, she still wanted to learn about his recent situation from others. Well, of course it's not good. When the Holy Son was just found, he suffered a lot in order to defeat the king of Shengming and sit on the throne of the Holy Son. Later, he finally ascended to the position of the Holy Son. But it was not easy to sit on this position firmly. Not to mention how many forces are eyeing him. There are also many enemies who want to pull him down. The difficulties are not what ordinary people can imagine. Mentioning these, Jishu couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Feeling depressed? King Shengming? Who is he? Su Liang was curious. Shishu suddenly realized that Su Maoyang had just arrived and didn't know much about the situation in the realm of life and death. So he quickly explained. King Shengming is the half-brother of the Holy Son. Brother? I haven't heard that Feng Mozi has a brother? Su Maoyang was even more confused. Miss, you don't know that King Shengming is the elder brother of the Holy Son in ancient times. The ancient Hades emperor had 6 sons. The Holy Son was born to a concubine. And the 6th, because of his outstanding ability, he was named King Shengxian. And King Shengming was born to the Hades Queen. And he was the legitimate eldest son. So the position of the Holy Son should have originally belonged to King Shengming. But our King Shengxian was very competitive. And before he had his coming-of-age ceremony, his strength had already surpassed the eldest son, and he was deeply loved by the Hades. Therefore, for the future of the Hades rejected all objections, and made King Shengxian the Holy Son. This led to the division of the power of the Hades into 2 factions, one supporting King Shengming, and the other supporting the Holy Son, which has continued to this day, and they are like water and fire, and cannot be reconciled. Su Maoyang was still puzzled. But the Hades suffered a great disaster that year. Didn't the Hades sons all die in the war? Why did King Shengming still? That war was initiated by her to avenge Liu Yeyuan. So she vaguely saw several scenes in the illusion. And she was sure that most of the high-level leaders of the Hades were wiped out. Of course, it's not the original body. After King Shengming died in the war, Ziyang Palace collected King Shengming's soul, and has been nurtured by descendants of successive generations. After so many years of hard work, they finally let King Shengming reincarnate in this life, and become the son of the palace master of Ziyang Palace. It's just that King Shengming's soul has not completely returned to its place, and his strength in the previous life has not been fully restored. But even so, the forces supporting King Shengming are getting stronger and stronger, which makes the other forces supporting King Shengxian feel scared. So, the forces supporting King Shengxuan's faction tried to find Feng Mozi to return to the realm of life and death, and compete with King Shengming for the position of the Holy Son? Su Maoyang sorted out his eyebrows, and took the conversation without authorization. Shishu nodded. Yes, the Holy Son's soul was scattered, and there was no way to warm up his soul. So the Holy Son's reincarnation was lost for many years. Fortunately, the forces supporting the Holy Son did not give up the search, and finally invited the Holy Son back, and regained the position of the Holy Son. However, King Shengming has been in the life and death realm for many years, and his power is intertwined, and his wings are gradually growing. The Holy Son has just arrived, and even if he is powerful, it is quite difficult for him to rule the 12 palaces. Su Maoyang nodded in sudden realization. Ming Xianin was unable to warm up his soul, so his reincarnation was lost in the 9 netherworlds. While King Shengming was lucky and was warmed up by Xiang Palace, he was directly reincarnated as the son of the palace master of Xiang Palace. He has been leading his faction in the life and death realm for many years. I guess the faction supporting Ming Xianin was suppressed so badly that they tried their best to find Ming Xianin. Ming Xianin did not disappoint their expectations, and once again defeated King Shengming and regained the position of the Holy Sun. It sounds very inspiring, but Su Maoyang knows that this process must be very dangerous. Which faction did the murdered Lingxiao Palace Master belong to? Su Maoyang suddenly remembered the news reported by the guard just now, and asked curiously. Chapter 2602 Feng Mosia's Situation. Jishu's eyelids drooped slightly, and he sighed. The Lord of Lingxiao Palace is the right-hand man of the Holy Sun, and is highly valued by the Holy Sun. Now he was killed for no reason, which undoubtedly cut off one of the Holy Sun's arms. It seems that it is related to the faction of King Shengming. Su Mo Liang was as expected. No wonder Feng Mosia was so angry. The other party killed his valued subordinates wantonly, which was undoubtedly a declaration of war against him. It was simply arrogant to the extreme. What are the 2 factions you mentioned? Su Mo Liang felt that he had received so many favors from Feng Mosia, so it was better to understand the situation he was facing. Even if he couldn't help, he must not cause trouble for him. Seeing her curiosity, Jishu explained in detail. Among the 12 palaces in the underworld, Xiang Palace, Wuji Palace, Hunyuan Palace, Shiyue Palace, and Feixing Palace belong to the Shengming King's faction. Mingxiao Palace, Lingxiao Palace, Qianshan Palace, and Yunshui Palace belong to the Xingzi faction. And the rest of the Eclipse Palace, Tiandao Palace, and the Black Ming Palace, where the current emperor of the underworld is located, only recognize strength and not people, and have always maintained a neutral attitude. However, since the appearance of the Xingzi, the Shengming King has been trying to win over the Eclipse Palace and the Tiandao Palace. If he succeeds, the Xingzi will not be able to sit firmly in his current position, no matter how strong he is. The soul of the Shengming King was collected and nurtured. Once the Yuanshan returns to its place, it is easy to restore the combat effectiveness of the ancient times. And the soul of the Xingxian King was scattered, and there were probably only a few souls left. Even if the Yuanshan is not destroyed and successfully reincarnated, it is difficult to repair the Yuanshan without a soul. There is little hope to fully restore the combat effectiveness of the ancient times. Therefore, this greatly gave the Shengming King the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Once the other party regains strength and wins over most of the forces, the consequences will be disastrous. Jishu understands this truth, and Su Maoyang naturally understands it too. She originally thought that Feng Moxie would take the position of the Holy Sun. No matter how difficult the process was, at least the result would be good. Now it seems that even if he takes the position, he will be in danger of being pulled down at any time. And from her tone, the current Hades Emperor of the life and death realm seems to want to let the 2 sides fight, and the capable one will take the throne. In this way, Feng Moxie is indeed very dangerous. What about the Shinsu army where General Qin is? Is it the army under the command of the Holy Sun? Jishu shook his head regretfully. No. The Shinsu army is a neutral force, currently only loyal to the Dark Emperor. And the army under the command of the Holy Sun is only the Songlang army. What about King Shengming? Does he have military power? Yes. King Shengming won over the Xuanji camp a few years ago, and now only the Shinsu army and the Imperial Guard are neutral. In fact, in ancient times, the Shinsu army, the Xuanji camp, the Imperial Guard, and the Songlang army were all supporters of the Holy Sun. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. The Dark Clan participated in the war between gods and demons, and the 4 major armies were almost annihilated. In the end, it was the current Hades Emperor who reorganized the army, and now they only serve the current Hades Emperor. However, the Hades Emperor has been obsessed with cultivation in recent years, and has not been in charge of things. He has delegated some power to the palace masters and the leaders of the 4 armies. Later, the Holy Ming King woke up and had a say in the life and death realm. He won over many forces and almost ascended the throne of the Son of God. Fortunately, the Son of God appeared in time, defeated the Holy Ming King, and subdued the Songlang army, which prevented the Holy Ming King from succeeding. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. It means that the supporters of the Holy Sun include the 4 major palaces and the Sanlang army, while the Holy Ming King has the 5 major palaces and the Xuanji camp. Right? King Shengming has more supporters than Feng Moxie. But he lost because his strength was not fully restored. And he lost to Feng Moxie in the battle. The current Hades Emperor would naturally not allow his subordinate to be defeated and become the successor of the Hades in the future. But he allowed them to fight, which also gave King Shengming the opportunity to restore his strength and regain the throne of the Holy Sun. After all, it is not ruled out that the Holy Sun will be surrounded and wiped out by King Shengming's forces, and end up being deserted and weak. By then, no matter how strong Feng Moxie is, he is just a commander without troops, and will not be able to achieve anything. Because in order to lead the entire Hades clan, in addition to strong strength, you must also have leadership ability that makes people believe and follow. Perhaps this is also the reason why the Hades Emperor sits on the mountain and watches the tigers fight. Hearing Su Maoyang's question, Shishu looked at her cautiously, not knowing whether to tell the truth. There are actually more than 100 supporters of King Shengming. Shishu was halfway through speaking, and Su Maoyang frowned and urged, "If you have anything, just say it. I heard that the deputy palace master of Xieyue Palace saved General Qin's life. In order to repay the favor, General Qin got close to Xieyue Palace. Xieyue Palace is a supporter of King Shengming and has a marriage relationship with Ziying Palace. The two forces are inseparable. Therefore, General Qin's friendship with Xieyue Palace means that he is on the side of King Shengming. In other words, the Shinsu army is probably also King Shengming's people." Shishu observed Su Maoyang's expression and tried to be accurate in her words. Although she didn't know what the relationship between General Qin and Su Maoyang was. It must be extraordinary to let the Son of God personally arrange a meeting. But in the eyes of outsiders, General Qin and the Son of God were not the same kind of people. And they were even hostile. Su Maoyang was shocked at first, and then suddenly remembered that Feng Moxie had not revealed her identity to Qin Jian before. And it was because she came to the realm of life and death that she suddenly found Qin Jian. Qin Jian said that they had no intersection before. And now that he knew his identity, he knew that the mysterious person who rescued him in an assassination attempt was Feng Moxie. Since both parties have done Qin Jian a favor, Qin Jian will definitely not deal with one party for the sake of the other. Su Maoyang was still very relieved about this. But even so, Feng Moxie's situation is still difficult. This time his subordinates were openly killed, which had a great impact. He was afraid that he would be busy for a while. And she, a patient, would only distract him. It seems that when she knew and the others arrive, they still have to arrange to set off as soon as possible. As long as it is about Su Maoyang, Feng Moxie has always been thoughtful. Look, within 2 days, not only Don Fan Liue, Xiao Zian, Shi Nu and Ji Ruiqing came to visit her, but also Fu Minxiu and Gong Sun Jingji. She knew his eyes were red before she spoke when she saw Su Maoyang's sick appearance. Don Fan Liue was optimistic. Although she felt distressed, she was very free and easy. "Oh, you are an invincible pervert. How come you are so weak? That Feng Moxie is too bad at taking care of people. He has raised the man-eating plant into a daughter. This is too much. Yes, someone who can usually knock down thousands of troops with one punch is like a weak woman now. It's rare. Too rare. And it can be called a wonder of the last century." Fu Minxiu was not forgiving and always liked to sneer at Su Maoyang when he saw him. Su Maoyang was in a depressed mood and was immediately amused by the teasing of the two. "How come you say that I am not a human being?" Chapter 2603. Do you think I can do it? Humph. You still know that you are a human being, and you dare to touch even ancient weapons. If you don't know, you will think you are a god. Gong Sun Jingji was already furious after hearing Su Maoyang's experience, and now seeing her weak appearance, he was even more angry. But he still gently placed his hand on Su Maoyang's pulse to check for injuries, and he was relieved after confirming that there was nothing serious. Su Maoyang knew that they were concerned about him, so he had to raise his hand and beg for mercy. Yes, I was wrong, and I will never take such risks again. You all know about my affairs, so don't talk about me. Talk about you. How are you these years? You still have the nerve to ask. You disappeared for 4 years, and there was no news. Do you think we can be okay? Ji Ruiqing angrily retorted to her. Xiao Zian couldn't help but complain. Li Yue was so worried that she lost her appetite, and was waiting for you to come back to host our wedding. But you didn't have any news at all. Su Maoyang felt wronged. Although I haven't shown up in these years, I still asked Yang Sheng to report my safety to you. So it can't be said that I have no news at all. To be honest, Jun Haotsong's death was a huge blow to me at that time. I didn't want you to see my ghostly appearance and worry about me. So I didn't tell Yang Sheng where I was. Who knew that I would stay in the Nine Nether Realm for 3 years? And then I was abducted by Lu Yiyuan to the Demon Realm. He hated me so much that he could do anything. I was worried about getting you into trouble. So I didn't contact you. What you said about getting into trouble is just an excuse. You are deliberately hiding from us. Fortunately, Feng Moxie contacted us this time. Otherwise we would still be in the dark. Dongfang Liu glared at her with her eyebrows raised, as if she wanted an explanation. Okay. I know I was wrong. Don't attack me. I'm still a patient. Su Maoyang surrendered completely, trying to use the weakness of the patient to escape this disaster. Shinua couldn't bear to embarrass Su Maoyang, and hurriedly handed over the way. Okay. She was so seriously injured and needs to rest. Don't attack her. Okay, Shinua. I knew that you are the one who cares about me the most. Su Maoyang was deeply moved. Dongfang Liu rolled her eyes. Only Shinua is the easiest to deceive. Even if you fart, she thinks it smells good. Hearing this, everyone laughed. What are you laughing at? So happy? At this time, Feng Moxie and Qin Jian walked in quickly from outside the hall. Hearing the laughter in the room, the corners of their mouths were also stained with smiles. Su Maoyang looked at Feng Moxie and Qin Jian walking together without any hesitation. And her smile froze. She reminded them, you guys are so open. And being seen by outsiders, I'm afraid it will have a bad impact. Right? Are you worried about General Qin's safety? Yes. He is now a general of the Shinsu army, standing at the forefront of the storm. If the people over there know that he has this relationship with you, it might be bad for him. Don't worry. I have already made arrangements. General Qin came through the secret passage. No one knows about your meeting. The people in the temple are also loyal and reliable. You worry too much. Su Maoyang nodded with relief. That's good. TSK. You are a heartless woman. You only know how to worry about your people. I am your savior. Why don't you worry about me? Feng Moxie saw that she only cared about Qin Jian, and complained jealously. Su Maoyang smiled helplessly. Of course I'm worried about you too. I can't help you much. No need to help. I'll take care of my affairs. You don't need to worry about it. As long as you take care of yourself, you'll be helping me a lot. Feng Moxie knew that she was a person who couldn't sit still, and she always wanted to repay the favors of others. Su Maoyang always felt indebted. I'm almost well now. There's no need to rest. I'm thinking of leaving for Yaoyu Realm in 2 days to find 2 other friends. So I won't bother you here. Are you talking about my brother and Xiahou Wanxian? Hearing about the other 2 friends, Dongfang Liu immediately thought of her brother, who had been missing for many years. Su Maoyang nodded. Yes. I saw your brother in the prehistoric war before. He was in the Yaoyu Realm team. Because Xiahou Wanxian was taken away by a mysterious person, he stayed in Yaoyu Realm to find her whereabouts. A few years ago, I also sent corpse puppets to look for her. But there was no news. I only know that your brother has been in seclusion in the secret realm of the Tongue Snake clan. Don't go. Your corpse puppet has been looking for so long, but there is no news. It doesn't make much sense for you to go in person. Don't forget that you played Yaoyu Realm around in the prehistoric war, and were their #1 enemy. If you go deep into the enemy camp, it will be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. I don't agree. Feng Moxie disagreed with her decision and rejected it outright. Fu Minxiu also immediately objected. Yes. You just got so badly injured. Don't go anywhere. This life and death realm is the territory of the Holy Sun after all. He can still take care of it. You are surrounded by enemies wherever you go now. The risk is too great. Su Maoyang offended the Demon Moon realm in the Primordial War. And later he assassinated the Emperor Yin and offended the mysterious God realm. Not long ago, he also pulled out the ancient murder weapon of the Demon Evil realm. With so much hatred on him, it seems that only staying in the life and death realm is safer. Su Maoyang shook his head and sighed. You don't know. It's not easy for the Holy Sun to sit in this position. Like me, he is surrounded by enemies, and is in danger of being pulled down at any time. Hearing this, Fu Minxiu and others looked at Feng Moxie and Qin Jian in confusion. Feng Moxie kept silent. But Qin Jian, as an insider, could not hide it. Master is right. The Holy Sun is indeed in a difficult situation. The palace master of Lingxiao Palace was just killed by hostile forces some time ago. And there is no handle to accuse him. Now there is one less palace master supporting the Holy Sun. Everyone is in a state of panic. It is difficult to find a replacement for the next palace master who can calm the situation and is not afraid of the revenge of King Shengming. King Shengming killed the lord of a palace so forcefully, and the Holy Sun could not do anything to him. It is undoubtedly telling everyone not to dream of going against him. King Shengming, or he will be the next palace master of Lingxiao Palace. In this way, who else dares to take over the position of palace master of Lingxiao Palace easily? Then you can't leave. Lianger. Think about it. Shinua and Qin Jian have just reunited, and they haven't even had time to say a few words. But you are leaving. Shinua will definitely follow you. What about Qin Jian? He has just become a general, and can help the Holy Sun in the future. If you take him away, wouldn't it mean that the Holy Sun will lose a helper? You are not the kind of person who repays kindness with enmity. Dongfang Liu's thinking is active. In order to keep Su Maoyang, she immediately talked about Shinua and Qin Jian. She knew that Su Maoyang was loyal, and would not do anything to take advantage of others at this critical moment. After this, everyone looked at Shinua and Qin Jian with a snicker. Shinua's expressionless face also blushed, and she glared at Dongfang Liu in shame and anger. Qin Jian scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, and said loyally, "I will listen to the master's arrangements." Fu Minqiu glanced at him angrily, fanning the flames. "Look, General Qin is loyal. If you leave, he will definitely follow you. Wouldn't it be a pity to give up the position of general that he had worked so hard to win?" Sure enough, hearing this, Su Maoyang frowned solemnly, and also felt that it was not appropriate. Qin Jian was leaving, and the future Shinsu army might belong to someone else. If he sided with King Shengming, Feng Moxie would have another enemy. She had received so many favors from him, and he was in trouble now. It really didn't make sense for her to just leave. Su Maoyang pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised his head. "Hasn't someone been found to take over as the palace master of Lingxiao Palace yet?" Qin Jian replied blankly. "Yes, I haven't found one yet." Su Maoyang nodded in understanding, then looked at Feng Moxie. "Do you think I can do it?" Chapter 2604 Ji Ruiqing is not right. "You? Be the palace master of Lingxiao Palace? No. No. You are still injured, and you are not qualified for this position." Feng Moxie was shocked, and immediately waved his hand to refuse. She was so seriously injured that even if she was fine, she had to rest for a while. What's more, the palace master of Lingxiao Palace is a position that is put on the fire. Outsiders look glorious, but in fact, there is a risk of life at any time. Take the killing of the palace master this time. It may not be the enemy's own action. It is very likely that there is a ghost in Lingxiao Palace, and the enemy cooperated with the inside and outside. How could he bear to drag Su Maoyang into such a chaotic and dangerous situation? Su Maoyang knew his concerns and sighed helplessly. "You are worried about me leaving. I am willing to stay, but you don't allow me to do this or that. What do you want? Do you want me to lie on this couch forever? Lingxiao Palace is too dangerous. I am afraid." Su Maoyang rolled his eyes speechlessly. "You underestimate me too much. I am just injured. I am not disabled or demented. I can fight if I can, and use my brain if I can't. Why do you need to worry about me?" Yes. Yes. Let her be the boss. She even pulled out the ancient murder weapon. What danger has she not experienced? She is very tough. Even if she can't kill your enemies, she can outlast them. Fu Minqiu looked like it was a piece of cake for her. Gong Sun Jingji and Xiao Zian were both amused and helpless. Fu Minqiu's mouth was really mean. Fu Minqiu is right. Besides, Lianger doesn't have to do dangerous things personally. Isn't Fu Minqiu leading the way? With a tough guy like him in the front, there's nothing to worry about. Xiao Zian nodded in agreement. The first half of the sentence made Fu Minqiu agree deeply, but the second half made him look down upon him. Dongfang Liu almost laughed out loud, and teased without giving him face. "It's worrying that he leads the charge, because we're afraid that he won't hit the enemy and will be defeated. Don't worry. Although he's not strong, he's very good at scolding people. Even if the enemy captures him, they will be annoyed by his mouth and send him back personally." Xiao Zian glanced at Fu Minqiu jokingly. and smiled at Don Fan Liue. The meaning of ridicule was self-evident. Fu Minxiu was so angry at their mockery. Okay. You two are arguing with me again. When did I say I would take the lead? You should go first. I can be your companion on the road to the underworld. I'll make you sick. Hearing his sour words, Don Fan Liue smacked her lips and said sarcastically, TSK, TSK, TSK. You are just jealous of us. Jealousy makes people ugly. Take a piss and look in the mirror. What a joke. I'm jealous? Fu Minxiu was speechless. He thought he was an excellent speaker and could easily win over a group of scholars. But since he met this couple, he always got beaten up. It seems that he has to find a woman to form a united front. Feng Moxie saw them bickering and chattering non-stop, while Su Maoyang smiled at the side, listening and watching quietly, with warmth in his eyes and face. Even Feng Moxie couldn't help but curl his lips at this scene. So, this is what a friend is. Feng Moxie, who had never made friends before, felt for the first time that it was not bad to have friends around him. No wonder Su Maoyang was willing to go through life and death for this group of people. It would be difficult for anyone to not value friendship if they were healed by such a group of friends. Ji Ruiqing saw them in a mess and stood up to maintain order. Okay. Stop making trouble. Taking over Lingxiao Palace is not a joke. Junior sister, you have to think it over carefully. I have thought it over. If you don't allow me to leave for Yaoyu Realm now, I have nowhere to go. Since I want to stay, I will help Feng Moxie to secure the position of the Holy Sun. Su Maoyang looked at Feng Moxie and said sincerely, You helped me so much before, and I have suffered. There is no rule that only you can help me. Not me. Besides, aren't we friends? Isn't it normal for friends to help each other? She couldn't respond to his feelings, but at least she could do something within her ability to help her friends, so that she wouldn't always owe them and make her feel guilty. After all, compared to his eyes, her taking over Lingxiao Palace was really a trivial matter. Feng Moxie heard the word friend from her mouth, and it would be a lie to say that he was not touched. After so many years, he is finally not her hated enemy, but a friend. This friendship is hard-won and precious. Feng Moxie suppressed the surging emotion in his heart, took a deep breath, and compromised. Okay, you can be the palace master of Lingxiao Palace, but you can't do anything reckless. If there are dangerous things, you can't act rashly. Don't worry. I won't do anything I'm not sure of. You will prepare a copy of the intelligence of various forces for me later, and I can report to Lingxiao Palace tomorrow. Su Mo Liang did what he said, and didn't want to delay for a moment. Feng Moxie frowned, full of worry. You should rest for a few more days. No need. The palace master of Lingxiao Palace just died, and Lingxiao Palace is in a state of unrest. If I go too late, the enemies who should be planted have been planted, and those who should be cleared have been cleared. Then what else can I do? Now is a critical period. Only by taking advantage of the situation can we disrupt the other party's plan. Some things will go wrong if they are delayed. There is no chance to end it. Don't worry. With so many of us accompanying her, there will be no problem. Gongsun Jingji, who has always been steady, also told Feng Moxie to rest assured. Fu Minxiu nodded hurriedly. Yes, Brother Gongsun is a very powerful doctor now. With him treating Liang, she will be alive and kicking soon. Okay, I'll make arrangements first. General Qin will tell you the details in person. Feng Moxie was not polite to her, since they were friends who would advance and retreat together. Why bother about so many things? Qin Jian reported for a whole day before Su Maoyang sorted out the situation and relationship of various forces, but with friends accompanying her and occasionally playing a few words. Her mood was not heavy because of the complicated situation, but the superficial joy still couldn't blind Su Maoyang's eyes. When everyone dispersed, she still pulled she knew it to ask about the situation. What happened to Ji Ruiqing? Ji Ruiqing was a chatterbox, and usually very active. Today, she looked much more stable and gloomy. There were dark circles under her eyes. She looked haggard and almost unlike herself. She knew I didn't expect Su Maoyang to find out something was wrong so quickly, she said with a serious face. Ji Ruiqing was abandoned by a stinky man. What? What happened? Su Maoyang was confused. How could Ji Ruiqing, who was so chic and romantic, be abandoned? When she was at Wuwang Peak, the son of a big family in the northern Qin dynasty kept chasing her. She couldn't resist his offensive and fell in love with him. Later, she followed him all the way to northern Qin. I thought they could achieve a happy ending. But the stinky man turned around and asked to marry the princess of the Northern Qin dynasty. This kind of stinky man who changes his mind every day should be cut into pieces. When Shinua mentioned this, she gritted her teeth and wished to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Su Maoyong didn't understand. It changed too fast. Is there a reason? What other reasons could there be? In my opinion, the man pursued Ji Ruiqing at the beginning because she was profitable. Everyone knows that you are the next successor of Wu Wang Peak. And there is a mysterious and powerful master behind you. Ji Ruiqing is your senior sister. So of course the other party wants to cling to this relationship. But later, the master's life and death were unknown. And there was no news for so many years. Everyone guessed that you were dead. His family saw that Ji Ruiqing had no use. So they directly rejected the marriage and turned to marry the princess of the Northern Qin dynasty. I heard that the man was the only child. And his family valued him very much. They were ambitious and had to marry a powerful woman to show off. Besides the relationship that Ji Ruiqing was your senior sister, she did not have a huge family background. So she was naturally despised. Chapter 2605 New Palace Master arrives. Su Maoyong didn't expect Ji Ruiqing to be abandoned like this. No wonder she was so bright and cheerful before. But now she is silent and even smiles less. I think this incident has dealt a heavy blow to her. Yes, she was depressed for a long time because of this. Fortunately, Feng Moxie told her the news about you. So she came out with us to relax. Otherwise, she would still be locked in the room and depressed. Shinua sighed with heartache. Su Maoyong was helpless about the relationship. But she was still full of confidence in Ji Ruiqing. She is such a strong person. I believe she will get over it. After all, she still has so many friends with her. Speaking of which, the best way to forget a relationship is time and a new love. A man from the Northern Qin dynasty is not worthy of my senior sister. Let's keep an eye on her in the future. My senior sister must be worthy of someone better. Master is right. There are many good men in this world. Why bother hanging on a tree? Shinua nodded in agreement. Su Maoyong couldn't help but think of her and Qin Jian's affairs when she heard this. She quietly opened the sound transmission talisman and said jokingly with a smile, "Let's not talk about her. Let's talk about you and Jian. When are you going to get married? Otherwise, we can do it for you and Liua in the realm of life and death." Zino was still indignant about Ji Ruiqing's affairs, but she didn't expect that it would be related to her in an instant. Her cold temper couldn't help but get hot. She lowered her head and said, "My affairs are not urgent yet. What are you not in a hurry for? I have had a crush on you since I was a child. I have tried my best to avenge you. It has been so many years. I have always had you in my heart. You still want to keep me hanging?" Su Maoyong scolded angrily. Upon hearing this, Shinua became anxious and quickly explained, "I didn't want to keep him hanging. I also have him in my heart. It's just that his current status is not suitable for me to be related to him." After getting an accurate answer, Su Maoyong smiled and took out the sound transmission note under his sleeve. "General Qin, you heard it clearly now. I have always had you in my heart after so many years of separation. But I was shy and didn't dare to mention it. As a man, you should take the initiative. Once your mission is completed, you should quickly propose marriage." When reporting the situation, Su Maoyong saw Qin Jian looking at Shinua several times. And Shinua didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. She focused on her throughout the whole process and did not respond to Qin Jian's love. Even if Qin Jian tried his best to restrain himself, Su Maoyong saw worry and fear in his eyes, and looked at Shinua reluctantly before leaving. Su Maoyong understood Qin Jian's thoughts. He was just worried that Shinua had changed her mind after so many years of separation, and whether she still loved him. Therefore, in order to dispel his doubts, Su Maoyong simply asked for him in person. Fortunately, the result was good. Shinua never changed his mind. It was just that everyone had a mission, and it was inconvenient to get close to him. "Well, I will. Thank you, Master." General Qin's low and restrained voice floated out of the sound transmission talisman. But it was still difficult to hide his joy and surprise at the moment. Shinua was shocked and blushed. "Okay. You guys teamed up to play tricks on me. I won't pay attention to you." After that, Shinua turned around and ran out of the bedroom in shame. Lingxiao Palace. The news that the Holy Sun appointed a new palace master to take up the post of Lingxiao Palace spread throughout the realm of life and death early in the morning. The 4 armies and 12 palaces were in a complete uproar. All of them were curious about the new palace master. Lingxiao Palace. which was the first to be affected, was even more worried. And all of them were running around to inquire about the origins of the new palace master. Lu and Wang, who were on standby at Lingxiao Palace, were anxious and quickly contacted their immediate superiors. Deputy Palace Master Lu, the Holy Sun sent a new palace master to take over Lingxiao Palace, and he will take office today. When will you and Deputy Palace Master Yuan come back? A lazy and slightly unexpected voice came from the sound transmission note. Oh! The new palace master was found so quickly? The Holy Sun is quite fast. Which faction is she from? Not from any faction. I heard that the Holy Sun brought back a woman named Su Maoyang from the demonic realm. Su Maoyang? Why does this name sound so familiar? Deputy Palace Master Lu tried hard to recall where he had heard this name. Lu Hufar reminded. Su Maoyang is the woman who helped the Great Yin dynasty obtain the mining rights in the prehistoric war a few years ago. Oh! I remember that when the Holy Sun led Lord Sunlong to the prehistoric world, he signed an alliance agreement with this woman and obtained half of the training rights. I didn't expect that these two people would collude with each other again. Deputy Palace Master Lu suddenly realized. Lu Hufal learned some inside information and added. Not only that, I also heard that this woman ran to the demon realm some time ago and stole the ancient murder weapon of the demon realm. With the help of the Holy Sun, she fled to our life and death realm. Now they are people on the same boat. This person must be working for the Holy Sun. No wonder. But there is no need to rush. She is just a new palace master. She knows nothing when she first arrived. Without me and Deputy Palace Master Yuan, she can't make any waves. Let's leave her alone for a few days to dampen her spirit. If she asks you anything, just pretend to be confused. Deputy Palace Master Lu said without taking it to heart. She is just a woman. Even if she is a bit clever, it is not so easy for her to control the entire Lingxiao Palace. You should know that the Shengming King's faction, which has been rooted for so many years, is not a vegetarian. If the Holy Sun had not relied on the will of the old Hades in his previous life and his own strength, the realm of life and death would have long been the world of the Shengming King. However, when the Shengming King's soul returns to its place and his strength is fully restored, it is only a matter of time for the Holy Sun to abdicate. After all, it is a little too young for a woman with no background to shake the power that the Shengming King has built up for many years. Hearing that Deputy Palace Master Lu looked confident, the two guardians felt a little relieved. It seems that the Shengming King has arranged everything. It's all done. The guardians just need to welcome the new palace master. The rest should play dumb. As soon as they finished talking to the Deputy Palace Master, a servant came to report that the new palace master had arrived. The two didn't expect him to come so quickly. After being shocked, they hurried to the main hall to welcome him. Su Maoyang and his friends were already sitting in the main hall. Because there were so many people, the atmosphere was full of momentum and solemn, which put invisible pressure on the two guardians. The mood that was not very concerned at first was instantly raised. Is it Guardian Lu and Guardian Wang? Su Maoyang asked first without waiting for them to approach and salute. Hearing this, the two suddenly came back to their senses, quickly retracted their gazes from looking at the people present, and hurriedly stepped forward, clasped their fists to Su Maoyang. I see the palace master. The attitude was not very respectful, and it was obvious that they were just doing some superficial work. Su Maoyang was too lazy to argue, and asked the two deputy palace masters directly. No need to be polite. I heard that the two guardians are the subordinates of Deputy Palace Master Lu and Deputy Palace Master Yuan. This time, the two Deputy Palace Masters went out to perform tasks. So they left you two on standby in Lingxiao Palace. Is this true? After receiving the instructions, Guardian Lu did not dare to speak nonsense, but nodded and admitted. It is true. In this case, the two Deputy Palace Masters should have received the news long ago. Why haven't they seen anyone until today? Su Maoyang suddenly raised his voice, and his momentum suddenly increased. The two guardians were shocked and looked at Su Maoyang deeply. Seeing her pretty face and slender figure, their hearts that had been lifted up sank again. Palace Master? I have not contacted the Deputy Palace Master. I guess the Deputy Palace Master is in the secret realm, or is in seclusion and cut off the contact. I am incompetent, and I hope the Palace Master will punish me. As they said this, the two of them apologized, looking like they were not afraid of punishment at all. They knew that Su Maoyang would always use them as a pretext when she took office. However, she had just arrived and knew nothing. and all the affairs in the palace still needed the two guardians to handle. So once they were injured, they could use the name of recuperation to shirk their duties, and see how she could still lead the entire Lingxiao Palace. Chapter 2606 I'll help you. Su Maoyang looked at their calm and fearless faces, and couldn't help but sneer. Two guardians. Are you sure that I dare not do anything to you? I dare not. The two answered in unison. But their tone was unquestionable. Please punish me, Palace Master. They were betting that if Su Maoyang wanted to gain a foothold in Lingxiao Palace, he had to rely on them. They bet that she would not only not dare to punish them, but also persuade them with kind words, and give them a way out. Because the assessment once every 3 years is coming soon. And the assessment content is not only about the strength duel between the Son of God and the King of Shengming, and the battle between the younger generation of each faction, but also about the business and taxation of the entire Black Nether Empire. After all, the people in power, strength, power and economy are all indispensable. At the beginning, Ming Xianin had just arrived and was weak. The reason why he was able to ascend to the position of the Holy Sun smoothly was that, first, he was strong enough to defeat King Shengming in public. Second, the Canlong army, which had been loyal to him in his previous life, had produced many ruthless people and won the battle among the younger generation. Therefore, although the economy under his jurisdiction was in recession and far less than that of King Shengming, he had won 2 of the 3 assessments, which was already a big win. But this time, it was not certain who would win or lose. Hearing that King Shengming had returned to his original spirit after 3 years of seclusion and was recovering his strength, Ming Xianin wanted to defeat King Shengming, who had recovered his ancient strength, with his strength in this life, which was undoubtedly a foolish dream. And King Shengming had already taken enough advantages in the economy. Once his own strength surpassed him, even if the young people in the Canlong army were outstanding, Ming Xianin would have to roll up his bedding and roll out of the temple. You have to know that the best of 3 games is the rule set by the current Dark Emperor, and no one dares to question his decision. So they expected that in order to secure his current position, Dark Xianin would definitely work hard to increase economic tax revenue. However, the business of the 4 palaces under his command was very bleak. Before, Lingxiao Palace was considered the most profitable force among the 4 palaces, who knew that the business would definitely plummet after the assassination of the palace master of Lingxiao Palace. Although a new palace master has been rearranged, this new palace master is not familiar with the business and has no confidence. In the final analysis, the business of Lingxiao Palace is still in the hands of the 2 deputy palace masters and 6 guardians. It is impossible for her to do it herself. Moreover, in order to avoid suspicion and create an opportunity for assassination for the Shengming King's faction, the deputy palace master and other guardians have left Lingxiao Palace on the pretext of going on a mission, leaving only the 2 of them here to pass on the news and understand the direction. And from what the 2 deputy palace masters said, they are afraid that they will not come back for a while. And they seem to be planning to leave the new palace master alone and give her a warning. Therefore, if she wanted to manage the affairs and business of Lingxiao Palace, she had to rely on them. Su Maoyang saw them clasping their fists, lowering their heads, but their backs were straight. The smile in their eyes gradually condensed into solid ice, and he pronounced according to their words. As a guardian, you failed to protect the palace master, and failed to notify the deputy palace master to return to the palace in time. After a few days, you still have no idea who the murderer is. You are indeed derelict in your duties, good for nothing, and extremely evil, since you are determined to die. Today this palace will grant you your wish. Hearing the request for death, the 2 guardians looked up in shock, wondering if they had heard it wrong. When did they want to die? What does the palace master mean? Are you going to kill your subordinates? One of the black-robed guardians asked in disbelief. Originally, I thought she didn't even dare to punish them severely, but she wanted to kill them as soon as she opened her mouth. Su Maoyang curled his lips slightly, and his voice was as light as a feather scratching the heart. But it was harsh and thorny. You can't even do such a simple thing as notifying the deputy palace master to return to the palace. I, Lingxiao Palace, will not keep useless people. You dare. Another brown-robed guardian was so angry that he roared. Although the black-robed guardian was shocked, he was still somewhat calm and reminded him sternly. Palace master, we give you face. Don't push it. Without us, you can't manage Lingxiao Palace at all. And you can't do business under Lingxiao Palace at all. Only we know the business orders on weekdays. Once we die, you don't even know what goods to produce, what materials to import, and how much to produce. Not only will you not make money, but you will also face huge compensation. You have to think clearly. Without profits and taxes, how are you going to explain to the Dark Emperor? Listen to her previous. He thought this woman was smart, but he didn't expect her to be so impulsive. In order to take their lives, she even ignored the business. Is she still clear-headed? Hearing this, Su Maoyang's lips were like red plums breaking through the ice and snow. With a gorgeous and cold smile. You are right. I do rely on you to get the order. But it is not the living people, but the corpses. So you must die. After that, Su Maoyang waved his sleeves fiercely, and two fierce puppets suddenly appeared in the air, and each of them punched the chests of the two guardians. The two guardians originally thought that they had threatened the other party, but they didn't know that the other party was unmoved. So they were hit in the vitals before they could defend themselves. They were blown to the ground and spit out a mouthful of old blood. Now they finally understood why she dared to take their lives. It turned out that she was planning to refine them into corpse puppets. They forgot that this person was an amazing puppeteer. Don't dream. You killed the guardians indiscriminately and violated the law. Not to mention that the Hades Emperor will not forgive you. Even the Son of God can't protect you. When the time comes, the Deputy Palace Master will definitely return to the palace to seek justice for us. And you will still die. The brown-clothed guardian endured the serious injury and refuted with gritted teeth. The corpse puppet is just a puppet. Without life. No consciousness. Can't speak or think. Can only fight. And can never replace the living to communicate with the forces below. Therefore, Su Maoyang wanted to use their bodies to do business. Not only did he miscalculate, but he would also bring disaster upon himself. The puppet Sun Yu who took action frowned slightly, sneered and said sarcastically, "How could the master be so stupid as to let outsiders know about your death? With us dead spirits possessed, you can also be considered glorious for your ancestors. And you can rest assured. Puppets possessed by dead spirits? Oh my God! What did they hear?" The two guardians suddenly understood the key. And just as they were about to take out the sound transmission talisman to pass on the message, Sun Yu's fist had already arrived first. But in the blink of an eye, he silently ended the lives of the two. Although Su Maoyang's strength is only at the peak of the spiritual fairy, she is not a match for the guardian. But her puppet's strength is much higher than that of the guardian. So it is not a problem to kill two half-baked people. Just looking at the tragic scene of blood splattering on the spot, Dongfang Liu still shook her head and sighed with emotion. TSK. 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 How miserable. They probably never dreamed that Lianger was not only a puppeteer, but also a puppeteer with undead spirits. Chapter 2607. It's getting cold after being left alone. Xiao Zian saw her put the two corpses into the space and let the dead spirits possess them. And guess some of her intentions. Lianger, are you planning to use the dead spirits to lure out the whereabouts of the two deputy palace masters and bring them to justice? But now there is no evidence. Will they admit it? If there is no evidence, can't we create some evidence? Su Maoyang flipped through the information of every shop in every city, and said calmly. When they heard this, they knew that Su Maoyang had an idea in mind. Gongsun Jingji was cautious by nature and felt that this move was too risky. He frowned and questioned. But the assassination of the palace master left no clues. We can't just make it up out of thin air. If they bite back and say we are making false accusations, it will be more trouble than gain. Su Maoyang slightly curled her lips, and a cunning flashed in her eyes. I didn't say I would fabricate evidence of the murder of the palace master. Oh! Everyone was immediately curious about her words. If it wasn't evidence of the murder of the palace master, then what evidence would it be? You don't want to start with these shops, do you? Fu Minxiu saw her staring at the information in her hand, as if thinking about something, and suddenly a light flashed in his mind. Su Maoyang smiled and nodded gently at him. That's right. The death of the previous palace master was done cleanly, and there must be no handle left. But the daily profits and taxes are not necessarily. She didn't believe that since the other party was from the Shengming King's faction, they would not be able to find any loopholes in the money of Linshao Palace after running it for so many years. Ji Ruiqing had some experience in doing business, and immediately understood Su Maoyang's plan. But he still had doubts in his heart, and couldn't help asking. But we still don't know the real orders and account books. And I heard that Lingxiao Palace had completed last year's tribute last month, and reported this year's orders to Heiming Tian Palace. Even if the spirit of the dead pretends to be the guardian and fools the vendors, they will still be suspicious if they are asked for the order again. Su Maoyang's words clearly show that he suspects that the deputy palace master and the guardian are falsifying the accounts. So he wants to find out the real order and find out the flaws. But the previous palace master just handed the order to the Black Nether Palace, and the new palace master inexplicably asked him to hand it in again, which makes it easy for people to suspect that the new palace master wants to check the accounts. If the deputy palace master and the other 4 guardians are alarmed, they will not only fail to get evidence, but also expose the death of the 2 guardians, which is undoubtedly shooting themselves in the foot. Don't worry. The deputy palace master and the guardian know that we are looking for them. In order not to reveal their tracks, they will definitely cut off the news completely and pretend to be out of touch. They will never easily contact the vendors below. So, we have to act quickly before they react. Su Maoyang's tone was light, but every word was quite confident. Now it is certain that the 2 guardians are the deputy palace master's people, but the thousands of vendors below are not sure which side they are on. The deputy palace master and the other 4 guardians must have expected that the new palace master would not be able to get any information from the 2 guardians who stayed behind, and would start with the vendors at the bottom. So, they would never easily reveal a little information. After all, no one can withstand the possibility that the people below will be tortured and confess them. In any case, of course, the acting must be played out in full, so that no one can get any handle. Hearing this, Fu Minqiu's eyes lit up and realized the essence of Su Maoyang. Leon, from what you said, it seems that there is a way to make the shops not have time to suspect and willingly hand over the orders? Since we have to get the order before they react, there must be a way to make them actively hand in the order. Su Maoyang knew that Fu Minqiu was smart, and raised her eyes to cast an admiring look at him. Just wait and see. Soon, they will not be able to return to the palace even if they want to. They wanted to leave her alone, but they didn't know that if they left her alone, she might be left alone. After 2 hours of refining, the undead in Su Maoyang's space successfully possessed her. The 2 undead who possessed her this time were named Zhang Zhou and Yin Chengwang, but they had to use the names of Lu Hongji and Lu Kansheng when they pretended to be guardians during this period. Now that they saw them walk out of the hall with the bodies of the 2 guardians, and they did not arouse suspicion, everyone was relieved and looked at Su Maoyang's body worriedly. Shinu, help your master back to her room to rest. Her injuries have not yet fully healed, and she is in a hurry to refine puppets. If she doesn't take good care of herself, she will not be able to recover for a while. Gongsun Jingji stepped forward to take her pulse, and after a moment of silence, he instructed Shinua. Shinua nodded and quickly stepped forward to help Su Maoyang up. Su Maoyang felt that she was not so fragile, and waved her hand away. Do you think I am an old woman in her 70s or 80s? It's not that exaggerated. However, as soon as she stood up, the guards outside came to report. Palace Master, someone outside challenged her and said he wanted to see your strength. This time when she came to Lingxiao Palace, Feng Moxie assigned 20 trusted guards to her to guard her palace and protect the safety of her and her friends. The one who came to report was Zheng Chuan, the chief guard arranged by Feng Moxie. Su Maoyang did not doubt it at all and directly asked him to come in and answer. Who is the other party? Why are you challenging me? It's Baizha, the son of the deputy palace master of Shiyue Palace. It must be that the palace master killed his sister Baiyu in the prehistoric war. He heard that the palace master took office, so he rushed to make trouble. Zheng Chuan clasped his fists and reported. When Su Maoyang heard the name Baiyu, he suddenly remembered that in the prehistoric war, this girl named Baiyu looked down on the zither player and severely humiliated Chu Xinting. Later, when he fought with her, he deliberately defeated her with his zither skills. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. Speaking of which, I didn't use heavy hands back then. I just played a little bit of zither. Who would have thought that she was so fragile and couldn't bear any mental strength? Who would have thought that she would plant such a disaster? Everyone was ashamed when they heard it. If they hadn't been with her for so many years and knew her black heart, they probably really believed it. Her piano music might drive people crazy. Zino was worried about Su Maoyang's health, so he immediately told the chief guard, Go and tell him that the palace master is recovering and has no time to practice with him. Yes. In just 3 hours, Zheng Chuan came several times in succession. And some people came to challenge Su Maoyang and fight for the position of Palace Master of Lingxiao Palace. After all, the position of Palace Master is for the capable. And Su Maoyang is too young and an outsider. They are not convinced. It is reasonable that such a good job falls on an outsider. It is a fair challenge. And no one can find any fault. Su Maoyang slept restlessly and was upset. So he directly ordered that no matter who came to challenge, they would be rejected. This is clearly a conspiracy by King Shengming's faction. They have sent so many people to challenge her one after another, obviously wanting to test her strength and collect some interest at the same time, such as taking advantage of her illness to kill her or directly killing her on the spot during the competition. Wouldn't the position of Palace Master be in jeopardy again? Anyway, she accepted the challenge herself. So even if she died, she couldn't blame anyone. And with so many people, if she accepted the challenge one by one, even if she didn't get killed, she would be exhausted to death. She wasn't so stupid as to jump into the trap they had dug. Zheng Chuan hesitated. But if the Palace Master always avoids fighting, it's not a solution. I'm afraid the outside world will spread rumors that the Palace Master is cowardly and incompetent. The head of a palace has no prestige. And it will be difficult to shock the forces under Lingxiao Palace in the future. Let them spread rumors if they want. It's not the time to take action now. Su Maoyang waved his hand to signal him to go down. And he had his own plan in mind. Chapter 2608 Invite her to the birthday banquet. Xiang Palace. Chaoyang Hall. A man in a sea blue robe lazily leaned on the hollow gold-painted throne in Chaoyang Hall. His nose was like a hanging beam. His lips were cherry-colored. His skin was whiter than snow. His eyes were deep and affectionate. And there was always a warm and gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. But the cold light as sharp as a knife flowed between his eyes, making people dare not look at him. His white and slender fingers with distinct joints, like the tips of bamboo shoots emerging after the rain, were gently shaking the wine glass in his hand. And the fragrant wine smell was overflowing. And the whole hall was filled with an intoxicating breath. Even so, no one in the hall dared to relax their vigilance. And they all tightened their skin and waited for the man's instructions. Oh! No one responded. A mellow and calm voice slowly sounded, with a bit of teasing in the calm tone. The guards standing below immediately clasped their fists and reported. Yes. She didn't respond to any of them. Now it's being said outside that the new Palace Master of Lingxiao Palace is a cowardly and incompetent turtle who has no ability to manage Lingxiao Palace. Those forces below will definitely not obey her. And Lingxiao Palace will fall into her hands sooner or later. Hearing this, Deputy Palace Master Chao, who was sitting at the lower left, stroked his beard and laughed. Ha ha ha. She is a sickly person, so she dare not accept the challenge. It's okay if she wins. But if she loses, it's not a slap in the face of the Holy Sun. What's more, whether she wins or loses, it will be bad for her injuries. I guess she is also worried about being overturned in the hands of these challengers. It's not too stupid. But it won't work if she refuses the challenge. Now everyone knows that the new Palace Master of Lingxiao Palace is a turtle who doesn't even have the courage to fight. She has become a coward despised by everyone, let alone managing Lingxiao Palace. She has no place to stand in the realm of life and death. Deputy Palace Master Zhou, who was sitting at the lower right, smiled and shook his head, with a smile flashing in his narrow eyes. Deputy Palace Master Chao nodded in agreement and looked at King Shengming with admiration. Ha ha ha. King Shengming is still wise. He came up with such a method, which made Su Maoyang feel that he couldn't agree or not. Now he is in a dilemma and is in a mess. We don't even need to do anything to be invincible. It's just a pity that we couldn't test her strength. At the beginning, I heard that she took over the prehistoric land with the help of Emperor Yin, and later stole the ancient murder weapon in the demon realm. This person is cunning and should be good at strategy. Otherwise the Holy Sun would not have assigned her such an important position. I just don't know how strong she is. Is it Father's birthday next month? At this time, a faint voice accompanied by a strong aroma of wine floated lazily over. The two deputy palace masters didn't know why he suddenly brought this up, and asked, "That's right. But the palace master has been in seclusion recently, and has no intention of organizing it. What do you think, King Shengming? Organize it? Why not? Not only should we organize it, but we should also invite our new palace master so that everyone can get to know him." Ming Xianshao slightly curled his lips and drank the wine in the glass. The mellow liquid slid over his tongue. moistened his throat, and went straight into his abdomen, raising an intoxicating warmth that made him squint his eyes comfortably. Hearing this, the two were stunned and quickly understood King Xingming's intention. However, the other party was a member of the Holy Sun, and Deputy Palace Master Zhou was not very sure. King Xingming. Now the two factions are so deadlocked. She is from the Holy Sun faction, and I'm afraid she won't come? Since the relationship between the two factions broke out. Unless it was a banquet hosted by the Dark Emperor and the Eternal Emperor, who was temporarily in charge of the affairs. The forces of the two sides would never interact with each other. After all, if they met on weekdays, they would inevitably say a few words. Not to mention attending the birthday banquet of the Palace Master of Xiang Palace, congratulating the other party on his birthday, which was a kind of flattery, and bringing gifts. But King Xingming was very sure. She will come. Xiang Palace personally sent an invitation, full of sincerity. If she doesn't even dare to attend the birthday banquet, then there is no need for her to be the Palace Master of Lingxiao Palace. If she doesn't accept the challenge, she can still use the excuse of being injured and being busy with new affairs. But this move has already damaged her dignity. If she doesn't even dare to attend a good banquet now, it will prove that she is as timid as a mouse and cowardly and incompetent. So, if she doesn't come, he will have an excuse to take away her position as Palace Master. After all, as the master of a palace, there is no reason to hide in Lingxiao Palace forever. Of course, if she came, she would not be able to go back safely. Lingxiao Palace. Leonor, you can't go to this birthday banquet, knowing that you are sent by the Holy Sun. The Xiang Palace specially invited you. It is obviously a conspiracy. Donphan Liyue disapproved. Qi Ruiqing nodded. Yes. I don't know what trap they are digging for you to jump into. Su Maoyang laughed. I have to go to this banquet. Why? They created such a big momentum just to suppress you in public. If you go, won't it be what they want? Xiao Zian frowned. They created momentum for me for free. This is a rare opportunity. How can I miss it? Su Maoyang looked at the time on the post, and the smile on her lips deepened. She didn't accept the challenge before because she was too lazy to fight them one by one. She didn't have that much free time and energy. No matter what, she is also the master of a palace. If she accepts any challenge from anyone, wouldn't it be a loss of status? Since this banquet can be solved at one time and can give them a big surprise, why not do it? In that case, we will go with you. Fu Minxiu volunteered to stand up. He couldn't let Su Maoyang go to the meeting alone and be humiliated. Su Maoyang shook his head. No need. They only invited me. If you go there rashly, I'm afraid they won't welcome you. But Gongsun Jingji is still not at ease. Don't worry. I heard that the Eternal Emperor will also go. With the Eternal Emperor there, they dare not do anything to me. During this period, your task is to secretly visit the forces under the Lingxiao Palace. Don't alert the enemy. Do you understand? Su Maoyang instructed seriously. Now that the two guardians are deceiving in the open, and Donphan Liyue and others are investigating in secret, I believe that the account book that will be handed in again will be very exciting. 1 month later, Su Maoyang's long-awaited birthday banquet arrived as scheduled. Xiang Palace lived up to its name. The whole palace seemed to be shrouded in purple air. From a distance, it looked like a fairy palace. But when you get closer, you will be shocked to find that the evil spirit is rolling, pressing into your body, stirring your internal organs. If you are not strong enough, I am afraid that you will not even be able to enter the palace gate. Fortunately, Su Maoyang's defense is not bad, so she can still walk in it without changing her face. However, when she walked into the garden where she was formerly entertained, she completely got rid of the oppression of the evil spirit. I think this way in is the first test for her. However, without the evil spirit, there are countless eyes that are sharper than the tip of a knife. The originally lively garden was silent when Su Maoyang came in, and a weird atmosphere surged. Chapter 2609 Stunning Appearance. At this time, Su Maoyang looked calm, and looked around the crowd with an elegant manner, and asked the maid beside him, "Where is my seat?" The maid was shocked by the atmosphere of being the center of attention for a moment, and when she heard the question, she suddenly woke up and quickly stretched out her hand to lead the way. Lingxiao Palace Master, please come this way. When they heard Lingxiao Palace Master, everyone came back to their senses. It turned out that this woman was the new Palace Master of Lingxiao Palace. No one expected that the new palace master of Lingxiao Palace would be such a stunning beauty. As soon as she appeared, she killed all the women in seconds, so that the visual impact was too strong, and they forgot each other's identity for a while. The women present were even more shocked and jealous, and their eyes were filled with hostility. After all, in such an occasion, everyone dressed up to attend, and it was like they were looking for a marriage with men of the same generation. No one wanted to be overshadowed by their own kind. Who would have thought that before the banquet even started, someone would have won the attention of all the men just by showing up? However, when they thought about it, the other party was someone under the Holy Sun, an enemy of the Shengming King's faction. No matter how beautiful she was, she would eventually die. The women relaxed their expressions a little, seeing Su Maoyang calmly sitting down under the guidance of the maid. A tall and slender man in green, with deep features, raised his eyebrows and teased. "Oh, it turns out to be the new palace master of Lingxiao Palace. I didn't expect that she really came. I thought she didn't have the courage to come." Su Maoyang looked up and saw a group of young people gathered in front of her. Because the banquet had not started yet, they were chatting in groups of 3 or 5. Her appearance, of course, successfully became their new topic. The man in white, who was relatively outstanding in appearance and temperament, looked at Su Maoyang from top to bottom, with a look of amazement in his eyes. But he said sarcastically, "Yes, I heard that the Lord of Lingxiao Palace rejected everyone's challenge and refused to show his face. Everyone thought that the Lord of Lingxiao Palace would hide in his tortoise shell for the rest of his life. Ha ha ha. You must be scared by Brother Bai. After all, how dare a peak spirit fairy fight with an innate spirit fairy? It's embarrassing for the Lord of a palace to lose." Someone else interrupted, obviously having investigated Su Maoyang's information. Baizhi, who was the center of attention in the crowd, had a cold smile on his face. He was talking to them, but his eyes were fixed on Su Maoyang. "You underestimate the palace master of Lingxiao. He defeated the ancient undead with the strength of a spiritual fairy and pulled out the ancient weapon. I heard that he refused the challenge this time because his injury has not healed, and he is busy with palace affairs and has no time to pay attention to us idle people." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a petite girl with a childish face came to him. The little girl, who could see her stunning figure, couldn't help but say sourly, "TSK. Ling Xian defeated the ancient undead? Such words can only fool fools. If she hadn't had the help of the Holy Sun, she would have died in the demon realm long ago, and she would not have had a chance to be the Lord of Lingxiao Palace. She just relies on her cleverness and likes to do some cheating and deceiving things. Brother Zhe, you think too highly of her. And I see that her face is ruddy and her breath is steady. She looks like she was seriously injured. It's clearly an excuse. She just doesn't dare to fight." Her smart and pretty eyes glared at Su Maoyang with hostility, and then looked at Baizhi in a coquettish and silly way. Perhaps it was because her facial features were extremely beautiful. Even if she pouted in public, she was not annoying, but lively and cute. But Su Maoyang was not blinded by her cute appearance, because the information said that Ning Yuya looked petite and cute, like a little loli. But she was a female devil who ate people without spitting out bones. As long as she didn't like it, was unhappy, or didn't suit her appetite, she would torture people in a set of ways. In addition, she was of noble status, and was the most beloved youngest daughter of the Lord of Feishing Palace. Now at the age of 16, she has reached the level of peak spiritual fairy like her. She is a genius among geniuses, and has grown up with thousands of favors. If you fall into her hands, it will be difficult to seek justice for such a person. So everyone tries to go along with her and coax her. However, she also has a soft spot. That is, she likes Baizhi, the son of the deputy lord of Xiyue Palace. Speaking of which, Baizhi is indeed very outstanding. It is said that his talent in combat is comparable to that of Lu Xiaoming, the eldest son of the palace master of Tiandao Palace, and they are known as the Black Nether Twins. This is the most outstanding young generation besides the Son of God and King Shengming. However, because their strength had already surpassed the initial Supreme Emperor's spiritual master, they did not meet the requirements of the challenge, and did not appear in the team of the primordial battle. So Su Maoyang had the honor to meet them now. Thinking of the other protagonist of the Black Nether Twins, Su Maoyang could not help but cast his eyes on the location of Tiandao Palace. Tiandao Palace had always maintained a neutral attitude before, because it was strongly wooed by Xiyue Palace some time ago. Lu Xiaoming and the eldest daughter of the palace master of Xieyue Palace successfully made an engagement. So Tiandao Palace will soon be considered as a member of the Xiaoming King faction. Su Maoyang had heard of this before, so it was not surprising. But the strange thing was that when she passed by the seat of Tiandao Palace just now, she clearly felt that the ancient divine pattern atlas in her body had moved, which made her pay attention to it. It seems that this Tiandao Palace has some origins with the Xianxin King. She has to find a time to meet the palace master of Tiandao Palace. Perhaps because she has been thinking about the affairs of Tiandao Palace. Su Maoyang unconsciously blocked all the discussions about her from the outside world. But her silent attitude was seen as a manifestation of cowardice by outsiders. Look, you have said so much. But she dare not even fart. She is probably guilty. Such a coward. How powerful do you expect her to be? Ning Yuya sneered. Her expression was full of indifference and disdain that did not belong to her age. Qin Jiyan was once very close to Baisha and others because of the life-saving grace of the palace master of Xieyue Palace. Although he now knows the truth about the life-saving grace, he has not exposed the relationship. So he is also in the crowd, hearing everyone ridiculing Su Maoyang. He felt uncomfortable and said something ambiguous. It's too early to say these things now. We'll know how strong he is after we try him later. Standing not far from him, a woman in a red dress, dressed extremely gorgeously, curled her lips and looked at him. From the tone of General Qin, it seems that he is quite optimistic about the Lord of Lingxiao Palace. This person has taken the prehistoric land and pulled up the ancient murder weapon. He must not be a simple character. I'm just reminding everyone. Qin Jiyan did not return her gaze, but replied coldly. The woman in red seemed to have a good impression of Qin Jiyan. She stared at him with obvious affection in her eyes. She softened her gaze and said with a smile, I'm afraid that the palace master of Lingxiao Palace will not dare to accept the challenge later, and will not be able to find out no matter how hard she tries. As soon as these words came out, everyone burst into laughter, and looked at Su Maoyang with nothing but contempt. Chapter 26:10 Force her to play. Su Maoyang just thought it was a joke, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Lu Xiaoming, the young master of Tiandao Palace, who was sitting opposite, saw this and shook his head speechlessly. He had heard a lot about this woman before, and originally thought she was quite capable. He didn't expect that she was not only timid as a mouse and didn't dare to fight, but now she was insulted and laughed at in public, which made the palace master lose face. And she didn't even dare to say a word of rebuttal. Now she is laughing with others. I really don't know if she was injured before and hurt her brain. Su Maoyang noticed Lu Xiaoming's sight, raised his head slightly, and gave him a friendly smile. This Tiandao Palace is most likely the old subordinate of the Xianxin King, and must have a good relationship with the young master of Tiandao Palace. But Lu Xiaoming suddenly felt disgusted and retracted his sight. His handsome face, which was originally expressionless, suddenly became quite ugly. Since she sat down, this woman has been looking at him for several times. Could it be that she is still fond of men? That's right. She seduced Emperor Yan before, and became the queen of the great Yan dynasty. Later, it was heard that she went to the demon realm to become the concubine of the demon lord. It is obvious that she is a fickle woman who does not know how to behave. Although he, Lu Xiaoming, dare not say that he has surpassed Emperor Yan and the demon lord. His appearance and temperament are not much worse than the former. He is definitely an outstanding existence. It is understandable that she likes him. But it is really disgusting to be targeted by such a person. What are you talking about? So happy. At this time, a loud voice cut off Su Maoyang's sight. And the palace master of Xiying Palace, the emperor of Eternal, and the king of Xiaoming came out together. In addition to the three people, the palace master of Xiying Palace and the king of Xiaoming were each followed by a woman with a beautiful appearance and excellent temperament. The woman next to the Purple Sun Palace master was obviously older, but her skin was white and tender, and her eyebrows and eyes had a little more charm than a girl's. Her figure was plump and sexy, and she still had a charm. This must be the wife of the Purple Sun Palace master. The woman next to King Xiaoming looked very young, only in her early 30s, exuding an extremely strong aura, and her appearance was as delicate as if it was artificially carved, and every stroke was perfect. She was tall and slender, with a waist that could not be held in one hand, a noble chin, a distant and indifferent look, and the red lips that were serious but beautiful to the extreme. all gave people a sense of aloofness. Just like a cold beauty who didn't like socializing. But even if she didn't say a word, her noble temperament and exquisite face would be a visual focus that could not be ignored just by standing there. Even though Su Maoyang had seen her portrait in the information and had been mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. I have to sigh that the women of King Shumming are indeed extraordinary. Speaking of which, although the men of Feishing Palace are not as good as those of other palaces, the daughters are one after another. For example, the cold beauty Ning Qinxian beside King Shumming is the most beautiful and noble eldest daughter of the palace master of Feishing Palace. She has grown into a beautiful woman before she was 12 years old. She is known as the most beautiful woman in the Black Nether Empire. No one has shaken her position so far. And her younger sister Ning Yuyu is completely opposite to her fairy-like image and cold and arrogant personality. She is born cute and lovely, with a temperament more like a boy. She has been naughty and clever since she was a child. As for the red-dressed woman who just started to mock Su Maoyang, she was Ning Wuxin, the daughter of the deputy palace master of Feishing Palace. Although her facial features were not as good as Ning Qinxian and Ning Yuyao, she was born with a charming appearance, and her every move was full of charm. She was also a very rare beauty in the eyes of men. It was because of these three delicate flowers that Feishing Palace has always been a hot commodity in the eyes of young men. Unfortunately, Feishing Palace has very high standards. Among these three outstanding daughters, only Ning Qinxian was promised to marry King Shumming. The other two are still waiting to be married, and even marriage is not on the agenda. It can be seen that except King Shumming, there are no other young talents who can completely enter the eyes of Feishing Palace. I think that even if there is a candidate in mind, Feishing Palace will plan to wait until the situation is clear and completely stable before considering marriage. After all, such a good resource cannot be wasted in vain. However, judging from Ning Wuxin's attitude, Qin Jian should also be one of the candidates. It is easy to imagine that Qin Jian is now the general of the Shinsu army, holding military power and playing an important role. In addition to Feishing Palace, Xieyue Palace should also be targeting him. But unfortunately, the daughter of Xieyue Palace is not as outstanding as Feishing Palace, so the chances of winning are not high. However, the master of Xieyue Palace took Qin Jian as his apprentice by relying on the relationship of saving his life, which can be regarded as holding Qin Jian firmly in his hands. So he is not afraid of the duck flying away. From this point of view, Qin Jian is also a hot commodity in the eyes of the Shumming King's forces. Although he thought about it, Su Maoyang still did not dare to show any traces, and quickly stood up with everyone and saluted the Eternal Emperor. This Eternal Emperor is a confidant of the Dark Emperor. The Dark Emperor has been in seclusion for many years and rarely shows up. So the Eternal Emperor manages all the affairs of the Black Dark Empire on his behalf. It is said that this person is upright and iron-blooded, never partial to any party, and is quite majestic. Therefore, even if he asked with a smile, the deep voice gave people an infinite sense of oppression. The young generation present immediately restrained themselves and dared not joke. Only Ning Yuyu was fearless and replied with a smile. Emperor, we were laughing just now. The new palace master of Lingxiao Palace is a coward. Many people challenged her before, but she didn't dare to respond. Hearing this, Ning Qinxian, who was always cold, rarely followed Ning Yuyu's line of sight and cast a glance at Su Maoyang, with a flash of surprise in her eyes. In fact, she noticed this overly beautiful woman at first sight when she first appeared. At that time, she thought she was a branch or guest brought by a family. Unexpectedly, she was the palace master of Lingxiao Palace. This beauty can compete with her. As an old man, Wangu Emperor was still a little calm about beauty, but he couldn't help but look at Su Maoyang deeply and said, I heard that the Lord of Lingxiao Palace is injured and can't go to battle. You little monkeys are going to challenge her at this time. Aren't you hindering her recovery? It's really rude. Emperor, she has been recuperating for 2 months. I heard that the Holy Sun took the best medicine and asked the best imperial doctors to treat her. Even if she is a clay sculpture, she should be healed. If she is not well yet, I will immediately ask my imperial physician to come forward to check her pulse. I will definitely make her recover and full of energy. As she said that, Ning Yuyu clapped her hands, and soon an imperial doctor came forward, obviously prepared. Although this move was suspected of deliberately making things difficult for Su Maoyang, Ning Yuyu was a cute and lovely girl. It was normal for her to be a little bit temperamental and do things without measure. No one would really take her seriously, let alone she was the lord of Lingxiao Palace. Baizhi is quite good at using women to do things for him. He couldn't come forward, so he instructed Ning Yuyao, who was smarter than his sister Baiyu. In this way, Su Maoyang couldn't refuse the challenge by saying that he hadn't recovered yet, so he had to go on stage. Chapter 26:11 If you hit someone, you have to hit him in the face. Su Maoyang naturally couldn't let the enemy know his physical condition. He pretended to be grateful and bowed to Ning Yuyao. I'm sorry to bother Miss Ning. Although my injuries have not healed yet, they are no longer serious. There is no need to trouble Miss Ning's imperial physician. If it gets to the Son of God's ears, it will inevitably cause misunderstandings, making people think that Miss Ning blames the Son of God for not taking good care of her, creating a rift. Miss Ning means well. How can I put you in an unjust position? Ning Yuyao is only 16 years old. She has been pampered since she was a child. There is no need for so many twists and turns. Hearing this, she immediately got angry and shouted, Excuse. You just don't dare to fight. You coward. Baizhi had expected Su Maoyang to refuse to take his pulse, and said with a calm smile, Master Lin Xiao, if you don't fight, Yaoer has a childish temper and will not give up. What's more, as the master of a palace, you are always called a coward, and your reputation is not very good. Why don't you do this? I will let the disciples who are one level lower than you fight, and everyone will have a competition and stop when the time is right. What do you think? This seems to be helping her out, but it is extremely insulting to challenge her, the master of Lingxiao Palace. She has to find someone who is one level lower than her. Isn't this humiliating her for being cowardly and incompetent, and can only rely on the strong to bully the weak? If she really agreed, it would be even more ridiculous and become a laughing stock in the realm of life and death. However, Su Maoyang originally came here to kill everyone, and he was afraid that he would be disappointed. Mr. Bai, there is no need for the lower level. Since Miss Ning wants to know my strength, why not try it yourself? Did I hear it wrong? You actually want to fight me? Ning Yuyao obviously did not expect Su Maoyang to call her name, and laughed out loud in shock. Have you inquired about my strength? How dare you challenge me casually? Su Maoyang nodded. I heard that Miss Ning had reached the peak of the Spirit Fairy at the age of 16. The same level as me. Although I am older than you, you are more talented than me, and have been at the peak of the Spirit Fairy longer than me. If I fight with you, it is not considered bullying you. Hearing this, Ning Yuyao's black and bright eyes, as smart and cute as a little deer, widened and rounded, and she burst into laughter. You are actually worried about bullying me? Ha ha ha. I am laughing to death. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Why? Miss Ning, are you afraid? Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and asked back. Bah! What do you mean by afraid? You are not worthy. Although I am only a peak Spirit Fairy, even a mid-stage acquired Spirit Fairy in my hands can't withstand a single move from me. With your strength, you still want to fight with me. You are looking for death by holding a lantern in the toilet. Ning Yuyao rolled her eyes at her and snorted disdainfully. Su Maoyang stood up and walked to the flat ground in the middle of the seats. With a gentle smile, he extended his hand to her and invited her. We'll know whether we are worthy after the fight. Miss Ning, please go ahead. When everyone present saw the scene, they all laughed and shook their heads. Su Maoyang could have chosen someone else to challenge, but he chose the genius among geniuses. Everyone knows that Ning Yuyao looks petite and cute, but she is a ruthless female devil. If she falls into her hands, it will not be as simple as just a little bit. Heh. I've seen people who are not afraid of death, but I've never seen someone like you who is looking for death. Okay. Today I'll be kind and teach you a trick. This trick will surely make you unforgettable. Ning Yuyao didn't expect Su Maoyang to be serious. She sneered and walked out with a swagger. Her tender and lovely eyes flashed with cunning light. From a distance, she looked like a playful and exquisite doll. But when she said the words unforgettable, she grinned with a cold and evil smile, casting a strange shadow on her white porcelain face. Before she could finish her words, she attacked Su Maoyang like thunder. She punched Su Maoyang in the face with her white and tender arm, and the golden bell tied on her wrist instantly burst into a crisp and pleasant sound. But this was heard by outsiders. Su Maoyang, as an opponent, felt the devil's sound in her ears, and the fierce mental power rushed straight at her, determined to crush her sea of consciousness. It seems that this Ning Yuyo is going to avenge Baiji's sister. At the beginning, Baiju's mental power was injured and died under her piano music. Now, Ning Yuyo treats her in her own way, presumably because she thinks that mental power is Su Maoyang's most proud skill. After all, as an alchemist, puppeteer, and piano player, she needs mental power. And it is understandable that Ning Yuyo has the illusion that she must rely on mental power to fight. It's just a pity that in addition to mental power, her spiritual power and defense are also impressive. At this time, Su Maoyang retreated slightly, tilted his head to avoid her fist, and then raised his hand to grab her delicate wrist that could be broken at any time, and pulled it out. The bell is pretty, but it's in the way. I'll help you take it off. The next second, Ning Yuyo felt her right wrist empty, and the bell actually fell into Su Maoyang's palm. She was shocked and gritted her teeth and yelled, "You're looking for death." It seems that she still underestimated Su Maoyang's mental power. Even this couldn't attack her sea of consciousness. Thinking of this, she attacked again unwillingly, and the bell in her other hand was shaken more and more violently by her, like a soul-locking spell that was raised high, sharp and high-pitched, sad and weird, making people feel as if they were in a cemetery, entangled by the dead souls. And the pervasive evil spirit and mental power were like a huge black net that could instantly erode all living things. The spiritual power in her fist increased exponentially, and her martial arts skills were brought to the extreme in her hands, sweeping over with the momentum of creating the world. Su Maoyang clearly felt that the pressure released by Ning Yuyo was indeed enough to blow away a mid-stage acquired spiritual fairy. And it was not in vain. However, Su Maoyang just stood there, watching her punching, with a calm and composed look in his eyes, and a bit of teasing. After all, compared with those ancient undead spirits in the South Sea Demon Abyss, this power is really not enough. Ning Yuyo didn't expect that she not only didn't hide, but also didn't intend to attack. A flash of shock flashed across her face, and then the corners of her mouth curled up with an evil grin. Su Maoyang couldn't blame her for being stupid. Her punch was not just about spiritual power. The evil spirit contained in it, combined with her bell and extraordinary mental power, could make her a powerless, useless person even if she couldn't kill her. A paralyzed Lingxiao Palace master. Just thinking about it is interesting. Su Maoyang caught the other party's hidden bloodthirsty smile, and knew that there was a mystery in her moves. But she still walked forward without dodging. When everyone saw the scene, they thought that Su Maoyang was confused by the ringing and had conquered the Sea of Shen. He was so stupid that he fell into the trap and was killed. They all shook their heads and sighed that Lingxiao Palace was going to change the palace master again. However, the next second, before everyone could react, they saw that Su Maoyang actually relied on his flesh and blood to safely penetrate the opponent's fist mark, and slapped Ning Yuyo in the face in the simplest and crudest way. There was a loud bang, and Ning Yuyo was blown away like a deflated rag doll. Chapter 26:12 The pressure is on the enemy. Ning Yuyo fell to the ground, looking at her fallen teeth, touching her bloody and burnt face. She was terrified and screamed at Su Maoyang. "You? How dare you destroy my appearance?" At this time, she was no longer as delicate and beautiful as a doll. Her left cheek was burnt black. Her skin and flesh turned outward, and blood was blurred. She was twitching stiffly because of anger, and she looked ferocious, but also miserable, just like a horror doll in a horror movie. Even the young men who liked her felt disgusted and avoided their sight. It can be imagined how hard Su Maoyang's slap was. And those who know the business know that the palm just now not only has the artistic conception of fire, but also a very powerful divine pattern martial arts. Therefore, compared with the severe damage to the Sea of Gods, disfigurement is a trivial matter. If the Lingxiao Palace master hadn't taken action, it would have been fine. But once he did, Ning Yuyo was disfigured and her talent was destroyed. Whether it was her mental or spiritual power cultivation, she would probably stop here. For the arrogant genius among geniuses, this was such a cruel blow. As expected, Ning Yuyo had never been humiliated like this before. She was so angry that she trembled all over and screamed to get up and fight again. "I will fight you." But she felt dizzy as soon as she got up, and suddenly spit out a mouthful of old blood. Baizha rushed over to support her in fear. Baizha looked at the bloody, burnt, red and charred face, and couldn't help but jump with fear. He stared at Su Maoyang in anger and accused loudly, "Lingxiao Palace Master, you are so cruel and ruthless. And you are too much. You actually hit a little girl so hard. Su Maoyang stood with his hands behind his back, staring at Ning Yuya with indifference. But his words were all innocent. What? Is there a rule that you can't hit someone in the face in the realm of life and death? Why didn't Mr. Bai tell me in advance? I was thinking that it was just a sparring match. If I attacked other parts of Miss Ning's body, it might endanger her life. So after thinking about it, only the face is the safest. After all, the worst case is just disfigurement. Anyway, for a cultivator, appearance is not worth mentioning. How can this be called heavy-handed? I clearly showed mercy. Yu Baizhi didn't expect her to be so eloquent, and she turned her malicious intent into good intentions. But he really couldn't come up with a reason to refute. When the two sides fought, there was a possibility of injury. She only hit her face and didn't touch other parts. It was indeed quite merciful. But this palm was extremely vicious, destroying a woman's appearance and sea of spirit, not only making it impossible for her to live a normal life, but also breaking the originally valuable marriage. In this life, she can only be a peak spiritual fairy with no future, no value, disgusting and ugly, and completely become a family abandoned child. What is the difference between this and a waste? In such a comparison, Ning Yuya's viciousness is nothing compared to Su Maoyang. He really underestimated this woman. Feishing Palace, which was also very angry about Su Maoyang's behavior, was speechless at this moment, and suddenly found that they couldn't say a word to seek justice for Ning Yuya. Because the facts were in front of them. They really couldn't find a reason to attack. If it was their own family banquet, they could still punish Su Maoyang behind closed doors. But the Eternal Emperor sat above. And with his character, he would never allow Feishing Palace to do anything wrong. What's more, the other party has a special identity, and is the palace master of Lingxiao Palace. Thinking of this, the people of Feishing Palace were very aggrieved. They couldn't vent their anger on Su Maoyang, so they had to turn their resentful eyes to Baizhi. Everyone knew that the reason why Ning Yuya provoked Su Maoyang was all instigated by Baizhi. Originally, they believed that Ning Yuya would not lose, and they were happy to let Ning Yuya use Su Maoyang to show the strength of his Feishing Palace. And Baizhi was also a good candidate for marriage with Ning Yuya. So they turned a blind eye and acquiesced. Who would have thought that Ning Yuya would be severely injured and ruined? And Baizhi, the mastermind behind the scenes, must be responsible. Baizhi felt the sharp eyes of Feishing Palace and shuddered. He knew that if he didn't come forward to settle the matter and seek justice for Ning Yuya, Feishing Palace would not let him off easily. He immediately ordered the maid to help Ning Yuya down to heal her wounds, and then loudly invited Su Maoyang to stand. Master Lin Xiao, you are very powerful, and you should challenge a peak-acquired spiritual fairy like me. Why do you have to pretend to be weak and bully a little girl? Su Maoyang laughed when he heard this. It was obviously Ning Yuya who provoked first, and she was just taking advantage of the situation. Now from Baizhi's mouth, it turned out that she deliberately bullied a child. Besides, everyone knows that Ning Yuya is not an ordinary little girl. She can kill people with just a flick of her finger. Now that she lost the fight, she said she was a little girl. It's ridiculous. Mr. Bai, if you want to challenge me, just say it directly. Don't you feel disgusted when you say it so high-soundingly and package it so righteously? Su Maoyang sneered and directly exposed his hypocrisy. It must be said that Baizhi is a man who can keep his composure. Facing her sarcasm, he not only remained calm, but also retorted, if the Lord of Lingxiao Palace had not been hiding and accepted my challenge earlier, I would not have to say so much. Ha ha ha. So it's still my fault? Okay. I was too weak and lay on the couch for 2 months, which delayed Mr. Bai's challenge. I apologize to Mr. Bai here, since Mr. Bai wants to fight so much. Today I, an old patient, will sacrifice my life to accompany you. Speaking of this, Su Maoyang bowed with apology, and then extended his hand to make a request. His words and deeds were humble and elegant, but every word fell into Baizhi's ears. But it was like a needle-tip piercing. Patient? How dare she call herself a patient? Her palm strike just now was so fierce. How could she look injured at all? Isn't this humiliating him and Ning Yuya? Even if he beat her today, his reputation would not be very good, because Su Maoyang created the image of a patient who has not recovered from his injuries. He aggressively bullied a patient, and he would definitely be criticized in the future. But in this battle, he had to fight under the pressure of Feishing Palace. Who would have thought that he, who had originally taken the initiative, was now at a disadvantage. It seems that challenging Ning Yuyo was a conspiracy planned by Su Maoyong from the beginning. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Baizhi was too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly waved his hand, summoning a long sword to break through the air towards Su Maoyong. Baizhi is now a peak acquired spiritual fairy, and his move is earth-shattering. His power is obviously not comparable to Ning Yuyu. As a peak spiritual fairy, Su Maoyong usually has no problem fighting against late acquired spiritual fairies when she crosses 3 levels. But it is a bit difficult to fight against peak acquired spiritual fairies when she crosses 4 levels. Fortunately, she had previously fought against the undead spirits of early innate spiritual fairies by force upgrading, and had accumulated some combat experience. She has almost reached the threshold of early acquired spiritual fairies. In addition, her divine patterns and mental strength are excellent, so she may have a chance to fight. Chapter 26:13 You dare to use a sword in front of me? But Baizhi did not intend to give Su Maoyong a chance to fight back. He was 4 levels higher than her. If he did not defeat the enemy with one move, wouldn't he be laughed at? So, he used a killing move as soon as he made a move. And he used his weapons: spiritual power, strength, speed, martial arts, and mental power to the extreme. He was bound to kill Su Maoyong on the spot, for Feishing Palace and for himself, despite the risk of being held accountable by the Eternal Emperor. No matter what, he had the support of the Evil Moon Palace and the King of Shumming behind him. Even if the Eternal Emperor wanted to give an explanation to the Son of God, he would not take his life. What's more, Su Maoyong was just a helper invited by the Son of God from outside, while he was a legitimate descendant of the Hades. I believe that the Eternal Emperor knew which was more important, so he must win this battle. Su Maoyong also felt his undisguised killing intent. He slashed with his sword, as if thousands of sword shadows intertwined into a cage, covering her, instantly blocking her retreat in all directions, as if he was going to imprison her and kill her. Facing the blockade, Su Maoyong did not dare to underestimate the enemy, and quickly summoned the Qingming sword, slashing several swords into the void, trying to break the dilemma. Her spiritual power level was much lower than Baizhi's, and she could only rely on the number of sword swings, constantly superimposing sword intent and spiritual power to make up for the level gap. But this move was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in Baizhi's eyes, overestimating her own ability. You dare to use a sword in front of me? Do you think I'm that wasty Yunfeng? Baizhi was not surprised to see her Qingming sword, and he also glanced at Yunfeng, who was sitting in the Hunyuan Palace, with a sneer. In the original battle of prehistoric times, Yunfeng was defeated by Su Maoyong's sword with a high-level advantage. But they ridiculed him for a long time. Although her Qingming sword has some origins, and is a very rare innate treasure, which more or less restrained Yunfeng. It also shows that he is not well trained, and cannot even completely crush a woman who is 3 levels lower than him, which is really embarrassing for them. If Su Maoyong still wants to win by relying on the advantage of weapons this time, then he has made a wrong calculation, because his sword is also an innate treasure, and he is best at swordsmanship. He is known as a young swordsman in the realm of life and death. Su Maoyong's use of swords to deal with him is undoubtedly a show of skill in front of an expert and a humiliation. At this time, Yunfeng, who had been watching the battle in a low-key manner, was suddenly named by him. Feeling the sarcastic eyes shot from everyone, his face was inevitably a little hot. But he did not think that Su Maoyong was a character that could be easily dealt with. He believed that only those who had fought in person could understand the horror of the other party, facing the sword intent that fell from the sky. Su Maoyong indeed felt a more unstoppable and powerful pressure than Yunfeng. She had to summon the pure world green lotus platform, and use defense to resist part of the sword energy. Then she tried to suppress the surging blood and said unhappily, "Mr. Bai, don't humiliate me like this. Mr. He beat me seriously back then, and I only won by a narrow margin. In my heart, he has always been a strong and respectable opponent, and he is definitely not a waste." Su Maoyong still remembers the tragic battle that year. She believes that if she hadn't fought with her life, with an unyielding tenacity, and let Yunfeng be convinced by this willpower, she would have lost. Such a powerful opponent was said so badly by Baizhi that even Su Maoyong couldn't listen and wanted to defend him. Yunfeng, who was looked down upon by everyone, was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the person who spoke for him in public was his former opponent. He felt mixed emotions and some gratitude. Baizha watched Su Maoyang rely on the treasure to protect his body and bear his attack. He hated it in his heart and snorted coldly with a gloomy face. A person who fights with treasure still has the mind to speak up for others. You should worry about yourself. Compared with Mr. Bai, who is 4 levels higher than me and can challenge a wounded person with confidence, my use of defensive treasures should not be a big deal. What's more, the weapon in Mr. Bai's hand and this brocade robe that looks soft but is comparable to a body armor are probably even better. Su Maoyang chuckled and teased. Baizha challenged low-level opponents by relying on the difference in spiritual power. He was holding an innate treasure and wearing a high defense armor. He was not ashamed. What was there to be ashamed of for a patient with an injury? You are making up excuses. Baizha was so angry that his veins popped out after being scolded by her. He was too lazy to care about his face and slashed several times in succession, determined to cut Su Maoyang into pieces. Su Maoyang watched him rushing like a dragon and his sword like a phantom. She was afraid to raise her sword to meet him carelessly, because she swung the sword too fast. Countless black eagles flashed around her and flew up, rushing fiercely. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but sigh. This is the sword energy taking shape. Just as everyone was sighing, Su Maoyang shouted, "Storm Holy Sword!" Then, the large group of black eagles condensed into a rope, forming a terrible storm, with the point as the center, and immediately broke through the cage intertwined by Baizha. Su Maoyang had already mastered this 9th grade Divine King skill, so its power was naturally incomparable. Now that the cage had a big hole, no matter how solid the other parts were, it could not hold anyone. Su Maoyang took advantage of the situation to change his position, and with a ghost step, he flashed to the left side of Baizha, and raised his hand to slash with his sword. Baizha was at least a peak postnatal spiritual fairy, so there was no reason for her to be attacked by a peak spiritual fairy. Although he was shocked that her figure was silent, he still flashed to the right sharply, and the sharp sword followed to block it, and collided with Su Maoyang's Qingming sword with a bang, wiping out a dazzling fire. But it was only a moment of confrontation, and the two were quickly repelled by the terrifying force. Su Maoyang could not bear the huge spiritual power impact. Even if he stood firm, blood still flowed from the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, Baizha was in a much better situation. He was not injured, but his breath was slightly disordered, and the rhythm of the battle was disrupted. Even so, Baizha was shocked. The opponent's strength was obviously beyond his expectations. It was not unfair for He Yifeng to lose to her. Thinking of this, Baizha no longer dared to underestimate the enemy. While she was still not recovered, he immediately took advantage of the victory and pursued her. The sword light was like lightning, and it came suddenly, and it was about to fall on Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang knew that he was ruthless, and the pressure was so strong that people could not move. There was no way to avoid it, so he had to swing the sword to resist. Although she stepped on the pure world green lotus platform, her defense and spiritual power were enhanced, but she was still very struggling in the face of absolute level crushing. So although she tried her best to resist this sword, there was obviously a crack in her body, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. But despite this, her feet were still like nails, deeply nailed into the soil, as solid as a rock to resist the power beyond her strength. Baizha's sword pressed down Su Maoyang's Qingming sword fiercely. He originally wanted to see how long her already injured body could show off, but he didn't expect that after a stalemate of a cup of tea, the other party gritted his teeth and refused to let go. And she was also resisted. It seemed that she had endless spiritual power. Under such a high output, it was not exhausted. She even continuously injected it into the sword and launched a counterattack, so that he couldn't hold on. This is simply unbelievable. Feeling that his own spiritual power was constantly being consumed, Baizha became alert and had to let go to get a chance to breathe. But at the moment he relaxed, Su Maoyang urged the ghost step and disappeared under his sword in an instant. He went around and fiercely cut out a sword light with a divine pattern. It must be said that in front of a true genius, the ghost step has greatly lost its effectiveness. Baizha still turned around quickly to catch it, but the speed was a second slower, and a sword mark was cut on his buttocks. It didn't look deep, but it was extremely shameful. Chapter 26:14 Losing Face for Life. Su Maoyang saw that his buttocks were exposed, with a bloodstain on it, red and white, which made his already nice buttocks look white and upturned, and tender. He nodded and praised. "Well, Mr. Bai, you look good." Hearing this, Everyone present almost choked to death on their own saliva. But due to Baijia's identity, they could only suppress their laughter and cough to cover up their emotions. But in their hearts, they admired Su Maoyang as a man. It was already embarrassing for a man to have his buttocks scratched in public. But she was so good that she added fuel to the fire and commented on it. She really wanted to make the world chaotic. In this case, Baizhi would certainly not be stupid enough to think that Su Maoyang was commenting on his appearance. He was so angry that his face turned purple. And he shouted in anger, looking for death. This woman actually scratched his soft armor and injured his buttocks, causing him to be so embarrassed. It is really unforgivable. After that, he swung his sword desperately. The sword light in the sky was matched with the fierce sword energy, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, so fierce that it seemed to bite off Su Maoyang's throat. Compared with his swiftness and viciousness, Su Maoyang's swordsmanship seemed much more majestic. Every time he slashed his sword, the bright blue light was like a holy light that dispelled the darkness, forcing back the evil spirit, transforming into a black eagle, and domineeringly using his sharp claws to capture the poisonous snake with fangs and attacking fiercely. But the opponent's spiritual power level was too high, and Su Maoyang had just suffered internal injuries. He was deadlocked for a while, and after several rounds, he was still repelled and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Although Baizhi was still stable in the same place, his situation was not much better. In addition to the embarrassing buttocks, his arms and thighs were all injured, and his clothes were cut into rags by the sword energy and hung on his originally tall and straight body. It was hard for everyone to imagine that a man who was so handsome and decent before now looked like a ragged beggar, standing there gasping for breath in a mess. Obviously, he had a very difficult fight. Su Maoyang saw that his spiritual power had been consumed a lot, and knew that he could not hold on for too long. And then he launched an attack with fighting spirit. Every sword was like thunder from the sky, slashing out a sword light as powerful as a silver dragon, and rushed directly to Baijia's vitals. Baizhi did not expect that Su Maoyang still had spiritual power and fighting spirit after fighting to this extent. For the first time, he felt scared in his heart, and even the defensive movements in his hands were slowed down for 2 seconds. It was with a 2-second opportunity that Su Maoyang flashed behind him like a ghost, and when he was frantically resisting the sword intent, he suddenly blasted out the bagua palm. Baizhi was too sensitive to the sword energy. If she used the sword, even if she attacked from behind, it would be difficult to really hurt him. So Su Maoyang simply gave up the weapon and approached with bare hands. At this time, Baizhi never expected that Su Maoyang would dare to risk being attacked by his spiritual power and fight in close combat. He turned around in a hurry and failed to resist. He was immediately blasted away by a palm and crashed into the seat of Shiyue Palace. Immediately, the tableware and wine glasses on the table broke all over the floor, which made everyone stunned. At this time, Su Maoyang grinned at him with a gentle but sarcastic smile. Mr. Bai, in my opinion, you are a peak-acquired spiritual fairy, far inferior to Mr. He who was at the peak of the innate imperial spiritual master. He was only 3 levels higher than me at that time, and he had already forced me into a desperate situation. But you were defeated so miserably. Isn't it time to reflect on whether you have been too proud and complacent in recent years and slacked off in your cultivation? If Mr. Bai's thinking remains at the level of 4 years ago, there will be problems. She is no longer the same as she was back then. She has been making progress and growing. Even though she is still at the peak of the spiritual fairy, her state of mind and perception are comparable to those of the early acquired spiritual fairy. They are incomparable. For her, it is easy to enter the acquired spiritual fairy. It depends on whether she wants to or not. Although Baizhi has reached a high level, he is proud and conceited, and his thinking is stagnant. He will eventually be killed by the low-level one. So when he heard these words and saw Su Maoyang's bright smile, which was obviously beautiful, it deeply hurt Baiji's eyes, and all kinds of unwillingness and anger burst out. I didn't lose. I can still fight. As he said, he quickly stood up and wanted to rush up to fight again. However, before he rushed to Su Maoyang, he was shot back to his seat by the Eternal Emperor with a wave of his sleeves. A gloomy and mellow voice suddenly sounded. Are you not ashamed? If you lose, you lose. You should concentrate on training in the future. It's really ugly to be so unwilling to admit defeat even though you are not as skilled as others. Eternal Emperor admitted that Baizhi could fight again, and he might have a chance to win after a few more rounds. But from the moment, he was blown away by a woman who was 4 levels lower than him and injured. He had already lost. Fighting again would be really unworthy of the demeanor and level of a genius in the life and death realm. If it spreads out, it will only make the life and death realm a laughing stock. Baisha, who was overwhelmed, was shocked back to his senses by the severe shouting, and looked at the iron-green and cold face of the Eternal Emperor with horror. He never expected that the Eternal God Emperor would personally take action and scold him in public. Today, he has lost all his face in this life. Seeing that the Eternal Emperor was angry, the palace master of the Evil Moon Palace immediately stood up and bowed to apologize. Emperor, Baisha is a proud and arrogant child, and he is young and energetic. It is understandable that he cannot accept winning or losing for a while. I hope you will not bother with him. Forget it. Let him reflect on his mistakes and practice hard in the future. I hope that our genius in the realm of life and death can win glory and lose magnanimously. Seeing that the palace master stood up to plead for him, the Eternal Emperor naturally didn't want to offend him, and gave him a few words of warning in a gentle tone. However, Su Maoyan on the field had no intention of stopping. He respectfully clasped his fist towards the Emperor and said, "Your Majesty is wise. In fact, in addition to Master Bai, there are 5 other talented young men who have always wanted to challenge me. It's a pity that I was ill some time ago and rejected their challenge letter, which made them lose face and return disappointed. I have always felt guilty. Now I have been recuperating for 2 months. It is rare for me to get together with everyone. Naturally, it is not good to reject their intention to exchange and learn from each other. Therefore, I accept their challenge today, so that the Emperor can be a witness, so as not to let people misunderstand that I, the palace master of Lingxiao Palace, do not give them face and create resentment." These words made everyone sigh. They finally saw what it meant to be high-sounding, what it meant to stand on the highest moral point, and what it meant to turn black into white. Even the most powerful Baisha was defeated by her. So how could the other 5 young men be her opponents? Isn't it obvious that she wants to publicly retaliate against the 5 unlucky guys who challenged her? She said that the naked revenge was to avoid disappointing the other party, to fulfill the other party's wishes, and to prevent the other party from misunderstanding that she looked down on others and didn't give face. So she kindly accepted the challenge and asked the Eternal Emperor to be a witness to see how they were completely abused. It was obvious that she wanted to bully others, but she acted so righteous, kind and considerate, and reasonable, which made people unable to blame her. This woman is really scheming and has a lot of skills. Chapter 26:15, she really has a crush on him. The 5 young men who had challenged Su Maoyang had never expected that Su Maoyang had such a strong desire for revenge. They immediately became timid and looked at the Eternal Emperor with pale faces, hoping that the Emperor could help them reject this undoubted challenge. The Eternal Emperor naturally did not want to see the young man in the life and death realm make a fool of himself. So he gently reminded him, "Master Lingxiao Palace, you have already proved yourself. Why are you being so aggressive? Emperor, it is obvious that they are eager to learn from me, and they have challenged me several times in front of my Lingxiao Palace. I understand their eagerness to exchange martial arts. So how can they be considered aggressive? And when I was in the mysterious God realm, I heard that there were many geniuses in the life and death realm, and each of them was a dragon among men, and I have always yearned for them. But the strength shown by Mr. Bai today disappointed me greatly. With such a level, I must not be among the geniuses in the life and death realm. How can I dare to say that I have proved myself in a fight with such a level? I hope the Emperor will understand." Su Maoyang bowed modestly, and every word was belittling himself and praising the life and death realm. But together, it humiliated Baisha to the extreme. Everyone knew that Baisha was definitely a genius at the top level, but no one could refute her words. After all, he had just been defeated by a woman who was 4 levels lower than him. He really lost face for a genius in the realm of life and death. If they admitted that Baisha was at the top level, wouldn't it make Su Maoyang laugh at him for being a genius in the realm of life and death? Therefore, even the Eternal Emperor was speechless. Seeing that the battle was about to break out, the 5 young men had to find a lame excuse. "Palace Master Lingxiao, the situation is different now. You are seriously injured now. How can we bully the injured? Forget about this competition. Yes, it's really unmannerly of us to attack." Su Maoyang smiled and said without any concern, "You are overthinking. The injuries caused by Mr. Bai are far less serious than the injuries I suffered in the demon realm. Just attack. I still have the strength to fight. The 5 young men were choked and speechless. This was forcing them to do something. They had to go up and embarrass themselves. Ning Qinxian, who was beside King Shengming, saw the embarrassment of the few people and said, Palace Master Li Xiao, you should at least understand the feelings of the grown men who don't want to bully a seriously injured woman. If you want to experience the genius of the life and death realm, I don't mind fighting with you. Now, among the young people present, except for King Shengming, who is sure to win, only she can completely crush Su Maoyang. This battle is crucial, and it must be a one-shot kill. Otherwise, even if they fight for 2 more rounds, it will be an insult to the realm of life and death, and will only encourage Su Maoyang's arrogance. Moreover, her sister was destroyed by this man. This hatred is irreconcilable, so she naturally can't stand by and watch. Su Maoyang didn't expect Ning Qinxian to go down in person. She is very proud of this. If the first goddess of the realm of life and death can be beaten into a pig's head, I wonder if King Shengming will be so angry that he will smoke 7 holes. That scene will definitely be very interesting. Su Maoyang was very happy, and was about to nod his head in agreement. But King Shengming seemed to have other concerns. He reached out and stroked the back of Ning Qinxian's hand, saying gently and lovingly, he is just a palace master. Why do you need to do it yourself? After that, he retracted his gaze and looked up in the direction of Tiandao Palace, suggesting with a smile, Lu Xiaoming, I have always trusted your strength. Why don't you come forward and exchange martial arts with the Lingxiao Palace Master? Lu Xiaoming and Baizhi are known as the 2 heroes of the Black Netherworld. Although Baizhi was defeated, he still seriously injured Su Maoyang. Therefore, Su Maoyang is now just a spent force. Even if he still has some tricks, he has little chance of winning in front of Lu Xiaoming in his prime. There is really no need for Ning Qinxian to condescend to cater to a cheap bone. As a bystander, Lu Xiaoming was suddenly named by King Shengming, and he was stunned for a moment, now that he received the other party's eyes full of expectations and trust. A surge of blood suddenly surged in his body. He immediately stood up and clasped his fists. I am willing to share the worries of King Shengming. After saying that, Lu Xiaoming strode out of his seat, came to Su Maoyang, and bowed. Now it was Su Maoyang's turn to be dumbfounded. This Lu Xiaoming is the eldest son of the most proud of the palace master of Tiandao Palace. And Tiandao Palace is most likely the old subordinates of the Xianshan king. If she hurt Lu Xiaoming, made him lose face, and offended the Tiandao Palace, how could she win over the Tiandao Palace in the future? At that time, let alone revealing her identity, she probably wouldn't even have the chance to talk to the palace master of the Tiandao Palace. And that would be the end of her. Thinking of the seriousness of the matter, Su Maoyang didn't hesitate, and simply clasped her fists and admitted defeat. I have heard that Mr. Lu is extraordinary and powerful. I am ashamed of myself and dare not compete with Mr. Lu. I lose this round. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in shock, and they looked at each other in confusion. Su Maoyang, who was still eager to fight, and had to pick a few people out to establish her authority, actually gave in when she saw Lu Xiaoming. Was she wrong? This Lu Xiaoming is indeed outstanding in strength. But he is also comparable to Baizhi. She has no problem with Baizhi. So why is he so obedient in front of Lu Xiaoming now? Lu Xiaoming was also confused by her attitude. In terms of strength, he might be better than Baizhi with his own efforts over the years. But the other party didn't have to admit defeat so quickly. At this time, receiving Su Maoyang's kind smile, Lu Xiaoming suddenly realized the key. She really fell in love with him. Although he and Baizhi were both famous handsome men, Baizhi was too feminine, while he was more masculine. It was normal for him to attract a woman like Su Maoyang. But he didn't expect that this woman was so shameless and flattered him in public. Do you really think he is the kind of superficial man who covets beauty and likes these flowery words? Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoming seemed to show his attitude. He snorted coldly and said rudely, Don't try to get close to me. I won't fall for it. Since I'm already on the field, there is no reason to retreat. You have to fight this battle whether you want to or not. Watch this. Before he finished speaking, Lu Xiaoming punched over. Although he did not use any weapons, the power should not be underestimated. Every punch brushed past Su Maoyang's ears, and only bursts of punches like whistling wind could be heard. If she hadn't dodged quickly every time, I'm afraid she would have been punched into a hole by him. This Lu Xiaoming really doesn't have any sympathy for women. He is really cruel. She still remembers his identity as the young master of Tian'ao Palace and gives in to him everywhere. But the other party doesn't appreciate it at all. It's really infuriating. Chapter 26:16 Finding the Murderer. Lu Xiaoming also saw that she had no intention of fighting, and growled angrily. What do you mean by dodging and not fighting? Do you look down on me? Su Maoyang almost cried out in injustice when facing that angry face. She couldn't fight or not fight. Forget it. She accepted the favor of the Xianshan king Mu Qiongtian and vowed to help reorganize the old subordinates. This is the first time she has met the old subordinates. She hasn't contacted the palace master of Tian'ao Palace yet. So it's better not to irritate Lu Xiaoming. So, in order not to show it so obviously, Su Maoyang had to fight back. But the degree of the fight back had to be well controlled. She couldn't hurt him, nor make him look bad. And she had to make the other party feel that she had tried her best and ended up defeated. It has to be said that this battle was the most tiring one Su Maoyang had ever fought. She had to attack and lose without leaving any trace, which really tested her acting skills. After several rounds of fighting, just when Su Maoyang was almost exhausted, she finally got the chance. She dodged to avoid the important parts, pretended to be weak in spiritual power, and was slapped. She was suddenly knocked back and waved her hands weakly. No more fighting. I admit defeat. Although she was pretending to admit defeat, this Lu Xiaoming was indeed a good fighter. At least much more difficult to deal with than Baizha. If she continued to fight, she probably wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Instead of making things awkward for both sides, it would be better to take the initiative to admit defeat and keep the chess piece of Tian'ao Palace, which would be of great use in the future. Seeing that she was weak and looked like she was unable to fight again, Lu Xiaoming sneered and said, I didn't use 60% of my strength, and I'm so weak. The Lord of Lingshao Palace is just like this. Well, since you are injured, I won't embarrass you. Lu Xiaoming was a gentleman. He knew that Su Maoyang was injured, so he didn't try his best. Now that he had taught him a lesson, there was no reason to hold on to him. So he stopped and walked back to his seat. But his evaluation of Su Maoyang and Baizha dropped again. I have to admit that Baizha has been too arrogant in recent years. It's really shameful that he can lose so badly at this level. King Shengming saw that Lu Xiaoming won easily, and his smile deepened. He raised his eyebrows and asked Su Maoyang, Master Lingshao, how about my genius in the realm of life and death? Su Maoyang rolled his eyes in his heart at his blatant boasting, but he still said perfunctorily, it really lives up to its reputation. Ha ha ha. It's really not easy to convince Master Lingshao. However, since you have become my Haiming, the master of a palace in the empire, no matter what his status was before, he is now a person in the realm of life and death. We were just exchanging martial arts just now. I hope that the Lord of Lingshao Palace will not take it to heart, and do not hurt the harmony with his own people. King Shengming always has a smiling look, and his delicate and stylish facial features shine in the sunlight. He is so handsome that he seems to recall spring, but the cold light flashing in his eyes gives people a sharp feeling, like a dark thorn lurking in the stamens of the spring morning, which can pierce people's fingers and suck people's blood if you don't pay attention. Su Maoyang thought of the hypocritical and sinister villain in his heart, but he still smiled and nodded in response. King Shengming is right. Everyone is working hard for the realm of life and death. Naturally, we can't hurt the harmony for such a small matter as exchanging martial arts. Don't you think so, Lord Xieyue? Lord Feishing? As she spoke, Su Maoyang looked in the direction of Xieyue Palace and Feishing Palace, obviously reminding them that even King Shengming has spoken. So don't think about revenge in private. If you want to care about revenge, it's your fault and your responsibility. The Lord of Xieyue Palace was suddenly named. In order not to embarrass King Shengming, she suppressed the viciousness in her eyes and pulled the corners of her mouth stiffly. That's right. It's just a discussion. Don't take it to heart. Feishing Palace was so angry that she turned her face black and avoided her sight, not even bothering to say a perfunctory word. With the words of the Lord of Xieyue Palace, I feel relieved. Su Maoyang didn't care about Feishing Palace's attitude, smiled and nodded, and glanced at King Shengming, who was smiling but not smiling, and his face suddenly darkened. Obviously, King Shengming's words just now were just pretending to comfort her. Who would have thought that he would shoot himself in the foot and drag Xieyue Palace and Feishing Palace into the water? It is conceivable that his mood at this moment would not be very good. Okay. The Lord of Lingxiao Palace is seriously injured. Someone, send the Lord of Lingxiao Palace down to heal. King Shengming felt that her smile was dazzling, and he just wanted to drive her away quickly, so that she would not linger in front of him and cause trouble for him. Shiyue Palace and Feixing Palace. Su Maoyang hadn't done anything serious yet, so how could he just leave? He waved his hand immediately. Thank you, King Shengming, for your concern. I can take some pills to heal my injuries. As he said that, Su Maoyang swallowed a pill by himself and soon recovered to normal, which made everyone stunned. They were impressed by Su Maoyang's amazing recovery ability and shocked that the effect of her pills was so good. If they hadn't witnessed how many swords and palms she had suffered, they would have thought that she just fell and had a few scratches. Since there is nothing serious, let's continue the banquet. Eternal Emperor, as the ruler, is not so petty. Although he is somewhat dissatisfied with Su Maoyang's sharp edge, he is the son of the Holy Sun after all, so it is not good to do too much. Su Maoyang still stood there and refused to retreat after hearing this. Emperor, I have something important to report. The palace master of Xiang Palace looked serious and raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, what does the palace master of Lingxiao need to report now? Today is his birthday. Su Maoyang is not only showing off his authority at his banquet, but if he also has to report official business, he really doesn't take his Xiang Palace seriously. I hope the palace master of Xiang will forgive me. This matter is related to the murder of the former palace master of Lingxiao. It is very serious and must be reported in time. Su Maoyang insisted with a serious face. When the Wangu Emperor heard about the former palace master, he also became interested. Why? Did you find the murderer? Su Maoyang nodded. Yes. I have found out the truth and found that the murderer of the former Lingxiao Palace Master was the two deputy palace masters of Lingxiao Palace. Hearing this, without waiting for the Wangu Emperor to react, the palace master of Ziyang Palace frowned and asked, have you investigated it clearly? It is a matter of life and death, so you can't make up nonsense. Except for the palace master of Ziyang Palace. Everyone else present was shocked. They didn't expect Su Maoyang to be so aggressive and directly accuse the two deputy palace masters of murder. I can report to the emperor. Of course. I have reasons and evidence. How could I make up nonsense? Su Maoyang met the sharp gaze of the palace master of Ziyang and said righteously. When King Shengming heard this, his heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad premonition. She said it with such certainty. Could it be that she really got evidence of the deputy palace master's rebellion? But that shouldn't be the case. His people did it cleanly, without leaving any clues. Could it be that Su Maoyang was trying to blow him up? Chapter 2617 Never think of coming back alive. Yes, they must be bombing him. The two deputy palace masters were just tipping off and creating opportunities. They didn't do it themselves from beginning to end. How could they leave evidence of murder? Even if Su Maoyang suspected that they were rebellious and colluding with external forces, he had to find witnesses and evidence. The two palace masters deliberately transferred people to other places to carry out tasks, just to create alibis. And this trip was justified, and no one could find any fault. If Su Maoyang wanted to force a conviction, at most, he could only accuse them of negligence, inconsiderateness, and lack of agility, which was not a big deal. So, she was most likely trying to scare them and make them reveal their own flaws. Of course, King Shengming would not be stupid enough to fall for her trick. Master Lingxiao, you keep saying that they killed the previous master. Then show us the evidence. We can't just rely on your one-sided words and convict the two deputy masters. Hearing this, everyone present nodded in agreement. They admitted that Su Maoyang had some strength and some brains, but he was too young and too eager to get quick success by just complaining to the emperor. Because if you rashly push the deputy masters out to take the blame, not only will there be no benefit, but it will also backfire, giving the two deputy masters the opportunity to bite Su Maoyang for falsely accusing them. Sure enough, young people are hot-tempered and can't keep their temper. Seeing King Shengming sitting calmly, with a confident look, Su Maoyang raised his eyes slightly. A cold light flashed across his eyes. And then, he directly took out 2 stacks of account books and orders from the space. Respectfully presenting, Emperor, these are the 2 account books I found from the previous palace master. There are huge discrepancies between the two. I suspect that the deputy palace master of Lingxiao Palace is suspected of falsifying accounts. So I sent people to the subordinate cities to conduct a secret visit and redrafted an order. It was found that the order volume was completely consistent with one of the account books, which obviously had 10 times more income. This almost confirmed the crime of the deputy palace master embezzling money and evading taxes. I hope the emperor will take a look. Hearing about the false accounts, the emperor's expression changed. He immediately waved his hand and asked the guardian beside him to take the account book and hand it to him. King Shengming and the people present had not taken Su Maoyang's complaint seriously. Suddenly, they heard about the false accounts and their faces became serious. Everyone knows that the life and death realm attaches great importance to economic development. The tax issue has always been the top priority, and no one dares to tamper with it. What's more, the Emperor of Eternal Age is an upright and serious person who can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. He hates people playing tricks under his nose the most. At present, there are such big things as tax evasion and embezzlement of kickbacks. Once it is found out, it is definitely a capital crime. Sure enough, before everyone came to their senses, they heard the Emperor of Eternal Age roaring, "Asshole! The deficit is 10 times as much. Is this what they call poor management? What a courage!" Originally, Lishao Palace was the palace with the most cities in the Saint Sun faction, and it was also the richest palace. Logically speaking, at least 50 million fine fairy crystals should be collected in a year. But each time due to poor management, only 5 million fine fairy crystals and a few high-level fairy crystals that are not counted are handed over. Emperor Wangu did not pursue the matter to the end because he considered that the Holy Sun had just returned to the realm of life and death and was not proficient in business, which was excusable. Unexpectedly, the truth turned out to be that the two deputy palace masters below evaded taxes and embezzled kickbacks, which was simply unforgivable. Seeing that Emperor Wangu was so angry that his face was red and his eyes were spitting fire, he could not help but feel a little uneasy in his heart. He asked unwillingly, "Emperor, are the sources of those two account books reliable? If they are fake, wouldn't it be wronged?" However, before he finished speaking, Emperor Wangu snorted and interrupted. "One of the account books is the same as the account book handed over to me by the previous palace master last month, so it can't be fake. The other account book records the high amount of accounts, and it is signed by the names of the shop owners and stamped with their handprints. Could it be fake?" He carefully reviewed the one he handed in, and found that it was the same as the backup. The new one had 10 times more accounts and orders, and the shop owners had signed and stamped their names. It was easy to verify, and Su Maoyang couldn't be stupid enough to falsify such evidence. So, it was obvious that the two deputy palace masters were using the Yin Yang account book to fool him. What? The result was unexpected, and King Shengming was really shocked. But in order not to lose the two chess pieces he had built with great difficulty, King Shengming couldn't help but question. But even if someone really falsified the accounts, it may not be the two deputy palace masters. The former palace master is also suspected. The two deputy palace masters are not fools. Since they want to enrich themselves, they will definitely not leave such fatal evidence. The only possibility is that Su Maoyang sent people to get this account book and order from the owners of major shops. However, he couldn't understand why the owners of the major shops had long been the deputy palace master's men. So they obeyed Su Maoyang's request and even signed their names on such an account book? The strangest thing is that the two deputy palace masters never reported this matter from beginning to end. Could it be that they were also kept in the dark? What is going on? Just when King Shengming was puzzled, Su Maoyang bowed his hands and said pointedly, "King Shengming is wrong. If the former palace master made false accounts, he must have given a lot of benefits to the subordinates. Why was he assassinated? And the two deputy palace masters are missing. There has been no news for 2 months. Isn't it too strange? So, I suspect that the former palace master should have discovered the crime of the two deputy palace masters embezzling money and took this account book as evidence. Who knew that the two deputy palace masters saw through it in advance and were afraid that the truth would be exposed. So they joined forces to kill the former palace master and absconded with the money. In order to buy themselves time to escape, they deliberately pretended to be on a mission and created evidence of their absence to clear their suspicion and paralyze everyone's nerves. By the time everyone reacted, I believe they had already escaped." Hearing this, the Eternal Emperor basically believed it. But Su Maoyang knew that the King of Shengming would always find faults to question her. So she clapped her hands and said, "If the King of Shengming doesn't believe what I said, Then send the 2 deputy palace masters' guardians to come forward and answer. After saying that, the 2 guardians Lu Hongji and Lu Kansheng, who had been waiting outside the courtyard and disguised as dead spirits, quickly walked into everyone's sight. The 2 guardians were once the subordinates of the 2 deputy palace masters. Facing the harsh words of the Wangu Emperor, they immediately clasped their fists and testified, "Your Majesty, I have indeed failed to contact the 2 deputy palace masters in the past 2 months. They had previously told me to go to the Lu Wanqi in the west to find them if I had any problems. But there was no sign of them. I am incompetent, and I hope the Emperor will forgive me." The 2 guardians were the confidants of the 2 deputy palace masters and had always been loyal to them. Now they have come out to testify, which can be said to be complete with evidence. And the dust has settled. Su Maoyang believed that she didn't need to take action this time, and the Shengming King's faction would naturally hunt down this group of people, because embezzlement is a capital crime. If they are caught and interrogated, if they can't withstand the torture and reveal the real murderer who killed the previous palace master, Shengming King will also be blamed. Anyway, they will die. So it is better to let them die outside and not implicate anyone. As expected, King Shengming knew that there was no chance of turning the situation around. So he immediately gave a look to the guardian below him. The guardian quickly retreated from the crowd and quietly left the table. Su Maoyang turned a blind eye to this. Of course, she agreed with someone helping her clean up the traitors. Since the 2 deputy palace masters wanted to leave her alone and give her a warning, she would fulfill their wish and make sure they would never come back alive. Chapter 2618 An Unexpected Surprise. The Eternal Emperor saw that the evidence was solid and there was nothing to say. He directly ordered, "Capture the deputy palace master of Lingshao Palace. If he is alive, we must see him. If he is dead, we must see his body." After the order, the Eternal Emperor's people immediately took action, which immediately added a heavy and depressing atmosphere to the birthday banquet. Su Maoyang sat back in his seat without caring, as if nothing had happened. He ate and drank as usual, which made King Shengming's eyes hurt. If it wasn't for giving face to the Eternal Emperor, he would have wanted to leave on the spot. He Yufeng, who had met Su Maoyang before, admired her behavior. He stood up with a wine glass and walked to her side, smiling and saying, "You always surprise me. I am convinced that I lost to you. I toast you a glass." Su Maoyang had a good impression of this person. Although he lost to her in the last battle of prehistoric times, she only won by a narrow margin. He always respected this opponent in his heart. When they met today, he sounded like a broad-minded person and did not care about the gains and losses of the moment. So Su Maoyang was not hypocritical. He stood up and drank the glass. "Mr. He, you are too kind. Winning and losing are common in the military. No one can guarantee that they will always win." "Oh, Miss Su still loses sometimes? That's really rare." He Yufeng did not call her Lingshao Palace Master, but called her by her surname directly, which added a bit of intimacy between friends. Su Maoyang smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I have lost a lot of places. I once lost the lives of a group of friends and spirit beasts." But she didn't say the second half of the sentence, and He Yufeng tactfully didn't ask any more questions. He then changed the topic to a happier one. The two of them had a very pleasant conversation and even developed a sense of mutual appreciation. Unfortunately, just as they were talking happily, a sharp and sarcastic female voice suddenly came from a distance, ruining the mood. "Mr. He, are you attracted to the Lord of Lingshao Palace?" "Yes. She is beautiful and outstanding. And now she is the Lord of a palace, which is very important in the realm of life and death. No wonder Mr. He can't help but be moved." Su Maoyang looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the person who spoke was a woman wearing a green long skirt and as gentle as a chrysanthemum sitting in the seat of Shiyue Palace. She was also bright-eyed and white-toothed, like a flower in jade. But she was not a strong-faced beauty. She gave people a light and pure feeling. But sitting there, she had an indescribable charm, which was not surpassed by other exquisite and beautiful women. Su Maoyang had seen the portrait and information of this person, and because of Lu Xiaoming, he also got to know her specially. He knew that she was the legitimate youngest daughter who had just made an engagement with Lu Xiaoming not long ago and was held in the palm of the hand by the Lord of Shiyue Palace. It's just that such a cold and aloof woman who doesn't care about the world usually wouldn't make a high-profile mockery in such an occasion. And she just defeated Baizhi and made Xieyue Palace lose such a big shame. But Xiao Chuhan didn't say a word from beginning to end, and looked like she didn't care at all. How could she be so late to mock her at this time? No! She shouldn't be mocking herself. Hearing the sour tone, seeing her looking at Yifeng, the emotions inadvertently revealed in her eyes, although fleeting and unnoticed by outsiders, were still captured by Su Maoyang. At this moment, she suddenly understood that Xiao Chuhan might like Yifeng. Realizing this, Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows slightly, and his eyes moved back and forth between Xiao Chuhan and Yifeng without any expression. As expected, Yifeng suddenly showed some embarrassment, and seemed to be very afraid of Xiao Chuhan. His eyes dodged, and he dared not look back. He just awkwardly argued, "No, Miss Xiao misunderstood. Miss Su and I are old friends. Miss Su spoke for me just now. I am grateful, so I came up to chat with her." After that, Yifeng quickly withdrew and returned to his seat. It was obvious that he cared about Xiao Chuhan's words. Xiao Chuhan did not give up and said, "Oh, that's a pity. Since Mr. He has no such intention. Don't let people misunderstand. Otherwise everyone will think that Hunyuan Palace is going to marry Lingshao Palace. And it will be bad to ruin the reputation of Lingshao Palace Master." Xiao Chuhan's words were quite meaningful. To outsiders, this was Xieyue Palace warning Yifeng. As a member of the Shengming King faction, how could he get too close to Lingshao Palace Master? But to Su Maoyang, it sounded like a young woman was jealous of the man she loved. It was almost a pleasant surprise for Su Maoyang to learn about this secret relationship. Originally, she just wanted to use this birthday banquet to establish her authority and clean up the pests in Lingshao Palace. Who would have thought that she would not only find the traces of her old subordinates, but also learn that the woman who was engaged to Lu Xiaoming had someone else in her heart. This was God helping her. As long as there was a crack in this engagement, and the two sides had hatred, could the Tianao Palace where Lu Xiaoming was still on good terms with the Xieyue Palace and join the Shengming King's faction? The answer was naturally no. However, how to create a crack depended on her means. With an idea in mind, Su Maoyang didn't mind Xiao Chuhan's rudeness. She couldn't help but glance in the direction of Lu Xiaoming. Seeing that he was also looking straight at her, she immediately returned a polite smile. Lu Xiaoming was also paying attention to the interaction between Su Maoyang and Yifeng. When he received her gaze again, he instantly got goosebumps. Sure enough, she hadn't given up on him yet, and was still planning on him. Unfortunately, she was going to be disappointed. He was not as kind to women as Yifeng. As long as she provoked him, he didn't mind making her look bad in public and losing face. Su Maoyang didn't know what Lu Xiaoming was thinking. She just wanted to establish a friendly relationship with him. So she gave him a kind smile many times. But seeing Lu Xiaoming's rejection, she thought she had to speed up the plan to win over Tianao Palace. Otherwise, the two would get married in another month, and Tianao Palace would be completely in the hands of King Shengming. It would not be so easy for her to win over again. With a plan, Su Maoyang didn't stay at the birthday banquet for long, and left early and returned to Lingshao Palace. Hearing that Su Maoyang had returned, Dongfang Liu and others who had been waiting for news in the palace came out in a swarm and welcomed her all the way to the bedroom. Gongsun Jingji saw that she was injured, and his heart was in a knot. He blamed her while giving her acupuncture to force out the evil spirit in her body. Ji Ruiqing warned him to be gentle with an anxious and distressed look on his face. Shi Nua was worried that Su Maoyang didn't have time to eat at the banquet, so he quickly took out the food and soup that had been warmed in the kitchen for a long time and almost fed it to her mouth. Dongfang Liu was even more servile. She pressed Su Maoyang on the chair and rubbed her arms and legs. Xiao Zian was afraid that Dongfang Liu would be tired, so he helped his wife to rub her back and shoulders with heartache. This scene was as funny as it could be. Su Maoyang suddenly felt like a boxer who had just retired from the stage and was surrounded by a swarm of people serving him. Only Fu Minxiu really couldn't get in the way and couldn't find a job. He asked the result with a gossipy face. Quick! Quick! What happened? The scene must have been exciting. Did you beat those bastards to the ground looking for their grandfathers? Chapter 26:19 Planning to make lovers finally get married. Su Maoyang knew that they were waiting anxiously, so he didn't keep them in suspense. Of course they were all beaten down, and their faces were stinkier than the stones in the toilet. Not to mention how ugly it was. And the Eternal Emperor has issued a hunting order for the two deputy palace masters. According to the cautious nature of King Shengming, Not only the 2 deputy palace masters, but also the other guardians outside will not be left alive. They can't come back. Fu Minxiu was so excited that his blood boiled, and he was very curious. Tell us quickly. How did you get the account book? And let them sign and seal it willingly. After this, the other people present were also curious, looking forward to Su Maoyang's explanation. Su Maoyang smiled. It's actually very simple. Didn't my dead spirit pretend to be 2 guardians? The vendors below all know that these 2 guardians are the confidants of the deputy palace master, and they are not wary of them. I think the deputy palace master bribed these vendors, and should have given them a lot of benefits. Therefore, this time, he also used the name of the deputy palace master to give them preferential policies, allowing them to exempt a certain proportion of this year's taxes according to last year's turnover and order volume. The more orders and higher turnover are stipulated, the more exemptions will be given as a reward. These merchants will definitely try their best to make the data in the account book look better. After all, they can save a lot of accounts. Which fool will refuse such an opportunity? Hearing this, Ji Ruiqing reacted and exclaimed in surprise. This is a great trick. You are making a fortune out of nothing. Without spending a penny, he made a tax refund policy, which made all the merchants scramble to take out the account books with good data and sign and stamp them willingly. Su Maoyang is really amazing, regardless of whether the data in this account book is true or not. It is also solid evidence that the deputy palace master embezzled kickbacks. Even if the Eternal Emperor has doubts and finds that the accounts in the new account book are inflated, it cannot erase the crime of the deputy palace master's tax evasion. So how much the deficit is no longer the focus. The focus is to expose the deputy palace master's motives for embezzling kickbacks, deceiving superiors and subordinates, and killing the former palace master for fear of being exposed. You must know that embezzling kickbacks is a serious crime, and adding the murder of the palace master, there is no room for maneuver. King Shengming was afraid of implicating himself, so he had to choose to kill and silence him. So even if the deputy palace master fled to the ends of the earth, he would not be able to escape death. You are so sinister. Fortunately, she is your friend, not your enemy. Otherwise I might end up with no body left. Fu Minxiu shuddered and felt that this woman was extremely scary. Su Maoyang laughed, then looked at him and Gongsun Jingji with burning eyes, and asked, in addition to these, I also got 2 unexpected surprises this time. Do you know what they are? Fu Minxiu and Gongsun Jingji saw her staring at them excitedly. Could this unexpected surprise be related to them? Fu Minxiu hated guessing the most, and said anxiously, Oh, you are still playing tricks. I asked you to take us there earlier, but you refused. It's a pity to miss such a wonderful scene. I found one of the old subordinates. Su Maoyang stopped teasing him, and said with a smile. Fu Minxiu was obviously stunned for a moment, and suddenly reacted and exclaimed, You said? The old subordinates of the Xianshan king? He learned a lot about the Xianshan king from his father. He knew that in addition to their Fu family, the Gongsun family had several other old subordinates, whose whereabouts were unknown. But he didn't expect that there were traces of them in the realm of life and death. It was really amazing. Gongsun Jingji couldn't believe it either. How did the old subordinates of Xianshan gain a foothold in the realm of life and death? They don't have evil spirits? This was also what Su Maoyang felt puzzled about. He nodded and thought, Yes, they are not descendants of the underworld, so they shouldn't have evil spirits. But when I fought with Lu Xiaoming, I clearly felt the evil spirit. I suspect that they must have implanted something in their blood and transformed themselves. Lu Xiaoming? So, it's the Tianao Palace? Donfang Liu blurted out. Xiao Zian looked at her speechlessly. You have a deep impression. You can tell the origin just by hearing the name. Donfang Liu listened to his sour words and deliberately teased. That's right. He is of noble birth. And he is also a famous handsome man in the realm of life and death. His strength is also rare among the younger generation. Of course I am impressed. You humph. He is about to marry the most beloved youngest daughter of the master of the Xieyue Palace. It's useless for you to care about it, Xiao Zian said unhappily. Su Maoyang shook her head, with a meaningful smile on her lips. That's not necessarily true. Ji Ruiqing knew she had bad intentions when she saw her smile. What bad idea are you planning again? Are you going to break them up? Senior sister is so sharp-minded. It seems that she is also full of bad ideas. Su Maoyang laughed. Ji Ruiqing glared at her. Bad? That's because of you. How are you going to break them up? I heard that they are already engaged. This is a done deal. How can you break them up just like that? Don't say such harsh words. I can't do such a vicious thing as breaking up someone's marriage. I just want to help lovers get married. Su Maoyong smiled mysteriously. I don't understand what you said even more. Ji Ruiqing was stunned by what she said. The lady of the Xieyue Palace is probably thinking of someone else. I have sent a message to Qin Jiyan to investigate. As a kind person, I must help her. Su Maoyong's eyes were shining, and he spoke with all his heart. Qin Jiyan became a disciple of the master of the Xieyue Palace because of his life-saving grace. He was very close to the Xieyue Palace. He often went in and out of the Xieyue Palace and would definitely find out about Xiao Chuhan. As for Lu Xiaoming, she planned to visit the Tiandao Palace tomorrow. As long as she could get in touch with the master of the Tiandao Palace and persuade him to surrender, there would be no need for this marriage. That night, Su Maoyong slept very soundly and got up lazily at noon. But under the supervision of Xinuo, after having breakfast and drinking the soup prepared by Gong Sunjingji, he set off for the Tiandao Palace. The gatekeeper of Tiandao Palace was surprised to find Su Maoyong coming to visit. However, since Tiandao Palace had already married Xieyue Palace and was in a sensitive period, it was better to avoid Su Maoyong as much as possible. So the gatekeeper immediately refused Su Maoyong's visit on the pretext that the palace master was not there. Su Maoyong was not angry, and directly took out a letter and handed it to the gatekeeper, admonishing him to hand it to the palace master in person. The letter was printed with divine patterns, and others could not open it. But Su Maoyong believed that the palace master of Tiandao Palace, who was an old subordinate of Xianshan, must have a way to open it. Sure enough, Su Maoyong waited for only a cup of tea, and the gatekeeper came back and respectfully invited her in. The palace master of Tiandao Palace did not arrange her in the reception room, but directly led her to a more private place such as the study. Obviously, he also knew that this matter was not trivial and should not be made public. Looking at the Tiandao Palace master who was sitting behind the desk, holding a letter in his hand, with sharp eyes, and watching her approach, Su Maoyong, as a junior, took the lead in bowing and saluted. Hello, Tiandao Palace Master. We meet again. This Tiandao Palace Master has sword eyebrows and eagle eyes, and a burly figure. Although he is old, he does not look old at all. He is a brave and ruthless character. It's just that he was too low-key at the last banquet. He just watched the show from beginning to end and didn't say anything. Su Maoyong observed him several times and found that although he was brave, he was a very cunning person. It's no wonder that Tiandao Palace, as a descendant of the Xianshan Empire, can gain a foothold in the realm of life and death. It must be impossible without some skills. The Tiandao Palace master had long known about Su Maoyong's situation, but he didn't expect that this person was related to the old members of the Xianshan. Now that she came to him in person, he was too lazy to beat around the bush and asked directly, "Who are you to the old members of the Xianshan?" Chapter 2620 revealing the identity. Su Maoyong saw that he got straight to the point, so he simply spoke frankly. Since the Lord of Tiandao Palace still remembers the old Xianshan people, he should not have forgotten his ancestors. To be honest, I am not a member of the old people. I just accidentally accepted the inheritance of the Xianshan king Mu Qiongtian during an experience, and took on the responsibility of reorganizing the old people and rebuilding the Xianshan Empire. So I have been looking for the whereabouts of various tribes all these years. It is undoubtedly a pleasant surprise to discover the Tiandao Palace by chance this time. So I can't help but come to bother you. I hope the Lord of the Palace will not blame me. As he said this, Su Maoyong politely bowed, without the airs of an inheritor, and gave the Lord of Tiandao Palace enough face. Hearing that she was the successor of the Xianshan king, the Tiandao Palace master's eyes flashed with surprise. But his face remained calm and said, "The Xianshan king's reputation spread throughout the Sanluo realm, and everyone who was older had heard of it. But what does this have to do with my Tiandao Palace?" Su Maoyong had expected that he would not easily reveal himself, and laughed and shook his head. "I contracted the ancient divine pattern atlas, which recorded the information of the predecessor of the Tiandao Palace. It was also with the guidance of the divine pattern atlas that I locked the Tiandao Palace to be one of the old subordinates of the Xianshan king." Tiandao Palace Master, you really don't need to play dumb in front of the divine pattern atlas. Hearing the ancient divine pattern atlas, the Tiandao Palace Master's face suddenly became serious, and his brows knitted into a mountain. Originally, He just wanted to get some words from Su Maoyang to see how much she knew, and had no intention of admitting the origin of the Tian'ao Palace. Who would have thought that she had actually contracted an ancient divine pattern atlas, which contained a lot of information and characteristics of their tribe. In order to improve the talents of their descendants, King Xianshun had planted a blessing seal on their tribe. Therefore, once Su Maoyang activates this blessing seal, they will be exposed in a minute, and they can't hide it even if they want to. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, the Lord of Tian'ao Palace was like facing a great enemy, and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want to do? Incorporate my Tian'ao Palace?" Su Maoyang smiled and waved his hand. "Don't get me wrong, Lord of Tian'ao Palace. You have been developing for so many years, and are unwilling to recognize me as your master. I understand and respect your choice. But please keep a neutral attitude for my sake, and don't associate with King Shengming." Su Maoyang understood that the other tribe had finally developed to this day, and had such impressive achievements. So naturally they were unwilling to bow down to a sudden inheritor. Although she inherited the will of the Xianshun king, she did not mean to force the other party to surrender, and everything was still based on the other party's wishes. The Lord of Tian'ao Palace did not believe that Su Maoyang would not be tempted by such a big piece of fat meat in Tian'ao Palace, and sneered, "Stop talking such useless nonsense. You know that my Tian'ao Palace has been married to Xieyue Palace, and is destined to be tied together. Can you suddenly regret it? Palace Lord, don't worry. There is no need for your Tian'ao Palace to intervene in such matters. I have my own way to make Xieyue Palace cancel the marriage on its own initiative." Su Maoyang made a firm promise. The Tian'ao Palace master didn't know what she was up to, and just thought it was ridiculous. "Uh-huh. You're canceling the engagement? Do you know how big the impact of this marriage is? Even if Xieyue Palace wants to cancel the engagement, will King Shengming agree? Do you think that you can influence the interests of King Shengming's faction just because you're new here, and you're just being clever? You don't understand." From the tone of the palace master, "You'd rather believe King Shengming than me, right? If I tell King Shengming that you're one of Xuanzhen's old subordinates, do you think King Shengming will still be willing to let you on board and treat you as one of his own?" Seeing that he wouldn't budge, Su Maoyang's voice couldn't help but turn cold. The face of the Tian'ao Palace master immediately sank as he shouted angrily, "Are you threatening me? I dare not. I am negotiating with the palace master with great sincerity. Whether the palace master wants to maintain the existing power and gain a foothold in the realm of life and death for a long time, or wants to stand with the Shengming king and become an untrusted and excluded ally, it all depends on the palace master's thoughts." Su Maoyang bowed again. Politely, Su Maoyang has her bargaining chip. That is, she can expose the true identity of your Tian'ao Palace at any time. Once the identity of the old subordinates of Xianshun is exposed, his Tian'ao Palace will not be able to become an ally of the Shengming king, and it will be difficult to gain a foothold in the realm of life and death. After all, the 12 palaces of the Black Nether are all descendants of the Nether clan, and the core power of the Nether clan. How could the Nether clan allow an external force from the Xianshun Empire to enter the power core of his Nether clan? I believe that making a choice is not difficult for an old fox like the palace master of the Tian'ao Palace, who is shrewd and calculating. Sure enough, the next second, the Lord of Tian'ao Palace quickly suppressed his anger and said calmly, "Okay, I can promise you to remain neutral, but you must do what you say, and don't make things difficult for me in Tian'ao Palace. Don't worry. You are the old subordinates of the Xianshun king after all. I promised him that I would support the old subordinates. So whether you surrender or not, I will not harm your interests or expose your identity. I just hope that the Lord of Palace can cooperate with me to play a play when necessary." Su Maoyang nodded sincerely, and then handed him the sound transmission note. The Lord of Tian'ao Palace was a little hesitant, and didn't dare to take it. What play? Of course, it's a victim who was divorced, humiliated, and urgently needs to calm down his anger. Su Maoyang raised the corners of his lips, and smiled harmlessly. The Tian'ao Palace master was such a shrewd person that he immediately understood Su Maoyang's plan and took the sound transmission talisman with confidence. But how can I explain to Ming'er? I'm afraid this kind of reputation will not be good if Su Maoyang's plan is followed. The Xieyue Palace, who feels guilty, will inevitably have to compensate in order to appease the anger of his Tian'ao Palace. Although he cannot become an ally of King Shengming, it is not bad to make a lot of money from this marriage. It's a pity that Lu Xiaoming has to bear the reputation of being rejected by someone. Excuse me. Palace Master, does Mr. Lu like Miss Chiao? Su Maoyong felt that it was necessary to find out clearly. The Tiandao Palace Master shook his head. No. My son is obsessed with cultivation, and is very indifferent to love. I persuaded him for a long time before he agreed to this marriage. Since he is not fond of me, then the Palace Master is completely overthinking. Mr. Lu is handsome and talented, and his strength and talent are outstanding. He is also the eldest son entrusted with important tasks by the Palace Master. With such conditions, are you afraid that he can't find a good marriage? These women are not fools. How can they reject such a good husband because of a reputation of breaking off an engagement? Su Maoyong praised Lu Xiaoming to the sky. But he still looked sincere and serious, which made the Tiandao Palace Master laugh immediately. The Lingxiao Palace Master is really a clever talker. Then I will wait for the good news from the Palace Master. As he said, the Tiandao Palace Master stood up and wanted to see Su Maoyong out. Su Maoyong was the inheritor of the Xianshan king after all. He was controlled by others, and it was not good to take advantage of the elders too much. Su Maoyong raised her hand tactfully. Palace Master, you don't have to see me off, lest our relationship be exposed. With that, she turned around and left the study room quickly. However, she had just finished meeting the old man when she ran into the boy head-on. Before she could get close, she heard him shout angrily. Stop! You are so bold that you actually chased me to Tiandao Palace. Chapter 2621 What a big mistake. Su Maoyong watched Lu Xiaoming walk over and stopped 2 meters away from her. He looked as if he was afraid of being contaminated. He warned with a stern face. You were defeated at the banquet, but you still have the nerve to come to my house. You are really shameless. Tiandao Palace does not welcome you. Leave quickly. If I see you again, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Xiaoming stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Su Maoyong with contempt, and his handsome face was full of annoyance. However, just as he finished speaking, the Lord of Tiandao Palace came out of the study angrily and shouted, How dare you? Who told you to be so rude to the Lord of Lingxiao Palace? Why don't you apologize to the Lord of Lingxiao Palace? As a filial son, Lu Xiaoming grew up under the majesty of his father for many years. He was in awe of his father and immediately restrained his momentum. But he still said with some dissatisfaction, Father, she is the son of God's person. Why should we treat her well? Since they have decided to become the Saint Ming King's faction, they naturally have to draw a clear line with the Lingxiao Palace. However, this time the Lord of Tiandao Palace was uncharacteristically angry and rebuked. No matter who she belongs to, she is the lord of a palace serving the Black Nether Empire, and her official position is higher than yours. How can you humiliate her at will? Hurry up and admit your mistake and apologize. The Lord of Tiandao Palace looked dignified, but he was uneasy in his heart. If Su Maoyong was just the Lord of Lingxiao Palace, he would certainly not be afraid of her. But she happened to be the inheritor of the Xianshan king, and had contracted the ancient divine pattern atlas. The fate of the entire Tiandao Palace was in her hands. If they wanted to not be controlled by her, they had to kill her. But now was a time of trouble. The former Lord of Lingxiao Palace had just been killed, and the Son of God must have been alert and would pay more attention to Su Maoyong's safety. If they acted rashly, it would only bring disaster to the entire Tiandao Palace. Of course, the most important thing is that their tribe was planted with the blessing seal, which has both advantages and disadvantages. Although it has improved the talent of their tribe, they can never betray the owner of the divine pattern atlas. Once they attack Su Maoyong, they will be backlashed by the blessing seal and cursed terribly. This is the power of the Xianshan king. If you take his benefits, you must be loyal to him, and even loyal to his descendants. Therefore, Su Maoyong cannot be killed or offended, and you have to try your best to please him. It's just that the secret of Tiandao Palace is only known by a few senior officials of Tiandao Palace. The Lord of Tiandao Palace dare not tell his son, so he could only take the attitude of an elder to scold Su Maoyong and ask him not to vent his anger on Tiandao Palace. Lu Xiaoming was a little surprised that his father was so angry about Su Maoyong. He knew that if he continued to be stubborn, he would completely anger his father. So he had to bite the bullet and said sorry in a very perfunctory way. Seeing that the high and mighty Master Lu had softened his attitude, Su Maoyong naturally could not destroy the relationship that he had finally established with the Tiandao Palace, and hurriedly said politely, Palace Master, you are too kind. Master Lu is a man of temperament. He speaks directly but without malice. How can I bother with him? As long as he can win over the Tian'ao Palace and help Feng Moxie, Su Maoyong doesn't mind telling lies with his eyes open. But Lu Xiaoming didn't expect Su Maoyong to be so tolerant that he could still speak for him after being scolded by him. He sneered speechlessly. Master Ling Xiao, you'd better give up this idea. I'm about to get married with Miss Qiao from the Xiyue Palace. And I don't like you. No matter how much you pester me, I won't be happy with you. Su Maoyong was stunned when he heard this suddenly, and it took him a while to react. It turned out that Lu Xiaoming's inexplicable hostility did not come from factional disputes, but a misunderstanding that she liked him? Oh my god! What an embarrassing mistake! She was polite and friendly to him, and tolerated his rudeness, all for the sake of Tian'ao Palace. He actually thought that she liked him? Where did he get the confidence to make him think that she would leave Yendi and Feng Moxie behind and come to pester him? It was really ridiculous. Su Maoyong thought it was ridiculous. But the Lord of Tian'ao Palace found a new business opportunity. His eyes, which were already as sharp as an eagle, suddenly lit up and wandered back and forth between Su Maoyong and Lu Xiaoming. Since Tian'ao Palace had given up the idea of getting close to King Xiaoming, there were only two choices left. Either to remain neutral or to join the faction of the Son of God. But he clearly understood that long-term neutrality would sooner or later be excluded by the two factions. At that time, it would be difficult for Tian'ao Palace to continue to develop without pleasing both sides. If he joined the faction of the Son of God, then of course the marriage would be the most solid. Looking at the women in the faction of the Son of God, it seemed that only Su Maoyong was the most outstanding. Her appearance and temperament can even be compared with Ning Qinxian, the most beautiful woman in the realm of life and death. And she also defeated Baizhi with a weak advantage. Her strength is also quite impressive. The most important thing is that she is the inheritor of the Xianshan King, the owner of the ancient divine pattern atlas. And it is said that she has also contracted the ancient murder weapon of the demon realm. If such a woman with all kinds of treasures is to marry Lu Xiaoming, wouldn't his Tian'ao Palace be even more powerful? Perhaps this method is feasible. The Lord of Tian'ao Palace was calculating the value of this marriage in his heart. But Su Maoyong explained with a smile. Mr. Lu, you misunderstood. I have no other thoughts about you. I just appreciate your strength and want to make friends with you. Friend? Okay. You'd better not have any evil thoughts. Lu Xiaoming sneered sarcastically, obviously not believing her nonsense. But he was too lazy to expose her. The Lord of Tian'ao Palace was afraid of interrupting this fate. So he hurriedly said to Su Maoyong, Lord of Lingxiao Palace, my son is a rookie, young and immature. Don't bother with him. If he dares to be rude to you, tell me at any time. I will help you teach him a lesson. The Lord of Tian'ao Palace said this to explain that Lu Xiaoming was too young and didn't know anything. So it was understandable for him to say such stupid things. Su Maoyong just thought it was funny, but didn't take it to heart. Smiled and nodded. It's just a misunderstanding. Just talk it out. I have something important to do, so I'll leave first. With the help of Qin Jian, Su Maoyong finally waited for the news she wanted after 5 days. But she didn't expect Feng Moxie to come to her in person and hand over Qin Jian's investigation results to her. Su Maoyong unfolded the letter and quickly read it. He laughed in surprise. I didn't expect that Yi Feng was still a lovesick man. Feng Moxie also nodded with emotion. Yes, it's a pair of star-crossed lovers. If you can persuade Yi Feng, Miss Qiao will probably really thank you. Well, it seems that I have to talk to Yi Feng. I'm afraid that he will not want to see me to avoid suspicion. Yi Feng will definitely be cautious about what Xia Chuhan said last time. In order not to cause misunderstandings, he will probably not accept his private invitation. Feng Moxie said. This is not difficult. Yi Feng likes to go to the library. There are not only various books and martial arts in the realm of life and death, but also many training rooms full of spiritual power. Young people like them like to go to the training room for retreat. You can try your luck in the library. Chapter 26-22 What if the Nether Clan is also wronged? Book Collection Pavilion. The Black Nether Empire's Book Collection Pavilion has a long history. It not only preserves some martial arts left over from the ancient times, but also contains many historical books about the Nether Clan and the cultivation manuals of the ancestors. However, the martial arts and ancient books of the ancient times are obscure and difficult to understand. Most practitioners still prefer to go out for training, or buy martial arts suitable for themselves in the trading house to gain training experience. Only those top geniuses with amazing comprehension and good luck can get a hint of inspiration from these ancient books. Therefore, not many people come to the book collection pavilion. In addition, the book collection pavilion can almost be described as vast. The first floor hall alone is comparable to the area of Su Maoyang's entire Lingxiao Palace. Even if there are many people, they instantly look like a drop in the ocean. Insignificant. Just when Su Maoyang was admiring the spaciousness and luxury of the library, a sharp-eyed servant spotted her. Seeing that she was a stranger, he immediately stepped forward and greeted her. "Hello, distinguished guest. Do you want to borrow books or practice in the training room? This library has a rule that no matter what kind of books you read, you can only read them in the library, and you cannot buy or take them away. But even so, it is still an astonishing fee. So those who can go to the library to read books and practice are either rich or noble. So even if it is a stranger, the servant is respectful and dare not offend. I am more interested in the history of the underworld. Just go to the 6th floor to take a look." Su Maoyang listened to Feng Mox's introduction. The 1st to 5th floors of this library display various martial arts and training manuals. And only the 6th floor displays the history of the underworld and provides a training room for disciples to retreat. A few days ago, she specifically inquired about He Yifeng entering the practice room. According to his practice habits, he would most likely come out today. So she planned to try her luck on the 6th floor. She also looked at the history of the Hades to see if she could find any records of the war between the gods, demons, and Hades. If she could learn something from it, she would be one step closer to the truth of her previous life. The servant did not expect that she wanted to read the history of the Hades. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Usually, people who went to the 6th floor went to the practice room. Few people would do such a thankless thing. However, he didn't show it on his face, and his smile was still flattering. Read ancient books on the 6th floor. 100,000 fine fairy crystals. Su Maoyang had already prepared himself mentally, but he was still shocked by such a number. Why didn't he rob this library? She just wanted to read a historical ancient book, but it cost so much money. No wonder he looked at her like a sucker waiting to be slaughtered. But thinking of the purpose of this trip, Su Maoyang still gave the money. Seeing that she was straightforward, the servant was even more enthusiastic and planned to lead her up personally. Su Maoyang was not used to having someone follow her, so she rejected his kindness and went up to the 6th floor alone. The 6th floor was also spacious, but most of it was a practice room, and there were few bookshelves displaying ancient books. Su Maoyang saw that the practice room where He Yifeng was still closed, and was afraid that he would not be able to get out for a while. So he walked to the bookshelf, classified it according to the labels on it, and found the part about the history of the underworld. She picked up an ancient book that looked thicker, and found that it actually recorded the major events that happened in each year from the establishment of the Ming clan to its development and growth to its standing on equal footing with the gods and demons. Recalling the scenes she saw in the illusion, Su Maoyang suddenly wondered if there was a record of the wedding day of Ming Xianin and Yun Qiange, and immediately flipped through it quickly according to the years. The marriage between the gods and the underworld was definitely a major event, so it must have been recorded. Sure enough, she didn't look for long before she found a few words about the wedding in the back. It said that the underworld attached great importance to the wedding, and sent 6,000 elite soldiers to clear the way for the Holy Sun. But before the wedding was over, they got the news that the demons attacked the gods. That day, the gods were in a bloodbath. When the underworld heard that the demons were attacking the gods, they immediately sent 200,000 main forces to support them. But they were ambushed at Qishan Mountain, the border between the gods and the underworld. The enemy was numerous and powerful, and it was estimated that there were at least 200,000 people. They were fully armed, wearing cloaks and masks, and their faces and identities could not be seen clearly. Their methods were cruel and brutal, and their cultivation methods were similar to those of the demons. It was suspected that they were the work of the demons. The only suspicious thing was that the blood from their wounds was black-green. Seeing the black-green blood, Su Maoyang was a little amused. The underworld clan made up such a ridiculous story. According to what she saw in the illusion, the demons attacked the god clan at Yun Qiange's wedding and killed many of them. Yun Qiange slaughtered Liu Yeyuan's confidants for revenge, forcing Liu Yeyuan to self-destruct. Later, Yun Qiange found out the truth and found that the underworld clan deliberately disguised themselves as demons to attack the god clan in order to sow discord between the two clans. Yun Qiange knew that she had misunderstood Liu Yeyuan and felt remorseful. She captured Ming Xianin and destroyed the underworld clan. The records in the ancient books of the Underworld clan were very different from what she saw in the illusion. It was obviously to cover up history and erase the crimes of the Underworld clan. Su Maoyang became more and more angry as she thought about it. So she simply closed the book. But this passage was still so deep that she could not get rid of it in her mind. No! Since this passage is intended to cover up history and frame the demons, why not just attribute all the characteristics of the demons? Why would they write black and green blood? You should know that last time in the demon realm, Su Maoyang witnessed so many demons injured, all with bright red blood, and no green at all. Obviously, this is not a characteristic of the demons. This ancient book also says that the demons are suspected. But there are also suspicious points. It is clear that the blood of the demons is not black and green. Thinking this through, Su Maoyang opened the ancient book again, turned to this passage, and read it repeatedly several times. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration on the words 200,000 troops. As if he thought of something, he quickly turned to the first page of the ancient book and locked on the introduction of the troops of the 3 tribes of gods, demons, and the underworld. The demons had the strongest troops at the time, with 400,000 troops, and the gods and the underworld were equal, with 300,000 troops each. If they wanted to attack the gods, they would have to send at least 300,000 troops. If the records were true, the Hades sent 200,000 main forces to Chishan Mountain and were intercepted and ambushed. The headquarters only had 100,000 troops left, and there was no way to attack the headquarters of the gods, whose subordinates were the troops attacking the headquarters. If it was the army of the demons, it would be even more ridiculous. The demons would have to send at least 300,000 main forces to attack the gods. The headquarters only had 100,000 troops left. How could they have an extra 100,000 troops out of thin air to ambush the 200,000 main forces of the Hades? Isn't this very strange? I believe that Yunqiang also discovered many clues back then, proving that it was not the work of the demons, and then pinned the blame on the Hades. What if the Hades were also wronged? Realizing this, Su Maoyang suddenly shuddered and got goosebumps. Chapter 26-23 The prey came to the door. It seems that in addition to the gods, demons and ghosts, there is a pair of black hands behind the scenes controlling everything. But it only records that the enemy is fully armed. His appearance cannot be seen clearly. His identity cannot be identified. And his moves are similar to those of the demons. The only feature that can be confirmed is the black-green blood. Wait! Since the enemy wants to frame the demons and knows the moves of the demons, they can just dress up as demons. Why do they have to cover up so mysteriously? Could it be that their appearance features are very obvious and can be recognized at a glance? Yes, with black-green blood. They must not be normal humans. Could it be a member of the demon clan? Su Maoyang immediately asked the old man Jinjuan from the Yaoyu realm. And the old man Jinjuan was also confused and didn't know. He has been in the demon clan for many years, and he doesn't know which clan is black-green blood. Moreover, the demon race was weak in those days, and their intelligence developed late. They were not as talented as humans in cultivation, and most of them depended on the gods. For example, the 4 great beasts were once the mounts of the gods, and were blessed by the gods. Besides, the demon race had less than 200,000 soldiers at that time. So how could they send 500,000 main forces to attack the gods and ambush the underworld? It would be too far-fetched if the 3 tribes were fooled by an unintelligent demon race. Su Maoyang regretfully abandoned this idea. His eyes fell on the green blood, and he fell into deep thought. Perhaps he was too engrossed in thinking, and he didn't notice someone approaching until he heard a sharp shout in his ear. And Su Maoyang suddenly came back to his senses. Master Li Xiao, you are so shameless. Last time you chased me to Tiandao Palace, I warned you not to have any bad thoughts about me. This time you even went further and chased me to the library. Su Maoyang glanced sideways and saw Lu Xiaoming standing 1 meter away from her, glaring at her with angry eyes. His beautiful and delicate features were more lively than usual because of his anger. But at this moment, Su Maoyang had no mood to appreciate his stunning appearance. She cried out in injustice in her heart and hurriedly explained, Mr. Lu, you misunderstood. I didn't come to the library to chase you. Huh? If it wasn't to chase me, then why did you come to the 6th floor to read these useless historical books? Lu Xiaoming glanced at the ancient underworld chronicles in her hand and sneered sarcastically. Su Maoyang was speechless and choked, with black lines on her head. She found that she couldn't get rid of it even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Well, I'm just curious about the history of the underworld. Did Master Lu also stipulate that I can't know the history of the underworld? Come on. You're caught red-handed, and you still refuse to admit it. You are an outsider. Just here to help the Holy Sun. Do you need to know the history of ancient times? You can make up such a lame lie. I warn you for the last time. I'm engaged to Miss Chiao, and have no plans to take a concubine. No matter what tricks you use, I won't be happy with you. Your entanglement will only make me hate you more. I hope you take care of yourself. After a barrage of scolding, without allowing Su Maoyang to explain, Lu Xiaoming walked away with his sleeves, as if there was a ghost chasing him from behind, and walked very fast. Alas, you really misunderstood. I came to find before Su Maoyang finished speaking, Lu Xiaoming had already walked down the stairs and disappeared from her sight. Su Maoyang held her forehead and sighed helplessly. Who will tell this narcissist that she really doesn't like him? And that she didn't go to the library for him? Everything is just a coincidence. Why doesn't this person believe it? The old man Jinjuan and Tianmo Martin in the space laughed together. Ha ha ha. You are a fool in the eyes of outsiders for reading historical books here. If you don't have a purpose, it's really unreasonable. Su Maoyang was completely speechless. How could she know that Lu Xiaoming was also practicing in the practice room? She didn't run into Ye Feng but ran into him. It's really a narrow road for enemies. Just when Su Maoyang was lamenting her bad luck, a low and serious voice suddenly came from behind. Miss Su, let's talk. Su Maoyang turned around suddenly and saw Ye Feng had walked out of the practice room, looking at her with a serious face, as if there was a cloud in his eyebrows. She didn't expect that the person she was looking for would find her first, which saved her a lot of effort. She smiled and nodded immediately. It's an honor. Ye Feng chose a good restaurant and opened a hidden private room. After inviting Su Maoyang to sit down, he ordered drinks with ease. Seeing that there were only 2 people left in the room, Ye Feng took the lead in opening the conversation. Miss Su, you are a fairy, and your strength and talent are also extremely outstanding. You can have any man you want. Why do you have to be so humble to please a man who is already engaged and doesn't like you? When Su Maoyang heard this, he knew his intention and looked at him with a smile. Ye Feng blushed under her sharp gaze, and suddenly realized something, and hurriedly explained, I don't mean anything else. But I am an old acquaintance of Miss Su, and I can't bear to see Miss Su condescending for a man. Really? Why don't I think it's like that? It seems that our friendship is not that deep. Su Maoyang met his eyes, and asked bluntly. Ye Feng couldn't stand her aggressive gaze that seemed to see through everything. He coughed twice and covered up. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. Lu Xiaoming is my longtime friend. I heard that you've been pestering him recently and making him feel annoyed. So I thought of coming to persuade you that the Tiandao Palace can't be won over by your beauty. As a bystander, Ye Feng could see clearly that Su Maoyang had a crush on Lu Xiaoming. Perhaps half of it was because she had a crush on this person, but more of it was because she wanted to win over the Tiandao Palace. But she was too naive. This marriage was related to the interests of the 2 palaces, and even the layout of King Shengming. How could she break it up by seducing Lu Xiaoming? However, her constant pestering was always unfavorable to the reputation and marriage of Lu Xiaoming and Xiao Chuhan. After all, there was a rift before the marriage, not to mention after the marriage, and it was bound to be unhappy. Su Maoyang knew what he was thinking. Hearing him talk about his brother, he couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. He, since you 2 are so close brothers, why did Lu Xiaoming want to take your sweetheart away? Suddenly, Ye Feng paused as he raised his glass, and looked at Su Maoyang's smiling eyes in shock. Then, Su Maoyang's glass gently touched his glass, and he smiled and drank it all in one gulp. I don't understand what you are talking about. I don't even know when I have a sweetheart. Ye Feng suppressed his inner uneasiness and asked calmly. Su Maoyang stared at him with burning eyes, as if he wanted to see through him. Don't you understand? Perhaps Mr. He will understand after reading this letter. As he said that, Su Maoyang took out a piece of letter paper that Ye Feng was very familiar with, and was about to hand it to him. However, halfway through his thought, Su Maoyang suddenly withdrew his hand as if reluctantly. No. This is evidence that Mr. He and Miss Chiao had promised to spend their lives together, and had a secret meeting. How could I rashly hand it to Mr. He? I'd better read it to him. Chapter 26-24 Poor Infatuated Man. Su Maoyong said it so bluntly that He Yifeng couldn't keep his face calm. His handsome face darkened instantly, and he said angrily, "Even if Miss Su is from a different faction from me, there is no need to accuse me of adultery with a letter that was forged from nowhere. Not only do others think it's ridiculous, but even I think it's ridiculous. Forged? Mr. He didn't even read it. How do you know it's forged? This is your handwriting and your signature. Since you and Mr. Liu have been friends for many years, he must be able to recognize your handwriting. As long as I show him this letter, do you think he will believe it or not?" Su Maoyong unfolded the letter and shook it slightly in his hand. He Yifeng, who was sitting opposite, could clearly see the words on it, and his palms couldn't help sweating. "You can find someone to imitate my handwriting. This little thing shouldn't be difficult for you." The Lord of Lingxiao Palace, no matter how flustered he was, he still gritted his teeth and refused to give in. Su Maoyong smiled. "Handwriting can indeed be imitated, but the jade ring that Miss Chiao carries with her is priceless and a rare treasure. No one can fake it. Don't you think?" Hearing this, He Yunfeng's back stiffened, and his fingers under the table unconsciously clenched into fists. The jade ring was given to Miss Chiao by the Lord of Xieyue Palace on her birthday. What does it have to do with me? Yes, the jade ring has nothing to do with you. Su Maoyong nodded repeatedly, then raised his eyes, and his gaze shot into He Yunfeng's eyes like a sharp arrow. "But what about the blood essence sealed inside? It has nothing to do with you." This was obviously not a question, and He Yunfeng was shocked and stared at the scene. After a long time, he tried to calm down and asked, "What else do you know?" Su Maoyong smiled meaningfully, with a hint of teasing on the corner of his mouth. "I know a lot. 5 years ago, Miss Chiao went out for training and was in danger and poisoned. You risked half of your life to save her and found a cave for her to heal. I heard that you lived alone in the cave for a few days. When Xieyue Palace sent a confidant to rescue you, he saw you sleeping together in dishevel. Fortunately, the master of Xieyue Palace took your life-saving grace into consideration and did not make a fuss about you, but blocked the news and asked you to cut off contact." He Yifeng heard her mention the cave, and his face flushed with anxiety as he defended. "It's not what you think. That year, she was poisoned and felt cold all over. I had to get close to her and give her keeping warm. There is no cross-border behavior. Mr. He, don't you understand? A single man and a single woman sleeping together. There is already physical intimacy. Whether there is cross-border or not is not important. I only know that you and Miss Chiao fell in love from then on. You separated in a hurry at that time, and you did not exchange sound transmission notes, because the master of Xieyue Palace did not agree to your meeting. You could only rely on mutual letters to relieve the pain of lovesickness at first. Later, it gradually became a private tryst, and finally developed into a private life. You were ready to muster up the courage to propose to the master of Xieyue Palace, but Lu Xiaoming intercepted it halfway, and Xieyue Palace announced their engagement in advance. Miss Chiao fought back, but was put in solitary confinement. You felt sorry for Miss Chiao, but you were also concerned about Hunyuan Palace. Your struggle was fruitless, so you had to wield the sword to cut off your feelings. When Su Maoyong got this news, he finally understood why He Yifeng didn't dare to look Chiao Chuhan in the eye, and why he was so afraid of her. For Chiao Chuhan's happiness and the interests of the two palaces, he was willing to endure humiliation and sacrifice his love. But he didn't get Chiao Chuhan's forgiveness. He can only be said to be a pitiful, infatuated man. At this time, Su Maoyong told him everything in detail, and He Yunfeng's face turned pale as paper, and he had nothing to say. Seeing that he had tacitly agreed to all this, Su Maoyong struck while the iron was hot and said, "So, you should understand that even if Lu Xiaoming doesn't believe the letter, he will always send someone to investigate the matter between you. Even I, a new palace master who has just arrived and has an unstable foundation, have found out that you have secretly decided to spend your lives together. As the young master of Tiandao Palace, will he not be able to find any clues? Of course, even if he is as stupid as a pig and can't find out. I just need to tell him about the Jade Spirit Ring, and he can go to Miss Chiao to verify it in person. I heard that this Jade Spirit Ring is a defensive treasure that Miss Chiao carries with her. If an outsider injects blood and essence into it, he can sense her position at any time and protect her from risks. She is a virgin girl who can accept a foreign man and know her movements at any time, and you can protect her at the risk of your life. Such private and selfless behavior. If you say it is an ordinary friend, do you believe it?" Su Maoyang has learned about the Jade Spirit Ring. It is indestructible, and a top-level life-saving artifact. It is precisely because it is not easily destroyed by external forces. And because he and Xiao Chuhan have signed a blood contract, so that it will not be easily lost, that he Yifeng deposited his blood essence on this jade ring to facilitate locating her movements, and to use his soul to protect her from harm when she is in danger. This is a deep love. But it was precisely this intention that became the evidence of their secret collusion. If Lu Xiaoming insisted on verifying whether there was He Yunfeng's blood in the jade ring, their relationship would be exposed sooner or later. Being cuckolded by his good brother was the biggest insult and harm to Lu Xiaoming. It would be strange if the two did not turn against each other. Of course, Xiao Chuhan's end would not be much better. Seeing He Yunfeng's expression gradually stiffen, his face looked ugly, as if he had a serious illness. Su Maoyang could not bear to pour him a glass of wine and ease the atmosphere, saying, "Mr. He, don't be nervous. I can open my heart to talk to you about this matter today. So I have no intention of hurting you and Miss Chiao. Speaking of which, I was very moved by your story. Not only do I not want to make trouble, but I also want to lend you a hand." He Yifeng couldn't figure out Su Maoyang's thoughts, and asked in confusion, "What do you want to do? Let you lovers finally get married?" Su Maoyang said, as a matter of course. "Naive. They are already engaged, and will be married next month. No matter how much you do, it will be useless." He Yifeng sneered. Completely without hope. Su Maoyang shook his head. "It's easy. Elopement. Engagement doesn't mean marriage. As long as you are willing to take her away, she is your legitimate wife." He Yifeng didn't expect her to have such a terrible idea, and exclaimed on the spot, "You are crazy. This is related to the interests of the two palaces. If we elope, how can Xieyue Palace and Tiandao Palace let us go?" "Tiandao Palace? You don't need to worry. I have my own way to deal with it. But Xieyue Palace will probably be a little angry. After all, you kidnapped his pet, my beloved daughter. But you have the support of Hunyuan Palace behind you. So what is there to be afraid of? Xieyue Palace will not completely offend Hunyuan Palace for the sake of their children's marriage. Even if Xieyue Palace wants to, King Shengming will not allow it. Hunyuan Palace is also a force that King Shengming values. Xieyue Palace and Hunyuan Palace fighting for his daughter is definitely not what King Shengming wants to see. Therefore, for the sake of his overall situation, King Shengming will most likely ask Hunyuan Palace to apologize and make up the betrothal gifts, so that Xieyue Palace can calm down and fulfill the lovers. Chapter 2625. Can you tell me the story of you and Yun Xiang'a? He Yifeng felt that it was inappropriate, and shook his head repeatedly. No. This is too risky. If we are not careful, we will implicate our own family. Mr. He, you should know Lu Xiaoming's character. He was cuckolded by his good brother, and had to live with Xiao Chuhan day and night. I believe that no matter who it is, they would want to kill this woman who always makes him feel ashamed, let alone the proud and conceited Lu Xiaoming. You said you don't want to implicate Hunyuan Palace and Xieyue Palace. So can you watch your sweetheart being tortured to death? Su Maoyang frowned and asked back. Perhaps he had never thought of this possibility. His face turned pale, and he retorted hoarsely. Impossible. Xiao Chuhan is the most beloved daughter of the Lord of Xieyue Palace. With the Lord of Xieyue Palace around, Lu Xiaoming dare not do anything to her. Mr. He, you are so naive. There are many ways for a man to torture a woman. Do you have to make trouble in front of the Lord of Xieyue Palace? Of course. Even if you make trouble in front of the Lord of Xieyue Palace, one is the daughter that Xieyue Palace seems to love, and the other is the successor who can shoulder the great responsibility of Tiandao Palace. Which one is more important? Which side do you think King Shengming will favor? Besides, if the Lord of Xieyue Palace really loves this daughter, will he ignore her feelings and use her marriage as a bargaining chip? Su Maoyang asked incisively, which made He Yunfeng's heart ache. Yes, no matter how much the Lord of Xieyue Palace loves Xiao Chuhan, he can't get past his Xieyue Palace. In his mind, power and status are the most important things, and his children, no matter how much he loves them, are merely tools for him to consolidate his power. He probably doesn't care what Xiao Chuhan will encounter and endure after marrying into the Tiandao Palace. As long as no one dies. Even if someone dies, he can still take the opportunity to blackmail the Tiandao Palace for a large sum of money. No matter how you look at it, Xieyue Palace is not at a loss. Because Tiandao Palace and Xieyue Palace will always be the forces that King Shuming values the most. They restrict each other and depend on each other. No one can overthrow the other. And no one will give up the interests of the entire palace family to seek justice for a dead woman. After Su Maoyong pointed this out, thinking of the dangerous situation that Xiao Chuhan is about to face, He Yifeng felt cold all over, and the hand holding the empty wine glass trembled uncontrollably. Seeing this, Su Maoyong snatched his wine glass, poured him another glass, and handed it to him. Elopement is just a mistake made by two young people who can't help themselves. The two palaces will never tear each other apart because of the impulse of the younger generation. But if you stay, it's a living life. I believe that even if Lu Xiaoming doesn't kill her, a proud person like Xiao Chuhan will not be able to bear the humiliation and commit suicide. So whether she lives or dies, whether she is tortured or happy, it all depends on Mr. He's thoughts. Hearing the word suicide, He Yifeng looked at Su Maoyong with a trembling heart, and had to admit that this woman was really murderous and heartbreaking. And every word pierced his heart. He knew Xiao Chuhan's character very well. If she was humiliated by Lu Xiaoming, she would never live in humiliation. At the beginning, he forgave this marriage because he thought that Lu Xiaoming was upright. Even if he didn't indulge in love, he would give Xiao Chuhan the greatest respect and the most free and prosperous life for the sake of Xieyue Palace. At least it can ensure that Xiao Chuhan has no worries about food and clothing, and can live a stable life. But if he knew about their relationship, Lu Xiaoming would never treat her with great kindness. So, in order to protect his beloved, he really has only one choice. Okay, I promise you. How can you help us? He Yifeng thought about the pros and cons, and no longer hesitated, and asked directly. Su Maoyong saw that he was on the right track, and nodded with satisfaction. I will arrange someone to escort you out of the city, and leave tomorrow night. After leaving the life and death realm, the teleportation array will teleport you to the Zuinqinjing Tiansheng dynasty, where my spies and forces are everywhere, and I can help you find a place to stay, so that you can live in invisibility for the rest of your life. Hearing that Su Maoyong had already planned a way out for them, He Yifeng stood up gratefully and toasted her a glass. I thank you on behalf of honor. I also thank you on behalf of the Holy Sun. Su Maoyong smiled and clinked glasses, and drank them all in one gulp. Coming out of the restaurant, Su Maoyong looked at the gradually darkening sky. There were no stars, nor the moon. Only the lights that stretched all the way to the end added a bit of the fireworks of the world to the street. But Su Maoyong couldn't blend into the bustle of the world. She had just drunk a few cups of warm wine, but now she felt a little cold in the night wind. She had just accomplished a big thing, so she should be happy. But thinking back to the words in the ancient books of the Hades, Su Maoyong's footsteps were as heavy as if filled with lead. Unknowingly, she actually walked to the temple. She wanted to ask Feng Moxie in person, but she was afraid to ask. She didn't know how she should deal with herself in the realm of life and death if the Hades were wronged. Miss Su, you are here. Why don't you go in at the door? At this time, a man in armor, who looked like a guard, appeared in front of Su Maoyong. Su Maoyong recognized him at a glance. He was Yifeng, who had been following Feng Moxie in the lower plane. Su Maoyong didn't know how to explain. Yifeng invited with joy. Miss Su can come. It's really great. The master is in the garden. I will take you there. The master has been looking forward to it day and night. And now Miss Su has finally come. Yifeng will naturally keep her for him. Su Maoyong had no excuses, so she could only let him take her to the garden of the temple. At this time, Yifeng quietly retreated tactfully. Su Maoyong stood in the night, looking from afar, and saw a tall figure, wearing a purple and gold robe, leaning on the beauty couch, facing the pear tree not far away, as if he had eyes, quietly staring at the pear flowers flying all over the sky in the night wind. As the night deepened, the moon and stars finally emerged from the clouds, and the moonlight gently sprinkled on the earth, reflecting the flowers dancing in the wind, emitting a faint halo, which was very beautiful. Su Maoyong felt very familiar with this scene, and couldn't help but walk under the pear tree and catch a pear flower. Feng Moxie on the couch immediately sensed Su Maoyong's breath, and suddenly stood up, trying to grab the hat veil beside him. Su Maoyong looked back and saw his panic and embarrassment. Her heart ached. She walked over quickly and held his hand. Don't look for me. No matter what you look like, in my heart, you are the charming and beautiful burning heavenly lord. You will never change. Feng Moxie couldn't see her expression, but she could guess that her face was full of pity. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. Burning Heavenly Lord died a long time ago. Now I am the Ming Xianin that you hated in your previous life. When you recover your memory, you will find how ugly I am. Su Maoyang shook his head. In the previous life, it might be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? If so, it's a huge misunderstanding. Feng Moxie laughed, with powerlessness and sadness in his laughter. The last time Su Maoyang saw him dealing with the ancient undead, he knew that he had probably awakened his memory and recovered some of his power in ancient times. He couldn't help but be curious. Can you tell me the story of you and Yunxiana in your previous life? Chapter 2626 The first time I saw her. When Feng Moxie heard her ask, his thoughts were suddenly pulled back to his previous life. After a long silence, he murmured to himself, the first time I saw her was at the grand ceremony of the 3 realms of gods, demons and ghosts. It is said that she is the embodiment of beauty and the darling of the gods. She has a face that makes gods and demons fall in love with her. I wanted to see her face, but she was wearing armor and a mask on her face. She strode from the outside of the temple, heroic and valiant, no less than a man. Later, I found out that the 9 Heavens goddess was gifted with extraordinary talents and amazing fighting power. She joined the army since she was a child, but because of her beautiful appearance, she was not interested in her. She wore a mask since she was young and never showed her true face to others because she was training with the army during marches. Su Maoyang was a little surprised. So, you didn't see her face for the first time? Yes, although you didn't see it. Her outstanding temperament and the fighting power she showed in the competition swept all the women in the 3 realms of gods, demons and ghosts. Even if she covered her beauty, she couldn't cover the light she radiated from within. She was still the most dazzling one among women. Unfortunately, her eyes were always on Lu Yiyuan, who was as dazzling as her. Speaking of this, Feng Moxie's face was a little lonely and self-deprecating. Su Maoyang's heart skipped a beat and he asked, did she like him then? Feng Moxie nodded, gritting bitterly. Probably. At the 3 realm ceremony that year, the God clan leader proposed that the younger generations of the 3 realms compete in martial arts. I wanted to win the favor of the goddess, so I volunteered to challenge her. However, I was afraid of hurting her too much, so I hesitated in the battle. In the end, we ended up in a tie, and she didn't treat me differently. But she took Lu Yiyuan, who beat her down, seriously, in her eyes, and remembered him in her heart. Su Maoyang could understand the proud woman to some extent after hearing this. A person who has been fighting in the army is different from ordinary women. She doesn't understand what it means to be sympathetic and gentle, and what it means to show mercy. She only knows that the winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. You seem to be doing good for her, but it is not what she admires. Yes, I didn't understand this truth back then. I was jealous of Lu Yiyuan and went crazy. I didn't understand why he was born as a legitimate son of noble status, while I could only be a scorned bastard. I didn't understand why he could naturally make the demons bow down to him, while I had a hard time even gaining a foothold in the underworld. Obviously, my talent is better than King Shengming. My strength is stronger than King Shengming, and I have paid more than King Shengming. But I still have to make a living under the halo of the legitimate son. Even the 9 Heavens goddess only has Lu Yiyuan in her eyes. Not me. I am unwilling. I don't want to lose. Feng Moxie clenched his fists in pain, and a layer of trembling humiliation stretched across his face. Su Liang sighed softly and said, perhaps you don't care about the 9 Heavens goddess, but your unfair treatment. You are too eager to be noticed and respected by others, so you put this desire on Yunxiana. You are jealous of Lu Yiyuan, not because you love Yunxiana, but because he is too dazzling and has something you have never had. Feng Moxie shook his head stubbornly. Maybe it was this mentality at first, but when I saw the real Yunxiana, I knew that she was so powerful that she was invincible, but I still had the urge to protect her at all costs. Meet the real her? Su Maoyang wondered. Yes, that was a few years later, when we met for the second time. At that time, the gods and demons fought for the first time, and Yunxiana led the troops as a pioneer, facing Lu Yiyuan, who was also a general. With Lu Yiyuan's strength, he could have won the battle in one fell swoop, but he stopped at the right time in every battle and showed mercy everywhere. So everyone said that the demon lord also fell at the feet of Yunxiana. secretly developed feelings for Yunxiang and couldn't bear to start a war. What happened later? Su Maoyang asked curiously. Sure enough, Lu Yeyuan soon sent a peace letter to the gods. As long as the gods married the Nine Heavens goddess to him, he would stop the war and never attack the gods again. At that time, the gods had already consumed a lot of their troops and were just a spent force. They could not hold out for long. If Lu Yeyuan really launched a large-scale attack, countless cities of the gods would fall into the hands of the demons. For the safety of the gods and the people, the chief had no choice but to reluctantly agree to Lu Yeyuan's conditions. I was restless when I learned of the decision of the gods. I sneaked into the gods in a rage and visited Yunxiang's bedroom at night. It was that time that I saw her true face. Under the pear tree. As he said this, Feng Emosia looked at the pear tree in the distance. Although he had no eyes, his mind was full of the glimpse of that year. That was the first time I saw her in her true form. She had no armor or mask, but was wearing a snow-white dress, standing in the midst of flying pear blossoms. Her long black hair flowed down like a waterfall from a mountain stream. The moonlight fell on her slender figure, making her look like an elf under the moon. She was emitting a soft and lively glow, as if in a dream, and extremely beautiful. Unfortunately, this scene was too short. She soon discovered my presence. The moment she looked back at me, I felt that my blood stopped flowing. I have never seen a woman so heartbreakingly beautiful. Those eyes were filled with sadness, like a gem filled with tears, which could be broken with a poke. Every drop of the rolling tears seemed to flow into my heart. It turns out that as strong as she is, she also has such a fragile and helpless side. From that moment on, I swear that I will protect her and take her back from the hands of the demon lord. Su Maoyang listened to Feng Mox's memories and looked at the pear blossom tree in the distance, and a sour feeling surged in his chest. No wonder. When she came in, she felt that the pear blossom tree under the moonlight was so familiar. It turned out that they had met under the pear blossom tree in their previous life. So, you worked hard to climb from a bastard to a saint and build your own power. Su Maoyang guessed Feng Mox's mental journey and spoke first. Feng Mox nodded. Yes, I could only be qualified and capable of saving her from the demon clan if I practice hard, use all means, clear all obstacles, and stand in the position of the Holy Sun. But, doesn't she like Lu Yeyuan? She may voluntarily marry into the demon clan. This is just your wishful thinking. Su Maoyang was puzzled. Feng Moxie shook his head excitedly. No, she doesn't like it. I can clearly see the resentment and unwillingness in her eyes. Su Maoyang didn't recover her memory, and didn't know who she cried for under the pear tree in her previous life. But she felt that it was not as simple as marrying Lu Yeyuan out of sadness. Later, you rescued her? The fact that the Hades could later get engaged to the god showed that Ming Xuaning's rescue plan was successful. Feng Mox's mouth curled up slightly, and a bit of pride jumped on his face. Yes, I succeeded. After 5 years, I finally sat on the throne of the Son of God and became the successor of the Hades. I was finally able to dispatch troops to rescue her. It just so happened that the people of the gods also found me and wanted to join forces with me to design the demons. I hit it off with the gods and immediately sent troops to harass the demons, which allowed the gods to successfully rescue Yunxiang. The goddess returned, and I knew my chance had come. So I immediately visited the gods and asked to marry the goddess. As expected, the gods agreed to the marriage. Chapter 26-27. All 3 tribes have become pawns. Unfortunately, I was destined to be with her. Before the wedding was over, news came that the gods were attacked. She left the wedding and returned to the gods. I was worried about her safety, so I immediately sent 200,000 main forces to reinforce her. Unexpectedly, the 200,000 troops were ambushed on the road and suffered heavy losses. At that time, King Shengming took advantage of the battle between the gods and demons and secretly sent his own forces to encircle the rear of the demons and killed many demons. So, Yunxiang blamed me for attacking the demons. I admit it, although it was not my fault. It was indeed related to the Hades, and I have nothing to say. But she said that I sent soldiers disguised as demons to massacre the gods in order to provoke disputes between the 2 tribes. It was really unfair. To this day, that sentence. If you didn't do it, you didn't do it. He was careless for a moment and didn't notice the conspiracy of King Shengming, causing countless deaths and injuries to the demons. He admitted it. But he never had the idea of bloodbathing the gods and framing the demons. Even if he was tortured again, he would never admit these false charges imposed on him. Su Maoyong naturally believed Feng Moxie, and nodded slightly. I think the mastermind behind this may not really be the underworld. Feng Moxie suddenly heard this. His heart trembled, and his face straightened immediately. What do you mean by this? I mean, our 3 tribes of gods, underworlds, and demons have all been fooled. The mastermind behind the scenes is someone else. Su Maoyong was almost certain of this guess. Feng Moxie came to this conclusion, and a burst of horror suddenly surged in his heart. After a moment of silence, he asked, Did you find anything? Well, I went to read the history of the ancient underworld today, and some of the information recorded on it was inconsistent with what I knew. I think the battle between gods and demons back then was not that simple. It seems that someone is pushing everything behind the scenes, playing a big game, and our 3 tribes have become pawns. Su Maoyong said solemnly. Who could it be? The 3 tribes of gods, demons, and ghosts were the most prosperous in ancient times. Who has the courage and strength to play with these 3 tribes? Feng Moxie also felt strange before, but he just couldn't figure out who had such great ability. Su Maoyong also shook his head. I don't know either. I only know that the other party has green blood flowing in his body, and his appearance may be different from that of humans. You mean the demon tribe? Impossible. The demon tribe in ancient times was too weak, and they didn't have that ability. Feng Moxie immediately rejected this speculation. Su Maoyong saw that his brows were tight, and his face was worried. He was worried about his health and comforted him. No matter who it is, I will find out one day. You were also seriously injured before, so you'd better rest and recuperate. It will be the Black Nether ceremonies soon. Feng Moxie and King Shengming will have a confrontation. Whether Feng Moxie can hold on to his current position depends on the recovery of his body and strength. Don't worry. For you, I will take good care of my body. Feng Moxie felt Su Mo Liang's concern and his face gradually softened. Su Mo Liang was surrounded by enemies and homeless. She could only stay in the life and death realm for a while, and he could only protect her in the life and death realm by sitting in the position of the Son of God. For this reason alone, he must not be killed by King Shengming. Su Mo Liang thought that he was accused of a false charge and implicated the entire Nether clan. In this life, he still gave everything for her without regrets. He felt uncomfortable like a needle piercing his heart. At this time, he suppressed the bitterness in his heart and choked. I wronged you in the previous life. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. You are you. Yunxianga is Yunxianga. In my heart you are not the same person. Fortunately, everything is over. Those are just a memory. The only person he cares about and loves deeply now is Su Maoyong. Unfortunately, he couldn't say the second half of the sentence. And he couldn't say it. Su Maoyong knew that no matter how much he apologized now, it would be useless. So he just promised. I will help you get back the Underworld clan. Let everyone see with their own eyes that you are worthy of the position of the Holy Son. What bastard sons and legitimate sons are all bullshit to Su Maoyong. As long as Feng Moxie wants it, she will help him get it back. After returning from the temple, Su Maoyong retreated to refine a large number of high-quality pills, picked a lot of rare medicinal materials from the spiritual field, and gave them to the 2 dead spirits to sell at high prices in the shops under the Lingxiao Palace. Last time, the 2 deputy palace masters were beheaded for tax evasion, which had the effect of shaking the mountains and tigers to the vendors below. Many shops were frightened and quickly paid the taxes from last year, or even the year before, which was a considerable amount. Now, with her pills and rare medicinal materials, I believe that the financial account book of Lingxiao Palace this year will be doubled several times. Not to say that it will completely surpass the power of King Shengming, but at least it will be on par. Now that there is no shortcoming in the economy, she naturally has to make up for it in terms of strength. So in addition to refining pills in the past few days, Su Maoyong has also been working hard to communicate with the Burning Shadow Soul Sword. Although she successfully pulled it up, her strength was too weak and she could not really control it. So that after so long, she could not even summon the Burning Shadow Soul Sword again. Just when Su Maoyong was a little dejected, she knew his voice came from outside the door. Master, the Tiandao Palace Master is here. Oh, what is he doing here? Su Maoyong didn't expect that the Lord of Tiandao Palace would come to visit in person. It should be about the cancellation of the engagement between Mr. Liu and Miss Chiao. The master is so smart. A few days ago, Miss Qiao eloped with Mr. He, which caused a lot of uproar in the city. It seemed that the two palaces were about to fall out. King Shengming really stepped in to mediate for the sake of the overall situation. Just yesterday, Tiandao Palace went to Xieyue Palace to seek justice. With King Shengming presiding over justice, he not only took back the betrothal gifts, but also took a lot of natural treasures as compensation. Today, I heard that Hunyuan Palace also prepared a lot of treasures to apologize to Tiandao Palace and Xieyue Palace one by one. Although the master of Xieyue Palace hated Hunyuan Palace, he did not dare to make things too difficult because of the presence of King Shengming. I think it means to help Mr. He and Miss Qiao. These were already expected by Su Maoyang. In order to unite his forces, King Shengming would definitely mediate. He could suppress any anger. Not to mention that it was just a marriage of children. Besides, He Yifeng of Hunyuan Palace is also a handsome man with good strength. Although he is not as good as Lu Xiaoming, he can be regarded as a good match. After all, he saved Xiao Chuan's life. For this reason, Xieyue Palace can't turn its face against him. So although Hunyuan Palace has to apologize to Xieyue Palace and Tiandao Palace, it is just a formality. Due to the grace of saving life in the past, and the overall situation of King Shengming, Xieyue Palace probably dare not even say harsh words, and has to suppress its displeasure, and fulfill a pair of lovers. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang raised the corner of his mouth and pushed the door out. Since Tiandao Palace has thought it through, then my Lingxiao Palace will naturally open its door to welcome you. The Lord of Tiandao Palace can come to visit in person. Obviously thinking about the relationship between the interests, and making the decision to join the Son of God. However, it depends on whether he is sincere enough. Chapter 26-28 The Master of Tiandao Palace's Plan. Lingxiao Palace. Reception Room. It's a rare opportunity for the Master of Tiandao Palace to come to our Lingxiao Palace in person. I am honored to have you. Su Maoyang's voice came before he arrived. And the Master of Tiandao Palace was so surprised that he immediately stood up to greet him. No. My Tiandao Palace can only survive in the realm of life and death. And it depends on the Master of Lingxiao Palace. Your words are embarrassing to me. Lu Jincheng clasped his fists and bowed. His attitude was very respectful. A few days ago, he didn't know Su Maoyang's plan, and he was still wavering whether to join the Saint Sun's faction, until he heard the news that Xiao Chuhan and He Yifeng eloped. He knew that Su Maoyang had already made a choice for him, because even if she didn't win over the Tiandao Palace and didn't reveal her identity to him, in order to break up the power of King Shengming, she would make this marriage go to waste. Apart from Xiao Chuhan, only the two daughters of Feishing Palace were worthy of Lu Xiaoming. But Feishing Palace has a big appetite, and the situation is unclear. So they are unwilling to marry off their daughters easily. Therefore, instead of making compromises and choosing an unsatisfactory young lady, which will be ridiculed and criticized by others, it is better for Tiandao Palace to change camps and make a fair marriage that can maximize benefits. In comparison, King Shengming has now returned to his original spirit and has many forces. The joining of his Tiandao Palace is just icing on the cake. And the Holy Sun is weak and in urgent need of help. His Tiandao Palace surrendering is like sending charcoal in the snow. If there is no variable Su Maoyang, he may seek victory in a safe way and surrender to King Shengming. But with this variable, she holds the biggest lifeline of his Tiandao Palace. And surrendering to King Shengming has become a risky move. Since there are risks, it is better to bet on a road that is the most valuable to Tiandao Palace, which is to send charcoal in the snow. Su Maoyang knew he had figured it out when he heard his tone. So he smiled and went forward to help him up. The Lord of Tiandao Palace is an elder after all. There is no need to be so polite. Come on. Serve tea. No need for tea. I came here mainly to inform the Lord of Palace that my son has broken off the engagement with Xieyue Palace, and my Tiandao Palace has decided to join the Holy Sun's faction. The Lord of Tiandao Palace is also a straightforward person, and he directly stated his purpose. Su Maoyang smiled as expected. We naturally welcome the idea of Tiandao Palace. But Tiandao Palace has always been close to the Shengming King's faction. It's hard to say whether it really wants to join the Holy Sun. The Lord of Lingxiao Palace holds the biggest weakness of my Tiandao Palace. Now I have torn my face with Xieyue Palace and entered the gate of Lingxiao Palace in public. Why should the Lord of Lingxiao Palace doubt the sincerity of my Tiandao Palace? The Lord of Tiandao Palace was questioned about his sincerity. and his face was a little unhappy. But he still presented the space ring with both hands. This is an apology from Xieyue Palace and Hunyuan Palace. If this is not considered sincerity, the Lord of Lingxiao Palace will pretend that I have never come here. Su Maoyang saw that he handed over such a valuable letter of surrender, and smiled to save the situation. Lord Lu, don't be upset. Guan, this is a matter of life and death. As a member of the Saint sect, I must be more cautious. These treasures are my gifts to the Tiandao Palace. You should keep them well. The Tiandao Palace master did not expect that she was not jealous of the treasures of the two palaces. After a moment of hesitation, she immediately bowed and said, "The Lingxiao Palace master has a sense of justice. I humiliated the palace master. If the palace master has anything to do in the future, just let me know. The Tiandao Palace is willing to serve the saint's son. The Tiandao Palace master is knowledgeable, and I really have something to ask the palace master." Su Maoyang was not polite either. Lu Jincheng waved his hands hurriedly. "I don't deserve your advice. I don't know what the palace master is asking. I heard that there is a medicinal herb called Tianyuan soul flower, which is born from the souls of heaven and earth. It is refined into Jupaningshan pill, which has the effect of warming the soul and reviving the soul. I wonder if Palace Master Lu has heard of it." Hearing this, Lu Jincheng immediately realized Su Maoyang's intention and replied, "There is indeed such a medicinal herb, but Jupaningshan pill is an imperial-grade elixir. It requires an alchemist who has reached the level of Dan Emperor and has the 7th level of divine pattern to refine it. The process is complicated and dangerous. Even King Shengming couldn't get such an elixir back then. Palace Master wants to consolidate the soul for the Holy Son, but it may be difficult. I am an alchemist. It is not difficult for me to make an imperial-grade elixir with the 7th level of divine pattern. I just want to know where I can find Tianyuan soul flower." When Lu Jincheng heard this, he was so shocked that his eyes widened and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Could it be that Palace Master Su, a divine pattern alchemist of the Dan Emperor level?" Su Maoyang nodded slightly. "I wonder if Palace Master Lu knows the whereabouts of the medicinal materials." Seeing her admit it, Lu Jincheng took a deep breath in shock. No wonder the Holy Son values her so much. A Dan Emperor who can refine the 7-fold divine pattern is much more valuable than the master of a palace. I think that as long as Su Maoyang is there, even if the secret of his Tiandao Palace is exposed, the Holy Son will take more care of his Tiandao Palace in order to win over talents like Su Maoyang. Moreover, with the elixir from the Dan Emperor, the economy of the Holy Son faction will sooner or later surpass that of the Shengming King faction. Furthermore, if she really refines the soul gathering and spirit condensing pill for the Holy Son, then the strength of the Holy Son will always be superior to that of the Shengming King. In addition, the younger generation of the Songlong army is already outstanding. At the Black Nether ceremony, the Holy Son has all 3 advantages, and the Shengming King will never be able to make a name for himself. It seems that his Tiandao Palace did not encounter a nemesis this time, but welcomed a great opportunity. As long as he sincerely surrenders to Su Maoyang, I believe that the future of Tiandao Palace is limitless. After figuring out the key, Lu Jincheng naturally changed his address and bowed, saying, "Young Master is actually a rare Dan Emperor in the world, worthy of being the successor chosen by the Xianshan King. I'm sorry for my poor eyesight and many offenses before. I hope the young master won't blame me. Palace Master Lu, you are the old subordinates of the Xianshan King. The Xianshan King has been kind to me, and I won't bother with you about this." Su Maoyang reached out again to help him up. Seeing that she was a generous and righteous person, Lu Jincheng breathed a sigh of relief and a look of joy appeared on his face. "Young master, if you want to find the Tianyuan soul flower, you can go to the soul-devouring forest in the northernmost part of the life and death realm. That place is very dangerous and famous for devouring souls. There is a soul-devouring mountain inside. The cliffs gather a soul sea, and the Tianyuan soul flower is nourished by the soul sea and grows on the cliffs. Although it is called the soul flower, it looks like a flesh fetus. It is said that it has its own spiritual intelligence. It is extremely difficult to pick it. If you want to go, I can send someone to accompany you." "No need. I will take my own people to take a look." Su Maoyang declined his kindness. Lu Jincheng insisted, "Young master, you don't know that the place is winding and rugged, foggy and swampy, and it is very easy to get lost. I'll let Ming'er accompany you. He has been there before and is familiar with the local terrain. Even if he can't help, he can still be a guide for you. Lu Jincheng had a chance to show his loyalty and get close to him. So of course, he would work hard to recommend Tiandao Palace. As long as Tiandao Palace made contributions to the Holy Sun this time, there would be no fear of not being able to gain a foothold in the realm of life and death. Of course, if Su Maoyang and Lu Xiaoming could create some sparks and get married, it would be a double happiness. Which couldn't be better. Chapter 2629, You Are Really Haunting Me. Palace Master Lu. You are too polite. I have been through life and death for so many years. I have been to all kinds of dangerous places. How could I get lost easily? Besides, I have a group of friends with me. We can take care of each other, and nothing will go wrong. Palace Master Lu. Don't worry. Su Maoyang didn't dare to ask Lu Xiaoming for help. She was so scared that she immediately bowed and declined. That guy never had a good face for her. He warned her several times not to bother him. If Palace Master Lu did this, Lu Xiaoming would probably think that she was the one who suggested to his father behind his back that he should go with him. Then she would never be able to clear herself even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Seeing how much Su Maoyang was rejecting, Lu Jincheng was confused and couldn't help asking, Young Master, are you still angry with Ming'er? Palace Master Lu. You are worrying too much. Your son is upright and straightforward. I have no time to appreciate him. How can I be upset because of a little verbal misunderstanding? Su Maoyang waved his hand generously. Hearing that she really didn't care, Lu Jincheng breathed a sigh of relief, and then thought of other possibilities, and tentatively asked, Young Master, forgive me for saying one more thing. Do you have that kind of relationship with the Holy Sun? Su Maoyang didn't expect him to bring up the Holy Sun, and was shocked, and quickly explained, Palace Master Lu, please don't get me wrong. The Holy Sun and I are just friends. Just friends? Lu Jincheng was a little unconvinced. Strictly speaking, it is indeed a little more than friends, and it can be regarded as a life and death friendship. But there is absolutely no relationship in that aspect. She couldn't respond to Feng Moxi's feelings, and she hoped that Feng Moxi could come out of her dead end and embrace his own happiness. But she couldn't ruin his reputation in front of outsiders. Hearing this, Lu Jincheng's heart finally settled down, and he smiled and nodded. That's good. That's good. Su Maoyang was confused. Why did Palace Master Lu ask this? It's okay. I just want to care about the young master's lifelong event. Palace Master Lu. You don't need to worry about this. Right now, the most important thing is to prepare for the Black Nether ceremony. Su Maoyang didn't like others to interfere in her private affairs. Considering that he was an old subordinate of Xianshen, she tried to remind him in a friendly manner. Lu Jincheng also heard some displeasure, and nodded quickly. Young master is right. But I don't know when you will leave for the soul-devouring forest. Tomorrow morning? Time is tight. It's better to go early, and come back early, Su Maoyang said. Then I will wait for good news here. I wish you a safe journey. Lu Jincheng secretly noted the time, and bowed to say goodbye. The soul-devouring forest is located at the northernmost part of the life and death realm. It is already summer, but there is still heavy snow in the air. Fortunately, after passing through the heavy cold, Su Maoyang and others finally saw the full view of the soul-devouring forest 5 days later. The endless thousands of strange ancient trees are like a sleeping dragon covered with a snow blanket, crawling on this land, magnificent and radiating so wide that you can't see the end at a glance. The towering mountains inside the soul-devouring forest are like a huge black centipede running through the forest, running east and west, and like an axe that splits the forest in half. Sharp and mysterious, and it is frightening just to look at it from a distance. Su Maoyang originally thought that not many people came to adventure in such a dangerous and remote training place. But who knew that before they landed? They saw that there were already many people at the entrance of the soul-devouring forest. Didn't they say that few people come to the soul-devouring nether forest to train? Could it be that someone got the news and came to fight for the Tianyuan soul flower? Ji Ruiqing looked at Su Maoyang in shock. The soul-devouring nether forest is located in a remote area with complex terrain, and there are many poisonous creatures and soul beasts inside, because the medicinal materials are infected by poisons and are not valuable, and the spirit beasts feed on human souls. It is difficult for the beast master to control them. In addition, there are many strange phenomena inside, and you will lose your life if you are not careful. Therefore, whether it is a mercenary group doing tasks or a cultivator training, this soul-devouring nether forest is not a good place. It's no wonder that Ji Ruiqing suspected that their actions had leaked the news, attracting enemies who wanted to fight for the Tianyuan soul flower and stop Su Maoyang from refining the elixir. Go up and take a look. Su Maoyang was also puzzled, so he simply went forward to find out. In addition to her confidence, she only told the Tiandao Palace master about the search for the Tianyuan soul flower. If this group of people were really sent by King Shengming, then she would have to consider the sincerity of Tiandao Palace. However, as soon as Su Maoyang landed, an angry shout came over her head. Su Maoyang, it's you again. You're really haunting. Su Maoyang looked through the crowd and saw the tall and straight as pine, sullen-looking Tiandao Palace young master Lu Xiaoming. At this moment, Su Maoyang's heart was shocked when she saw the anger in his pupils that seemed to be igniting the prairie fire. She widened her eyes in surprise. Lu, Master Lu, why are you here? Hee. Pretend? Keep pretending. Don't you know why I'm here the best? Lu Xiaoming sneered 3 times, his handsome face full of sarcasm. Su Maoyang had no way to defend himself, and smiled bitterly. I'm not a worm in Master Lu's stomach. How would I know? Humph. You chased me to such a remote soul-devouring nether forest, and you still dare to pretend that you don't know. I really underestimated your shamelessness. You must have spent a lot of effort to find out my whereabouts. Su Maoyang heard that he misunderstood her intention again, and hurriedly explained. Don't get me wrong. I came to the soul-devouring nether forest to do business this time, not to entangle you. I really didn't know you were here. Hee. Business? Could it be that you are also here to look for medicinal herbs in the soul-devouring nether forest? Lu Xiaoming's sharp eyes seemed to pierce through her disguise in an instant, and the contempt at the corner of his mouth was particularly eye-catching. Faced with such questioning, Su Maoyang was speechless, and pinched his eyebrows in embarrassment. It seems that the Lord of Tiandao Palace did not listen to her words. Knowing that she was going to the soul-devouring nether forest, he took the initiative to send Lu Xiaoming to help. And it seems that he did not tell him the reason. It is estimated that he was worried that he would have a prejudice against him and would not want to go, so he deliberately concealed it. Now, it turned out to be a big mistake, making Lu Xiaoming misunderstand that she followed him all the way and actually followed him to the soul-devouring forest. In this situation, even if she had 100 mouths, she couldn't explain it clearly. I was going to look for medicinal herbs this time. Your father must have heard about it and was worried about my safety, so he sent you to help me on his own initiative. If you don't believe it, you could ask your father. Su Maoyang felt that it was so difficult to talk to a man for the first time. Lu Xiaoming looked at her half-believingly. As the young master of Tiandao Palace, he rarely went out in person for such a small matter as looking for medicinal herbs. In addition, the soul-devouring forest was dangerous. In the past, his father didn't approve of him coming here to train. The reason why he was able to come last time was that he sneaked out, and he was scolded by his father when he returned. This time, his father took the initiative to mention it, and he was still a little puzzled. But now, he suddenly realized it. It turns out that Su Maoyang was behind all this. After figuring out the whole story, Lu Xiaoming sneered. Even if it was my father's idea, I think it was you who begged my father to let me go. Otherwise my father would never let me take risks so easily. I don't care how much you have done for my father, or what agreement you have reached. I will never look at you straight in the eye. Don't think that I will turn around and marry you just because you have ruined my marriage with Xiao Chuhan. Dream on. Chapter 2630. A Scolding. Ji Ruiqing was hurt by love, and was already angry. When she heard such shameless words, she stepped forward and cursed. Are you sick? You are a fool with a pig's head and a mouth full of shit. Even dogs will avoid you. You really think you are a big shot, but no one uses you to dip sauce. Don't you think that my junior sister is a fairy with superb fighting power? She has all the men she wants. How can she be interested in you? A thick-skinned and shallow-eyed fool? I advise you to dream less and read more in the future. Don't think that all women in the world have to like you. With your 3-pound bones, you are not even worthy of carrying shoes for my junior sister. And you have the nerve to look down on others. Bah! Ji Ruiqing was like a shrew scolding in the street, and her saliva almost flew to Lu Xiaoming's face. Lu Xiaoming was raised up. Never received such a scolding. He was so angry that he spiraled to the sky, pointing at Ji Ruiqing with his hand trembling faintly. You are simply barbaric and rude. Vulgar. TSK. I am barbaric and vulgar. What can you do to me? You humiliated my junior sister in public. Is it polite? You don't reflect on yourself, but blame others everywhere. I think the young master of Tian'ao Palace is just a hypocrite. Ji Ruiqing was originally a rough man, so he simply admitted it openly. At this time, a young girl standing next to Lu Xiaoming seemed to be more angry than the person involved, and refuted with a flushed face. Nonsense. Brother Ming has always been strict with himself, and has a high moral character. How can he be a villain in your mouth? It is obviously your Lingxiao Palace master who is shameless, and has to pester my brother Ming. Brother Ming warned her several times, but she refused to give in. So she scolded her. But you didn't know how to restrain yourself, but instead slandered Brother Ming's reputation. It's just that the villain complained first. Seeing her excited face, Ji Ruiqing defended Lu Xiaoming very much. He looked at her and sneered. I seem to have heard that Lu Xiaoming has no sister. You call him Brother Ming so affectionately. Don't you like Lu Xiaoming? After saying this, not only the young girl blushed, but even Lu Xiaoming showed a little embarrassment. This girl is indeed not Lu Xiaoming's sister, but the daughter of the deputy palace master, Zhang Shiyun. She admires Lu Xiaoming, but dares not say it directly. She only likes him secretly. Of course, Lu Xiaoming is not a fool. I am afraid that he has known the other party's feelings for a long time, but he just doesn't want to respond. So in order to hide the embarrassment, Lu Xiaoming had to pretend to be calm and interrupted. Don't talk nonsense here. Let your palace master stay away from me in the future. If it happens again, I will never let you off easily. Hey, don't you understand what I'm saying? Even if all the men in this world die, Lian'er will not fall in love with you. Please put away your ridiculous self-confidence. It makes people look disgusting. Dongfang Liue couldn't listen anymore, and felt sick and wanted to vomit. Lu Xiaoming was too lazy to argue with the woman, and nodded angrily. Okay, this is what you said. I hope you enter this soul-devouring forest. Don't follow me, and ask me for help. Let's go! After that, Lu Xiaoming angrily waved his sleeves, and led the team into the soul-devouring forest first. Since we are here, let's take the Tianyuan soul flower back, which is also an explanation to my father. If Su Maoyang really wants it, she will come to apologize to him sooner or later, and he will make them regret their rude behavior today. Looking at Lu Xiaoming's receding back, Ji Ruiqing said with disdain, Bah! What kind of person is this? He even said that he ruined his marriage with a man like him. Which woman would be willing to marry him? Fortunately, Qiao Chuhan ran fast. Otherwise he would have fallen flat on his face. Senior sister Ji, forget it. Tian'ao Palace is the old subordinate of the master. For the sake of the overall situation, this person should not be easily offended. Although she knew was also angry that Lu Xiaoming misunderstood the master, she understood the master's concerns and persuaded rationally. Su Maoyang also knew that Ji Ruiqing was so angry. On the one hand, she felt sorry for her, and on the other hand, she probably remembered her own sad things. She couldn't help but pat her on the shoulder and comforted her. I know you are angry, but compared with the matter of the Holy Sun, these are all trivial matters. Besides, I have long been invulnerable to swords and guns, so why would I care about his verbal humiliation? Let's find medicinal materials. She once vowed to take care of the old subordinates of the Xianxin king, and Lu Xiaoming was the next successor of Tian'ao Palace. To put it bluntly, they were allies, not enemies. Naturally, she would not care about an ignorant young man. In addition, the Holy Sun urgently needed the help of Tian'ao Palace, and she had no reason to push Tian'ao Palace out because of being angry with a junior. You have to know that Lu Xiaoming is the flesh and blood of the Tian'ao Palace master, and he is an important figure in the Tian'ao Palace. If she really annoys him, he will interfere and ruin her plan. Isn't it a pity? Hearing that Su Maoyang had spoken, Ji Ruiqing and Dongfang Liue didn't want to embarrass her. They suppressed their anger and walked towards the soul-devouring forest angrily. Su Maoyang followed behind, watching Xiahou Zian comforting Dongfang Liue. Fu Minxiu and Gong Sun Jingji teasing Ji Ruiqing. The scene was warm for a while, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It feels so good to have friends around. Someone cares for her. Someone gets angry for her. And someone stands up for her. It seems that those dirty words are nothing. However, suddenly remembering the strange feeling that had just come out, Su Maoyang stopped and looked behind him. There was nothing in the white snow. Was it her illusion? Su Maoyang laughed and shook her head. When did she become so sensitive and suspicious? Master, what's wrong? Shinua, who had been following her and observing her mood, asked in confusion when she saw that her expression was different. Su Maoyong turned around and smiled. Nothing. Let's go in. In order to avoid catching up with Lu Xiaoming's team, they deliberately kept a distance. Even so, they still saw the other party's figure an hour later. But in addition to the dozen of them, there was another terrifying giant who was rampaging wildly. Even Lu Xiaoming was beaten and covered with wounds. The scene was quite tragic. Donfang Liue was so scared that she screamed on the spot. My God! What is that thing? It looked like a giant flying bird. But it had 9 bird heads and 9 tails. In the middle of the bird heads was a human body of unknown gender. It was hard to tell whether it was a 9-headed bird growing out of a human body, or a human growing out of a 9-headed bird. The scene was horrifying and far from being comparable to ordinary beasts. Fu Minxiu was knowledgeable and recognized the origin of the bird at a glance. He was shocked and said, "Is this the legendary ghost car?" Ghost car? What the hell is that? Ji Ruiqing looked strange, and couldn't bear to look directly at the human face exposed in the 9 bird heads. The ghost car is a demonic bird that eats human souls. It is named ghost car because it makes the sound of vehicles running at night. This bird is evil and can easily deceive people's minds. If people are not careful, they will become soulless zombies. It is extremely scary, Fu Minxiu said solemnly. Gongsun Jingji nodded. It can be seen that except for a few young people, the elders in Lu Xiaoming's team are all at the level of Xiantian spiritual immortals. Such a lineup can't do anything to this bird, which is enough to show that the strength of this bird must be above Xiantian spiritual immortals. Above Xiantian spiritual immortals? Then can't only supreme spiritual immortals take it down? Aren't Lu Xiaoming and his men doomed? Donfang Liu widened her eyes in shock, and covered her mouth after she finished speaking. Chapter 2631. Who is this person? Su Maoyong frowned and observed the fighting power of the ghost car for a while. Seeing that Lu Xiaoming's team was about to die under the claws of the ghost car, he could no longer stand by and watch. He immediately ordered, "If they continue like this, they will die. Everyone, come together and temporarily trap this ghost thing. Although there is no way to defeat the ghost car, it is still possible to trap the opponent and seek a glimmer of hope." After saying that, Su Maoyong waved his hand to summon the Qingming sword and rushed out first. Fu Minxiu, Gongsun Jingji and Xiao Zian, the 3 men, naturally could not let Su Maoyong take risks alone, and followed and entered the battle circle for her. Ji Ruiqing stood there, looking as if he had eaten a fly, speechless to the extreme. Damn it. Saving such a disgusting man. I will be disgusted for the rest of my life. Oh, never mind. Even if it's for Lianer. Fight. Donfang Liu was also very reluctant, but she knew that the other party was going to die here, and Lianer couldn't explain to the Lord of Tiandao Palace. So she threw away her prejudice and rushed out. Seeing that even the weakest Donfang Liu was not willing to die, Ji Ruiqing simply made up his mind and rushed into the battle circle with a hammer. Lu Xiaoming was desperately resisting the attack of the ghost car, but in the blink of an eye, he saw Su Maoyong and her friends rushing out. He suddenly felt absurd and shouted, "Su Maoyong, are you crazy? Are you willing to give up your life to chase a man?" She dared to rush out to help in this situation. She actually liked him to the point of risking her life. I really don't know whether to say she is too affectionate or too stupid. Su Maoyong didn't even bother to spare a glance and directly replied, "You think too much. Just because you are still useful and can't die here." Lu Xiaoming thought she was just being tough, and sneered, "Don't show off at this time. This ghost car can't even beat me, let alone you. Although I don't like you as a man, there is no reason for a woman to take risks for me. Take your friend away quickly." Zhang Shiyun, who was retreating step by step under the protection of the elders, saw Su Maoyong rushing to Lu Xiaoming again. Her pretty face, which was originally in a mess, suddenly surged with anger and cursed angrily. "You actually caught up with me again. You say you look down on Brother Ming, but your body is very honest. You are so hypocritical. Watch your mouth. If we don't come, you will all die here." Ji Ruiqing swung an iron hammer and just brushed past Zhang Shiyun's face and hit one of the bird heads. Although this blow did not fall on Zhang Shiyun, the fierce force scared her enough, and her eyes were full of horror, seeing that they had no intention of retreating. Lu Xiaoming shouted impatiently, "A bunch of idiots. They are no match for it. But they still insist on showing off. This is just causing trouble for me. However, before he finished speaking, Su Maoyang waved his hand fiercely, summoning a large group of puppets and spirit beasts, and fiercely pounced on the 9 heads of the ghost car. Before Lu Xiaoming could react, Xiao Zian shouted again. Hold your breath. He blasted several palms in succession, and the poison powder instantly vibrated with the palm print, immediately paralyzing the senses of the 9-headed bird, slowing down the ghost car's attack for a few seconds. Taking this opportunity, the spirit beasts bit the bird's neck, and the puppets punched hard, hitting the bird's head hard. Fu Minxiu, Ji Ruiqing, Donfan Liyue, Gong Sun Jingji, and Shi Nuo took the opportunity to go around and attack the tail of the ghost car. They surrounded the enemy from front and back, fought fiercely, and cooperated well. In a moment, they trapped the ghost car, allowing Lu Xiaoming's teammates, who were originally covered in blood, to finally have a chance to breathe and quickly retreat to the safe zone. Lu Xiaoming didn't expect that Su Maoyang's strength was not very good, but she had many means. The combat effectiveness of puppets and spirit beasts was quite good, and even friends fought with full tacit understanding. It seems that it is not unreasonable for her to get to where she is today, but it is too naive to want to save people just by trapping the opponent. You know, the human body of the ghost car is formed by swallowing countless souls of people, and its energy is endless. If you want to fight a war of attrition, it will only be Su Maoyang and himself who will be consumed in the end. Su Maoyang, this is not a solution. You, however, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Su Maoyang. It is indeed not a solution. You quickly retreat. I will cover you. After that, she actually waved her sword and flew towards the human body in the 9-headed bird in Lu Xiaoming's astonished eyes. The spiritual power she released was forcibly raised to the late stage of the acquired spiritual immortal. Obviously because of the elixir. Come back. Are you crazy? Lu Xiaoming screamed in fear, and immediately chased after her, trying to pull her back. You must know that the human body is the energy center of the ghost car. Su Maoyang rushed straight to the most dangerous part, not to mention getting injured. It is estimated that his life will be in danger. Although this woman is fickle and likes men, she is not guilty of death. How can he watch her die for him? However, before he ran close, Su Maoyang had already slashed a sword. There was a loud bang, and the two forces collided, and Su Maoyang was instantly shaken back. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoming's face changed drastically, and he rushed forward to catch her. However, before he could reach out his hand, a hurricane suddenly blew in front of him, and Su Maoyang fell into a black shadow in the next second. It was still bright and clear at this time, but he was suddenly in front of him as if darkness had come, and the black robe danced with the wind, rolling up snowflakes all over the sky. The rolling demonic energy shook the sky and earth, and it was even more terrifying than the power of the ghost car. As a result, Lu Xiaoming was shaken away before he could take a closer look at the other party's appearance, and fell heavily to the ground. It was just that the sudden change made him unable to care about the embarrassment at the moment, and he hurriedly looked up. He saw a tall and majestic figure in the storm, suspended in the air, like a demon god descending, changing the color of the world. That delicate jade-like, handsome face was like a gorgeous red spider lily, blooming in the darkness, dazzling and dazzling. However, the sharp edge of the outline flashed with the cold light of a sharp blade, which echoed with the demonic energy around it, like a blood-soaked demonic sword that killed countless people, adding a bit of danger and horror to this extreme beauty. Looking at the ghost car that was killed to pieces and blood and flesh flying on the ground, Lu Xiaoming felt a chill and was extremely shocked to be able to kill the ghost car with one move. This strength is so strong that it is probably at the level of the Supreme Spirit Immortal. However, what Lu Xiaoming could not have imagined was that such a terrifying big demon, at this moment, tightly protected Su Maoyang under his black robe, and when he lowered his head, his eyes were full of tenderness. Such a big contrast gave Lu Xiaoming a blow, and he couldn't help but have a strong curiosity. Who is this person? Not only Lu Xiaoming, but even Su Maoyang himself was stunned by the face in front of him, facing the beautiful eyes like falling stars. His chest felt like being pierced by needles, and a burst of pain surged. Chapter 2632. Who am I? What difference does it make? Looking at the familiar face and the familiar eyes, Su Maoyang burst into tears. With trembling hands, She touched his cheek in disbelief. Hao Tsong. Is that you? Are you back? It's me. I'm back. He nodded. And under his long eyelashes, his blue eyes, like the seawater, flashed with warm and soft light. Like the warm sun in spring, which sprinkled into Su Maoyang's heart little by little. At this moment, Su Maoyang was ecstatic and hugged him back excitedly, trying hard to feel the lost and regained temperature and breath. But when her eyes touched the demonic energy lingering around him, she suddenly felt like being hit by a hammer on her head and woke up instantly. No! No! You are not him. You are Lu Yeyuan. Su Maoyang was so scared that she pushed him away and took a few steps back with a pale face. Jun Haotsong does not have such terrifying demonic energy, nor such terrifying strength. He is Lu Yeyuan after waking up. The ancient demon god Lu Yeyuan. Lu Yeyuan saw that she still rejected him like this, and his heart ached. He couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. Lu Yeyuan is me. Jun Haotsong is also me. We both love the same person. Who I am? What difference does it make? Why don't you just look at me? Hearing such a conversation, Lu Xiaoming and his teammates were stunned like lightning. They didn't expect that this big demon who suddenly appeared was actually the ancient demon god Lu Yeyuan. This person's deeds are earth-shaking, and everyone knows it. It is said that he is the only top genius in the 3 realms of gods, demons and ghosts in ancient times, who reached the realm of gods before the age of 30. He has superior combat power and means. Under his leadership, the demon clan is becoming more and more prosperous, and there is a trend of crushing the 2 clans of gods and ghosts. If he had not been plotted against by the gods, the demons would have dominated the 3 realms, and the underworld would have had nothing to do with the Sunluo realm. But such a ruthless man actually appeared in front of him, and was still pursuing his beloved woman. Was he mistaken? Lu Xiaoming almost felt like he was dreaming, and shook his head involuntarily. Could he really have fallen into the illusion created by the ghost car? Zhang Shuyun rubbed her eyes in disbelief, repeatedly confirming that she was not dazzled. They had heard before that Su Maoyang had been Lu Yeyuan's concubine, but such a humble identity was just a toy for Lu Yeyuan to vent and entertain. But what was going on with this deep love scene in front of them? Why was it different from what they imagined? At this time, Su Maoyang kept shaking his head, constantly reminding himself, "No, you are different. Jun Haotsong loves me purely, and you have too much to bear. And this love has long been corrupted. There is hatred between the 2 races between them, and they will never be able to be together with peace of mind." Lu Yeyuan retorted excitedly. "Jun Haotsong is just one of my personalities. Why can you accept one of my personalities, but not the whole me? Obviously, this pure heart has never changed. Whether it is the past life or this life, whether it is the personality or the whole me, I have fallen in love with you without hesitation. Isn't this enough to prove everything? Why? Why can't you love Lu Yeyuan?" Su Maoyang watched Lu Yeyuan approaching him step by step. His fierce questioning echoed in his ears, and his heart seemed to be torn open with a huge hole, pouring into the coldest wind in the world. And Lu Yeyuan in front of her had long lost the domineering aura of a demon god. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot. Tears flashed, and he looked at her with a pleading face, like an abandoned child who longed to go home. Su Maoyang could no longer face those sad eyes. She turned around suddenly, closed her eyelids painfully, and her cheeks were instantly drowned in a cruel and heartless tear. She didn't know whether she was telling him or herself with a firm tone. "No! I can't love you." The scene of Lu Yeyuan's self-destruction in the previous life, and the scene of him almost dying for her in this life. Su Maoyang remembered them all clearly. She was afraid of the curse. Very afraid. She was afraid that he would repeat the same mistakes and become a sinner of the demon clan again. She was afraid that he would never have peace in his life and end up in an irreparable end. She was already a sinner of the demon clan. If he was still with her, how could she get along with the demon clan, and how could she explain to the demon clan? Su Maoyang couldn't do it. She couldn't harm Lu Yeyuan's life for her own selfishness. To be honest, it was all her fault. If she hadn't always been greedy for Jun Haotsong's tenderness and this unique love, she wouldn't have fallen deeper and deeper, to the point where she couldn't extricate herself. Fortunately, it was Lu Yeyuan in front of her, not Jun Haotsong. She could clearly recognize the reality and draw a clear line. "Why? Tell me why." Lu Yeyuan stepped forward quickly, grabbed her wrist, and tried to pull her back. Su Maoyang was so scared that she hurriedly shook him off and wanted to escape from him. No reason. Just leave quickly. But because of her excessive movement, the wound on her arm was torn, and blood flowed down her arm, instantly leaving a shocking blood mark. Seeing this scene, Lu Yiyuan's heart was in a knot. He didn't care whether she would accept him or not. He stepped forward and held her down. You are injured. Don't move. You can refuse to accept me. But the wound must be bandaged quickly. As he said that, Lu Yiyuan was actually ready to do it himself. Su Maoyang was shocked and took a step back and refused. Don't touch me. I will do it myself. Lu Yiyuan stared at her stubbornly and warned her sternly. Your right hand is injured. How can you do it yourself? If you don't listen, believe it or not, I will capture you back to the demon realm now. You dare. Su Maoyang was so angry that his eyes were wide open. You should know whether I dare or not. No one here can stop me. Lu Yiyuan snorted coldly. His tone was arrogant, but no one dared to question him. In front of his strength, everyone present was rubbish. Who dared to say no to what he wanted to do? Su Maoyang naturally understood this truth, but she was unwilling to be controlled and threatened by him. Are you forcing me to love you? Demon Lord, I don't care to force you. It's your business whether you love me or not. I'm only worried about your injuries. That ghost car is used to eroding people's souls. If you don't pay attention, you will become a walking corpse, Lu Yiyuan said, and he took a strong hand, ripped open her sleeves, and personally sucked out the venom inside. What are you doing? Su Maoyang felt the warmth of his lips, and her body froze. Her cheeks flushed, and she struggled hard to avoid such embarrassing skin contact. Lu Yiyuan's hands were like iron clamps, tightly holding Su Maoyang's arms, but his mouth was extremely gentle, as if he was afraid of hurting her. But facing the astonished eyes around her, Su Maoyang still felt uncomfortable and embarrassed, and tried hard to push his shoulders away. Your old lover is still waiting for you to go back and make the elixir. If you don't suck out the poison, do you want to die here and leave him a mess? Seeing her disobedient, Lu Yiyuan kindly reminded her. Thinking of the purpose of this trip, Su Maoyang calmed down a little. She promised to help Feng Moxie get back everything that belonged to him, and there was no reason to give up halfway. But the 3 words old lover were too harsh, and she frowned. Chapter 2633 depends on her. Lu Yiyuan saw that she really stopped struggling, and his heart was bitter. But for her health, he didn't care about her relationship with Ming Xianin, and quickly lowered his head to suck out the venom for her and apply medicine to the wound. But at the end, he couldn't help but complain sourly. Sure enough, Ming Xianin is still effective. Although he said so, he still blew on her wound gently and considerately to relieve the burning pain caused by the ointment. Su Maoyang felt the coolness of his arm, looked down at his face, which was close to her, and was filled with sadness, but still trying to protect her wounded cheek. The heat in her chest seemed like boiling water about to burst out of the pot, and she blurted out subconsciously, I never liked him. Lu Yiyuan paused, raised his eyes slightly, met her eyes reflecting his face, and a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Are you explaining to me? Su Maoyang was almost bewitched by him, and after this reminder, she came to her senses and hurriedly brushed his arm away. The medicine is ready. You can go. You are really ruthless. You use me and drive me away? After all, I am your savior. Lu Yiyuan looked at her with a hurt face. Su Maoyang didn't expect him to have such a rogue side, and frowned and retorted, I never asked you to save me. Even if you didn't show up, I would have my own way to escape. Really? If I were later, you would have more than just your arm injured. Lu Yiyuan pointed at her arm, but he regretted that he didn't see through her intentions in time. If he had known that she would take such a risk to attack Guiche's body, he should have shown up earlier. What's more, you just used my ointment, which is priceless and a rare treasure. Do you want to take advantage of me and not pay me back? Hearing such shameless words, Su Maoyang's previous excitement instantly disappeared. How much money do you want? I will pay you back. Does a great demon king like me still need money? Besides, this ointment is a rare treasure. No matter how much money you have, you can't afford it. Lu Yiyuan was determined to rely on her. Su Maoyang gritted her teeth in anger and asked, What do you want? What exactly do you want? Let me think about it slowly. But now you have to sit down and heal your wounds. Lu Yiyuan was worried about her injuries, and he said that he would press her to sit down and rest. Su Maoyang felt that it was no big deal. No need. This injury won't hinder me. What about your friends? They are all seriously injured. If you don't feel sorry for yourself, feel sorry for them. Lu Yiyuan glanced at Xinue, Dongfang Liyue and others. After hearing what he said, Su Maoyang realized that everyone was injured. Although their lives were not in danger, they were exhausted and seriously injured. Dongfang Liyue was a smart person. Seeing that Lu Yiyuan was interested in reconciling with Su Maoyang, she immediately responded tactfully, Yes. Yes. We are all injured, tired and hungry. Let's sit down and rest to recover our strength. Unfortunately, after saying this, there was silence all around, and no one agreed with her. Dongfang Liyue was so anxious that she twisted Xiaohozian's thigh hard, causing Xiaohozian to speak out in pain. Yes, it's getting late. If we continue on our way, we may encounter more dangers. It's better to rest for a night and go tomorrow to be safer. The other people also nodded in agreement. Su Maoyang saw that they were all injured, so he naturally couldn't bear to see them go on the road with injuries. So he nodded and agreed. Okay, then rest here for a night and continue on the road tomorrow. Seeing that Su Maoyang really sat down to rest and heal his wounds, Lu Yiyuan cast an admiring look at Dongfang Liyue, Xiaohozian and others, and casually took out 6 bottles of ointment and threw them to them, and kindly said, This medicine has a miraculous effect on toxins that corrode the soul, and the poison of the ghost car cannot be taken lightly. Everyone took the ointment and stared at him with a flattered look. Originally, they thought that Lu Yiyuan must be a cruel and murderous, cold-blooded demon after waking up. Unexpectedly, he would also care about the injuries of small shrimps like them. Of course, it was all thanks to Su Maoyang. If it weren't for her face, Lu Yiyuan wouldn't care even if they were crushed to ashes. At this time, Su Maoyang was shocked by his move, and asked angrily, Didn't you say that your ointment is a rare treasure? You just have 6 bottles. It is a rare treasure. But I didn't say I only have 1 bottle. Lu Yiyuan answered seriously, and then walked to Su Maoyang's side and sat down next to him. Su Maoyang was furious, but for the sake of his friend's favor, he could only hold back his anger, close his eyes and meditate, and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Seeing that Lu Yiyuan, an ancient demon god, was so attentive and persistent in trying to please a woman, Lu Xiaoming, Zhang Shiyun and others all looked like they had seen a ghost. Is this really the legendary demon god? Even though he has not completely recovered the strength of the demon god in this life, and is only a demon lord, with his current strength and status, he would not do this for a woman. What kind of magic power did Su Maoyang have that could make the demon lord so obsessed? Zhang Shiyun didn't understand, and was extremely confused. At this moment, Lu Xiaoming recalled what he had said to Su Maoyang, and couldn't help but look embarrassed. The demon lord looked better than him, had a higher status than him, and was stronger than him. But Su Maoyang ignored the demon lord. Would she really like him? But why did she stare at him and keep smiling at him at the banquet that day? Why did she create encounters and pester him again and again later? Lu Xiaoming couldn't figure it out. Looking at the two pleasing and extremely well-matched figures, he felt like a thorn in his heart and was very uncomfortable. If you don't like him, why bother to provoke him? Wait. Looking at her attitude of rejecting the demon lord, could it be that she didn't like the demon lord, but really him? Guessing this possibility, Lu Xiaoming couldn't help but feel a surge of heat, and his palms suddenly sweated. However, compared to who Su Maoyang liked, Elder Yu was more concerned about his teammates' injuries, and couldn't help but step forward to remind them. Young master, let's sit down and rest. Compared to Su Maoyang's team, their injuries were much more serious, and everyone urgently needed to sit down to suck out the venom and treat the wounds. And with Lu Yiyuan here, I believe other evil creatures dare not approach easily, so they can rest assured for a night. After hearing his reminder, Lu Xiaoming suddenly reacted and quickly ordered, Okay, everyone rest on the spot and continue on the road tomorrow. They were still healing, while Su Maoyang had already set up a tent and started a fire. Lu Yiyuan even used local materials and directly set up the meat of the ghost car and roasted it. And a strong meaty aroma came out in a moment. Ji Ruiqing saw that the ghost cart, which was so majestic and fierce just now, was actually skewered and roasted into a pile of fragrant barbecue. She gave Lu Yiyuan a thumbs up in admiration. Thanks to Lord Demon, we are lucky enough to taste the meat of the ghost cart. I can brag about it to others for the rest of my life. As she said that, Ji Ruiqing was about to take the bird leg that looked delicious. As a result, before she touched it, she was slapped away by Lu Yeyuan, and he handed the bird leg to Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang frowned and refused. No, I'm not hungry. You don't want to eat? Do you want to force me to feed you with my mouth? Lu Yeyuan said firmly, holding up the bird leg. Just now, she forced herself to improve, and exhausted all her strength to cut a sword, and her body was seriously damaged. He had to supervise her to replenish her physical strength. Chapter 2634 I can't bear to see the demon lord being deceived. Dongfang Liu's eyes lit up when she heard this. Okay. Feed it with your mouth. I love watching this. Seeing that she still dared to watch Su Maoyang's excitement, Shi Nua, who was sitting next to her, poked her hard with her crutch and gave her a look, letting her experience it herself. Dongfang Liu pouted aggrievedly. She just wanted to see the two of them reconcile and love each other without doubt. Is it necessary to be so serious? Su Maoyang also glared at Dongfang Liu speechlessly. Obviously, she didn't know that the grievances in their previous lives could not be resolved in a few words. However, the burning gaze that seemed to be engraved on her face could not be ignored. Su Maoyang was afraid that he would really do something out of the ordinary. So she had to take the bird leg and take a big bite as if completing a task. But because of eating too fast and absent-mindedly, Su Maoyang choked and felt uncomfortable before she took a few bites. At this moment, as if she had expected it, someone beside her carefully handed over a kettle with the lid unscrewed. Although it was a small move, Su Maoyang's heart couldn't help but beat faster. At this moment, she didn't dare to look at the other person's eyes at all, because just the white, slender, and bony fingers holding the kettle were enough to disturb her mind. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether he was Lu Yeyuan or Jun Haotsong. In the past, only Jun Haotsong would observe her every move so carefully, understand her needs anytime and anywhere, and always give the most natural and considerate care at the most appropriate time. And just now, Lu Yeyuan did such a move so naturally and skillfully, as if he had done it for her many times, as if Jun Haotsong had never disappeared. Su Maoyang couldn't control her inner throbbing. In order to hide her panic, she hurriedly took the kettle and drank a large pot. Seeing her mouth full of water, Lu Yeyuan frowned slightly and reached out to wipe the water stains from the corners of her mouth. No one is competing with you. Why are you drinking so quickly? Su Maoyang seemed to be stabbed by such an action, and immediately avoided his touch. I'm going to sleep. Before the voice fell, Su Maoyang stood up suddenly as if a spring was installed, and then hid in the tent with stiff steps. Lu Yeyuan was confused and stared at her tent in a daze. Ji Ruiqing, Dongfang Liu and others held back their smiles and lowered their heads with ambiguous expressions. Although they didn't know what happened to the two over the years, as long as there was love in their hearts, they believed that they would untie their knots sooner or later. Thanks to Lu Yeyuan, the fierce god, everyone slept very soundly that night, even though they were in the dangerous soul-devouring forest. However, Lu Xiaoming and others did not expect that Lu Yeyuan would stay outside Su Maoyang's tent all night. Lu Xiaoming was shocked and still couldn't believe it. Is that really the demon lord of the demon realm? Is he pretending? He was surprised for a long time yesterday. A demon lord not only sucked out the poison for a woman and treated her wounds, but also cooked food for her and served her tea and water. Now he is guarding her all night. Is the rumor wrong, or is the demon lord insane? The most authoritative elder Yu in the team pointed speechlessly at the wreckage of the ghost car on the ground. If it's not the demon lord, who has such great ability to kill the ghost car with one move? Lu Xiaoming choked. Yes, at this age, with such appearance and temperament, who else can have such strength except the demon lord? Humph! This Su Maoyang is really good at seducing men. Even the demon lord fell at her feet. It's really a good trick. Zhang Shiyun snorted coldly, and her sour tone was full of jealousy. Lu Xiaoming felt that her words were a bit harsh, and frowned in disapproval. But she rejected the demon lord, which shows that she doesn't like him. TSK. She is just deliberately making trouble to make the demon lord coax her, just like she pestered Brother Ming, but refused to admit that she liked you. It was all a trick of playing hard to get and seducing men. Zhang Shiyun sneered. Maybe she rushed out to save us just now because she knew that the demon lord was nearby. So she deliberately set up a self-torture trick. Otherwise, how could such a smart person like her be so stupid as to risk her life to help? Brother Ming, don't be fooled by her. Playing hard to get? Self-torture trick? Lu Xiaoming was shocked. He didn't expect this. Originally, seeing her helping out of righteousness, he thought she was at least an upright and kind person. Later, seeing her reject the demon lord, he somewhat changed his opinion of her. But he didn't expect that all this was her means to seduce men? Just when Lu Xiaoming was shocked, Zhang Shiyun was jealous and said in a high-sounding manner, "No, I can't watch the demon lord being deceived by this woman. How could a slutty woman who had married Emperor Yin and served as a concubine and turned around to seduce her brother Ming be so loved by the demon lord? If such a shameless woman can be favored by the demon lord, then wouldn't they, the pure and innocent ladies who abide by etiquette, become a joke?" Thinking of this, Zhang Shiyun walked towards Lu Yeyuan with a grudge. She pretended to be dignified and virtuous and bowed to Lu Yeyuan. "Demon lord, my daughter Zhang." Unfortunately, before she could say her name, she was blown away by Lu Yeyuan with a raised sleeve. At this time, Dongfang Liu and others who had just come out of the tent were still yawning with sleepy eyes. But they saw such an exciting scene the next second and instantly became energetic. This Zhang Shiyun is so bold that she dared to take the initiative to talk to Lu Yeyuan. Doesn't she know that this evil god has always been a stranger? It's rare to be so desperate. However, Zhang Shiyun, who made everyone respect her, was hit by a palm, and she no longer had the courage she had just now. At this time, blood was hanging from the corner of her mouth, and she was shocked and scared, covering her chest with unbearable pain, and her whole body was cold. It was the gentleness and consideration of the demon lord towards Su Maoyang yesterday that gave her a great illusion, making her forget that the other party was a bloodthirsty and cruel demon lord who killed people without hesitation. Not an ordinary man who could be easily approached and knew how to be gentle with women. So she was so bold to step forward and almost lost her life. Seeing Zhang Shiyun was injured, Lu Xiaoming hurried forward to help her up and angrily asked. Shiyun couldn't bear to see the demon lord being deceived by Su Maoyang, so she stepped forward to remind him kindly. "Why did the demon lord use such a heavy hand? Where did you come from? You bastard. And you are qualified to talk to me." As he said, Lu Yeyuan waved his hand again, seemingly casually, but with great force, and hit Lu Xiaoming again. Although Lu Xiaoming was outstanding in strength, he couldn't resist the power comparable to the Supreme Spirit Immortal, and he spurted blood with a muffled groan. He was so furious at being bullied by Lu Yeyuan that he ignored the pressure from the other party and said sarcastically. Shiyun was kind-hearted, but the demon lord didn't appreciate it. He hurt such a dignified, polite, upright, and kind girl for a scheming and fickle woman. I didn't expect that the dignified demon lord would be unable to distinguish right from wrong. We really can't praise the demon lord's judgment of people. Chapter 2635 The Clown Jumping Up and Down. Dongfang Liu forgot to be angry after hearing this. She laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. Ha! It's so funny. I don't know if I heard it wrong. He actually said that Zhang Shiyun is dignified, polite, honest and kind? He also said that the demon lord can't distinguish right from wrong and has a bad vision? She laughed and looked at Ji Ruiqing next to her. Ji Ruiqing also stared at Lu Xiaoming with a funny face, and the corners of her lips curled up with a sharp irony. You heard it right. Not to mention you. Even I have seen countless people, and this is the first time I have seen such a blind idiot. He actually compared a stupid, bad and ugly freak with Lianger. He is so lucky that he can say it. Zhang Shiyun was already injured, and now she was called ugly in public. She was breathless and spit out blood again. You? Although her appearance is not as good as Su Maoyang's, she is also a beautiful embryo that everyone praises. She is definitely not related to the word ugly. Humph. Birds of a feather flock together. Su Maoyang's friends are indeed mean and malicious. Lu Xiaoming saw Zhang Shiyun was so angry that she vomited blood, and he became even angrier. Dongfang Liu sneered back. If you want to talk about meanness, no one is meaner than the one next to you. The couple's affairs are none of her business, but she has to pretend to be a good person. As the saying goes, it is better to destroy 10 temples than to destroy a marriage. She wants to destroy the couple's feelings right away. How vicious is this mind? Can it be called upright and kind? Bah! You are slandering me. I clearly have good intentions. As everyone knows, Emperor Yin was once killed by Su Maoyang and was assassinated in public by her. Later, she ran to the demon realm to seduce the demon lord, mixed into the team heading to the South China Sea demon abyss, and stole the ancient murder weapon. Now she has even tricked the Son of God into giving her the position of Lingxiao Palace Master. Now she is also eyeing Brother Ming and pestering him in every way. Such a woman is clearly a vicious woman who relies on seducing men and taking every step carefully. I remind the Demon Lord not to be fooled by her. What's wrong with that? Zhang Churyuan naturally knew about Su Maoyang's past, but she just couldn't accept it. It was obvious that this person was scheming, vicious, and seductive. So why were these men willing to be used by her? Was it because of that face that she could never match? Hearing this, Lu Yeyuan, who had been standing still, finally raised his eyes. His cold eyes swept across Zhang Churyuan's cheek like a blade. His low voice seemed to be calm, but gave people a chilling chill. Don't say she is not the kind of person you say. Even if she is, I am willing to do it, as long as she wants. Let alone the position of Lingxiao Palace Master. I can also take it away from her. Even the entire life and death realm. Is it necessary for you, a clown, to jump up and down here? Zhang Churyuan was shocked by such words. She didn't expect that the Demon Lord didn't care about Su Maoyang's character at all. Whether she was good or bad, she was willing to be used by her. I really don't know what kind of shit luck Su Maoyang had, and he could actually get such deep affection from the Demon Lord. Lu Xiaoming didn't expect that the Demon Lord could do this for her, and was stunned. You are crazy. For a woman, you dare to be the enemy of the entire life and death realm? Lu Yeyuan seemed to be unable to bear him, and a cold and mocking killing intent flashed across his pupils. Then he raised his hand, ready to end this noisy life. At this time, Su Maoyang had already walked out of the tent. Seeing Lu Yeyuan's murderous intention, he was so scared that he pressed his arm. Stop! You can't kill him! Tiandao Palace is still useful. Lu Xiaoming must not die here. Seeing that she took the initiative to touch him for the first time, Lu Yeyuan's impatient mood finally eased. And then he stopped obediently and said coldly, You should be thankful. If it weren't for the Tiandao Palace, you would be a dead man now. Humph. I don't care about her hypocrisy. Lu Xiaoming felt that it was very eye-catching to see the Demon Lord obey her, and snorted coldly without appreciation. Su Maoyang knew that he had many misunderstandings about her, but there were other people in his team, and most of them were not descendants of the old Xianshan. After all, there were still many people in the life and death realm in the Tiandao Palace now. So if she rashly revealed the secrets of the old Xianshan to him, given the current situation, the Tiandao Palace would definitely fall apart and fall apart. Therefore, for the sake of the overall situation, she could only endure the calm for a while, and greeted her teammates to set off. Okay, everyone is rested for a while. We have to hurry up. As he said, Su Maoyang had already packed up his luggage, and took the lead to walk into the depths of the soul-devouring forest. Lu Yeyuan naturally had nothing to say, and immediately followed quickly. Seeing that time was running out, everyone did not dare to delay, and they all chased after them, leaving Lu Xiaoming and others behind. Seeing the contemptuous expressions of the group of people towards him, Lu Xiaoming was upset and said unconvincedly, We have to move faster. We must not let them find the Tianyuan soul flower first. That group of people only relied on Su Maoyang's seductiveness to gain a foothold in the realm of life and death, and they actually looked down on him. Just wait and see. When he gets the Tianyuan soul flower, he will make them kneel in front of him and apologize to him. After a long journey, Su Maoyang and others walked for 2 days and 2 nights before finally passing through the soul-devouring mountains that ran across the east and west and arrived at the edge of the soul-devouring cliff. Standing on the edge of the cliff, Su Maoyang felt that the cliff seemed to have been chopped off in half by the axe of the sky. It was straight up and down, steep and steep. Looking down, the valley was dark, surrounded by white mist, and it was bottomless. Even so, if you get a little closer, you can still feel the biting cold rising from the bottom of the cliff. If you calm down, you can even hear a burst of extremely sad and mournful singing. Who is singing this? It's so sad and mournful. It sounds creepy. Fu Minqiu listened for a while, and his hair stood up. Lu Yeyuan waved his sleeves and brushed away the clouds floating in the air, saying, This is not singing. It's the sound of the wronged souls who died here. Wronged souls? Everyone looked at each other in surprise. And then as the clouds dispersed, they looked down and saw that the bottom of the cliff was actually a sea with a light blue glow. The glow floated on the sea, like a star falling to the earth. making the bottom of the cliff look not like the ground, but like a vast, boundless, and unfathomable starry sky. Su Maoyang discovered the clue and asked curiously, "Are those glowing lights souls?" "Yes. They became the nutrients of this soul sea, which allowed them to breed many soul beasts. The Tianyuan soul flower you want was also born under the nourishment of these souls over time, growing on the cliff close to the soul sea." As he spoke, Lu Yiyuan pointed to the Tianyuan soul flower at the bottom of the opposite cliff, which was wet and red like flesh and blood and was infected by soul water. Under his guidance, Su Maoyang really saw the location of the Tianyuan soul flower at a glance. But before she could be happy, she heard a sneer from the side. "Sorry. This flower is mine." Chapter 2636, always teasing him. Seeing that Lu Xiaoming's team had also caught up and was determined to interfere, Su Maoyang said helplessly, "Mr. Lu, this Tianyuan soul flower is useless to you. You are just sent by your father to assist me. Why do you deliberately make things difficult for me for a little personal grudge? What do you mean by useless? This Tianyuan soul flower is priceless. I can get a high price if I take it to an auction. We are just taking what we need. Why make things difficult for me?" Lu Xiaoming said with a straight face and inhumane. Ji Ruiqing felt that this person was so stubborn that it made people crazy, and angrily warned, "You dare to take action in front of the Demon Lord? Don't you want to die?" Lu Xiaoming didn't look at Ji Ruiqing, but his eyes fell on Su Maoyang, and the corners of his mouth curled up with a hint of sarcasm. Relying on men to bully others. It is worthy of the usual style of the Lingxiao Palace Master. It's a pity that this soul sea is only suitable for us minions to approach. People with strong souls, like the Demon Lord. Once they approach the soul sea, it is easy to cause a tsunami, and then no one can escape. Even if the Demon Lord is extremely powerful and is lucky enough to get out alive, I'm afraid he will lose half his life. For a medicinal herb, it's not worth it. Ji Ruiqing and others didn't expect that the soul sea was so terrifying. They looked at the bottom of the cliff with lingering fear. No wonder Lu Xiaoming dared to fight for medicinal herbs in front of the Demon Lord. It turned out that he was sure that the Demon Lord could not get close. He obviously didn't take these people seriously. So as long as he successfully got the Tianyuan soul flower, he would have the bargaining chip to threaten him, and he would have the final say at that time. What's infuriating is that they can't do anything to him for the sake of Tianyao Palace. Su Maoyang saw that he looked down on her anyway. So she said, "Don't worry, Mr. Lu. I didn't plan to rely on men for help on this trip. Since you also need this herb, let's rely on our own abilities. Whoever gets it first will get it. How about it?" He was arrogant and looked down on others, targeting her everywhere. So she might as well win him openly and see what he has to say. Unexpectedly, Su Maoyang dared to say such a cruel thing. Lu Xiaoming sneered unexpectedly and glanced at Lu Yiyuan. "You said it. And no one else is allowed to interfere. I don't even bother to deal with you. She alone is enough." Lu Yiyuan didn't take this clown seriously. He just thought it was ridiculous to hear these words that alluded to him. Lu Xiaoming knew Su Maoyang's strength too well, and thought that the Demon Lord was just a lover who saw beauty in the eyes of the beholder. He smiled sarcastically. "Okay. Since the Demon Lord said so, I won't be polite." After saying that, he jumped up and rushed straight to the Tianyuan soul flower with determination. Su Maoyang followed closely behind him. When he saw him approaching the soul sea and reaching out to grab the Tianyuan soul flower, he quickly blasted out a palm. Lu Xiaoming had also expected that she would attack from behind. With a nimble flash, he swung a fierce punch, and the fist wind was like a knife, rushing straight to Su Maoyang's face. Su Maoyang leaned back to avoid the fist mark. At the same time as he stood up, he stepped out with his right foot, and with a whistling wind, he greeted him and kicked him hard on his fist. When the two touched each other, the spiritual power vibrated, and the air around them whimpered in fear. Lu Xiaoming, who had been swearing, was inevitably shot back a meter away, looking at Su Maoyang with some surprise. The last time they fought, he admitted that Su Maoyang was quite capable and could catch his moves, but she mostly defended. Unexpectedly, this time, she not only caught his punch, but also had the strength to knock him back. It seemed that she had hidden her strength before. However, he only used 50% of his strength in that punch just now. If she thought she could defeat him like this, she was too naive. Lu Xiaoming sneered. but his eyes were cold and serious. This time, he punched without any reservation. He threw several punches in succession, so fast that only countless afterimages were left. The powerful wind and explosive spiritual power, as if wrapped in the sound of thunder, crushed towards Su Maoyang with overwhelming force. He only used boxing, obviously disdaining to use weapons. But even so, the power he burst out was very terrifying, which showed that he had also trained in physical training and was a master of close combat, so that even Su Maoyang felt a little threatened. After all, she was still a few levels lower than Lu Xiaoming, and she had no advantage in terms of level. The only thing to be thankful for was that her spiritual power was purer and more abundant than that of ordinary people, and her defense had been cultivated to perfection. So even in the face of such a tyrannical and domineering move, she was able to resist it without changing her expression. But every punch she received brought a terrifying tremor, which made her arms numb, and her spiritual power was agitated, making it impossible for her to perfectly connect each counterattack. At this moment, Su Maoyang had to admit that Lu Xiaoming did have the capital to be proud. No wonder the Tianao Palace, which came from the old subordinates of Xianshan, could gain a foothold in the realm of life and death. It must be inseparable from their racial talents. The blessing of the Xianshan king back then really helped their younger generations a lot. Lu Xiaoming didn't expect that Su Maoyang not only calmly took on his fierce attack, but also dared to be distracted when fighting with him. He felt humiliated and intensified his moves, urging his spiritual power and majestic fist in tension, like a whistling fire dragon, rushing towards Su Maoyang violently. Seeing that Su Maoyang was about to be knocked away by his punch, Lu Xiaoming turned around contentedly to pick the Tianyuan soul flower on the cliff. But who would have thought that when he was still 1 centimeter away from the Tianyuan soul flower, the other party actually formed a bagua palm, resisted the impact, and split the distance between him and the Tianyuan soul flower with a palm. She suddenly turned around, stepped forward, gathered the palm print in her arms, and pushed it out again. In the air, a bagua palm print like golden juice was instantly condensed. In the palm print, there were dense and mysterious spells floating, and there seemed to be Sanskrit sounds in his ears, which made Lu Xiaoming's head buzz and feel like a needle prick. At the moment when he was distracted, the palm print came with a bang. Feeling the fierce murderous aura, he quickly came back to his senses. In a hurry, he had to summon the sword to break the seal. However, just as he drew his sword, Su Maoyang swept his leg and kicked him, just kicking his wrist. The terrifying leg technique and spiritual power fluctuations made his arm numb, and the sword was kicked out directly. Just when he was frightened, Su Maoyang took advantage of the victory and chased him. He rushed in front of him like a ghost, and landed a palm on his chest, instantly knocking him back 3 meters away. Then he took the Tianyuan soul flower that was close at hand and showed him a victorious smile. "Mr. Lu, thank you." At this moment, Lu Xiaoming covered his chest, resisted the blood rushing to his throat, and tried hard to stabilize his faintly trembling arms. He stared at Su Maoyang in disbelief, with unspeakable shock and anger in his heart. Just now, he used up all his strength in every move, and he used the moves he was very good at. But Su Maoyang resolved them all, and even injured him. This was when the other party also did not use any weapons. At this moment, Lu Xiaoming suddenly realized that in the last fight, Su Maoyang did not use all her strength at all, and was playing tricks on him from beginning to end, in order not to make him suspicious. She acted so hard and so realistically that he actually believed it, and he was complacent in front of her like a fool. Chapter 2637, Deserted by Everyone. Feeling an unprecedented humiliation, Lu Xiaoming's face turned pale and blue and purple, like a boiler that was about to explode, emitting steam. However, before he could ask, Su Maoyang in front of him suddenly changed his face and yelled, "Be careful." As she said that, she rushed over, grabbed his arm and pulled it towards her, instantly saving him from the giant's mouth. He turned around and saw a giant monster with no flesh and blood, only a huge white skeleton, attacking him and Su Maoyang fiercely. "My God, it's a ghost whale." Lu Xiaoming knew something about this soul beast, and he was always calm and composed. But he was also shocked by the scene in front of him. Although Su Maoyang had never heard of a ghost whale, he guessed that it was a giant creature in the sea by looking at the huge white skeleton. The strange thing is that this creature has no flesh, only a skeleton, and there is a thick black air around it. like a demon crawling out of hell, which is particularly creepy. Especially its big mouth that opens and closes with its skeleton and the breath it emits. Not only has amazing lethality, but also carries a rotten stench. It vibrates like a heat wave. And Su Maoyong is so scared that he pushes Lu Xiaoming away and uses all his strength to push out a palm to resist this wave of terrifying air. Lu Xiaoming never thought that she would put aside the past and risk saving him again. He was shocked and forgot to react. Seeing that he was still dumbfounded, Su Maoyong shouted anxiously, "Run!" But before he finished speaking, Su Maoyong couldn't bear the load and spit out a mouthful of old blood. But in a hurry, she didn't care about her injuries, turned around, and pulled Lu Xiaoming to the top of the cliff to escape. This process took only a few breaths. And it was a completely subconscious action. If it was a play, it would never be so real. And it would be impossible to joke with your life when your teammates could not rescue you in time. So, at this moment, feeling the strength of Su Maoyong pulling his wrist, looking at her bloody mouth and pale face, but resolutely deciding to take his face with her, Lu Xiaoming's heart instantly set off 1,000 layers of waves. And he was deeply touched. In the past, he always protected others. And he always rushed to the front when he encountered danger. This was the first time in his life that he was protected by a woman one after another. The ridiculous thing is that this woman is someone he hates very much. Lu Xiaoming couldn't tell what he felt. He just felt his heart swelling. Warm, strange and panic-stricken, but with an unbearable throbbing. At this time, Su Maoyong was being chased by the white-boned fangs behind him. And his face was red, and veins were swollen. He wished he had thousands of wings. This thing was really too fast. And it was so fast that it was in front of him. I really don't understand. It is obviously a creature in the water. Why can it fly faster than the sky? Obviously, it can leave the ocean and fight on land. In this case, it is not good for them to run to the shore. Instead of letting it kill friends on the shore, it is better to hold it back and buy time for everyone to escape. After making up her mind, Su Maoyong yelled at Lu Xiaoming, "You go first. I'll cover you." However, before she finished her words, a black shadow fell from above like a waterfall. Before Su Maoyong could see the person clearly, she felt her waist tightened. And the next second she and Lu Xiaoming were sent to the top of the cliff by a huge force. Ji Ruiqing and others who had been anxious but could not help, saw Su Maoyong return safely, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and hurried forward to check her injuries. Compared with Su Maoyong, who was surrounded by a group of people and asked about her well-being, Lu Xiaoming seemed lonely and desolate, because his team was scared and fled the moment they saw the ghost whale. And they had already run 100 meters away before he got ashore. Lu Xiaoming looked at the backs that were going away, and his heart was full of complexity. He never thought that the person who saved him in a critical moment was the person he once hated. And the person who left him was the person he trusted the most. But at this time, Su Maoyong had no time to understand the human heart and human nature. And her mind was full of the familiar black shadow just now. Now that she didn't see Lu Yeyuan's figure, she immediately realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly looked down the cliff. Sure enough, she saw Lu Yeyuan fighting with the ghost whale. And her heart suddenly tightened. She knew that Lu Yeyuan was powerful. But judging from her fight with the ghost whale just now, the monster was no weaker than the supreme immortal spirit master. Moreover, it was a soul beast, a dead creature that was nourished by devouring souls. It would be difficult for even the most powerful person to escape from such a dead creature. In addition, he had just been severely injured by so many ancient undead spirits not long ago. And his internal injuries must not have fully recovered. If he had to face such a powerful soul beast again, his injuries would have been aggravated, and the consequences would be disastrous. Thinking of this, the fear in Su Maoyong's heart almost instantly overcame her reason, and she immediately broke free from Shinua's support and wanted to jump down to help. Fu Minxiu and Gong Sun Jingji noticed her intention and quickly grabbed her. "You are crazy. That monster is not something you can handle. Let me go!" Su Maoyong's eyes turned red with anxiety, and she didn't care about herself. But everyone refused to let go, and their attitude was firm. "No, we can't let you go to die." Lu Yeyuan still had the strength to fight, and Su Maoyong would be swallowed up without leaving any bones if he went. He was already injured. "If I don't go, he will die." Su Maoyong was dragged to death and couldn't get away. Her cheeks flushed with anxiety, and she screamed, and her voice was full of panic and trembling. Ji Ruiqing and Shinua couldn't bear it, and they stubbornly hugged her body tightly, even if they made her angry. They didn't let her take risks. If you go, you will die too. You are worried about him. And we are worried about you too. Just as the two sides were pulling, a terrifying air wave suddenly erupted from the bottom of the cliff, and Lu Yeyuan and the ghost whale soared into the sky and fought in the air. The battle was stalemate and very dangerous. Su Maoyang saw that Lu Yeyuan's breath was obviously weaker than last time, and his moves were also a little laborious. He knew that his injuries had not healed yet, and he was afraid that he would lose half his life if he won. Thinking of the curse, the scene of his tragic death kept replaying in his mind. Su Maoyang trembled all over, and the blood color faded. He shook off the restraints with a wave of his arm. I can't care so much. After saying that, he rushed into the air without hesitation and slashed at the ghost whale with a sword. Fu Minxiu and others saw that Su Maoyang had rushed up. How could they stay out of it? And followed her to help her. Lu Xiaoming looked at Su Maoyang, who was fighting for Lu Yeyuan and swore to die, and looked at the group of friends who never left her, and his heart was indescribably shocked. He looked back and saw Zhang Shiyun, who had already run away, and the group of subordinates, who were usually loyal to him, but abandoned him at the critical moment. A wave of irony surged in his heart. What is true, and what is false? It's ridiculous that he can't even distinguish between true and false at this age. He also claims to be a top genius, and the best successor of Tiandao Palace. He is even full of ambition and confidence that he can take Tiandao Palace to a higher level. As a result, he doesn't even have the ability to identify and control people. He actually believes Zhang Shiyun's nonsense, and has the nerve to accuse the Demon Lord of poor vision in public. With such a foolishness, what else can he use to lead Tiandao Palace? What he did is simply a big joke. Chapter 2638, I want to give him a few big bags. On the other hand, Su Maoyang, facing his aggressiveness, repeatedly forbeared and yielded, and even risked his life twice to save him from danger. This mind and magnanimity alone are beyond his reach. Not to mention, he rushed towards the ghost whale without hesitation, disregarding life and death. Lu Xiaoming felt ashamed, and was also aroused by an uncontrollable passion. He simply made up his mind and rushed into the battle circle. A woman can be so brave and fearless, chivalrous and righteous. How can he, a man, live in disgrace? However, the ghost whale is too strong. Even if Lu Yeyuan greatly restrained its combat power, Lu Xiaoming and Fu Minxiu and others were not its opponents. They were almost blown away by the opponent's death energy at the first sight. With the help of the Pure World Green Lotus platform, Su Maoyang managed to fight for a few more rounds. But the difference in strength was too great. She was unable to resist the fierce tailbone swung by it. She was accidentally hit in the vitals, and fell down, like a kite with a broken string. Before Lu Xiaoming could catch his breath, he was frightened by Su Maoyang's falling figure, and his face turned pale. He didn't care about his injuries at all, and flew towards her quickly. However, before he could get close, a black shadow wrapped in rolling demonic energy had taken the lead and caught Su Maoyang. The murderous and majestic figure in the air seemed like a contradiction. One hand was extremely gentle to protect the delicate body in his arms, while the other hand was holding a sharp sword, condensing the darkest power in the world. His whole body was burning with raging anger. In the demonic energy that covered the sky, his whole body was red, like a demon god refined by countless demons, standing on the top of the sky. This time, Lu Yeyuan was really angry. He fiercely slashed out several swords, each of which shook the earth, and the demonic energy that burst out swept thousands of miles. The strong demonic energy was like a monster that had been imprisoned for many years. Once it came into contact with the air, it twisted and roared with its fangs and claws, and then accompanied by countless sword lights, it smashed the ghost whale's body like thunder. And in a moment, a series of terrifying black marks were branded on the white bones. The dense black marks were like greedy children, madly sucking the ghost whale's death energy and gnawing its bone marrow. The ghost whale was nourished by the soul and naturally gave birth to spiritual intelligence. At this moment, it felt the rapid loss of energy and could not resist the whipping like a punishment from heaven. It was immediately shocked by this terrifying power and wanted to retreat. It quickly turned around and wanted to jump back into the soul sea. Want to escape? Too late. But since Su Maoyang was injured, Lu Yeyuan would not let her go easily. Seeing that it wanted to escape, He directly slashed through the void with a sword, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Then a terrifying air wave exploded, and the hurricane was instantly rendered white, sweeping in all directions. Perhaps Lu Yiyuan had set up a barrier in advance, so everyone was not affected by this fierce force. They watched helplessly as the ghost whale, who was just so aggressive and arrogant, was slashed by Lu Yiyuan with a sword, and his bones were crushed to ashes. The scene was so spectacular, and the power involved was so terrifying that everyone was stunned in place. When Lu Yiyuan shouted go, they realized belatedly that such a big commotion would inevitably cause a tsunami. The battle just now had obviously consumed most of Lu Yiyuan's energy, and he even used some taboos and paid a considerable price. It was probably impossible to resist the tsunami again. The only way for everyone to escape from the soul-devouring forest was to race against time. So, seeing Lu Yiyuan holding the unconscious Su Maoyang and running away in the direction they came from, everyone quickly followed him. Lingxiao Palace. The group returned to Lingxiao Palace in a panic, and soon alarmed Feng Moxie. Knowing that Su Maoyang was seriously injured and unconscious, Feng Moxie didn't care about the eyes of outsiders, and appeared in Su Maoyang's bedroom in full view of everyone. After all, he summoned 50 top doctors for consultation at one time, and it was impossible to hide it even if he made such a big fuss. Fortunately, after the consultation of the doctors, the result was good. Although the injury was serious, it was not life-threatening. In addition, Feng Moxie was willing to spend money on treatment, and he would most likely recover after a while of recuperation. But Lu Yiyuan was still worried. Seeing the doctors retreat, he still insisted on taking Su Maoyang away. No, I can't let her stay here. In his mind, the medical conditions in the realm of life and death are always inferior to his magic mirror. Feng Moxie had tolerated him waiting here until the consultation was over, which was already the most righteous thing to do. He did not expect that he would dare to take action. He immediately stepped forward to block him and warned, Lu Yiyuan, don't push your luck. You are a demon king, but you sneaked into my life and death realm. I did not pursue you because of Su Liang's face. You actually want to take her away. Dream on. Besides, her body has not recovered yet, so it is not suitable for her to travel. If you really want to do good for her, don't let her suffer for your own selfish desires. Faced with Feng Moxie's interference, Lu Yiyuan looked unprepared and angry. But seeing that Su Liang needed to rest, he suppressed his anger and softened his tone, with more negotiating meaning. I will wait until she wakes up before leaving. No, you are not welcome here. She doesn't want to see you even if she wakes up. Feng Moxie's face under the veil was unmoved and he refused. If it was the simple Jun Haocong, he might have agreed to his request out of softness. But the one in front of him was Lu Yiyuan. After experiencing past and present lives, his thoughts on Su Maoyang were not so pure, and he didn't dare to take risks easily. Lu Yiyuan thought he was still trying to win Su Maoyang's feelings, and sneered, You are not her. How do you know she doesn't want to see me? That's right. You didn't see it. When dealing with the ghost whale, she was very nervous about me. She would not abandon me even if she risked her life. Such feelings are naturally not something you, an outsider, can understand. Hearing Lu Yiyuan's sarcastic and extremely annoying words, Feng Moxie clenched his fists. If he wasn't afraid of causing a bigger commotion and affecting Su Maoyang's recovery, he would have rewarded him with a few large sums of money on the spot. Haha. You must have made a mistake. Lianger was nervous and reluctant to leave behind Jun Haocong. Not you. You are so self-indulgent that you want to confine her. This kind of behavior is not even considered a friend. You can only be regarded as a despicable villain who relies on sexual threats to force people to submit. Feng Moxie mercilessly exposed the touching but ridiculous feelings that he tried hard to beautify. Lu Yiyuan was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. His face suddenly became angry. He retorted unwillingly, You knocked Lianger unconscious in my demon palace last time and wanted to take her away from me. Aren't you a despicable villain? Bullshit! When did I knock her unconscious in your demon palace? You, the dignified demon lord, can even come up with such nonsense just to throw dirty water on me. According to Feng Moxie, Lu Yiyuan has always been unscrupulous and arrogant. He has never been willing to lie. Now for Su Maoyang, he can even do such a thing. It is really shocking. Chapter 2639 Discovering the Trick. Lu Yiyuan didn't expect him to dare to quibble. His eyes were full of sarcasm. Last time in Ningxue Palace, You dared to say that I was not worthy of her. Only you were qualified to love her. Now you have become a coward who hides his head and tail and dares not admit it. Don't you think your love is too cheap? Lu Yeyuan. You can scold me. Hate me. Please don't insult my personality. I have never done these things. Let alone said these words. I want to take her away from you. I started when I was in the 9 Nether Realm. Why wait until now? Feng Moxie tried to restrain his trembling fists and roared in unbearable intolerance. Lu Yeyuan stared at the poor guy who dared not show his face and only dared to show off his power under the veil. And a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's not that you didn't do it. It's just because she doesn't love you. You can never take her away from me. Feng Moxie could no longer control his crazy anger and punched him. Although Lu Yeyuan was injured, his perception was not weak. He immediately dodged sideways. I said it right. Are you angry? I shouldn't have saved you. You bastard. Feng Mo gritted his teeth and punched Lu Yeyuan in the face. Save me? Lu Yeyuan was confused by his inexplicable words. But his counterattack was not vague at all. It was just that he had consumed too much energy before. So it was inevitable that he would have a hard time dealing with it. When the two sides collided, they were pushed back. But at this time, Lu Yeyuan had no intention of fighting again. He stared at Ming Xianin, who also took a few steps back, with a shocked face, and asked loudly, Why is there no demonic energy in your body? Last time in the blood coagulation hall of the Demon Palace, he fought with a mysterious man for several rounds, and the battle was evenly matched. With both of them injured, he clearly remembered that although the mysterious man had resolved his moves, he was still affected by his magic energy. He believed that no matter how amazing his recovery ability was, it would be impossible to completely eliminate the traces of the magic energy. But when they fought just now, he noticed that there was no sign of the magic energy in Ming Xianin's body, and the strength he displayed was far inferior to that of the mysterious man. You have to know that the mysterious man was merciless to him and wanted to kill him. If Ming Xianin was really the mysterious man, why did he still retain his strength? Why didn't he take advantage of his injury to severely injure him? Why would he waste such a good opportunity? Did he really wrong Ming Xianin? But if it wasn't Ming Xianin, who could fight him without losing? Nonsense. I'm not a demon. Of course, I don't have demonic energy. Feng Moxie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, thinking that Lu Yeyuan in this life was a lunatic with a confused mind. Who are you? Why are you wearing a veil and refusing to show up? Lu Yeyuan couldn't figure it out. So he stepped forward and lifted his veil. What came into view was a pair of eyes without pupils, which were deeply sunken like black holes. The facial features were still delicate and beautiful. Only the face was slightly pale. But against the background of the two black holes, it looked particularly terrifying. Even Lu Yeyuan was shocked by the scene and took 2 steps back subconsciously, saying in disbelief, How did you become like this? Feng Mox's face was suddenly exposed to the air, and he trembled sensitively. His hoarse voice was filled with a bit of suppressed crying. Hee. Why did I become like this? Isn't the culprit standing in front of me? Hearing this, Lu Yeyuan suddenly remembered something and widened his eyes. You mean no? Impossible. How could you dig out your own eyes to save me? Are you crazy? Don't be sentimental. I'm not doing this for you, Feng Moxie said with disgust. Of course, in addition to not making Su Maoyang sad, Jun Haosong was willing to give up his life to save him. So he was also repaying his debt. Lu Yeyuan naturally understood that he was not so kind and selfless. If he didn't love Su Maoyang, he would also be a big devil who didn't recognize his relatives. But knowing the truth still shocked him. He never thought that Ming Xianin was so deeply in love with him. Feeling the breath stagnate for a moment, Feng Moxie could guess Lu Yeyuan's shock even if he didn't have eyes. In order not to make himself look so unreasonable, he sneered casually. Didn't you save me? Her great enemy. For her? What's so strange about that? His shock at that time was no less than Lu Yeyuan's. But he never dreamed that the two people who had been at odds with each other in their previous lives would become lifesavers. It was ridiculous. As if his eyes were hurt by Feng Moxie's bitter smile. Lu Yeyuan squinted uncomfortably. But the mystery in his heart seemed to be cleared up by Feng Moxie's words. Could it be that someone is interfering and deliberately setting up a trap to make us kill each other? When he was in Jiuyo, he was already dead after saving Ming Xianin. If Ming Xianin really wanted to take Su Maoyang away, why did he dig out his eyes to save him? Isn't it redundant and asking for trouble? But the mysterious man chose the time when Ming Xianin visited the demon mirror to visit Ningxue Palace at night, and said some ambiguous words, which obviously meant to frame Ming Xianin. However, that person didn't know that Ming Xianin had dug out his eyes to save his life, and he had been wearing a veil for many years, not to hide his identity and strength, but to hide his appearance. Of course, he certainly didn't expect that two people with a blood feud would do this for Su Maoyang. Perhaps thinking of something, Lu Yiyuan confirmed again. In the previous life, you joined forces with the gods to pretend to attack my demons. But you sent elite troops to sneak into my demon palace and kidnap Gur. Was it you? Feng Moxie also found clues from his words and gradually woke up. What do you mean? Wasn't it the gods who kidnapped Yunxiang? He remembered that the gods clearly took advantage of him harassing the demons and sneaked into the back of the demons to rescue Yunxiang. Why did Lu Yiyuan suspect that he did it? It seems that someone is behind it. Hearing this, Lu Yiyuan finally understood everything. I didn't expect that he was so capable that he could fool my demons and the underworld. Feng Moxie heard this and recalled Su Maoyang's previous suspicions. He was about to speak, but was interrupted by Su Maoyang's groaning. Haotsong, Haotsong. Hearing the call, Lu Yiyuan suddenly came back to his senses, hurried to the bed, and grabbed her hand. I'm here. I'm here. Su Maoyang felt the temperature in his hand and smelled the familiar smell, and his mind became much clearer instantly. She tried to open her eyes, and the face she loved but dared not love came into her sight as she wished, as if it was a gift from God, which surprised and delighted her. Haotsong. Is it really you? Haotsong. She stretched out her hand excitedly and touched his cheek, but tried her best to restrain herself and called his name softly, for fear that the voice would be too loud and scare away the hard-earned gift. Chapter 2640. Loving that heart, but not wanting its owner. It's me. I'm Haotsong. Lu Yiyuan gently wiped away the tears from her eyes, answering naturally and confidently, as if he was Jun Haotsong and no one else. If Feng Moxie hadn't remained awake, he would have almost thought that he was hallucinating. For a moment, he felt that Jun Haotsong was really back. He didn't expect that the demon god who hated Yunxiang so much would admit the identity that made him unbearable without hesitation. Could it be that he could ignore the hatred in his previous life? No. Even if he could let go of the past and let go of the hatred. What about the demon clan? And what about those dead soldiers? So as long as Lu Yiyuan is still the leader of the demon clan, as long as he still bleeds the blood of the demon clan, there will always be an insurmountable gap between them. Su Maoyang was ill and confused now. But he was not confused. He could not bear to watch Su Maoyang get hurt again. So he exposed her mercilessly. Jun Haotsong has disappeared a long time ago. Why do you have to deceive yourself? You are Lu Yiyuan now, the demon god of the demon clan. You know that you can never be with her with such an identity. So why give her hope and disappoint her? Su Maoyang gradually woke up from her trance when she heard this. The fingers that were touching his cheek seemed to be burned by the cruel reality and shrank back. Yes. My Haotsong disappeared and will never come back. She stated the facts expressionlessly. But tears of despair slid silently into her hair. Lu Yiyuan's heart was pierced by her eyes that suddenly turned dark. His resolute and cold face could not help but shudder with sadness. He suppressed the extreme pain in his voice and said word by word, "Who I am? Is it so important? Doesn't Lu Yiyuan deserve love?" Feng Moxie's heart was choked by the question, and all the hurtful words were choked and couldn't be spit out. Su Liang looked at his scarlet eyes. Her heart ached, but she coldly rejected his love. I don't know if I really loved you in my previous life. The only thing I am sure of is that in this life, the person I love is Jun Haotsong, not you. Go away. I don't want to see you again. After saying that, Su Liang turned sideways, unwilling to look at the eyes that hindered her thinking and affected her heartbeat. She was afraid that in the next second, she would not be able to control herself and hug him and accept him. Looking at her cold back, Lu Yiyuan's eyes, which were always firm and cold, rarely shed a few tears. His chest, which was stung and difficult to rise and fall, issued a low cry like the echo of a valley. Lu Yiyuan is not a god. He is also a human being, a person with flesh and blood and emotions. He also longs to be loved. And he also longs for the person he likes to love him, be close to him, and accept him. So in this life, he will abandon his memories and transform into Jun Haotsong, who has no burden and no hatred. To love the person he loves deeply but cannot love. In my eyes, Jun Haotsong has never been someone else. He is Liu Yeyuan. Even if he is hurt, a heart that is broken but still loves you. And you love that heart, but don't want its owner. Isn't that too cruel? Su Maoyang was moved to tears by these words. But for the curse, he could only cover his lips that were about to cry out, and endured the trembling shoulders due to the heart-piercing pain, pretending to be indifferent. For me, from the moment Jun Haotsong disappeared, this love no longer exists. No longer exists? Ha ha ha. It actually no longer exists. Such an answer was like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. So painful that Liu Yeyuan raised his head and cried and laughed. And the heart-wrenching laughter echoed in the empty bedroom, revealing endless sorrow and desolation. In Su Maoyang's eyes, Liu Yeyuan was just a disgusting name, not even qualified to be a substitute. How pathetic. How ridiculous. He stood up shakily, staggered out of the hall. Tears like a flood, numbly across his cheeks, flowed into the corners of his mouth, splashing a bitter taste. Walking out of the hall, looking up at the bright sun in the clear sky, so hot and dazzling. But Liu Yeyuan felt cold all over. His eyes went black, and after a dizzy spell, he suddenly spurted out a pool of old blood. He held the door frame next to him weakly, forcibly suppressed the embarrassment that did not belong to the dignified demon lord, straightened his spine again, stepped over the blood, and disappeared in the dazzling halo. Su Maoyang heard the footsteps gradually fade away, thinking that he would leave her world from now on. The heart that was clenched seemed to break a huge hole. She could no longer bear the pain and stood up to run out of the hall. Unfortunately, she was too weak and stumbled to the ground as soon as she got up. Feng Moxie heard the movement and hurried forward to help her up, with a painful look on his face. Since you have made a decision, why bother yourself again? I'll take one last look. Just one look. Su Maoyang grabbed Feng Moxie's hand tightly and cried and begged. He's gone. I can't see him anymore. Feng Moxie shook his head with a pained look. Helpless, Su Maoyang insisted on pushing his hand away, even if she had to crawl over. Feng Moxie sighed, helped her up again, and helped her to the door. Before she could step out of the hall, a pool of bright red blood suddenly caught her eyes, frightening Su Maoyang so much that her legs softened and she fell to the ground. This is... She covered her mouth in fear, holding back the overwhelming grief and trembling, and finally couldn't help but reach out her hand, covering the blood with heartache, crying uncontrollably. This is his blood. He must have been injured when fighting the ghost whale. His body was clearly so badly injured, and he had to listen to her cold and heartless words that hurt his heart. How uncomfortable he must be. Su Maoyang beat his chest in self-blame, and the sound of sobbing was drowned in the muffled sound of beating, and every beating seemed to hit Feng Moxie's heart. He stood behind her. Even if he couldn't see her, he could feel her collapse in pain, and a bitter smile crossed his mouth. Even if it was Liu Yeyuan. You still love him, right? That person was Liu Yeyuan of the demon clan, and also Jun Haotsong, who belonged to Su Maoyang. They both had a heart that loved Su Maoyang and had memories of loving her. But the difference was only in the past and present lives. Only he was completely excluded. No matter in the past life or this life. No matter who he became or who he wanted to be. Su Maoyang would not fall in love with him. Since you love him, why drive him away? Feng Moxie felt that being ruthlessly driven away was damn enviable. Su Maoyang cried and shook her head. But she was in so much pain that she couldn't utter a word. It was because of love that she couldn't kill him and couldn't make him a sinner of the demon clan. Go back. I will take care of myself. Thinking that Feng Moxie was still with her, Su Maoyang suppressed the grief in her heart and pretended to be strong. But you? Don't worry. I'm not that fragile. I just want to be quiet. Seeing her insistence, Feng Moxie had to compromise and nodded. Okay. If you have any needs, just tell the maid outside the palace. I also asked the imperial physician to check the injuries of your friends. They are all recovering in their respective palaces. Don't worry. Thank you. Feng Moxie. Feng Moxie smiled bitterly. For so many years, he never wanted a thank you. Chapter 2641, Apology. Lingxiao Palace. After the meticulous care of the imperial doctors, Su Maoyang's injuries have basically recovered. But for the sake of the Hades clan festival next month, she dared not relax at all, and spent most of her time refining pills. When she saw that the strange fire behind the curtain was bright, and she had not rested for several days. She was worried and persuaded her again and again. Master, you have just recovered from a serious illness, so you should rest more. The process of refining the soul-gathering pill is difficult and dangerous. If you work day and night like this, I am afraid that it's okay. I have already refined it. You can send the pill to the Holy Sun later. After completing the last step, Su Maoyang waved her hand to extinguish the strange fire and took a breath tiredly. Feng Emosia had just stepped into the hall when he heard that she was not taking good care of her injuries and was still refining pills for him. He immediately rushed in with a sullen face. Can you spare me some worry? It's already so late, and you're still refining pills. Do you want to die? Su Mo Liang's face was slightly pale, with a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. But when he saw Feng Emosia, he still tried to raise a gentle smile and said, Don't worry. I'm already healed. Just a little tired. And I can be fully revived after a few more days of sleep. As for you, you're about to fight with King Shengming, so you'd better hurry up and consolidate your Yuanshen. Although Feng Emosia couldn't see, he could guess from her weak voice that her complexion must not be good at this time, and immediately scolded her in a stern voice. I can handle my own affairs. When did I ask you to worry about it? In your eyes, I'm so useless and incompetent that I can't even care about the one I like. Can't you even keep your position as the Holy Sun? Su Maoyang saw that he was angry and obviously misunderstood her meaning. She was about to say a few words to comfort him, but Dongfang Liue, who came from outside, interrupted her. Holy Sun, just let her practice. She is a person who can't sit still. If you let her lie there doing nothing, she won't be able to rest and recover. It's better to find something to do to relax. She just wanted to help. She didn't mean anything else. Why did you come here if you don't want to take care of your wounds? Su Maoyang couldn't help laughing and shaking his head when he saw Dongfang Liue also came to join in the fun. My little wound is healed a long time ago. By the way, I just passed by the garden and heard from the servants that the Lord of Tiandao Palace brought his stupid son to apologize again. Do you want to see him or not? Su Maoyang had never heard of this before, and looked at Xinu in surprise. Xinu glanced at Feng Moxie awkwardly and explained. They came several times. The Holy Sun was afraid of disturbing your recovery, so he didn't allow me to report and asked the guards to drive them away. Su Maoyang didn't expect this to happen, and immediately stood up and said, Take them to the reception room. I'll be there soon. But, your body. Feng Moxie obviously disagreed. It's okay. You need the support of the power now. Tiandao Palace is sincerely relying on you. How can you refuse people? Su Maoyang said, and put on his coat under the help of Xinuo. Feng Moxie was quite dissatisfied with the Tiandao Palace. Humph. That Lu Xiaoming is ungrateful. I think he has no intention of surrendering. You are just wasting your time. You don't know? The Tiandao Palace is the old subordinate of one of my predecessors. I promised that predecessor to take care of him, and I hope that the Holy Sun will not bother with him. Su Maoyang trusted Feng Moxie wholeheartedly, and did not hesitate to reveal the identity of the Tiandao Palace. Feng Moxie did not expect that there was such a relationship between them. After a moment of stunned, he reluctantly put down his anger. Okay. For your sake, I will give them a chance to surrender. Lu Jincheng and Lu Xiaoming had visited the palace countless times in the past month, but were turned away every time. They thought there was little hope this time, but they didn't expect that they would actually be invited in. But they were both nervous along the way, and they didn't dare to sit down rashly even after entering the reception room. They didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Su Maoyang showed up, and then they hurried forward to pay their respects. Palace Master Ling Xiao, I'm really sorry. My son was rude, and today I brought him here to apologize to you. Why don't you apologize to Palace Master Ling Xiao? As he said that, Lu Jincheng slapped Lu Xiaoming on the head. Lu Xiaoming bowed and clasped his fists, so ashamed that he couldn't even raise his head. I'm sorry, Master Ling Xiao. I misunderstood you before, and said a lot of hurtful words. I apologize to you here. Seeing that Lu Xiaoming, who was so proud and conceited, could be so humble and beg for forgiveness, Su Maoyang still felt sympathy. Master Lu, there's no need to be polite. You are young and hot-tempered. You didn't know a lot of things, so you had some misunderstandings. I won't take it to heart. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoming, who kept his head down and didn't dare to look at Su Maoyang, felt even more ashamed. It was only after he came back and told his father what happened that he learned the true identity of Su Maoyong and the predecessor of Tiandao Palace. Even if he had 100 heads, he would not have thought that Tiandao Palace actually hid such a secret. And he didn't expect Su Maoyong to be the successor of Xianshan King. The funny thing is that he once thought that Su Maoyong liked him. So she showed him kindness again and again. It turned out that she was just looking after him, the young master of Tiandao Palace, for the sake of the face of the Xianshan King. The reason why his father tried to please her and sent him to help was because Su Maoyong held his lifeline and wanted to get protection, which was not what he thought at all. Come to think of it, even the Demon Lord doesn't like to answer. How could he be interested in him, the young master of Tiandao Palace? Now when he thinks of those self-indulgent words he said, he wants to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Lu Jincheng thought that Su Maoyong didn't want to see them for so many days, and thought he was holding a grudge. He was completely relieved after hearing these words, but he still handed over a space ring with a very attitude. Palace Master, rest assured, I taught him a lesson this time and told him the truth about the former subordinates of the Xianshan King. He promised that he would not do it again. It was all my fault. I originally intended to send him to help you pick the Tianyuan soul flower, but I ended up making things worse and ruined your plan. So I picked some precious herbs and treasures as an apology to you and your friends. Seeing that Palace Master Lu was full of sincerity, Su Maoyong was too lazy to be polite to him and directly reached out to take it. Okay, I'll take these for them. Next month is the Underworld Clan Festival. You can go back and prepare for the competition with peace of mind. You don't have to come to my house again. After hearing what Su Maoyong said, Lu Jincheng nodded with relief and left Lingxiao Palace with Lu Xiaoming, who was ashamed. They knew that there would be another tough battle next month. A month passed quickly, and the life and death realm soon ushered in the Underworld Festival held every 3 years. At the ceremony, the Eternal Emperor will check the tax revenue management of the 12 palaces of the Nether Clan over the past 3 years. The forces with more tax revenue will receive corresponding rewards, and will also be included in the political achievements of the Holy Sun and the Holy Ming King. In addition, a martial arts competition will be held among the younger generation. Anyone under the age of 40 can participate. Similarly, the political achievements of the 2 major factions will be calculated based on the results of the younger generation under them. Finally, it was the competition between the Holy Sun and the Holy King. Whoever could become the successor of the Nether Clan would naturally have to speak with strength. Su Maoyong and his party arrived at the Nether Square where the ceremony was held early. Looking around, the square was already crowded with people, and many forces were present. Lu Jincheng had been paying attention to the whereabouts of Su Maoyong and others. When he saw them enter the venue, he personally went to greet them. Anyway, it was no secret that his Tiandao Palace had joined the Holy Sun. Not to mention that Lu Xiaoming was going to participate in the competition as a member of the Holy Sun faction. So there was really no need to hide it. But his unconcealed behavior still attracted the attention of many people. The Palace Master of the Evil Moon Palace, who passed by, couldn't help but say, I can't believe that Palace Master Lu, who has always been sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, would choose to stand on the side of the Holy Sun faction. This is really not a good decision. Chapter 2642 The Enemy's Trump Card. Palace Master Lu is still too impulsive. How can he sacrifice the future of the entire Tiandao Palace just because he didn't become relatives? The Deputy Palace Master of Xieyue Palace also blamed with dissatisfaction. Although it was Xieyue Palace that was wrong for Qiao Chuhan, and he had phoned to elope. They paid with gifts, said all the good words, showed enough sincerity, and tried to repair the relationship between the 2 palaces. No matter what, it shouldn't be to the point of breaking up. This Lu Jincheng is so good. Just because his son failed to get married, he turned against the Holy Sun and got close to Lingxiao Palace Master, an outsider. This is really not a wise move. Lu Jincheng glanced at them coldly and asked, What do you mean by sacrificing the future of Tiandao Palace? Are you so sure that King Xiaoming can win? Hee. Palace Master Lu's news is too late. Didn't you hear that King Xingming's soul has returned to his place and restored his fighting power from his previous life? I heard that the Holy Sun's soul was scattered, and it was difficult to restore his soul. The last battle is probably very uncertain. Deputy Palace Master Xieyue sneered and shook his head. Lu Jincheng snorted coldly and said nonchalantly, So what if he is recovered? In ancient times, King Xiangming was defeated by the Holy Sun, and maybe he is still defeated in this life. Besides, Even if the Holy Sun loses, there are still 2 games ahead. It is still uncertain who will have the last laugh. Ha ha ha. Palace Master Lu and Palace Master Su will probably be disappointed. Regarding the tax issue, I admit that Palace Master Su used some shameful means to win back a game, but it only ended in a tie. As for the battle of the younger generation, you may be too happy too early. As the Deputy Palace Master of Xieyue Palace said, he looked at Su Maoyang with a meaningful smile mixed with a little bit of subtle hatred. His son Baizhi was beaten by Su Maoyang so badly that he couldn't even raise his head. This time he wanted Su Maoyang to have a taste of failure too. Lu Jincheng was not a fool who turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside. He immediately retorted when he heard his nonsense. Bullshit! Palace Master Su has recovered the tax evasion and made a lot of money from elixirs and medicinal materials, which is equal to your tax revenue. Now with the participation of my Tiandao Palace, there is even more considerable income. In the first round, we have already defeated you. How can it be considered a draw? The Palace Master of Xieyue Palace looked at Lu Jincheng with a funny face, as if he couldn't bear to see him still in the dark. So he pointed to the side and introduced. It seems that Palace Master Lu doesn't know yet. Eclipse Palace has chosen to join King Shengming not long ago. This time, it will represent King Shengming's team to attend the ceremony. So unfortunately, your hope of suppressing us by collecting taxes has failed. Lu Jincheng and Su Maoyang originally saw the Palace Master of Eclipse Palace walking with the Xieyue Palace, and thought they happened to meet outside. So they chatted for a while. But they didn't expect that he actually joined King Shengming's faction. As far as Su Maoyang knows, the Eclipse Palace has always remained neutral and very low-key, and has never planned to take sides. It seems that the Tiandao Palace's taking sides has stimulated them, and forced them to quickly choose a backer, so as not to fall into isolation. Lu Jincheng looked at Liao Buotao with a smile in surprise, and sighed. Palace Master Liao, I invited you to join the Holy Sun before, and you were determined to remain neutral. I didn't expect that you would get in touch with King Shengming in a blink of an eye. If that's the case, why bother hiding it, and not saying it clearly? Palace Master Lu, don't blame me. I reminded you a long time ago that whether you are neutral or take sides, don't bet on the Holy Sun. But you won't listen. And I'm too lazy to waste my breath. I can only say that people with different ideologies cannot work together. Liao Buotao sighed in anger. What a good saying. People with different ideologies cannot work together. I hope you don't regret your decision today. Lu Jincheng snorted angrily. Liao Buotao's mouth curled up with a sarcastic sneer. Regret? You will regret it if you don't surrender to King Shengming. Don't you know that in addition to my Eclipse Palace, even General Qin Shinsu army has surrendered to King Shengming? This time, General Qin himself will personally participate in the battle. If you still want to rely on the younger generation of the Songlong army to win the second game, I'm afraid it will be difficult. So you should worry about where your Tiandao Palace will go in the future. King Shengming is not a soft-hearted person. King Shengming personally came forward to mediate the relationship between Xieyue Palace and Tiandao Palace, and also gave Tiandao Palace enough face and sincerity. Tiandao Palace did not appreciate it, but turned its back on the enemy of King Shengming. It is easy to imagine what will happen to his Tiandao Palace after King Shengming takes the throne. Some people look smart, but they are just impulsive idiots behind the scenes. It's a pity for Tiandao Palace, which has a bright future. What? The Shinsu army is also loyal to the Hades Emperor. How can they easily stand on the side? Lu Xiaoming did not expect such a change, and asked in surprise. He has always admired Qin Jian as a man. Even if he received the favor of Xieyue Palace, he has been loyal to his duties all these years, and has been impartial in grasping the degree. Moreover, the military power is a transcendent existence, and there is no need to find a backer. But General Qin stood on the side at this critical juncture. Isn't this a disguised way of forcing the Holy Sun to abdicate? Liao Buotao smiled. General Qin is the disciple of Xieyue Palace Master. Once a teacher, always a father. He can be regarded as the adopted son of Qiao Palace Master. Naturally, he stands with his father. Besides, Feishing Palace has decided to marry Ning Wuxin to General Qin. Such a good marriage. General Qin is not stupid. How can he refuse it? Originally, Xieyue Palace did not want to give Qin Jian to Feishing Palace. But last time Baizhi instigated Ning Yuyao to challenge Su Maoyang, which ruined her appearance and talent. Xieyue Palace must give Feishing Palace an explanation. Feishing Palace did not care about any weapons or treasures, but it was interested in Qin Jian, a potential stock. So Xieyue Palace had to reluctantly give up and agree to this marriage. Lu Xiaoming was so angry that he was speechless when he heard him talk so convincingly that it did not seem fake. He turned his head and looked at his father and Su Maoyang. Lu Jincheng was also surprised and angry. He didn't expect that Feishing Palace, which always looked up to others, would be willing to use Ning Wuxin's marriage to tie Qin Jian before the dust settled. This was a huge investment. Ning Wuxin was a hot commodity. Not only was she beautiful and likable, but she was also very capable and talented. Although she was not as good as Ning Qinqian back then, she was also one of the best women in the realm of life and death. No wonder even Qin Jian couldn't help but be tempted. I believe it would be difficult for a man to resist such a temptation. After learning about this marriage, even Su Maoyang, who knew the truth, raised his eyebrows in surprise and glanced at Shinua next to him. Shinua lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. But she was obviously very surprised by Feishing Palace's decision. But Su Maoyang knew that Qin Jian was probably afraid that Shinua would have wild thoughts. So he didn't tell them about this unfounded marriage. Then he quietly pinched Shinua's fingers and gave her a reassuring look. Shinua knew that Su Maoyang was worried about her, and nodded calmly as a response. Seeing that she was fine, Su Maoyang looked up at a group of old guys who were sure of victory, and smiled softly. The addition of the Shinsu army to King Shengming is indeed a great help. I believe this game will be very exciting. We are already looking forward to it. Qin Jian was her man, so Su Maoyang had nothing to worry about in the second game. The only worry was whether Feng Mox's soul could be successfully restored with the help of her elixir. If they lost the third game, they might have to play another game. They were afraid that Qin Jian would be unable to represent King Shengming's team in the war after his identity was exposed. For their side with few forces, the situation was not optimistic. Seeing that Su Maoyang could still smile, Xieyue Palace and Eclipse Palace thought she was pretending to be strong, and they sneered and glanced at her before leaving. Lu Jincheng didn't know what Su Maoyang was planning. As soon as the crowd went away, he asked nervously, "What should we do now? King Shengming has won over 2 forces at once. I'm afraid the Holy Sun will." "Don't worry. Take a seat and prepare for the game. No one can predict until the end." Su Maoyang smiled comfortingly and walked towards the stands first. Chapter 2643 Qin Jian's Pursuer. "Look! Isn't that General Qin?" As soon as Su Maoyang sat down, Dongfang Liu saw Qin Jian in armor, walking into the square from outside in a heroic manner. Shinua and Ji Ruiqing looked up at him, but when their eyes touched the figure beside Qin Jian, their faces darkened, because the gossip heroine Ning Wuxin was pestering Qin Jian at the moment. Talking and laughing, Qin Jian had a cold face, relying on his good upbringing to chat from time to time. His attitude could be described as distant and polite, but it did not hinder Ning Wuxin's enthusiasm. Even if he had a cold face throughout the whole process, she was happy with it, and it was obvious that she was very fond of this marriage partner. At the birthday banquet of the Purple Sun Palace Master, Su Maoyang saw that Ning Wuxin had a good impression of Qin Jian, and now it seems that she is more obsessed with him than before. Seeing Ning Wuxin follow Qin Jian to the stands, Ji Ruiqing couldn't control her temper and started to curse. The daughter of Feishing Palace is really shameless. She pesters men in front of the audience like a prostitute. It's disgusting. Yes, I saw that General Qin didn't pay much attention to her, but she kept pressing on. Her mouth was about to break with laughter. If you don't know, you would think she has never seen a man. Dongfang Liu followed with a sneer. Ning Wuxin happened to pass by their seat. When she heard these words, she stopped immediately and glared at them. "Who are you talking about? Who should talk about who?" Ji Ruiqing winked at her provocatively. Ning Wuxin walked in front of Ji Ruiqing like a firecracker that was lit in an instant, furious, and suddenly raised her hand to slap her in the face. Fu Minqiu saw this and quickly slapped her away. "Warning. This is not a place for you to run wild." "Hey. So there is a flower protector. Then you are not much better. In the end you are just a coward who needs a man's support." Ning Wuxin smiled sarcastically and looked at Ji Ruiqing with contempt. Ji Ruiqing was not angry, and even laughed triumphantly. "It's better than you have no man to support you. General Qin doesn't want to pay attention to you." As she said, she deliberately pointed her chin in the direction of Qin Jian. When Qin Jian heard the sarcasm just now, he was afraid that Shinua would misunderstand. So he was very tactful to draw a clear line with Ning Wuxin, and quickly left her, and slipped into the team of the Shinsu army to sit down, making it clear that he didn't want to be involved in any relationship with Ning Wuxin, let alone support her. Ning Wuxin was embarrassed by what she said in public. Her charming face flushed instantly. She had to clarify things with Ji Ruiqing. I have an engagement with General Qin. It's only a matter of time before I marry him. We have a legitimate relationship. How can it bother you? Could it be that you also like General Qin? So you were jealous of me, and deliberately exposed my dirty water? Shameless. Who is jealous of you? Did General Qin agree to you? You keep talking about engagements. I think you are a bitch who needs to be punished. Ji Ruiqing was also furious, and rolled up her sleeves to start fighting. Zino knew that Ji Ruiqing was defending her. But seeing that the two were about to have a bigger conflict, she had to step forward and hold her back. Forget it. The ceremony is about to start. It's better not to cause trouble for the master. You can even tolerate this. Ji Ruiqing looked at her in disbelief. Qin Jian was her lover. They had gone through so many hardships to finally be together. Now he had to watch other swarms of admirers throw themselves at him. It was too cruel. She knew it didn't want to ruin Su Maoyang's plan. So she said calmly, "A little intolerance will ruin a big plan. What's more, he's just a clown. It's not a big deal." She even endured the humiliation of being a slave girl for so many years. What else could she not tolerate? However, she couldn't help but say a few words to Ning Wuxin. Ning Wuxin was already angry. And when she saw a maid dared to rush up to her and talk about her right and wrong, she was even more furious and shouted loudly, "How dare you? A maid? But in when the master is talking. I am the young lady of the Ning family. And you don't even have the qualifications to kneel in front of me. But you dare to say that I am wrong. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your master today." Ning Wuxin knew the people around Su Maoyang. Since Su Maoyang didn't know how to discipline servants, she didn't mind helping her to discipline them. Qin Jian saw that she knew was in danger, and he could no longer sit still, and rushed forward, grabbed Ning Wuxin's wrist, and warned, "Miss Ning, you should forgive others when you can. So many people are staring at you. It's better not to lose your identity." "What? Are you concerned about my reputation?" Ning Wuxin was surprised that Qin Jian would rush out at this juncture. Seeing his nervous look, she immediately had guesses in her heart, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise wildly. And she asked crisply. Ji Ruiqing and Dongfang Liu were afraid that Qin Jian would expose his identity if he acted rashly. But the next second, they were stunned by Ning Wuxin's train of thought. Which word did Ning Wuxin hear that Qin Jian was concerned about her reputation? Can you help them analyze it? Even Qin Jian himself was stunned. He was stunned for a few seconds before reacting. Miss Ning misunderstood. Don't quibble. I know that proud men like you always like to say one thing and mean another, because of your self-esteem. Since you said so, I won't argue with this little maid for your sake. Ning Wuxin's charm is so powerful that she is a beauty in the eyes of men wherever she goes. She doesn't believe that Qin Jian will not be tempted. Ji Ruiqing and Dongfang Liu looked at each other after hearing this, and saw extremely absurd smiles in each other's eyes. It turns out that this is another self-indulgent Lu Xiaoming. Su Maoyang felt that the word maid was extremely harsh, and he could not help but correct it. She knew is not a maid. She is our friend. A woman who can be on an equal footing with you. She is not lowly at all. Hee. Friend? Then she still calls you master. And she still serves you like a maid? You can only deceive a fool like her. Ning Wuxin glanced at Shinua with a face full of sarcasm, sneered and shook her head. Shinua did not mind any identity, and said calmly, "The master has always treated me as a relative and a friend. I have no way to repay her kindness to me, so I am willing to serve her as a maid. If it were you, let alone a maid, even if I were your ancestor, I would feel disgusted." "You?" Ning Wuxin's face flushed red and almost dripped blood, like an angry lion, with a ferocious face that was about to pounce on someone and bite. Qin Jian couldn't expose his relationship with Shinua and the others, so he remained calm on the surface. But he felt happy in his heart. In order to stop her from talking, he even pretended to remind her again. "Miss Ning, you are of noble status and have a great temperament. Why bother with a maid?" According to Qin Jian, if she continued to make trouble, it would make her look petty and intolerant. Chapter 2644. Encourage her to come on stage, in order to show her elegance, propriety and tolerance in front of her lover. Ning Wuxin swallowed her anger and said, Yes, with my status, I will not be on the same level as a rude and lowly maid. I feel that my hands are dirty when I hit you. After that, she turned around proudly and headed towards the direction of Feishing Palace with a look of disdain. She usually wouldn't even pay attention to a small character like Shi Nuo. Seeing that the person had left, Qin Jian didn't want to stay here and arouse others' suspicion. He glanced at Shi Nuo hurriedly and returned to his team. Soon, all the major forces appeared one after another, and finally ushered in the figure of the Eternal Emperor in the noise. The Dark Emperor has never liked to manage these trivial matters. So according to tradition, this Black Dark ceremony will still be presided over by the Eternal Emperor. Only after the ceremony is over and the dust has settled will the Dark Emperor come out to announce the final result. Therefore, as soon as the Eternal Emperor sat down, he went straight to the point and kicked off the ceremony. As we all know, the taxation round ended in a tie. So the Eternal Emperor simply talked about the taxation situation of the two forces and stopped there, and entered the next round of competition. At this time, looking at the young people who were full of vigor and eager to fight, the Eternal Emperor nodded with satisfaction and announced loudly, "This competition, like 3 years ago, those under 40 years old will participate in 4 rounds of competition: early acquired spiritual immortals, middle acquired spiritual immortals, late acquired spiritual immortals, and peak acquired spiritual immortals. Low-level players can challenge higher-level players, but high-level players cannot downgrade to participate in the battle, and each person can only choose one level to participate in the competition. Everyone should arrange tactics reasonably. The reason why only one level can be selected to participate in the competition is that there is a fear that a low-level super genius will appear and win 4 rounds in a row by himself, stealing all the limelight, and other young people will not even have the opportunity to perform. After all, this competition is not a personal show, but a test of the overall strength of the young generation of his life and death realm. Therefore, for the sake of fairness, each force must decide the track for the young people in advance, and try to let everyone play with style and strive for the greatest chance of winning. Su Maoyang and Feng Moxie naturally arranged a set of tactics according to the enemy's situation early on. The first round was arranged for the disciples of Yunshui Palace, Qianshan Palace, and Songlong Army to fight. Sheng Mingwang arranged Wuji Palace, Hunyuan Palace, and Xieyue Palace. But in the early stage of the postnatal spiritual immortals, the young people of Sheng Mingwang's faction are obviously not as good as those of Songlong Army. After more than 10 consecutive battles, they failed to overwhelm the limelight of Songlong Army. As expected, Songlong Army took the lead and won the first round. Perhaps they had already guessed the result and were not very concerned about the first round. The Shengming King's faction was calm and composed from beginning to end. It was understandable. Originally, among the early stage postnatal spirit immortals, only Ning Yuyo had the best chance of winning. Unfortunately, she was severely injured by Su Maoyang and has not recovered yet, so she had to give up the first round. In this way, the next 3 rounds became particularly important. Therefore, as soon as the mid-stage postnatal spirit immortal started, the competition was extremely fierce. Almost all major forces had a few outstanding players, who took turns to fight desperately, and no one was willing to admit defeat easily. Seeing that even the Songlong Army was suppressed, Donphan Liyue was a little impatient. "I'm going to meet Qi Guangye from Xiang Palace." She knew that Xiang Palace was the power of King Shengming, and its young generation must be extraordinary. However, she could not bear to see the disciples of the Saint Sun faction being humiliated and tortured by him. Xiao Zian was worried about her and pulled her. "Although you have now entered the middle stage of the acquired spiritual immortal, you are obviously not the opponent of that person. I think that even if Qi Guangyao is put into the late stage of the acquired spiritual immortal, he is still a tough character that cannot be underestimated. You will only suffer if you go. But he is too arrogant." Zian is right. You are not his opponent. That person is obviously the opponent's killer in this round. We did not lose it unfairly. There are still 2 rounds to go. Don't mess yourself up. Su Maoyang saw that she was very angry, and comforted her. The opponent gave up the first round, and the second round must be firmly in hand. Otherwise the Saint Sun will take 2 rounds. Even if they win the next 2 rounds, it will only be a tie. Donphan Liyue heard Su Maoyang say this, snorted speechlessly, and sat back in her seat reluctantly. Now she can only hope that the late-stage acquired spiritual immortals can produce some players who can crush the opponent. However, things did not go as planned. And this hope was once again dashed. Dongfang Liu once again watched Ning Wuxin of Feishing Palace overcome 5 levels and kill 6 generals to defeat her opponent and successfully defend the ring. She was so angry that she almost spiraled to heaven. Perhaps she wanted to embarrass Dongfang Liu and others. Ning Wuxin deliberately looked in their direction and said provocatively, "Is there really no one left in the late-stage acquired spiritual immortals? I just warmed up. Why didn't anyone come up to challenge me? Miss Ning is too modest. All the late-stage acquired spiritual immortals have come up. And no one can be your opponent. You deserve the championship this round." Among the men watching the fight, there were her admirers, who could not help but flatter her. Ning Wuxin shook her head and said, "Who said that? The Lord of Lingxiao Palace defeated the peak postnatal spiritual fairy as a peak spiritual fairy. How dare I claim to be the first when she has such strength and has not yet entered the arena?" Su Maoyang knew that this was Ning Wuxin's plan. She was urging her to enter the arena, because once she was involved in the battle of the late postnatal spiritual fairy, she would not be able to attend the next 2 rounds of the competition. And King Shengming must have arranged a backup plan for her in this round. This calculation was really loud enough. Ji Ruiqing naturally understood the other party's thoughts and stood up angrily. "You want to fight with my junior sister? You are not worthy. I will do this round." Su Maoyang did not comment and acquiesced to her participation in the battle. She knew that Ji Ruiqing, Shi Nua, Fu Minxiu, and Xiahou Zian had not been idle in recent years and had entered the late postnatal spiritual fairy. Now that no one could suppress Ning Wuxin, it would be good for Ji Ruiqing to dampen her spirit. Seeing that Su Maoyang agreed, Ji Ruiqing leaped into the arena. She had wanted to teach this man a lesson for a long time. And now there was a chance to fight. So there was no reason to miss it. Ning Wuxin didn't expect that she didn't provoke Su Maoyang, but instead came someone she looked down on. She immediately lost interest and sneered. "Just now I let you go for the sake of General Qin. But I didn't expect you to be so stupid as to seek death. If you get beaten to a pulp later, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Don't worry, Miss Ning. In order to preserve your image as a bodhisattva in General Qin's mind, I will try my best to knock you down and not let you be that evil woman." Ji Ruiqing looked at her with a smile, as if looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. "You?" Ning Wuxin was choked by her, and her face became serious. "Well, I see you are not willing to accept my offer. So I will grant your wish if you are asking for a beating." After saying that, Ning Wuxin swung a whip at her, attacking her face like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Chapter 2645 King Shengming's Trump Card. This country bumpkin Ji Ruiqing who came out of nowhere actually has a face that seduces the master. If that's the case, she will smash it today to see if she dares to seduce Qin Jian with her beauty. Ji Ruiqing is not a soft persimmon. Seeing her ruthless move, she suddenly waved her hand to take out 2 hammers. In an instant, she was completely different from the charming appearance just now, which shocked everyone. A beautiful woman as delicate as a flower actually held 2 hammers in her hands. When she used her strength, she was as powerful as an ox. And she was more fierce and domineering than a man. It was really surprising. Ning Wuxin was surprised and couldn't help laughing. "You are indeed a rough person from a remote village. But you have learned some useless tricks for men. Do you think you are like me? Learning some useless tricks? If you don't know, you would think you are dancing." As he said that, Ji Ruiqing swung a hammer and hit the whip hard, shaking out a terrifying aftermath. Ning Wuxin was shocked back, and the smile on her face froze. Obviously, she didn't expect that she really had such great strength. But she was unwilling to admit defeat. "Humph! You want to defeat me by brute force. Dreaming. If she could really rely on brute force, I don't know how many strong men would have knocked her down long ago. Why wait until now?" Ji Ruiqing just smiled and said nothing, concentrating on every swing and exerting all her strength. Even the 2 heavy hammers were turned into 2 afterimages by her, which shows how fast she was. The whip wielded by Ning Wuxin was a light object, so it took no effort to deal with it. Her speed was certainly not inferior, but her lack of strength could only be made up by her spiritual power and martial arts. It must be said that the martial arts she displayed were indeed tricky and overbearing. Each move could directly hit Ji Ruiqing's vital points, and it was unstoppable. If Ji Ruiqing had not practiced well, he would have died on the spot. However, martial arts require a lot of spiritual power to support them. Ning Wuxin was unable to do anything to Ji Ruiqing after dozens of moves. And soon, she showed signs of decline. To be honest, she was not afraid of brute force. But she was afraid that the opponent was not only strong, but also had strong defense, and would wear her out. Ji Ruiqing was obviously not only strong, but also had strong defense. And even his spiritual power and martial arts were not inferior at all. If this continued, Ning Wuxin was not sure that she could win this game. Realizing this, Ning Wuxin straightened her face, and no longer had any reservations. She used all her martial arts. In order to avoid spiritual power consumption, she had to use speed and dodge to avoid frontal attacks. Ji Ruiqing missed more and more times, and his speed and strength also decreased. In the end, both sides were out of breath and covered with wounds. But they did not dare to relax. But Ning Wuxin was a delicate girl after all, and her body training was not as good as Ji Ruiqing, who grew up wildly. In the case of equal spiritual power and martial arts, she was finally defeated by willpower and defense. She could not hold on, and was thrown to the ground by Ji Ruiqing on the spot. You? What kind of body armor are you wearing? It's invulnerable to swords and guns. Ning Wuxin was knocked away by the iron hammer. She couldn't hold her face. She stared at Ji Ruiqing with a pale face, and scolded him unwillingly. Ji Ruiqing sneered, and shook her head. She tore open her chest and skirt with force, revealing her chest and thighs with whip marks and deep bone marks. Look carefully. Is there any body armor? For your ridiculous face, you actually accuse me of such a crime. Miss Ning really can't afford to lose. The whips just now clearly penetrated the flesh, and she didn't believe that Ning Wuxin couldn't feel it. She didn't expect that she was a risk-taker, and would rather sacrifice her reputation and examine the wounds in public than give her the opportunity to slander. You lunatic. Seeing Ji Ruiqing make such a shocking move, Ning Wuxin was really shocked. The people present were also extremely disgusted with such a behavior that was immoral and began to insult. Donphan Liue was furious after hearing this. Are these people sick? Instead of scolding Ning Wuxin, a despicable villain, they scold Sister Ruiqing for not being self-disciplined. It's ridiculous. This world cares about women's reputation, and has always been harsh in this regard. If she was like Ning Wuxin, with a good family background and a great backer, I believe that even if she was naked, these people would not dare to say anything wrong. This is reality. Su Maoyang looked at Ji Ruiqing on the field, and thought of her experience in this life, and felt a pang of heartache in his chest. At this time, Ji Ruiqing turned a deaf ear to her, and walked to Ning Wuxin without caring. He pressed the hammer against her chest, and pressed down deliberately, until she vomited blood and her eyes rolled back. Then she slowly spoke. Didn't Miss Ning say that I was a coward who relied on men for support? A coward, dared to confront you face to face. But you dared to say you didn't dare to admit it? You are such a scumbag. And you are worthy of liking General Qin. Bah! Ji Ruiqing spat on her face disgustingly. Ning Wuxin was extremely angry, but she was powerless to resist, so she could only poke her sore spot hard. Humph! You said you didn't have any improper thoughts about General Qin. You are obviously jealous that I have an engagement with him. What a pity. You are a dog of Lingxiao Palace, an enemy of General Qin. Don't even think about marrying him for the rest of your life. You think too much. I just think you are not worthy. Ji Ruiqing took back the hammer with disgust. She felt annoyed to say one more word to her. Then she looked up and scanned the whole audience, reminding loudly, Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and announce the result. King Shengming was displeased when he saw Ji Ruiqing suddenly appear and disrupted his plan. He frowned and interrupted. Wait, the game is not over yet. Miss Ji is too impatient. Since it is not over yet, then hurry up and fight. Do you still need me to urge you? Ji Ruiqing glanced at King Shengming and stabbed back without giving him face. The latter's face froze, and he was embarrassed on the spot. But for the sake of the overall situation, King Shengming was too lazy to argue with a woman, and directly winked at Qin Jian. General Qin, it's your turn. Qin Jian has been working hard in the army for many years, and has gained a lot of experience. He has also been taught by the Lord of the Evil Moon Palace, and has also received inheritance in the secret realm. Although he is still at the level of a late-stage acquired spiritual fairy, his combat effectiveness is no less than Lu Xiaoming and Baisha. So he specially arranged this person to play as a trump card in this round, just to attack him by surprise. In fact, Qin Jian's knife was originally intended to deal with Su Maoyang, who knew that Ji Ruiqing would suddenly appear to disrupt the situation, and in order to win the third round, he was forced to send him to the field in advance. However, it was not too bad to win this round. But it was a pity that he failed to ruin Su Maoyang's move. Ning Wuxing obviously knew King Xingming's plan. Seeing that Ji Ruiqing was about to face Qin Jian's humiliation, she forced a smug smile on her pale face. So what if you like him? You still have to be beaten down by him. I just don't know what it feels like to be beaten down by your beloved. I think it must be very embarrassing and painful. Chapter 2646, He fell in love with a maid? Ji Ruiqing heard this, but crossed her hands, looked down at her, and a meaningful sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. That indifferent and sarcastic look immediately made Ning Wuxing feel strange. As expected, before she could think of the result, Qin Jian, who was named by King Shengming, stood up indifferently in front of everyone, bowed to the competition field, and said humbly, Miss Ji is very powerful, and I am not as good as you, so I am willing to admit defeat. What did you say? You want to admit defeat? King Shengming was shocked and roared, not expecting Qin Jian to be so absurd. Yes, I have observed Miss Ji's fighting ability, and I feel ashamed of myself. Even if I can win a narrow victory by relying on Miss Ji's injury, it is not a gentleman's behavior. So I admit defeat in this round. Qin Jian said it with great righteousness and integrity, and he could not find any fault with it. In an instant, King Shengming was speechless. For a moment, the silent King Shengming faction also turned pale, especially the master of the Evil Moon Palace, whose proud disciple actually failed at the critical moment, was so angry that his old face fell on the spot, and he scolded with a frown. What nonsense are you talking about? This is a defense match. She went down first to fight. It was the tactics of the Lingxiao Palace. She should be responsible for her injuries. What does it have to do with you? If she really can't beat you, she can find someone else to challenge you. Why do you need to act like a gentleman? Master, what you said is wrong. This competition is about the strength of the younger generation. Since we are not equal, how can we see the true strength of me and her? I disdain to take advantage of others' misfortune. I hope Master will understand. Qin Jian bowed to the Lord of Xieyue Palace with a sincere and resolute attitude, which made the latter so angry that he was fussing and anxious. He knew that his disciple was a bit pedantic, but he didn't expect him to be so pedantic. For the sake of some bullshit fairness, he actually lost the score and offended King Shengming. The clear-eyed King Shengming saw that he had already made up his mind, and immediately reacted, raised his eyebrows and sneered. General Qin, I never thought that I would be wrong one day. Tell me, when did the Holy Son who surrendered to me fool me? Upon hearing this, everyone understood instantly, and they all widened their eyes and looked at Qin Jian with shock. No wonder he was willing to offend King Shengming and Xieyue Palace, and refused to join the war. It turned out that he was the son of the Holy Son. What he said was fair and gentlemanly, all of which were high-sounding excuses. I didn't expect that Qin Jian, who looked honest and loyal, was actually a dog that could act and bite people. It's a pity that everyone still regarded him as a trump card. But unexpectedly, he became a trump card to kill themselves. When the master of Xieyue Palace thought of the price he paid to win him over these days, he was so angry that his face was red and veins bulged, and he gritted his teeth. Good. Very good. I actually raised an ungrateful wolf. Qin Jian looked at him and was furious, and couldn't help but sneered and asked, Raise? When did the master raise me? Do you really regard yourself as a father? If you are really a father, why would you assassinate your son behind his back? You? What do you mean by this? The master of Xieyue Palace changed his face in an instant. What do you mean? Master knows it all. Who was trying to assassinate me in the past few years, and who pretended to save me, tricking me into becoming grateful and worshipping him as your master and father? Has Master forgotten all this? A trace of panic flashed across the eyes of the Lord of Xieyue Palace, but his face was very calm. He hurriedly argued, Whose slander did you listen to make up such nonsense? When did your master ever do such a thing? You must not be instigated by others and misunderstand your master. Qin Jian sneered, whether it is a misunderstanding or not. Only God, the earth, you and I know it. Why should we be instigated by outsiders? As soon as the voice fell, the quiet square was instantly stirred up by thousands of waves. No one expected that the enviable master-disciple relationship actually had such a secret in it. But the deputy palace master of Feishing Palace didn't care about the grudge between him and Xieyue Palace. He stood up suddenly and questioned. You hate your master for deceiving you. But our Feishing Palace has not offended you. We value you and reluctantly betrothed Exiner to you. For the sake of my Feishing Palace, you shouldn't surrender to the Holy Sun. I'm sorry, Deputy Palace Master Ning. It was Xieyue Palace Master who discussed the marriage with you. Not me. I didn't agree to any marriage from the beginning to the end. It was you who were self-righteous and pulled the strings. I'm sorry that I can't obey you. When the Feishing Palace Master heard that he had shirked all the responsibility, he immediately clapped his hands. He stood up and shouted, Asshole! This marriage has been finalized long ago. No matter who agreed. Now the whole life and death realm knows that Exiner is going to marry you. You suddenly changed your mind at this time. Where will my daughter of Feishing Palace be placed? You are not just abandoning her after having sex with her, ruining her reputation. Palace Master Ning. The person involved, have not even nodded. What's the point of talking about an engagement? You are forcing someone to drink water. What's more, I already have an engagement. If I really marry your daughter, I will be abandoning her after having sex with her and become an ungrateful person. Qin Jian spread his hands innocently, and his words were well-founded. Hearing that there was an engagement already, Ning Wuxin felt as if she had been hit on the head by a stick. She immediately refused to believe it and asked loudly, What engagement? Who are you engaged to? Why don't I know? Are you making it up to get rid of the engagement? Ning Wuxin knew that Qin Jian was a popular girl in the eyes of many forces. But none of the daughters of those forces could compare to her daughter in Feishing Palace. And the most outstanding in Feishing Palace were the three Ning sisters. But Ning Qinxian married King Shengming, and Ning Yuyo was abandoned by Su Maoyang. Now she, Ning Wuxin, was the most sought after. So she couldn't figure out who else could be worthy of him. Qin Jian. Except Ning Wuxin. Qin Jian glanced at her with cold eyes, and pointed at Xinhua, who was sitting next to Su Maoyang without any hesitation. Miss Xinhua and I were engaged a few years ago. But because of some things, we were separated, and the wedding was delayed. Now that we are finally reunited, I must fulfill the engagement and welcome her into the house. Ning Wuxin looked at Xinhua in the direction of his finger, and learned that the person he liked was actually Su Maoyang's maid. She was so angry that she spit out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. Originally, she had never taken Su Maoyang's senior sister Ji Ruiqing seriously, not to mention Su Maoyang's maid. Isn't Qin Jian slapping her in the face, letting people know that she is not even as good as a maid from a remote village? Ning Wuxin pointed at Xinhua angrily, her weak body shaking like a late autumn leaf. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. How is she better than me? How is she stronger than me? She is a waste that can't even get through a single move in my hands. And you actually want her instead of me? Qin Jian stared at her indifferently, his tone without any warmth. Liking someone is not a competition. It's not about strength. I like her for no reason. Just because she is her. And it has nothing to do with how powerful she is. Moreover, I don't think she is weaker than you. Hearing such biased words, Ning Wuxin felt as if a knife had been stabbed in her heart. And it hurt so much. She is obviously much better than the other party. But in Qin Jian's eyes, even the other party's shortcomings are more lovely than her advantages. This is such a sad thing. At this time, not only Ning Wuxin, but even Ji Ruiqing looked at Xinhua with some envy. It turns out that in the eyes of those who truly love themselves, strength is not a big deal. Whether you are a waste or a genius, you are qualified to be loved. It's a pity that she has never met such a man who truly loves her in her life. Xinhua is so lucky. But Ning Wuxin couldn't swallow this breath, and she had to compete with a winner before she would give up. Not weaker than me? Then ask her to come up and fight with me. I want to see what virtue she has to dare to snatch a man from me. Ning Wuxin. Chapter 2647A Genius, who is good at body movements. Qin Jian thought her proposal was extremely boring, and frowned and refused. Sorry. She doesn't need to prove it to you. However, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Xinhua. Okay. I accept your challenge. However, you are injured, and I can't take advantage of you. I allow you to take pills and rest for an hour. And I promise not to use any weapons or martial arts. As long as you can hurt me. Even if I lose. This is not bullying you. Right? Bullying? What a joke. Why does my body need an hour? It can recover 70% to 80% in half an hour. Even if it is 70% to 80%. It is more than enough to deal with you. You dare to threaten to fight me with bare hands. Do you know what you are saying? Ning Wuxin felt humiliated and asked in disbelief. A fellow like Shinua, even if he tried his best, would not be a match for her, who had recovered 70% or 80%. He dared not to use any weapons or martial arts. He was simply arrogant. Shinua nodded calmly. Of course I know. It depends on whether you dare to respond. Oh, why shouldn't I respond? 10 moves. If I can't hurt you within 10 moves, I lose. How about that? Ning Wuxin snorted coldly. If she couldn't hurt a person with bare hands within 10 moves, wouldn't it be a joke? Shinua sneered. Okay, but you have to promise that if you lose, you will never bother Qin Jian again. No problem. But if you lose, I want you to kowtow to me 3 times and say loudly that you are not worthy of General Qin and leave him from now on. Is this request not too much? Shinua agreed readily. It's settled. Hearing that Shinua was stupid enough to really agree, Ning Wuxin felt amused and begged the Eternal Emperor. Emperor, can you give me half an hour to let me and Su Maoyang's maid settle the personal grudge? Half an hour is just a blink of an eye for a cultivator. The Eternal Emperor was not so harsh and unreasonable. He nodded and said, This is the competition field for you young people. I respect your wishes. After receiving the approval of the Eternal Emperor, Ning Wuxin did not delay and immediately asked the servant to help her go down to heal her wounds. Dongfang Liu saw that Shinua was a little bit drunk, and anxiously pulled her and said, Wake up. She is a top genius after all. Even if she is injured, she can hurt you with any weapon. You really don't need to make yourself suffer for the sake of fairness. And even sacrifice your sweetheart. Don't worry. I know my limits. Shinua smiled and patted Dongfang Liu's hand. Dongfang Liu wanted to say something, but Su Maoyang took over and said, Shinua is very smart. Have you forgotten what she is good at? Hearing her reminder, Dongfang Liu suddenly realized, and her eyes lit up. Shinua is a killer who is good at body movements. His greatest characteristic is that he is elusive and unexpected. If he relies on weapons and martial arts to fight against a genius like Ning Wuxin, he may not have much chance of winning. But if he relies on strange and tricky body movements and fast, accurate and ruthless close combat, he may have some chance of winning. After all, the winner is determined within 10 moves. And with Shinua's speed, it is not easy to get close to her. Thinking about this clearly, Dongfang Liu smiled and winked at Shinua. You are a cunning one. Shinua was sure that she dared to let Qin Jian be the bet. And Qin Jian had waited for her for so many years and loved her deeply. And she didn't want people to think that Qin Jian had bad taste. Therefore, instead of causing him to be criticized by others, it is better to prove to everyone that Shinua, is definitely a woman worthy of Qin Jian. Half an hour passed quickly, and Ning Wuxin really recovered 80% of her strength under the conditioning of the elixir. She couldn't wait to return to the arena and shouted to Shinua, Why don't you roll down and die? Are you regretting it? Shinua jumped onto the stage and made a cold face. I'm afraid Miss Ning will regret it. Since Miss Ning has rested well, let's start. Then I won't be polite. Ning Wuxin saw her standing with her hands behind her back, not taking herself seriously at all. She hated her heart and urged her martial arts without reservation. She swung the whip heavily, and the whip was like the soul-catching rope of the black and white impermanence, wrapping around Shinua's throat. Everyone saw clearly that Ning Wuxin had no mercy in this move, and was determined to knock Shinua down with a whip. Yes, if the proud and conceited Ning Wuxin didn't defeat the enemy with one move after being provoked by a maid, wouldn't people laugh at her reputation for nothing? At this time, Shinua flashed to the side without changing her expression, and flew 2 meters away in the blink of an eye. She was so fast that no one could see her movement trajectory clearly, so that Ning Wuxin's whip directly deviated from the direction and hit the ground heavily. Shinua looked at it, and a smile appeared on her usually cold face, and she said jokingly, It's a pity that Miss Ning is extraordinary and has superb martial arts, but her eyesight is not very good. Next time, you must aim carefully before hitting. Ning Wuxin didn't expect her to be so agile, and her face sank in anger, and she turned around and chased her again. This time her whip was obviously much faster, and it was obvious that she was really competing with Shinua in speed. Unfortunately, she met an expert. Shinua's best skill was speed. Everyone saw her jumping up and down in the shadow of the whip, like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. With light steps, Each time she brushed the whip marks and floated past, and finally circled in the air for a few circles, landing lightly several feet away. What was infuriating was that she could still breathe steadily, and counted Ning Wuxin's moves calmly and calmly. 5 moves. 6 moves. 7 moves. Ning Wuxin was stimulated and angry, and simply changed the long whip into a sharp sword, and chopped forward like crazy. And it seemed that she would not stop until she knew it was torn into pieces. However, the hateful thing was that she chopped for a long time, changed 2 or 3 weapons, and used 5 or 6 kinds of martial arts that she was good at. Not only could she not get close to Xinuo, but she also had to keep looking for the opponent's figure, which made her dizzy and breathless. Ms. Ning, you've been fighting for 20 moves, and you haven't even touched my hair, but you still won't admit defeat. Are you trying to cheat? Xinuo kindly reminded her, seeing that she was very tired. Ning Wuxin finally stopped her moves after hearing this, and glared at her with gnashing teeth. Bah! You're just taking advantage of my injury to take advantage of me. At this time, how could she not understand that she was facing a genius who was good at body movements? Whether it's real strength or opportunism, Miss Ning can't do anything to me. Otherwise, I would have been beaten down long ago. Wouldn't I? She knew that although her strength had improved greatly, she had little hope of defeating this serious genius who had been built up with countless resources. But she couldn't kill the other party, and the other party didn't want to kill her. She just wanted to let Ning Wuxin know that she was not a soft persimmon that could be easily squeezed. Donfang Liu listened and smiled. Miss Ning, you should admit defeat. As everyone knows, Xinuo's background is not as good as yours, and her resources are not as good as yours. She didn't even use weapons or martial arts, but she still managed to beat you like this. You are a lady of Feishing Palace. Can't you afford to lose? Donfang Liu's words were heartbreaking. Ning Wuxin didn't want to admit it anymore, but she had to face the fact that she'd lost to a maid. Perhaps she couldn't stand the mocking eyes and discussions of the crowd. Ning Wuxin struggled for a long time, and finally lowered her head in humiliation. I admit defeat, and I will never bother Qin Jian again. Chapter 2648 The 4 Young Masters of Eclipse Palace. Ji Ruiqing was so happy to see the young lady, who looked down on others, finally lowered her noble head. But the other party's voice was too low, and her tone was very reluctant. It was obvious that she was not really admitting defeat, so she couldn't help but cheer. What did you say? I can't hear you. Speak louder. It's rare to hear her admit defeat, so I have to feast my ears. Hearing her relentless insistence, Ning Wuxin glared at Ji Ruiqing and Donfang Liu and others with her eyebrows raised, clenched her teeth and said, Don't push your luck. TSK TSK TSK. It is said that the women of Feishing Palace are extremely talented and powerful, and have never lost to their peers. So this never-losing record is from this. Ji Ruiqing saw that she couldn't put down her face, and retorted, As long as you don't admit defeat, it's not called a failure. Feishing Palace obviously understands competition. Hearing such sarcastic words, Ning Qinxian, who was sitting next to King Shuming, couldn't stand it anymore, and comforted Ning Wuxin. There is nothing shameful in admitting defeat. There are still games to come. A temporary surrender does not mean that you will lose for the rest of your life. It is very difficult to predict the outcome of victory or defeat in this world. My daughter of Feishing Palace will not worry about men marrying, so Sister Xina really doesn't need to worry. Ning Qinxian was reminding Ning Wuxin that the current surrender was a stopgap measure and was nothing. As long as they won the next game, King Shuming would successfully sit on the throne of the Holy Sun, and the overpowerful Lingxiao Palace would definitely not have a good end by then, let alone a maid like Xinuo. It would be hard to say whether even a master like Su Maoyang would have a chance to breathe. After all, it's not like King Shuming hasn't killed the master of a palace before. So just wait and see. Ning Wuxin was not a fool. She immediately understood what Ning Qinxian meant. She endured the humiliation and repeated loudly, I admit defeat. I don't want a man like Qin Jian, who doesn't know how to appreciate me. I'll just give it to you. Although she didn't know what the 4th round would be like, Ning Qinxuan's tone indicated that she must have won. As for the last round, it goes without saying that King Shuming has returned to his original state and restored his fighting power from his previous life. He can crush Ming Xianin with just a flick of his finger. As a member of King Xingming's faction, the final victory will still be hers. After understanding this, Ning Wuxin seemed to be proud of it. She walked off the stage with her chest held high, as if she was the winner. Su Maoyang thought it was ridiculous and couldn't help but retort. These days, whoever is in power has the final say. Having power is good, and losing a game is an honor. Ji Ruiqing laughed out loud after hearing these sarcastic remarks. She knew that Su Maoyang was indirectly scolding Ning Qinxian and Ning Wuxin for bullying others, and not being able to afford to lose. King Shengming would not allow anyone to bully his woman, and coldly said, Palace Master Lin Xiao should not be too happy too early, and think about how to deal with it after losing the game later. Hearing this tone, Su Maoyang knew that King Shengming was bound to win the 4th round. I just don't know what tactics he arranged in the 4th round that made him so confident. Thinking about it, she glanced at Lu Xiaoming, who was not far away. This round was the world of the peak acquired spiritual immortals. With Lu Xiaoming's strength, he should be able to kill all the players at this level, even if he encountered a few difficult ones. She was there in person. It just so happened that she took advantage of the last time to heal her wounds, and was promoted to the early stage of the acquired spiritual fairy. It was not difficult to fight at the 3rd level. Lu Xiaoming felt Su Maoyang's gaze, and was immediately encouraged. He immediately gave her a confident look as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Su Maoyang was so optimistic about him. He must not let Su Maoyang down. As soon as Ning Wuxin's farce of competing for a man ended, the 4th round of the competition soon came on stage. Players from various forces jumped onto the stage and started a new round of competition. The number of young people at this level was obviously much less than that of the previous rounds. But the fight was more intense. The various means and strength collided together, making the audience overwhelmed and calling it exciting. However, it was not until Lu Xiaoming came on stage that the atmosphere of the whole venue reached its peak. Everyone knew that the only ones who could match Lu Xiaoming were Baisha and the generals of the Songlong army. But Baisha couldn't even beat Su Maoyang last time, so it was expected that he would be defeated by Lu Xiaoming this time. The general of the Songlong army was the confidant of the Holy Sun, so he would not go on the field to destroy Lu Xiaoming's place. So, Lu Xiaoming swept the whole field and fought to the end. Lu Jincheng listened to the praises of his son from the people around him, and he couldn't stop smiling. The smile lines on his old face made others envious. Liao Buotao, the master of the Eclipse Palace, couldn't stand his smug look, and ordered his son beside him. You have learned a lot in these years. Go and meet your brother Lu. His voice was not small, and immediately attracted a lot of attention from the surroundings. Of course, the most attractive person was Liao Yuanzhou himself. Even Su Maoyang couldn't help but look at him sideways. She had heard of Liao Yuanzhou. It was said that he was the 4th son of the Eclipse Palace Master. He had been weak and sick since childhood, but because he was born to a concubine, he was extremely loved by the Palace Master Liao. He was usually kept at home, like a bodhisattva, and rarely participated in these physically demanding competitions. The only consolation was that he had good talent. Even though his body was not good, he still cultivated to the level of a late-stage acquired spiritual immortal. But even so, he was no match for a peak acquired spiritual immortal. What did Liao Buotao mean? Did he want his 6th son to compete at a higher level? Not only was Su Maoyang shocked, but even Lu Jincheng widened his eyes and asked in disbelief. You let your 4th son compete at a higher level? Did I hear it right? He remembered that 3 years ago, Liao Yuanzhou was still an early-stage acquired spiritual immortal. Although he was fortunate enough to participate in the 1st round of the competition, he was just a foil for the disciples of Xiang Palace. He automatically admitted defeat halfway through the fight, allowing Xiang Palace to take the lead. Now 3 years have passed, and I heard that he has been promoted to the late stage of the acquired spiritual immortal. The speed of cultivation is not slow, but the quality is difficult to guarantee. He used to have difficulty in the same level, and he fought against the higher level. Isn't this nonsense? Seeing Lu Jincheng's surprised face, Liao Buotao stroked his beard and laughed. Ha ha ha. Palace Master Lu, you don't know that my son has been promoted to the peak of the acquired spiritual immortal some time ago, so it's not a challenge beyond the level. What? Lu Jincheng didn't expect that this boy's cultivation speed was so terrifying. He reached the peak level in the blink of an eye. It's really amazing after not seeing him for 3 years. No wonder he now has the confidence to challenge. But on second thought, no matter how fast the cultivation speed is, that weak and sick body can't withstand high-intensity combat. As everyone knows, if the combat effectiveness is not good, everything is just a show. But Su Maoyang listened. And the more he listened, the more wrong it was. Before she could think, Liao Yuanzhou had already jumped onto the stage and respectfully clasped his fist towards Lu Xiaoming. I hope Brother Lu can give me some advice. Chapter 2649 Hidden Ability. Lu Xiaoming and Liao Yuanzhou have a good relationship and have always known his strength and body. If they were from the same faction, he could still teach him a few moves with the mentality of learning from his brothers. But the Eclipse Palace has joined the Shengmingwang faction and is Lu Xiaoming's enemy. He really can't show mercy to the enemy. So, looking at his thin body, Lu Xiaoming exuded his last kindness before the fight. Brother Liao, you are not my opponent. I advise you to withdraw as soon as possible. The other party was not grateful. Brother Lu hasn't started fighting yet. How do you know I am not my opponent? I know your situation very well. You are indeed talented. But unfortunately you are weak. My fists have never been eyes. If I hurt you, wouldn't your body be worse? Liao Yuanzhou's plain face. Peng had a faint smile on his face. Brother Lu, don't worry about my health. Now I finally have the opportunity to ask Brother Lu for 2 moves. How can I run away from the battlefield? No matter how weak I am not a coward. Lu Xiaoming thought he was just trying to save face. So he stretched out his hand helplessly. Okay. Then let's fight a few moves. And stop when we are done. Su Maoyang noticed something was wrong and reminded loudly. Lu Xiaoming, don't underestimate the enemy. But before she finished speaking, Liao Yuanzhou had already swung his sword at Lu Xiaoming. When Lu Xiaoming heard Su Maoyang's voice and felt the terrifying pressure coming at him, it was like a wake-up call. He woke up instantly and raised his sword to resist. However, the defense was too hasty, and Lu Xiaoming didn't even block the first move. He was instantly knocked back several feet away and struggled to stabilize his body. When he looked up, he still saw Liao Yuanzhou's thin figure and slightly pale face. If it weren't for the sweet smell in his throat, he would have thought it was just a nightmare. You? Lu Xiaoming really didn't expect that he would be tricked by Liao Yuanzhou. Even a strong and powerful genius like him, who swept through the peak of the acquired spiritual immortals, could hardly catch the sword just now. How dare he say that he was weak? Although Su Maoyang had expected it, she was still very surprised that this person would be so strong. In fact, she should have been alert when she joined the Shengming King's faction from the Eclipse Palace. But at that time, she only thought that the Shengming King used the Eclipse Palace to offset the tax revenue of the Tiandao Palace. Who knew that he had a trick? And it was still so powerful and hidden. It seems that the so-called neutrality and low-key behavior of the Eclipse Palace in recent years is not to protect itself, but to keep a low profile and wait for the price to sell, and want to choose a more favorable boss. If King Shengming had known that the Eclipse Palace had this strength, he would have been tempted to use coercion and inducement to drag them into the water. Before the Eclipse Palace had a clear understanding of the situation, they did not want to end the game too early, nor did they want to offend King Shengming. So they had been hiding until now, and let their son pretend to be sick for so many years. It must be said that they were really patient. I think this time, they made up their minds after learning that King Shengming's soul had returned. Otherwise, when King Shengming really took the throne, their little icing on the cake would not be enough. For King Shengming, the joining of the Eclipse Palace this time did play a key role, because Lu Xiaoming on the field was beaten without any resistance in several consecutive moves. It was obvious that he was going to lose. You hit it so well that even I was fooled by you. At this time, Lu Xiaoming was not only physically injured, but also mentally hurt, touching the blood at the corner of his mouth. He said angrily, in the early years, the relationship between the Eclipse Palace and the Heavenly Dao Palace was good, and the children of the two families were also close. Liao Yuanzhou was 1 year younger than him, but he was mature, stable and talented. The two of them usually studied and practiced together, and sympathized with each other. At that time, he still felt sorry for his weak body. He had talent but no physique to support this talent. But Liao Yuanzhou always joked optimistically that if he got better, Lu Xiaoming would have nothing to do. At first, it was just a joke. But it turned out to be a prophecy. The man from that year changed his face at this time. And he was so strange that it made people feel cold. Brother Lu, haven't you been deceived enough? Didn't he Yifeng also have a good relationship with you? But he abducted your fiancée and played you around. It would be fine if he didn't mention this matter. But when he mentioned it, Lu Xiaoming was furious. Although he knew that Su Maoyang had a hand in this, He still felt uneasy because Ye Feng had concealed it from him for so many years. Seeing Lu Xiaoming's embarrassed expression, Liao Yuanzhou found it even more interesting to sarcastically say, Brother Lu, you are just lucky. You are a simple-minded pig. But you were born in a body with excellent talents and good health. You don't have to worry about anything and everything will go smoothly. Unlike me, I am extremely smart and have a great understanding. I am obviously a good candidate for cultivation. But I have a bad body. I have to soak in various potions and take pills to nourish myself. I have endured 20 years of daily cleansing and marrow replacement before I had the opportunity to be reborn. I really hate the injustice of heaven. I have to work 10 times or 100 times harder to get something that a fool like you can get without any effort. Tell me, are you annoying? When he was a child, he was not favored by others. Fortunately, his mother refused to give up on him and always collected some medicinal herbs and folk prescriptions to treat him. Fortunately, he was a hard-working and willing to endure hardships. So he gradually gained a place in the eyes of the elders of the Eclipse Palace. But even if he recovered his body, he did not dare to stop for a moment. He was either practicing or on the way to practice. A genius like Lu Xiaoming, who was born with unique talents, naturally did not understand that he was a postnatal player who practiced hard and relied on diligence. Therefore, people like Lu Xiaoming, who were carefree and simple-minded, were the ones he hated the most. Lu Xiaoming, who suddenly heard these words, was shocked as if struck by lightning. He really didn't expect that in Liao Yuanzhou's eyes. He was actually a fool without a heart. He admitted that he had been living a life of luxury since he was a child. And he was extremely talented. He was trained as a successor since he was born. And he never had to worry about other things except cultivation. But even if he didn't understand the ways of the world, he was always sincere to Liao Yuanzhou and Ye Feng. Why did he end up like this? He couldn't figure it out. Isn't it that people should treat each other with empathy when they interact with each other? Su Maoyang looked at Lu Xiaoming, who was hit and doubted his life. He couldn't bear it and retorted, Mr. Liao's words are too harsh and ruthless. I admit that you have made a lot of efforts and paid a lot of price. But this is not a reason for you to be jealous of others. Your poor health is not caused by Lu Xiaoming. He has not let you down. He can go smoothly on the road of cultivation because of his pure character and his single-minded efforts in cultivation. You can't just write off other people's efforts just because you paid more. Besides, there are many people with good talents and good health. But how many people can reach his level of strength? How do you know that he didn't put in the same effort as you? If everyone wants to blame the injustice of heaven, she knew his talent is better than you rich kids. But she was reincarnated into the lower plane, without a good origin and background, and has to sit here and be humiliated by you. Isn't she even more wronged? Chapter 2650 Obsessed. There are many people who suffer and feel wronged in this world. So there is no such thing as absolute fairness. He envied others for their good health, and others envied him for his good family background. Even the most useless body can be nurtured with expensive medicine. After all, there are always people who are better than you. If you envy and blame people who are better off than you, won't everyone live in pain? What's more, it is unfair to magnify your own pain and blur the efforts of others. Moreover, Liao Yuanzhou didn't know that Lu Xiaoming was just pure-minded and didn't understand the ways of the world. But he was not stupid. If we talk about comprehension, with the blessing of the mysterious God King, Lu Xiaoming is far ahead of him. If you want to blame someone, blame Liao Yuanzhou for his twisted mind. He raised himself too high and belittled Lu Xiaoming too low, which made him feel unbalanced. Liao Yuanzhou was already furious at this time, so he would not listen to this advice. He said directly, You have not experienced my pain, so stop complaining here. You are so upset for him. Come down and fight for him. I only recognize strength, not people. Su Maoyang knew that Lu Xiaoming would be humiliated if he continued to fight, so he readily agreed. Okay, I will fight you this time. After that, Su Maoyang leaped onto the stage and patted Lu Xiaoming on the shoulder. You have worked hard. Go down and rest. Lu Xiaoming was hit, and no longer had the spirited spirit before. Facing Su Maoyang's comforting eyes, he could not even raise his head and said dejectedly, I am too useless. Originally, he wanted to prove himself in front of her, but he didn't expect to end up in such a shameful situation. Su Maoyang disagreed. Who said you are useless? You killed so many players and saved me a lot of effort. You have done a good job. Don't worry. You are healthy and pure-minded. You will live longer than some dark-hearted bugs. Your blessings are still to come. Lu Xiaoming suddenly felt that it made sense when she said this. And his depressed mood was relieved a lot. You are right. I am not as strong as him now. But I am healthy and live longer. Maybe I don't work hard. And I can outlast him just by age. Hearing that he thought so clearly, Su Maoyong praised him in his heart. He is worthy of being the ordinary man Lu Xiaoming. He has played such a unique angle. I thought he was hurt by this person and became emo. But it turned out that she was worrying too much. Lu Xiaoming is a person who lacks a string in terms of feelings. But she still wanted to correct him. You are wrong. How can you not work hard? At least you have to take care of your body to roll others to death. Don't you think so? Although Lu Xiaoming didn't need to understand what roll meant. He roughly understood what Su Maoyong meant and nodded in agreement. Liao Yuanzhou was very angry. And his pale face couldn't help but flush a layer of red. You? If you want to fight, then fight. Don't talk nonsense here. He was still standing here. And these two people poked his lungs in public and cursed him to death. Is there any justice in the world? Seeing that Liao Yuanzhou couldn't wait to be beaten, Lu Xiaoming kindly fulfilled his wish and immediately stepped down to make room for Su Maoyong. Su Maoyong made an invitation as he wished. Mr. Liao, please come in. Humph. Pretending. Liao Yuanzhou couldn't stand her calm expression, and swung his sword to cut her. Su Maoyong stretched out his hand and summoned the dragon Qin. Hey, you dare to use sound attack? You are even less intelligent than Lu Xiaoming. Liao Yuanzhou sneered, and the sharp sword in his hand broke through the air, and the sword intent swept like a thunder from the sky, trying to split the dragon Qin in half. Su Maoyong felt the terrible sword intent and knew that a strong attack was not possible. He immediately urged the stealth shadow to move away for a distance. The fingers holding the strings moved rapidly, and the sound of the piano resounded through the world, instantly bringing people into a fantasy world of swords and horses clashing and horses roaring. The sonorous and powerful piano sound was high and tight, crisp and sharp, and the layers of overlapping shocked the soul. Each one was like a cold arrow drawn from a bow, wrapped in a sharp wind, whistling past Liao Yuanzhou, as if rolling up thousands of feet of yellow sand to confuse his eyes. And he couldn't tell the direction of Su Maoyong, so he could only rely on sound and keen perception to dodge the substantial damage condensed by the piano sound. But the sound of the piano was too dense, and dodging and resisting were not a solution. Every time the sharp sword hit the piano, the nerves in his brain would be shaken, and his movements would be restricted. If this continued, he would sooner or later be shaken to the point of collapse. In order to change the passive situation, Liao Yuanzhou used all his spiritual power and martial arts to rush towards the source of the sound. The sword was swung, and it turned into a terrible sword energy storm in the air, colliding with the pervasive piano sound, making a high-pitched and sharp metallic sound. But Su Maoyong was always as far away as the horizon. No matter how many sword energies he chopped down, they would sink into the sea, without even a bubble. But Liao Yuanzhou felt that Su Maoyong's figure was pervasive, like an evil spirit entwined around him, making him unable to escape despite his efforts. Thinking of how much effort he had put in, how much pain he had endured. But now, he was restrained by the sound attack. Liao Yuanzhou was unwilling to give up, and he swung the sword in his hand harder and harder. At this time, he saw the power of his body surge, and countless sword lights slashed out at the same time, forming rivers of swords. He was in the Milky Way, slashing the void crazily, and the enemy in front of him gradually turned into the shadow of Lu Xiaoming. All that flashed through his mind were the scenes of soaking medicine and acupuncture when he was a child, and the scenes of studying and practicing with Lu Xiaoming, secretly hating him, but pretending to be friendly. Why? Why can that big fool practice easily and comfortably, but he has to endure so much pain and torture? Obviously, he is a genius picked from thousands of people. Why do people only see Lu Xiaoming's superior strength, but not his extraordinary understanding? Why do all the halos belong to Lu Xiaoming, and he is just a sickly person who is looked down upon by others? He doesn't accept it. He doesn't accept it. Perhaps stimulated by the past scenes, Liao Yuanzhou was so angry that he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the devil's sound took advantage of the opportunity and penetrated into his brain, like an invisible hand tearing his nerves, making him have a splitting headache and shaky. It seemed that there were countless voices encouraging him to kill all the outstanding people in the world. and all the glory in this world would belong to him alone. Thinking that no one would compete for his title of genius anymore, Liao Yuanzhou laughed. And laughed wantonly and arrogantly. The sharp sword in his hand seemed to have lost its direction, and slashed at his arm. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. This was clearly a sign of being possessed. Palace Master Liao was quick-witted and swift-handed. He suddenly blasted out a palm, and smashed it on the dragon zither. The sound of the zither stopped abruptly. The crazy self-abused Liao Yuanzhou suddenly woke up, and collapsed to the ground. Su Maoyang, you are so vicious that you actually want to use sound attack to force him to commit suicide. Liao Buitao pointed at Su Maoyang with anger, and gritted his teeth and shouted. He really didn't expect that this woman's sound attack would be so terrifying. So terrifying, that it could easily take his son's life. Su Maoyang looked at Liao Yuanzhou lying in a pool of blood, with a hint of sarcasm on the corner of his lips, and smiled lightly. I didn't force him, but I used the sound of the zither to evoke the malice in his heart. If his mind was pure, and he had no evil thoughts, no matter how much I played the zither, it would be useless. In the end, it was he who forced him to death. Chapter 2651. The princess is a scoundrel. You have a healthy body, a man to support you, and you can pick up an ancient weapon by luck. You don't have to pay anything, but you can sit here and point fingers at the world. People like you who have never experienced hardship. What qualifications do you have to blame me? Liao Yuanzhou covered his bleeding broken arm, and screamed in agony, as if he wanted to scream out all the sorrows in his life. Su Maoyang laughed and shook his head. You only see my bright and beautiful side, but you don't know that I have been born and died, and I have lost my life several times. Yes, I have inherited a lot of treasures in my life, but there are many people who have discovered these treasures before me. But why am I the only one who succeeded and they didn't? Is it really just luck? The crimes, hardships, and tortures I have suffered behind my back, you haven't experienced them personally. So what qualifications do you have to judge me? Everyone thinks that he is the most miserable and difficult, but that's just because he stands from his own perspective and magnifies his pain. She has come all the way from the lower plane to today, and she has suffered so much humiliation, pain, and torture that she can't even count them herself. If she hadn't risked her life every time, relying on her strong willpower and gritting her teeth to support herself, she would have died countless times on the road, and she wouldn't have had the chance to sit here. Don't quibble. You must have used some shameful means to make my son go astray. Emperor Wangu, you have to make the decision for my son. Liao Buitao didn't care what she had experienced behind her. He had only one thought in his mind. He must make her pay for his son's arm. Feng Moxia saw that the other party was making trouble for no reason, and he retorted unhappily, Palace Master Liao's words are too unreasonable. Everyone can see clearly that the Palace Master of Lingxiao didn't get close to him from beginning to end, and didn't even use his powerful martial arts. He had a demon in his heart and cut his hand, so it can't be blamed on the Palace Master of Lingxiao. This is true. Su Maoyang didn't even use the ice sacrifice for 9 days this time. He simply relied on his powerful mental power to control the bewitching piano music, and the other party fell into his own inner demon. It can be seen that he had a guilty conscience and could not blame anyone else. Of course, he had to rely on her strong mental power to lure out his inner demon. If it were someone else, I'm afraid he would have been killed by Liao Yuanzhou's sword. I have to admit that Liao Yuanzhou's strength is indeed very strong, putting aside the fact that his mind is not right. When Feng Moxi said this, the people of the Saint Sun faction all nodded in agreement, and even the Eternal Emperor couldn't say anything. Liao Buitao was so angry that he couldn't say anything. He didn't know what to do to embarrass Su Maoyang. On the contrary, the King Shengming, who was sitting at the head, clapped his hands. Without bloodshed, he killed people and destroyed their hearts. The Lord of Lingxiao Palace is really good at this. Su Maoyang looked at him indifferently, and said sarcastically, King Shengming is too kind. If it weren't for his evil intentions, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't destroy his heart. Whether it was his evil intentions or your piano sound, it's still unknown. King Shengming smiled, and sternly looked majestic. Su Maoyang was too lazy to argue with him, and just asked, no matter who was evil, I won this round anyway. 3 wins out of 4 games. The martial arts competition should have a point for us. Liao Yuanzhou was considered the strongest person at the peak of the postnatal spiritual fairy level. She had defeated him, and it was expected that no one would dare to challenge her again. However, Just when Su Maoyang was sure of winning, a cold voice disrupted her plan. Who said you won? You haven't even passed this level of mine. As soon as the words fell, the noble figure like a fairy from heaven flew over from above and landed in front of Su Maoyang gracefully. Her white clothes were whiter than snow. Her black hair was black. Her skin was like jade. And her face was beautiful. Under the sunlight, she was like a bright pearl, almost blinding Su Maoyang's eyes. Such a beauty, not to mention King Shuming. Even a woman like her was intoxicated by her. No wonder she was called the treasure of Feishing Palace. Just when Su Maoyang was in a trance, Ning Qinxian had waved her hand and ordered people to carry the injured Liao Yuanzhou away. Su Maoyang looked at this posture and suddenly came to his senses. What does the princess mean? What's the point of me going on stage in person? Ning Qinxian said lightly. Su Maoyang suddenly felt ridiculous and asked with a smile. Hasn't the princess reached the early stage of innate spiritual immortal? Now you are actually breaking the rules and downgrading to participate in the competition. Did I hear it right? No matter how beautiful you are or how noble your status is, you can't ignore the rules. I am under 40 years old and am the young generation of the life and death realm. Although my strength is higher than that, the regulations stipulate that the middle, late and peak acquired spiritual immortals cannot be downgraded to participate in the competition. But it does not say that innate spiritual immortals cannot be downgraded to participate in the competition. I am not breaking the rules, Ning Qinxian said confidently. But to Su Maoyang, these words are pure specious arguments. The rules do not explicitly say that innate spiritual immortals are not allowed to participate. But this competition is originally prepared for the disciples of acquired spiritual immortals. No one would think of the level of innate spiritual immortals. After all, those who can reach the level of innate spiritual immortals under the age of 40 are rare. It is amazing if there are one or two in the entire life and death realm. No one would think of letting such a rare genius accept the test of the competition. It's obvious that as long as she takes the stage, she will be invincible. And there is no need to do anything unnecessary. Ning Qinxian is so shameless that she has the nerve to personally go on stage and even complain about the lack of explicit regulations. I didn't expect that someone who looks noble would be so vulgar and shameless. At this time, Su Maoyang seemed to have met her for the first time. And he exclaimed in amazement, TSK, 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 TSK. The princess is really eye-opening. She can even come up with such nonsense. If you don't know, you would think she is a rogue, being ridiculed by Su Maoyang in public. Ning Qinxian could no longer maintain her dignity and shouted angrily. You are so presumptuous. I can personally go on stage because I think highly of you. Don't be ungrateful. Although her actions did seem like she was playing rogue and taking advantage of loopholes, she had no choice. Because the previous taxation had already ended in a tie. If she lost this round, even if King Shuming was fully confident that he could defeat Ming Xianin, both sides would not be able to determine the winner. And all the manpower, material resources, and financial resources they had invested would be wasted. How could she be willing to accept this? So, even if she was regarded as a rogue, she had to fight this round. It's so funny. Do I need you to look up to me? Su Maoyang thought it was ridiculous. This person really thinks he is a big shot. Seeing that she was not moved, Ning Qinxian tried to suppress her anger and provoked her. Why? Is the Lingshao Palace master afraid? If she is really afraid, I will not make a move and let you have 10 moves. If you can hurt me within 10 moves, you will win. It won't be considered bullying. Right? Su Maoyang didn't expect Ning Qinxian to be so vengeful that she would imitate Shi Nua's way to humiliate her for avenging Ning Wuxin. Unfortunately, she was trapped in her own trap this time and kicked the iron wall. Chapter 2652 The Scoundrel is Addicted. Haha. That's great, princess. Remember? Don't fight back. Su Maoyang raised her eyebrows, and a flash of excitement flashed in her eyes. It has been a long time since she met someone who dared to be so arrogant in front of her. If she didn't perform well, wouldn't she let Ning Qinxian down? After that, Su Maoyang went all out, summoned the Qingming sword with a casual move, and directly used a 9th grade divine skill, the Storm Holy Sword, to chop Ning Qinchuan's head. Ning Qinxian originally thought that Su Maoyang had just reached the postnatal spiritual fairy, and even if he had the ability to fight across levels, he would not be able to do anything to the innate spiritual fairy, who knew that she thought wrong. This first move, she couldn't dodge, and had to fight back. There was a bang and it chopped down, instantly shaking her blood, and her arms were numb. If it weren't for her strong spiritual power and excellent quality, these hands would have been useless. At this moment, Ning Qingxian was extremely shocked. She couldn't understand why the other party could hit her accurately even though she had used her body skills to avoid the attack. You have to know that her speed and skills are first class. Even a body skills genius like she knew is not enough in front of her. As a result, Su Maoyang seemed to have predicted her direction in advance and easily captured her trajectory. Such speed and perception are too terrible. Seeing Ning Qingxian actually catch the blade with bare hands and block his violent attack, Su Maoyang couldn't help but admire. The princess is really good. Worthy of being a female role model. A genius among geniuses. There are probably not many people in the world who can catch her moves with bare hands in the early stage of innate spiritual immortals. Ning Qingxian is not in vain. Of course, only Ning Qingxian herself knew how hard it was for her to receive this sword. But in order to maintain the face of the Xiantian spiritual immortal, she had to pretend to be calm and replied, "This little bit of damage is nothing to me." Su Maoyang nodded in admiration. "In that case, I will continue to work hard." After saying that, Su Maoyang directly activated the word fighting in the 9-character mantra, which surrounded the Qingming sword, greatly enhancing the attack power of martial arts. He slashed down with another sword, cutting across Ning Qingxian's abdomen. The sword intent was raging wildly, as unstoppable as the waves and tides of the sea. Ning Qingxian was so shocked that her eyes condensed, and she hurriedly pushed her palm to resist. Suddenly, a round of shield armor light curtain flashed in front of her, bursting out a dazzling light. Seeing that she even used offensive martial arts, Su Maoyang found it funny and asked back, "Didn't the princess say she couldn't attack?" Not only Su Maoyang, but the audience was also very surprised. Logically speaking, Ning Qingxian's strength didn't need to use such a powerful defensive martial arts. Moreover, Su Maoyang's move was only the second one. The moves were simple and direct, and didn't look tricky. Was Ning Qingxian too cautious? Everyone was puzzled, but Ning Qingxian was speechless. Although Su Maoyang's swordsmanship looked simple, the power of each sword was unambiguous. I believe that only those who face the attack can personally experience this feeling of powerlessness that is difficult to resist. But facing Su Maoyang's teasing eyes, Ning Qingxian was still very embarrassed and tried to argue. "I said I couldn't take action, but I didn't say I couldn't use martial arts to defend." "Okay. You are beautiful. Whatever you say is right. I want to see how long you can defend." Su Maoyang chuckled, injected more spiritual power, and slashed several swords in succession. This time, the sword intent not only had the bonus of the 9-character mantra, but also activated the ancient divine pattern. The runes moved wherever the sword light went, like claws growing on the sword, not only to cut through the void, but also to devour Ning Qingxian alive. Ning Qingxian had just barely taken the sword, and had already exhausted all her energy. But she didn't expect that there would be several more swords, each one more powerful than the last, and even using divine patterns. She seemed a little flustered in a hurry, but she was not a fool, and knew that if she didn't fight back, she would be cut in the neck by Su Maoyang within 10 moves. She immediately summoned the long sword under the pressure of public opinion, resisting and attacking at the same time, trying to suppress Su Maoyang's sword intent. Su Maoyang saw that she not only used martial arts but also weapons, and took the initiative to launch a counterattack. She was immediately in tears and laughed. "Big sister, can you count? This is only my 6th move. Not even 10. You are addicted to being a scoundrel. Humph. If you don't fight back, do you really think I'm stupid?" Knowing that the other party is a perverted person, she would be a fool if she underestimated him again. Anyway, it was extremely embarrassing to step onto the stage and be demoted to participate in the competition. Ning Qingxian didn't mind being more embarrassed. As long as she could win, she would go all out. Everyone was shocked to see this. They didn't expect that a dignified innate spiritual fairy would be forced to this point by an acquired spiritual fairy. How terrifying is this Su Maoyang? Su Maoyang felt a little regretful. He almost knocked her down. But she woke up, and was still flexible and shameless. In this case, let's fight. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang stepped forward, and the sharp sword in his hand slashed down from the sky. The heaven and earth suddenly trembled, and the domineering sword power spread out. The sword energy turned into an eagle and fiercely hunted towards Ning Qingxian. Ning Qingxian no longer held back. Her wrist flipped. The sharp sword was like a shadow, so fast that it seemed to merge with her body. And she quickly resisted the sword intent that was coming towards her. But Su Maoyang's swordsmanship was blessed by divine patterns, and it took a lot of energy to completely dissolve it. So Ning Qingxian was exhausted in a short time, and her offensive power was weakened by more than half. Su Maoyang saw the opportunity of her weakness, got close to her, and pushed out a palm. But Ning Qingxian reacted quickly, immediately avoided the key part, and suddenly raised her palm to block it. It was just that the two palms collided. The power exploded, and both sides were shot back 3 meters away. And without exception, they were injured. At this moment, Su Maoyang had to admit that this Ning Qingxian was terribly strong, and he almost tried his best. But he couldn't do anything to her. It seemed that a bloody battle was inevitable. But what shocked the audience and Ning Qingxian even more was Su Maoyang's strength. It was a miracle that she, an early postnatal spiritual immortal, could survive 10 moves in Ning Qingxian's hands without falling. But not only did she not fall, she even tied with Ning Qingxian. Such talent and strength can be described as terrifying. Therefore, even Ning Qingxian, who is so proud, couldn't help but wonder, how did you practice? My way of practice. The princess can't learn it. Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head. Humph. There is nothing in this world that I can't learn. Ning Qingxian saw that she refused to say, and she was so angry that she swung her sword again. Su Maoyang saw that she was ruthless, so he had to summon the pure world green lotus platform to resist part of the power. And then under the state of defense, he did not want to be outdone and launched an attack. Facing Ning Qingxian, she really used all 18 martial arts, such as swordsmanship, knife skills, fists, palms, sound attacks, and close combat, almost shooting from both sides, and took turns to fight. However, Ning Qingxian was not much better. She had used all the weapons and treasure she could, but she couldn't stand Su Maoyang's tireless and energetic wheel-like fighting style. She didn't understand why Su Maoyang's spiritual power was so abundant, as if it was inexhaustible. The most terrifying thing was that she had to deal with Su Maoyang's high and low blows while guarding against her all-pervasive mental attacks, which made her physically and mentally exhausted and injured. Just when Ning Qingxian's spirit was shaken and dazed, danger suddenly came. A bagua palm fell hard on her chest. She couldn't avoid it, and was blasted 10 feet away, falling to the ground in embarrassment. At this moment, she understood what Liao Yuanzhou had just experienced. Who the hell can withstand such a mental attack? Chapter 2653. Smiling on the outside, but dying on the inside. Su Maoyang looked at the fallen Ning Qingxian, rubbed her sore wrist, and sighed again. She is worthy of being the princess. She is so good at fighting. My hands are sore. This was when she was in her prime, and she had to work hard to barely repel her. This Ning Qingxian was definitely the best fighter among the young people she had fought. But these words fell into Ning Qingxian's ears, which was a great shame. She was an early-stage innate spirit fairy, for levels higher than Su Maoyang, and she only made her hands sore after giving her all her strength. Is she still going to live? Everyone was sighing after hearing this. Although Ning Qingxian rarely fought, her strength was absolutely unquestionable. Today, she was defeated by an acquired spirit fairy. How can she gain a foothold in the realm of life and death in the future? After all, she is the woman of King Shuming. Thinking of this, the forces under the Shuming King's faction all looked away awkwardly, fearing that if they looked at Ning Qingxian's embarrassment for a few more times, they would anger the Shuming King. Only the Xingzi faction was full of joy, staring at Ning Qingxian's embarrassment, and couldn't get enough of it. Especially Lu Jincheng, baring his teeth, almost laughed out loud, looking at the Eclipse Palace Master with a look of obvious relief. It's a pity that the four Sun Liao and Princess Xian both played and failed to win this round. The Palace Master Liao bet on the wrong horse this time. Liao Buitao has been sulking since his son's arm was crippled. Now that he was ridiculed in public, his anger suddenly soared 8 feet high. Don't be too happy too soon. The Shuming King hasn't made a move yet, and it's not certain who will win or lose. Lu Jincheng smiled and shook his head indifferently. Palace Master Liao is overthinking. Even if the Shuming King won the last round, it was a tie. I'm afraid I have to wait another 3 years for the position of the Holy Sun. Who knows what the situation will be like 3 years later. It's a pity for the four Sun Liao. He worked so hard and suffered so much, but ended up with a broken arm. I feel so sad and upset just thinking about it. Ha ha ha. Lu Jincheng's few words, accompanied by a series of hearty laughs, made Liao Buitao so angry that his veins popped out and he almost jumped up to hit him. But even if he was angry, he had to admit that what he said was all true. Because as long as Ming Xianin still sits on the position of the Son of God, he has the right to allocate resources, can arrange his own people to go to the wilderness for training, and can also control part of the tax revenue and allocate funds to his forces for economic construction. 3 years is not long or short, but it can do a lot of things and train a lot of people. That's why Ning Qinxian shamelessly downgraded to participate in the competition, just because she was afraid that if she lost this game, it would be difficult to recover in 3 years. And his Eclipse Palace was also because of he had been hiding his strength for so many years, because he was afraid of standing on the wrong side and not being able to grab resources. Now that he finally made a decision, he ended up losing his son and his army. I think no one is more upset than him. Ironically, before the start, he laughed at Lu Jincheng for being too hasty and standing on the side. But he didn't know that he was the one who was hasty. Seeing Liao Buitao's face turn green, and he couldn't speak, Lu Jincheng looked back at the arena with satisfaction. He was looking forward to whether the Son of God, who had taken the Emperor-grade elixir, had recovered to his peak state. If even the Son of God won this time, then King Shengming would have almost no chance of turning the cards. At this time, not only the Tiandao Palace was looking forward to it, but the rest of the people also focused their attention on the Son of God and King Shengming. After all, in the last round, the strength of the two of them will affect the future of the life and death realm. And it is related to the status and rights of their major forces, which is crucial. The Eternal Emperor looked at the gloomy face of the Holy King, who was obviously holding back hatred. Before announcing the start of the game, he couldn't help but say a few words. No matter which of you two is the Holy Son, you are both rare talents in my life and death realm. Just stop fighting to a certain extent, and don't hurt each other's harmony because of personal grudges. When Ming Xianshao heard this, he seemed to change his face and suddenly laughed. Don't worry, Emperor. He was my younger brother in ancient times. We shouldered the responsibility of the underworld together. We will not ignore the interests of the entire underworld for such a small matter. Thinking, if I don't kill him today, I won't be named Ming. Feng Emosia also pretended to be friendly and nodded. Of course. It's my honor that my brother can teach me martial arts. And I can't hurt the brotherhood. Thinking, today it's either you or me. The Eternal Emperor knew it well, but pretended not to know and nodded with satisfaction. That's great. You can start. Thinking, anyway. I have reminded you in place. Whether you live or die, I will not be responsible. Hearing the words of the Emperor, Ming Xianshao and Ming Xianin both jumped onto the stage. For 3 years, Ming Xianshao was eager to turn over, and Ming Xianin was eager to establish his authority. Both of them were holding back. So when they got on the stage, they didn't even say hello, and they fought directly, which was very different from the brotherly friendship just now. Everyone was thinking, I don't trust you. At this moment, Ming Xianshao thrust out a spear. The tip of the spear was wrapped with huge force, shaking the void, and rushed towards Ming Xianin like thunder. Even if the Eternal Emperor had set up a barrier in advance, the audience could feel the remaining domineering power coming towards them, and they all opened their defenses to resist. As we all know, Ming Xuanqi's soul has returned to its place, and he has recovered to the strength of the Supreme Spiritual Immortal in the middle period of his previous life. Now, just one move is so earth-shattering. It is hard to imagine how terrifying the collision of the two sides' power will be. But Ming Xianin on the opposite side did not summon weapons. The rich and pure spiritual power gathered on his arms, gradually condensing into a murderous light ball, and then punched hard. Wherever the fist wind reached, dust flew, and the momentum was as terrifying as a giant dragon cracking the ground. Seeing that he did not use weapons, Ming Xianshao sneered. Brother, you are really as arrogant as in your previous life. Unfortunately, you can't be proud for long in this life. Hearing this, Ming Xianin just stared at him expressionlessly, letting the fist print in the air expand. When he opened his mouth, he was already as fierce as a tiger, and hit the tip of his gun as fast as a falcon. But the cold voice was particularly clear in the vast and powerful momentum. Brother, you are still so immature. You have forgotten what I told you. As long as you are strong enough, Your body is the best weapon. Sure enough, before Ming Xianshao could react, the huge fist bent the tip of his gun in the next second, as if he had bowed his head in front of him. Seeing this scene, Ming Xianshao finally woke up and yelled in fear. You have recovered. Your soul has returned. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Didn't Ming Xuanian's soul fly away back then? How could he recover his soul so easily? Everyone was stunned with shock. And Ming Xianshao denied it again and again in disbelief. No. It's impossible. You were injured so badly back then. There is no way you can recover. Chapter 2654. What a great trick to get something for nothing. Not only Ming Xianshao couldn't figure it out, but even the people of the Saint Sun faction were also confused. As subordinates, they didn't get any news at all. They looked at each other and talked about it. Seeing that everyone was very surprised at his soul, Ming Xianin didn't need to hide it, and explained, "It's really not easy for my body to recover my soul. But fortunately, I have the soul gathering and soul concentrating pill refined by the Lord of Lingxiao Palace, which has enabled me to recover. So I should credit the Lord of Lingxiao Palace for his contribution." Hearing this, Ming Xianshao was shocked for a few seconds. After realizing that he was being fooled, he said angrily, "Do you think I'm stupid? Su Maoyang refined the soul gathering and soul concentrating pill. Even if you want to praise her, find a suitable reason. The soul gathering and soul concentrating pill is an imperial grade 7 level divine pattern pill. Only a 7 level divine pattern master and an alchemist who has reached the level of a pill emperor can refine it. Moreover, the process is complicated and dangerous, and it is extremely difficult to successfully refine it." He had thought about this elixir before, but he gave up because it was too difficult. And Su Maoyang is a young man in his 30s. And Ming Xianin actually said that the imperial elixir with 7 divine patterns came from her hands. Isn't this teasing everyone as fools? After being shocked, everyone also sneered. They knew that Su Maoyang had a close relationship with the Holy Sun, and the Holy Sun arranged her to work in Lingxiao Palace with the intention of promoting her. But in order to consolidate the status of subordinates, even such nonsense can be made up, which is too exaggerated. Seeing that everyone didn't believe it, Lu Jincheng couldn't bear it and confirmed loudly, "I testify that Palace Master Su did refine the soul-gathering pill. At the beginning, the medicinal material of this pill, Tian Yuan Soul Flower, was picked by me and Ming'er to help Palace Master Su pick it. Otherwise, do you think it is so easy to repair the soul?" Confirmed, Lu Jincheng did not forget to ask Ming Xianin for credit, although his son did not help much, but added a lot of trouble. But the Tian'ao Palace really wanted to help, so the process is not important. What is important is that the starting point and the result are good. Palace Master Lu, you are not crazy. How old is Su Maoyang? You said she refined the Emperor Grade Elixir with 7 layers of divine pattern? Do you know what you are talking about? Liao Buotao, who was sitting not far away, asked back in disbelief. Lu Jincheng glanced at him with the eyes of a countryman, and said with a smile, "I am not old and confused. Of course I know what I am talking about. Palace Master Su is the dignified Dan Emperor. Isn't it easy to refine the soul gathering and condensing pill? What's so strange? If you don't believe it, let Palace Master Su take a pill to show you." Speaking of Su Maoyang's identity as the Emperor of Alchemy, Lu Jincheng was full of pride. If it weren't for the need to hide the secret of Tian'ao Palace, he would have wanted to announce to the world that his Tian'ao Palace was under the care of the famous and great Emperor of Alchemy, and its future was limitless. Liao Baran was taken aback and looked at Su Maoyang in astonishment. His mind was a little confused, but the only thing that was certain was that he dared to threaten Su Maoyang to take out the Emperor Great Elixir, so he would not joke about such a thing to fool everyone. Could it be that Su Maoyang was really an Emperor of Alchemy? Yes. Why did an old fox as cunning and cautious as Lu Jincheng choose to get close to Su Maoyang, an outsider? It must be profitable. After thinking about this clearly, Liao Buotao suddenly had an epiphany and understood everything. Before, he thought that Lu Jincheng was angry about Xieyue Palace breaking off the engagement, so he broke off the relationship in anger and rejected the solicitation of King Shengming. He didn't expect that he was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. He had known Su Maoyang's identity as the Dan Emperor for a long time, and had known that the Holy Sun would recover his soul after taking the elixir. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, he pretended to surrender to the Holy Sun out of impulse. It is said that Lu Jincheng once came to him kindly to remind him because of his friendship with the Eclipse Palace. As a result, he not only did not listen, but also chose a losing game. Now think about it. It's really regretful. Liao Buotao understood that other forces were not fools. Judging from Lu Jincheng's unusual behavior before, Su Maoyang was the Dan Emperor. No wonder he repeatedly visited Lishao Palace. And no wonder he smiled flatteringly when he saw Su Maoyang facing a figure like the Dan Emperor, who would not go to the poll to please him. Ming Xianshao was even smarter. He could think of 10 things that others could think of. His face immediately turned cold, and he suddenly realized. Okay. I said He Yifeng and Qiao Chuhan would elope earlier or later. Why did they elope at this critical moment? I didn't expect that you guys worked together to set up a plan and put on a show. He Kaiji, the master of Hunyuan Palace, was already sweating profusely when he heard that King Shengming was making trouble. He was so scared that he quickly stood up and waved his hands. No. What that evil creature did has nothing to do with Hunyuan Palace. We were all kept in the dark and didn't know anything. Please ask King Shengming to see clearly. Humph. He Yifeng is your biological son. It's not right for you, as a father, not to know anything. I think you, Hunyuan Palace, are just like Tianao Palace. You have seen that the Holy Sun has restored his soul, and you are working together to put on a show to fool me. Ming Xianshao was betrayed repeatedly and lost trust. He lost his temper. Su Maoyang just happened to take advantage of the opportunity and admitted, you really can't hide anything from King Shengming. Hunyuan Palace has indeed surrendered to the Holy Sun. The reason was that when he learned that He Yifeng and Qiao Chuhan were in love, Palace Master, he came to ask for help in person. The Holy Sun couldn't bear to separate the lovers, so he decided to help them. If King Shengming wants to blame someone, blame the Holy Sun for being too kind. Look at what she said. It was obviously a conspiracy. But she said it was a righteous act of helping lovers, and gave the Holy Sun a good reputation for kindness. When did the Hunyuan Palace look at Palace Master He? Shocked beyond words. When did Palace Master He get in touch with Su Maoyang? And when did he surrender to the Holy Sun? They didn't even hear a word. This was too well concealed. Not to mention that they were shocked. Even Hikaiji himself was shocked. He didn't know when he had surrendered to the Son of God. But after receiving the angry eyes of King Shengming and the kind eyes of Su Maoyang, Hikaiji naturally chose the latter and immediately shut up and acquiesced to this statement. Su Maoyang knew that in this situation, as long as Hikaiji was not stupid, he would throw himself into the arms of the Son of God. After all, the situation was clear, and the Son of God still had the initiative. Her move was undoubtedly to send the reference answers to Hunyuan Palace to copy homework. No one would be stupid enough to refuse such a pie in the sky. Seeing that Hikaiji was silent, it was obvious that he admitted to surrendering to the Son of God. The two deputy palace masters were shocked for a moment and praised. The palace master is really foresight. He is so calm in such a big matter. It is really admirable. Hikaiji smiled awkwardly and finally accepted everyone's admiration with peace of mind. No matter how the fruits of victory came, they have already rolled into his hands automatically. So there is no reason to push them away. Ji Ruiqing looked at the changing situation and couldn't help but give Su Maoyang a thumbs up. You are the best. It's fine to win over the Tianao Palace, but now you have won the Hunyuan Palace. You have made a profit and saved face for others. Who knows how Palace Master He is thanking you in his heart. Chapter 2655. She is Yunqianga. Looking at Su Maoyang's good trick, Lu Jincheng, who was not far away, was also full of admiration, and once again thanked himself for his foresight, and climbed up the high branch in advance. It can be seen how important it is to follow the right leader. At this time, Ming Xianshao was stimulated by the continuous betrayal and became angry. He threw away the spear and blasted Ming Xianin with all his strength. It was obvious that he wanted to use practical actions to prove that his body could also be a good weapon. He didn't believe that Ming Xuanin's body could really be restored to its peak state with just one pill. Ming Xianin saw that he was still unwilling to give up, and was too lazy to entangle with him. He stepped out directly. His body turned into a residual shadow, and lightly avoided the palm print. The whole person flashed in front of Ming Xianshao like thunder, and rushed out with a punch without reservation. The fist burst out, and the surging force fell heavily on Ming Xuanqia's chest. With a loud bang, Ming Xuanqia's defense was instantly shattered. Before he could react, he was thrown out and fell off the battlefield, splashing dust all over the ground. Now that he personally felt Ming Xuanin's power, Ming Xianshao finally woke up from his luck. Even if Ming Xianin did not recover to the state of his previous life, he had reached the strength of the late Supreme Spiritual Immortal, which was a whole level higher than him. So no matter how he fought, he would be crushed to death, and there would be no chance of turning over. Thinking of the same result in his previous life and this life, Ming Xianshao looked at the sky with sore eyes, pounded the ground unwillingly, and let out a tearing low roar. Why? Why? He didn't understand why he was still not as good as Ming Xianin in this life, cultivating and growing in an environment that was 10 or 100 times better than Ming Xianin. Is this fate? He was unwilling. Unwilling. Feng Emosia looked at him, who was blinded by the devil, and answered his confusion for the sake of brotherhood. Brother, don't you understand? The purpose of your cultivation is to surpass me and humiliate me, while the purpose of my cultivation is just to improve myself, take responsibility, and protect the people I care about. At first, he was jealous of Ming Xianshao because he was the legitimate son and had endless love and resources. He also resented that he had a life of being bullied and discriminated against because he was a bastard despite his extraordinary talent. But later, the woman under the pear tree that night made him change his mind. He still remembers that she said her people needed her. She had to take her responsibility. At that moment, he realized that cultivation was not to surpass anyone or to retaliate against anyone, but to become stronger to protect his people and the people he cared about. But Ming Xianshao was too violent and utilitarian. It was difficult for him to achieve anything even if he was talented. Only those who are focused and have pure thoughts can walk on the right path, understand the opportunity, and ascend. Perhaps he had never thought of this reason. Ming Xianshao suddenly laughed uncontrollably, and at the end, he seemed to lose his voice, leaving only a speechless sadness. Ming Xianin ignored his embarrassment and looked directly at the Eternal Emperor, reminding him, Emperor, I won. Can you announce the result? The Eternal Emperor nodded. I have sent someone to ask the Dark Emperor to come out of seclusion. Everyone just wait for a moment. The appointment of the Holy Sun is a very important matter. He is just the assistant of the Dark Emperor and has no right to appoint. He can only ask the Dark Emperor to come out in person. As soon as these words came out, the people of the Holy Sun's faction were immediately overjoyed. As long as the Dark Emperor came out to preside over the enthronement ceremony and the Holy Sun was safe, their status would not be shaken in the next 3 years, or even in the next 300 years. On the other hand, the forces of the Holy Ming King's faction were like eggplants hit by frost, hanging their heads and feeling uneasy. On one hand, they were celebrating enthusiastically, while on the other hand, they were dejected and silent. The scene was once very subtle. Fortunately, this subtle atmosphere did not last long, and the Dark Emperor appeared. As far as Su Maoyang knew, this Dark Emperor was not small. He was the brother of the Dark Emperor in ancient times, and the youngest prince among the Dark Kings. When Yun Qiange accidentally killed the demon soldiers, he found out that it was the Dark Clan who had caused the dispute between the 3 clans. So he vented his anger on the Dark Clan, causing the ancient Dark Emperor and several Dark Kings to die in battle. And the entire Dark Clan was killed and wounded countless times, with blood flowing like a river. He was the only survivor left in all the royal families. It was also because the war was too brutal that although he preserved his body, he also slept for many years before waking up. I heard that he fought with the old demon king for the Dragon Clan more than 30 years ago, and was seriously injured. He has been in seclusion for healing these years, and rarely shows up. Probably only when it comes to matters related to the Son of God can he be asked to show up in person. Su Maoyang was still a little surprised to see the legendary Hades with her own eyes. Originally, she thought that the person who came out would be an old demon with a hunchback. But she didn't expect that the person who came out would be tall and energetic, although his hair was gray and his forehead was full of frowns. His face was handsome, and his facial features were as tough as a knife. He looked only in his 50s or 60s, and still had the manliness that could instantly kill thousands of girls. However, seeing the appearance of Feng Emosia and Ming Xianshao, Su Liang felt relieved. Both nephews were so good-looking, so their uncle was not much worse. When Su Liang was looking at the Dark Emperor, the Dark Emperor also cast a sharp look with his own feelings. When he saw the face that made him unforgettable, the Dark Emperor, who had seen many storms, was shocked and pointed at Su Liang and asked loudly, "Who is she?" Everyone was confused by this sudden incident and looked at Su Liang in confusion. The Eternal Emperor kindly explained, She is the new Lingxiao Palace Master promoted by the Holy Sun. Su Mo Liang. No. She is not. She is Yunqianga. She is the goddess of the God clan. Yunqianga. The Dark Emperor refuted with his eyes wide open. In addition to shock and anger, there was also obvious panic in his eyes. He personally participated in that war, and saw the true face of the goddess. That rare and beautiful face overlapped with the woman in front of him. And they were exactly the same. Who else could it be except Yunqianga herself? When they heard this name suddenly, everyone was shocked. They looked at Su Maoyang with their eyes wide open. And their faces were full of horror. Although the younger generation didn't hear much about Yunqianga's name, it was like a curse to the older generation of the Hades. She was a legendary figure who slaughtered the Hades and turned the 3 tribes upside down. However, it was heard that in ancient times, the goddess Yunqianga always showed herself with a mask, and few people had seen her true face. Probably only the Hades Emperor who participated in that ancient war had the honor of seeing her face. But they never expected that Su Maoyang sitting on the field was the famous Yunqianga. Feng Moxie also didn't expect that the Dark Emperor had actually seen Yunqianga's true face. He thought it was a mistake, and was about to think of a way to deal with it. But the Eternal Emperor was the first to react and ordered as if he was facing a great enemy. Quick! Catch Su Maoyang. Don't let her run away. That was the enemy of the Dark Clan. This time she came to the Dark Clan, and no one knew what evil intentions she had. In order to avoid a big mistake, she had to be caught and tortured. Chapter 2656 The Traitor of the Underworld. After the order of the Eternal Emperor, all the guards rushed out and surrounded Su Maoyang and others. Because the situation changed so quickly, the people who were just beaming with joy were stunned. The originally lifeless Shengming Wang's faction suddenly brightened up and saw hope. Yunqianga is the enemy of the underworld. And the Holy Sun actually let the wolf into the house, and colluded with the enemy. Even if he is capable, he is still a traitor of the underworld. With such behavior, how can he be qualified to be the successor of the underworld? After understanding this, Shengming Wang and Name Qinxian laughed. Originally thought that there was no hope at all. Who knew there would be such a dramatic turn of events? Or Ming Xianin was asking for death. It was really God who was helping them. Feng Moxie saw that the Hades Emperor was going to kill Su Mo Liang on the spot. So he waved his sleeves to sweep away the guards, and quickly protected Su Mo Liang behind him. No one of you is allowed to touch her. Son, what are you doing? Have you forgotten that this woman has hurt you and the Hades clan so badly? And you still want to protect her until now? Where do you put the heroic souls of your father? Several uncles. And so many Hades clan soldiers. Hades Emperor Ming Biting's face was so angry that veins bulged. And his voice was like thunder. And his blaming eyes made people shudder. Feng Moxie said sullenly, I dare not forget all these. But in my mind, she is Su Mo Liang, not Yunqianga. In this life, she doesn't remember the past at all. And she hasn't done anything to let down the Hades clan. I can't help it. I can't hate an innocent person. You are confused. Even if she is not Yunqianga, she is Yunqianga's reincarnation. How can her deep hatred with the Hades clan be written off just because she lost her memory in reincarnation? Ming Biting was angry at him for being useless. He was bewitched by this woman in his last life. And he was still bewitched in this life. History is so remarkably similar. The Eternal Emperor could not bear to watch and advised. Son of God, I know that you were bewitched by this witch and made a big mistake. As long as you hand her over, everything will be fine. Don't go astray for a woman. This was to give Ming Xianin a way out. As long as he cleared his relationship with this woman and handed her over personally, there would be room for maneuver in this matter, and the position of Son of God might be preserved. Otherwise, he would be defined as a traitor to the underworld. Not to mention the underworld emperor. Even the entire underworld would not forgive him. But Feng Moxie had obviously made up his mind. Standing in front of Su Mo Liang, he was like an unshakable mountain, and said in a loud voice, No one has bewitched me, and you don't need to persuade me. I don't care even if I lose the position of the Holy Sun. Su Mo Liang, I will protect you. As Ming Xianin, his love for Yunqianga may have been exhausted when he was tortured. But as Feng Moxie, he couldn't let go of Su Mo Liang. And he couldn't even be indifferent. And after getting along in this life, he found that Su Mo Liang and Yunqianga had completely different personalities. Yunqianga was proud and aloof, decisive, aggressive, cold on the outside and cold on the inside. It seemed that nothing could move her. She only had Lu Yiyuan in her eyes. But Su Mo Liang was different. Although she was also proud, strong, and decisive, she was gentle and considerate to her relatives and friends, and was considerate and empathetic to her elders and seniors. She was humble and polite, and she would learn from the good. In addition to Jun Haotsong, her heart also contains relatives and friends. She is a person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, who values friendship and loyalty, and has great love. As long as you understand her, you can't help but want to get close to her. Therefore, the name Yunqiang has become a symbol in his heart. While Su Maoyang is a person with flesh and blood, who can cry and laugh, and who has left a mark on his heart. How can he bear to let go of him? Humph. Stubborn. Kill this traitor. Ming Biting was furious but calmed down. There was no mercy on his old face, as black as the bottom of a pot. There was only one word: die. After receiving the order, the Eternal Emperor immediately attacked Feng Emosia. His palm, which was boiling with spiritual power, cut through the void like a sharp sword, wanting to take someone's life. Feng Emosia has now recovered to the strength of a late-stage Supreme Spiritual Immortal. Only the Eternal Emperor, who is also a late-stage Supreme Spiritual Immortal, can do anything to him. So when they saw the Emperor personally taking action, the people of the Holy Sun faction were so scared that their legs and feet softened. They knew that no one in the Hades clan dared to go against the Hades Emperor's will. As long as the Hades Emperor had the intention to kill, the Holy Sun would surely die. Seeing this, Feng Emosia did not retreat, but raised his palm to meet it. When the two forces collided, both were blasted out. But the Eternal Emperor had been in the late Supreme Spiritual Immortal for a while. Feng Emosia had just recovered, and there were still injuries in his body from the last time in the demonic realm. Naturally, he was slightly inferior, and swallowed a mouthful of blood with difficulty. Seeing that Feng Emosia was just holding on, the Eternal Emperor scolded with an unpredictable look. Why are you doing this? For a woman, you forget hatred, betray the Hades clan, and even don't want your life. What if I remember hatred? What if I avenge hatred? Will those dead people come back to life because of it? I just don't want to be trapped in hatred all the time. And I don't want to be blinded by hatred and miss the people worth cherishing in my life. It's hard to say who is right and who is wrong in this world. Didn't the Hades in ancient times do anything wrong? Didn't King Shengming lead his troops to attack the demons? Did you really never think of weakening the gods? Didn't my father and uncle have the blood of the gods on their hands? So many years have passed since the ancient times. Who can say for sure what the truth is? You are making up your mind. I think the Hades really don't need an evil person like you. Hades Emperor couldn't listen anymore and roared again. Why are you still standing there? Emperor? Why don't you kill him? Eternal Emperor saw that Hades Emperor had made up his mind. So he didn't show mercy anymore. He slammed several palms in succession, making Feng Emosia unable to resist and vomit blood. But even so, he didn't change his original intention of protecting Su Mo Liang, and still stubbornly resisted the moves of the Eternal Emperor, not letting Su Mo Liang get hurt at all. Su Maoyang saw him retreating step by step, covered with wounds, and shouted anxiously, "Get out of the way. Don't fight anymore. They want me. It has nothing to do with you. I, Su Maoyang, dare to act and take responsibility. But it's just a life. They can take it. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up." Feng Moxie knew that he couldn't hold on for long, and just wanted to do his best to fight a bloody way for her in his limited life. Before in the Nine Nether Realm, he was a step late, and now he was finally able to be the first to protect her, which was not in vain for his true love in this life. When Su Maoyang heard this, he knew that he was determined to die, and then turned to Ji Ruiqing and others and ordered, "You go first. I'll be here in a while. Why are you leaving? If you want to fight, let's fight together. No one wants to live in humiliation." Ji Ruiqing glanced at Su Maoyang, and immediately took out his weapons with Shinua, Fu Minxiu and others. Seeing this, Su Maoyang smiled with relief. Yes, we are all friends who have come this far. There is no reason to live in disgrace. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang waved his hand, summoned spirit beasts and puppets, and attacked the Eternal Emperor. Seeing this scene, Ning Qinxian, who was still watching the show and looking forward to Su Maoyang's fall, suddenly froze her expression. Before, I saw her use 18 martial arts, and I thought she was already evil enough. I didn't expect that she actually preserved her strength and hid so many powerful puppets and spirit beasts. It can be seen that in Su Maoyang's eyes, Shi Ning Qingxian is not a real opponent. Chapter 2657. The situation is out of control. Not only that, at this time, Su Maoyang also threw 2 pills like eating candy beans and swallowed them, and then forcibly upgraded to the late stage of acquired spiritual immortality in the eyes of Ning Qingxian, who had never seen the world. Ning Qingxian witnessed with her own eyes that the spiritual power was vibrating out of her body like boiling water, and she was a little uneasy. Can the pills that were forcibly upgraded be taken like this? Isn't she afraid that her body can't bear it and her dantian will explode? Just when Ning Qingxian was full of question marks, the Qingming sword in Su Maoyang's hand had already drawn a beautiful arc and cut off the head of the Eternal Emperor. At this time, let alone Ning Qingxian, even the Eternal Emperor, who lived to this age, was shocked by Su Maoyang's series of operations. He had heard before that Su Maoyang had many means and had contracted a lot of puppets and spirit beasts to fight against the innate spirit master. But rumors were just rumors after all, and he didn't take it to heart. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he realized how powerful these puppets were. Each of them could rival a peak innate immortal, and their defense could even entangle an early supreme immortal. Such a battle group surrounded him, and even a late supreme immortal was a little scared. However, he was a battle-hardened man after all. Even though he was surrounded by puppets, he still caught Su Maoyang's sword intent with one palm and blasted back with another. Although Su Maoyang could fight across levels, he was still no match for the supreme immortal. He was immediately blown back by his palm wind and struggled to stabilize his body. But she did not delay, and she carried the fierce power and endured the injuries in her body to perform the starry chess. As soon as the chess formation was spread out, the Eternal Emperor, who was originally able to handle puppets and spirit beasts with ease, was instantly restrained and flustered. Feng Moxia seized the opportunity and attacked quickly, punching the side of the Eternal Emperor. The Eternal Emperor felt the terrifying force hitting his body, and blood suddenly surged. He pulled back with a shocked face and slashed with a palm. Feng Moxia was unable to dodge and was about to be hit by a palm. A hammer was thrown from a distance and blocked it for him with a bang. Ji Ruiqing grinned in the distance, raised his eyebrows and smiled. No need to thank me. Although I am not qualified to participate in the battle, I can still pick up the leaks on the side. Not only her, but Xiahou Zian also rushed up from behind like a ghost when the Eternal Emperor was injured, sprinkled a handful of poison powder and ran away. As for Su Emoliang, he was controlling the chess formation while releasing martial arts, which made the Eternal Emperor overwhelmed. He found that although everyone was weak, they could unite as a rope. Feng Moxia once again felt the power from his friends and launched a fierce attack with all his strength. Lu Jincheng, who was sitting in the audience, was immediately entangled when he saw everyone was helping. As a force in the realm of life and death, if he helped an outsider to fight against the Hades, it would be difficult for the Tiandao Palace to gain a foothold in the realm of life and death in the future. But Su Maoyang was not an outsider to his Tiandao Palace. If he didn't help, would he have to watch the successor of the Xianshan King fall? Just when Lu Jincheng was undecided, Lu Xiaoming stood up and said firmly, Su Maoyang, we have to help. Seeing that he seemed to have other considerations, Lu Jincheng hurriedly asked, Why? Because I have a clear conscience. Didn't she just say that if you have an unrighteous mind, it will be difficult to go far in the path of cultivation? She saved me twice and is my lifesaver. If I let my benefactor die without saving her, wouldn't I be a ruthless person with evil intentions? How can I continue to cultivate with a pure mind in the future? If I, the successor, have no future, what future can Tiandao Palace have? What's more, Su Maoyang is the successor of the Xianshan King and our master. If she is here, our Tiandao Palace can still hold on to the card of the Holy Sun and have a lot of development opportunities in the future. Otherwise, it will be a waste of effort, and we will be suppressed by the Holy Ming King. Lu Xiaoming said in a serious self-pua. Lu Jincheng also felt that there was some truth in it. Yes, she is your lifesaver, and it is reasonable for you to help. If she survives, it will definitely benefit our Tiandao Palace. At that time, the Holy Sun will also promote our Tiandao Palace. After all, this kind of timely assistance is the best opportunity to show off. But what if she dies? Alas, that's not right. Now the Holy Sun has become a traitor. How can we ask for merit from a traitor? As Lu Jincheng was talking, He suddenly came to his senses. But Lu Xiaoming had already rushed down impatiently and joined the battle. Seeing his eldest son so determined, Lu Jincheng was so anxious that he slapped his thigh. "My son, I haven't told you the consequences of her death. Why are you so impulsive? If you intervene, our entire Tiandao palace will be buried with you. Forget it. Forget it. You are already dead. And Tiandao palace has no other choice but to save people. Damn it. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. Let's die together." Lu Jincheng's head was also hot, and he rushed out. The rest of the Tiandao palace was horrified. Crazy. The palace master and the young master are crazy. Seeing the situation getting out of control, the Eternal Emperor had no choice but to shamelessly ask for support. Shinso Army, Xianji Battalion, Imperial Guards, Songlang Army. What are you doing? Hurry up and arrest these people. The troops stationed around thought that the Eternal Emperor was more than enough to take action personally. But now they heard the roar and realized that even the Eternal Emperor was a little exhausted by this scene. After receiving the order, the Xianji Battalion and the Imperial Guards rushed up immediately. But the Songlang Army and the Shinso Army stood still, hesitating, because Qin Jiyan stood in front of the Shinso Army, controlling the command of the army, and directly said, "If anyone dares to touch them today, I will be the first to kill him." Many of the Shinso Army were led by Qin Jiyan himself. Everyone not only obeyed him, but also cultivated a lot of revolutionary feelings. After he said this, even if everyone wanted to rush out, they had to weigh Qin Jiyan's weight. As for the Songlang Army, they were Feng Mosia's confidants. They had received a lot of care from him over the years. Now they were asked to attack their master. What kind of thing is this? Now the two most powerful armies did not move. Only the Xuanji camp and the Imperial Guards were on the field, and their combat effectiveness was somewhat lacking. After all, most of these soldiers were at the level of postnatal spiritual immortals, and Su Maoyang did not need to take action. Ji Ruiqing, Fu Minxiu, Shi Nua, Xiao Zian and Dongfang Liue could cooperate to kill all around, not to mention the assistance of the chess formation. So everyone was at ease when fighting. The Hades didn't expect that catching just a few small characters would require such a large-scale mobilization. He felt a throbbing pain on his forehead and could no longer bear it. So he personally attacked Su Maoyang with a palm. This woman must die today. However, just as she was about to be killed on the spot in the next second, a black shadow suddenly swept into the arena like a tornado. Before everyone could see clearly what kind of monster it was, there was an unprecedented loud noise, shaking the earth and the sky. Everyone in the arena, even the Eternal Emperor, was shot back by this terrifying power. When everyone looked up again, they saw a tall figure blocking Su Maoyang in the center of the demonic energy. His arm, which was covered with spiritual power and demonic energy, caught the palm print of the Hades Emperor like a pillar supporting the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone was terrified, and their eyes were broken. Who else could have such power and exuded rolling demonic energy except the demon lord Lu Yeyuan? Chapter 2658. Why bother about who he is? Lu Yeyuan? Why are you here? Su Maoyang saw him again, and a light of surprise flashed in her eyes. But when she thought of the cruel words she had said to drive him away, the smile she had just opened was instantly frozen by the guilt and heartache. I thought he was heartbroken by me and left the realm of life and death. But I didn't expect that he just changed his way to protect her. Otherwise, he wouldn't appear so coincidentally and so timely. This fool. Lu Yeyuan didn't notice her red eyes. When she asked, he was afraid that she would be angry. So he threw the blame to Feng Moxie. Sorry. I shouldn't have appeared to annoy you. But Ming Xianin was too useless. I couldn't bear it. So I had to do it. Don't worry. I will escort you away and leave immediately. Feng Moxie was shot in the knee. He felt that he had recovered to this level in a short period of time, which was already amazing enough. How dare Lu Yeyuan think he was useless? Didn't he see that even the Eternal Emperor was injured by him? Is he blind? And it was obviously he who couldn't let go of Su Maoyang. Why did he use him as a cover? Doesn't he have any face? But if you talk about losing face, compared with the big brother Mingdi, Feng Moxie is nothing. Because in front of everyone, Lu Yeyuan, a demon king who was comparable to the early Supreme Spirit Fairy, took the palm seal of the peak Supreme Spirit Fairy of the Hades Emperor, which was really a slap in the face of the Hades Emperor. Although Lu Yeyuan was an ancient demon god who swept across the three realms without a rival, His soul was destroyed, and it would be difficult to repair it even if he was reincarnated. Therefore, when his soul returned to its place, it only recovered to the realm of the early Supreme Spirit Fairy, which was 3 levels lower than the Hades Emperor. Therefore, seeing someone so much lower than him taking the move, the Dark Emperor was naturally a little embarrassed, and immediately shouted angrily, "What does the Demon Lord mean by this? My Dark Clan is dealing with 2 traitors. Why is the Demon Lord meddling in other people's family affairs? Family affairs? Su Maoyang is your father or your mother. Do you need to care about it?" As expected, Lu Yiyuan spoke like a firecracker, rushing to death. If it weren't for his faintly pale face, Su Maoyang almost thought that his previous injuries had healed. When had the Dark Emperor ever been humiliated like this? He was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. "You are so presumptuous. You, a member of the Demon Clan, have reached your hand into the territory of my Dark Clan, and you dare to speak nonsense here. Do you really think that my Dark Clan is easy to bully? Su Maoyang is my woman, and you, a member of the Dark Clan, have slapped my woman. Do you think that my Demon Clan is easy to bully?" Lu Yiyuan returned the words to him. Hearing this, everyone sighed again. Yunxiang is really a demon. In the last life, Lu Yiyuan and Ming Xianin were ruined by her, and in this life, they fell into her hands again. However, when everyone thought of Yunxiang's appearance and identity, plus the strength that swept across the 3 realms, they were relieved. Who wouldn't covet such an excellent woman? Humph! Since she is your woman, why did she become the palace master of my Ming clan? Could it be that you deliberately sent her to the Ming clan to make trouble? The face of the Ming Emperor became even colder. Lu Yiyuan smiled contemptuously. Your shabby Ming clan is already in chaos enough. Do you still need me to take action? Lu Yiyuan's words were like a hedgehog, and the Ming Emperor could no longer bear it. If the Demon Lord insists on getting involved, don't blame me for being rude. In his previous life, he still had to be wary of the power of the Demon God. But in this life, Lu Yiyuan was 3 levels lower than him, and no matter how powerful he was, he could not get out of the palm of the peak Supreme Spirit Immortal. After saying that, the Hades Emperor blasted out a palm without any scruples. This palm was not simple. There were swords and sabers in the huge palm print. Obviously, it also contained sword and knife skills, and the 3 magical powers were integrated together. It can be seen how powerful it is. In fact, Lu Yiyuan had already had some difficulty in taking the previous palm. Now he had to face double the power, so he did not dare to take it lightly. He immediately burst out and faced the challenge. He was as light as an eagle, and his fist was as heavy as thunder. He punched the palm print of the Hades Emperor, and the violent demonic energy swallowed the swords and sabers inside like a greedy devil. The Dark Emperor did not expect that his strength as an early supreme spiritual immortal could be so fierce that even his all-encompassing magical power could dissolve some of it. He immediately made several consecutive palm strikes, and the palm prints were like knives, wrapped in thick evil spirits, splitting the sky and covering the earth. Facing the airtight and overwhelming palm techniques, Lu Yiyuan also felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, and the blood in his body surged up, making his pale face rise to a sickly red. Obviously, he had been pushed to the extreme. He suddenly drew his sword and turned into a stream of light. Relying on his strange body movements and swift strength, he blocked and killed on the left and right. The devilish energy overflowed from his body crazily, quickly sweeping across the sky, making the sky dark, and everyone felt as if they were facing the abyss. Strong uneasiness surged, and Lu Yiyuan was like a king in the dark, driving straight in, invincible, and hard-pressed dense palm prints and injuries, and killed a bloody path. Although he was covered in wounds and blood, the sword in his hand was still as swift as the wind and lightning. It slashed on the palm print like shattering glass, and the light burst and the power poured out, piercing through the palm print condensed by the Hades Emperor. Seeing him approaching step by step, the Hades Emperor couldn't help but tremble with fear. He no longer dared to underestimate the enemy and summon the skeleton halberd. He swung it with all his strength and fortunately blocked the sword coming from Lu Yiyuan. At this moment, the forces of both sides were entangled together, and suddenly bursts of terrifying energy fluctuations burst out. The audience around them could not resist and retreated again and again. But the 2 people in the storm stood still. If you look closely, you can find that both of them gritted their teeth. Veins bulged, and held on to the last bit of strength. No one could believe that the Hades Emperor, who they worshipped as a god, actually had such a gnashing side. It is hard to imagine how abnormal Liu Yun is. He can force the Hades to such a situation, with a disadvantage of 3 levels lower. Before, everyone thought Su Maoyang was very evil when he fought across levels and defeated Ning Qinxian, who was 4 levels higher than her. Now that they have seen Liu Yun's strength, everyone understands what it means that there are always higher mountains. The strength of the initial Supreme Spirit Immortal fighting against the peak Supreme Spirit Immortal across levels is something that ordinary people dare not even think about, no matter how talented you are. But Liu Yun not only dares to think about it, he also uses actual actions to force the latter to blush and thicken his neck. I am afraid that only Liu Yun has this ability in the world. Su Maoyang and Liu Yun are indeed a pair of strong ones. They are both abnormal players who fight across levels. They are really a perfect match. But at this time, Su Maoyang understood Liu Yun's situation. His internal injuries had not healed, and his soul had not been fully restored. He was just holding on every time he took a move. If he continued like this, he would not be able to hold on for long. But no matter how worried she was, she could only watch and could not help. After all, it was a battle with the peak Supreme Spirit Fairy. She was afraid that she would be blasted into a blood mist before she rushed up. Just as Su Maoyang racked her brains and brainstormed, there was a loud explosion, and Liu Yun was instantly blasted out by a violent and turbulent energy storm and fell to the ground in embarrassment. At the same time, the Hades took advantage of the victory and chased after him, swinging his halberd and stabbing, wanting to kill Liu Yun on the spot. Su Maoyang was horrified when she saw this. She rushed towards him with a roar and covered him with a hand. The surroundings were filled with the screams of Ji Ruiqing, Shi Nuo and others, and the tearing sound of power breaking through the air. But Su Maoyang only heard one voice in her ears. She couldn't live without Liu Yun. He said that as long as she wanted, he could let go of hatred and become anyone for her. So no matter who he was before or who he will be in the future, he is Jun Haocong who belongs to her. Su Maoyang, when she was Yunqiang, he loved her. And when she was Su Maoyang, he also loved her. So why should she care who he is? However, the expected power did not fall, but a fierce collision sound accompanied by a loud and deep roar shook above Su Maoyang's head. She is not Yunqiang, not the enemy of your Ming clan. Chapter 2659, She is not Yunqiang. Su Maoyang looked up and saw the man in front of her holding up the violent force with one hand. His tall and straight figure was illuminated by the gunlight, as if coated with a layer of golden halo, dazzling and familiar, as if carrying the fragrance of grass and flowers, crossing the long river of time to come to her side, making her dazed. But when she touched the long golden hair and deep outline, Su Maoyang suddenly woke up with a start, and murmured in doubt, Yi Nantian. It has been 4 years. After the desperate battle at Wuwang Peak, she has not seen Yi Nantian for 4 years. He is still as noble and elegant as before. At first glance, he looks like the bright and brilliant sun, and at a closer look, he looks like a quiet and clear stream in the forest, under the dazzling and charming light. He is gentle and elegant. But Su Maoyang knew that this was just his appearance. Under the gentle and elegant shell was a cunning and calculating heart. Look! In order to save her from the hands of the Hades, he lied easily and denied her identity in her previous life with all his heart. But the Hades was obviously not a fool who could be fooled. Seeing that people repeatedly jumped out to teach him how to do things, and they resisted his moves every time, his old face suddenly turned into a liver color, and he pointed at his arm and trembled. You? Where did you come from? You bastard! The Hades had been in seclusion for many years to heal his injuries, and knew very little about the Xianshan mirror. So he never thought that there was a person in the world who could receive his power like Liu Yun. And he didn't even know this person, which was simply unreasonable. Seeing that the Hades was interested in his identity, Yi Nantian curled the corners of his lips and decided to reveal the secret that had been buried in his heart for many years. He introduced loudly, I am the Yin Emperor of the Great Yin Dynasty, Yin Xiaoyao. He is also Yin Qianmo's senior brother in ancient times. Yi Nantian. Hearing the 3 words Yin Qianmo, Su Maoyang's pupils shrank sharply, and a conditioned shudder aroused, as if a familiar memory was attacking her brain, and she suddenly felt a dense needle-like pain. She didn't understand why she had such a big reaction when she heard this name. Before Su Maoyang could figure out what was going on, the Hades Emperor was already surprised and said, I didn't expect that the yellow-haired boy of the Great Yan dynasty was also a reincarnation of the ancient times. It's a pity that I have never heard of the names of Yunantian and Yunqianmo. I think they were just unknown juniors in ancient times. Now they dare to run to me and act rampant. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you really think that there is no one in my Hades clan, and you can come and go freely. He is the royal family of the ancient Hades clan after all. For the three, the well-known figures in the world knew him to some extent. When they heard the two unfamiliar names, they immediately waved their halberds and came to kill him recklessly. Even if this person got some opportunities in this life, he would not be a match for him. The peak supreme spirit immortal. He would not be as perverted as Liu Yiyuan. No matter what, there would never be another demon god in the world. However, he regretted it the next second. Yunantian summoned a scepter, waved his arm vigorously, and came to kill. He was also strangled with his long halberd like Liu Yiyuan. When the two forces collided, he found that this person's skills and spiritual power were very strange, even more mysterious than Liu Yiyuan's power. And it seemed that he did not belong to the three realms. The Hades was secretly shocked and almost used his ultimate move. It took a lot of effort to barely repel him. At this moment, he finally looked at this unknown young man who looked as perverted as Liu Yiyuan, with a cold light of fear in his eyes. Who are you in your previous life? He was not that stupid. If he was really an unknown person, he could not have such a terrifying and strange power. I have already said that my name is Yunantian, and I am Yunqianmo's senior brother. Even if you are not familiar with these two names, you should know Yunqianga. Hearing him mention Yunqianga, the Hades suddenly had an idea and woke up. You mean? Yunantian nodded solemnly. As you think. They are twin sisters. Yunqianmo, that is, Su Maoyang in this life, is the unknown twin sister who has always lived in the shadows. When these words came out, everyone was shocked and looked at Su Maoyang in unison. No one expected that Su Maoyang was actually Yunqianga's sister. Yunqianmo? Even Su Maoyang herself was stunned by the truth. She locked her eyes with him in disbelief and asked, "Who do you say I am?" Yunantian thought of her past life experience, and her nose was sour. She said distressfully, "You are Yunqianga's sister, Yunqianmo." At that time, the head of the god clan, Mrs. Zhao Dai, gave birth to twin girls, which was an ominous sign. There was an astrologer who observed the sky at night, deduced the divination, and predicted. The elder sister has the power to save the world, while the younger sister has the power to destroy the world. So many people begged to kill the younger sister and get rid of the disaster star that brought disaster to the world. However, Madame Zhao Dai couldn't bear to see her daughter die, so she secretly sent someone to smuggle the younger sister out and gave her to the Chaos God, who lived in seclusion in the mountains to be adopted. Chaos God is our master. It is precisely because you are the disaster star that destroyed the three realms in the hexagram that the master strictly educated you, not allowing you to practice, not teaching you martial arts, and even not allowing you to step out of Xianin Peak. I felt sorry for you, so I secretly taught you martial arts and piano without master's knowledge. At that time, we worked from sunrise to sunset, accompanied each other day and night, like shadows following each other, without worries. So the scenes you saw in the piano dream that day were all true. And senior brother never lied to you. As he said this, his eyes swept over Liu Yiyuan, who had already fainted in Su Maoyang's arms, thinking of all the good things they had once been destroyed by the hateful three tribes. His originally gentle and tender eyes suddenly became sharp and vicious, and his voice was full of tearing hatred. But even so, they are not willing to let you go. It was the God clan who abandoned you first. But at the critical moment, because you have the same natural physique as Yunqianga, they were so cruel that they let you sacrifice for her and help her become a god. But the world doesn't know that the real disaster is Yunqianga. It was she who destroyed the three realms, not you. You didn't let anyone down. It was them who let you down. At the end, Yunantian burst into tears. His resolute face trembled violently because of anger and sadness, and his eyes swept through everyone present like a knife. Only he knew that after the war, it was Yunqianmo who saved this Lua realm by self-destructing her soul. And it was she who paid a heavy price to allow the God clan, the Underworld clan, the Demon clan and the Monster clan to continue to this day. But what happened after the war was related to his secret, and he couldn't tell it. The only thing he could tell everyone was Su Maoyang's true life experience. When Su Maoyang heard the truth, her heart felt like it was hit by a punch, and she shook her head in pain. No, this is not true. Before, she also doubted that she was not Yunqiang. After all, she was a lonely soul from another world, and she was incompatible with this world. But the old man Jinjuan told her that she was able to contract the evil blood cauldron and the dragon Qin, successfully practice the eye sacrifice 9 heavens, possess powerful soul power, and have dreams of her past life. All because she was the reincarnation of the soul of an ancient great power, and she was probably just a fragment of the soul scattered in another world. In addition, every time in the dream, she felt the same as Yunqiang, forcing her to believe that she was really Yunqiang. But just when she was convinced of this identity, Yi Nantian told her an even more unacceptable truth. It turned out that she was not a goddess with a noble status, tremendous fighting power, and admired by thousands of people, but the world disaster star Yunqianma, who was not tolerated by the world, and was sent to the deep mountains and old forests to hide her identity. Chapter 2660. His daughter? Even though she was the daughter of the clan leader, she had never enjoyed the treatment of the clan leader's daughter. Just because of the hexagram, she had to bear the stigma and live a life of hiding in darkness. She had done nothing wrong, but because she had the same talent and physique as Yunqiang, she had to become a sacrifice of the God clan. In the end, even Lu Yiyuan's love was obtained by her relying on Yunqiang's identity. It's really ironic to think about it. I don't know what Lu Yiyuan's reaction would be when he woke up and found out that she and Yunqiang were two completely different people. Will he rush out to save her without hesitation like today? Will he still firmly say that he is willing to become anyone for her? Will he be as loyal to her as Jun Haocong? This time, Su Maoyang was uncertain. But when she thought that she had never done anything to let Lu Yiyuan and Feng Moxie down, she felt a little fortunate again. At least she could face them and their clansmen openly in the future. I just don't know if he is willing to see her again without Yunqiang's halo. The Dark Emperor didn't believe Yi Nanshan's lies, and snorted angrily. You said she is not Yunqiang. Right? I have never heard of Yunqianma. Who knows if you made it up? I swear by the heart of martial arts, if I lie and conceal deliberately, my martial arts will be ruined, and I will never be reincarnated. After saying that, Yi Nanshan's feet flashed with light in an instant, and quickly condensed into a swearing formation. Swearing by the heart of martial arts. One must have a clear mind to gather the swearing formation. If there is any false words against the will, the swearing formation will fail on the spot. Of course, even if he succeeded, no one dared to joke about such an oath. After all, it was related to his future. Once he violated the heart of martial arts, he would be punished most cruelly. So seeing that Yi Nantian dared to make such an oath, the Dark Emperor was a little surprised. But he believed it in his heart. When he thought about the fact that the gods handed over Yunqiang to the demons in the previous life, and recalled the straightforward attitude of the gods at that time, all his doubts were solved. And he couldn't help but look at Su Maoyang deeply. Perhaps this twin sister really existed. Seeing that the Dark Emperor obviously believed in Yi Nanshan's lies, the Eternal Emperor reminded anxiously. Dark Emperor, even if she is not Yunqiang, she is Yunqiang's sister. Now that Yunqiang is gone, the sister should pay the debt. You have to give an explanation to the ancestors of the Dark Clan. This is not unreasonable. Yunqiang is gone, but the hatred is still there. If you want to blame someone, blame Yunqianmo for his bad luck. Who doesn't deserve to be Yunqiang's sister? Taking her down today can be considered as a way to vent the anger of our ancestors. Thinking of this, the Dark Emperor nodded. Seeing that he agreed to take action, the Eternal Emperor took advantage of the fact that everyone was not paying attention and slammed Su Maoyang with a palm at lightning speed. Yi Nantian did not expect the Eternal Emperor to be so insidious. He was so scared that his eyes were bloodshot. He was about to withdraw, but the Dark Emperor had already predicted his move. He swung his halberd and blocked his way, forcing Yi Nantian to take action and wrestle with him again. Feng Moxie, Fu Minxiu and others heard the noise and almost subconsciously flew towards Su Maoyang. But they were one step too late. The palm print came like a punishment from heaven and was about to fall on Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang was unable to move due to the pressure from the Supreme Spirit Immortal. She couldn't use any strength in her body, let alone use martial arts. At such a critical moment, she had no choice but to rely on her strong defense and raised her palm to take the palm. However, the expected scene did not appear. The next second, Everyone was shocked to find that Su Maoyong actually relied on her flesh and blood to resist the power of the Eternal Emperor. Although she was bent over and her feet sank into the ground, the seemingly vulnerable palm burst out with a murderous aura that was 10 times stronger than that of the Eternal Emperor, and immediately devoured the murderous aura contained in the palm print like a flood and a beast. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. You have to know that evil spirit is a unique way of cultivation for the people of the underworld. It is the blood power brought by the genes of their ancestors. Now even Su Maoyong, an outsider, can use it. Are they not mistaken? At this time, not to mention everyone, even the underworld emperor himself was shocked. He knew best that only the direct descendants of the royal family of the underworld could possess such a strong evil spirit. How did Su Maoyong, an outsider, possess the direct blood of the royal family? Just when the underworld emperor was in doubt, Su Maoyong's energy had been completely exhausted. In order not to be killed on the spot, she almost used all her strength and desperately burst out the last wave of power. Perhaps it was the last bit of strength in her life. She saw a scorching white light burst out from her eyebrows because of the force. The power in her palm seemed to be blessed and blasted the Eternal Emperor 3 feet away. But she couldn't bear such an impact in the end. She fell out in a mess and fainted on the spot. After all, she was only an acquired spiritual fairy. Even if she had stimulated her potential for survival at the critical moment of life and death, she was still no match for the supreme spiritual fairy. The Eternal Emperor did not expect that he would be repelled by an acquired spiritual fairy. He was angry and immediately attacked her with another palm, intending to kill her while she was sick. However, before this palm fell, there was a loud roar. Stop! The Hades Emperor, who was originally entangled with Yinantian, actually suffered a fight. He flew over regardless of anything and suddenly protected Su Maoyong's body. He waved his sleeves and blasted the Eternal Emperor away with his moves. How could the Eternal Emperor resist the power of the Hades Emperor? He fell with a bang, and was even more embarrassed than Su Maoyong just now. But at this time, he didn't care about his injuries and face at all. He looked at the Hades Emperor with a shocked face, and was completely confused. Everyone present also stared at the Hades Emperor with horror, not understanding why he would protect Su Maoyong. Not only were they shocked, but the Holy Dragon Seal flashed between Su Maoyong's eyebrows at this time. And the Hades Emperor was also shocked as if he was possessed. His mind was blank. The others present may not know, but he is very familiar with it. This is a unique mark of the ancient dragon clan. Only Long Yanqi, who inherited the ancient skills, has inherited the Holy Dragon Seal in the entire dragon clan. It is said that only direct bloodlines have a certain chance of inheriting the Holy Dragon Seal. But this mark strangely appeared on Su Maoyong's body, and it also blocked a fatal blow for her. So there is only one possibility. Su Maoyong is of dragon blood, and is Long Yanqi's own daughter. When she thinks of the pure and rich evil spirit, she just burst out. Her identity in this life is about to be revealed. The Hades Emperor's face suddenly changed, and he shouted in panic. Imperial Physician! Call the Imperial Physician! Save my daughter! Save my daughter! I want her alive! Hearing this, everyone present gasped in fear and couldn't believe their ears. What did the Dark Emperor call Su Maoyong just now? Daughter?